Naruto God Level System, Chapter 961 to 980. Chapter 961. Uchizi's Entanglement. I've finished eating and you still haven't gone out. Uchizi looked at Chen and said, don't be in a hurry, what are you in a hurry to let me go out for? Chen sat down and didn't want to go out at all. After I saw you, just feel angry. Uchizi glanced at Chen, and in her heart, it was grievance and complexity. Chen ignored Uchizi, sat here and didn't intend to go out. Uchizi snorted angrily, and then, Wang Kui stopped talking. Half an hour later, Yukiko looked at Chen and said, I want to get dressed first, you go out first. You wear it, I haven't seen it anyway. Chen shrugged and said, you are angry in Uchizi, you are not shy, I am still shy, can't you be considerate of me? Seeing Uchizi Tong Buddha is really going to be angry. Chen stood up, and then walked outside, also letting Yukiko breathe a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, Chen walked in again. At this time, Yukiko was already dressed, and now she was wearing the bloody Yuhi sheet. Her eyes were complicated. After hearing the movement of Chen coming in, Yukiko put the sheet was put away, and then stared at Chen coldly. To Uchizi's cold eyes, Wuyu just shrugged gently. Don't look at Uchizi's face full of coldness, is there not much coldness in her eyes? Would you like to go out and play? Oh, by the way, you have limited mobility now. Chen looked at Uchizi who was standing with Zou's face. Uchizi is really the most inconvenient now, and frowned from time to time. But Chen saying so, still makes Uchizi a little unchanged, but she is also unhappy, and Nakan can't do anything about it. Let's go back, Chen said to Uchizi. You can do whatever you want. Uchizi said angrily. 3 in the end, they were no longer going to stay here, and they returned with Yufanzi and Heiyu Chenying. Tian Uchizi and Haifeng Chenying sat in the back, but they were close to each other. There is no communication. Chikage Kuroba wanted to talk to Yukiko, but facing Yukiko's cold eyes, Chikage Kuroba retreated. Now Yukiko is the most angry, it is Kuroba Kankage. Now she wants to break up with Kuroba Chikage. Soon after, she returned to her manor. After Yukiko got off the car, she went back to her room without saying a word. What's the matter? Aren't you guys going out to play? Why does Kiko look unhappy and get paid? Belmod was very determined, seeing Yukiko's limping prototype as if injured. But this hurts badly. Belmod instantly thought of who she used to be. She is a smart person, and Chen hasn't said it yet. Belmod guessed it. Straight to Belmod's increasingly bizarre eyes. Chen knew that seeing Ramad should have guessed it. Belmod is so smart that it doesn't matter if he can guess Chen. He just shrugged at Belmod, in exchange for a Byakugan who saw Belmod. By the way, what's going on? Belmod asked Chen curiously. Yo, I didn't expect you, Belmod, to be such an 8 trigrams. Chen couldn't help saying, yeah, for something like this, of course I want 8 trigrams. Belmod has obviously admitted that his 8 trigrams. Belmod is really curious, and wants to let Chen talk about it. What the hell is going on? What should I say about this? Chen Xian glanced at Heiyu Chenying who was beside him and shook his head slightly, but she didn't tell the reason. Now Guiyu Chenying feels that she has. Kuroba Chikage was speechless after seeing Yukiko, apparently not wanting to say it. Although Belmod was curious, he did not ask Kuroba Chikage, but this must have something to do with Kuroha Chikage. Forget it. I won't ask any more, and I probably won't say it. Belmod shook his head and said, without asking any questions, Yukiko's room. At this time Yukiko's eyes were very complicated while lying on Simmons. On the way back after Yukiko was about to come back, she packed up and unloaded. Out of here. But after she really came back, Yukiko didn't plan to do it. At this moment, Akiko's eyes were blank. Damn, what am I missing 2 inches? Yukiko scratched her hair angrily, making herself look like a lunatic. I looked in the mirror and looked at myself. Yujuzi not only smiled bitterly, but now he is really embarrassed. In the end, Uchizi didn't make up her mind to leave, but chose to stay here, or she couldn't leave. Maybe I know him. Kiko couldn't help shaking her head and said full of work. Asking for flowers. 11 Chen didn't know that Uchizi was tangled, but she could guess it too. So Chen didn't bother Yuchizi, so let Yuchizi be quiet for now. By the way, Chermod, why didn't you see Mingmei and Xiaoai, and Yuhizi was not at home? There was only Belmod in the whole family, which made Chen a little strange. They're out. What's Junyu going to do? Do you think Shirley will tell me? Belmod shook his head and said. There is still a gap between Shirley and Belmod. And it's still not a small gap. Belmod rarely talks to Xiaoai, and Xiaoai does the same. Even with Chen's mediation, it's useless. Chen can't say anything about this, who made the two women's smiles not good. What can I say? That's right. Lan came to you before. You were not at home. So Ping went high, and there was a girl named Yuan Shanhei with her. Belmod suddenly met something, said to Chen. Oh, Chen was slightly stunned, then picked up the phone. Calling Shaolin, only then did Chen realize that Shaolin had called herself. But at that time he should be in the mountains, so the signal is not good. No call was received. After all, the coverage of signals in this era is not so comprehensive, and it is normal to have no signal. Xiaolan, do you have any business with me? After getting through the phone, Chen asked Xiaolan. Actually, I just want you to take us out to play. Unfortunately, you are not here. Xiaolan said after connecting. By the way, where have you been before? Why didn't I get through when I called you? Xiaolan asked curiously. Oh, the signal in the place I went to was not good, so I didn't look at it. That's right. Are you with He-Shi? Yes, the recent love affair with He was not very good, so I brought He out. Have fun. Xiaolan nodded. Then where are you now? We are at home now. Chen, are you coming? I have prepared a lot of good things. I guarantee you will like to eat. Xiaolan sent an invitation to Chen. For Xiaolan's invitation, Chen still refused. Let Lan have some regrets, but Chen told Xiaolan to find her righteousness tomorrow. Chapter 962. The Little Girl Jealous. Near the evening, Mingmei, Xiaoai and Yuhiko came back. Are you back? Xiaoai looked at Chen and asked. After going out for a day, she came back. Yo, my family Xiaoai still cares about me. Chen smiled and touched Xiaoai's hair. Who is your little eye? Haiyuan I patted Chen's hand away, glanced at Chen and said. Tisk tisk. Chen was not arrogant, and still touched Wei Yuan I's head, making Xiaoai unable to help but stomp his feet, and then let Yu Chen go. If it was someone else, whoever dared to touch her hair except her sister, Xiaoai would definitely fry her hair. But now after touching her head, Xiaoai has no choice but to give Chen a big Byakugan, but Chen Zhen takes Byakugan who is not in Ping Xiaoai. I'm going to prepare dinner. 8:60, Mingmei said, and walked towards the kitchen. Sister, I'll help you. Xiaoai ran to the kitchen, but before reaching the kitchen, she was caught by Chen. Xiaoai, I think you should not go to the kitchen to make trouble. Chen said to Xiaoai, why don't you know, I went to the kitchen to make trouble. Xiaoai asked Chen, very dissatisfied, this is not disguised contempt her cooking skills or Xiaoai is very effective, that's right. Chen is just despising Xiaoai's sense of skill, and it's not that Xiaoai hasn't cooked, and why is really not very good. Although it can't be called dark food. However, with the dark cuisine is also half a caddy, Chen didn't want to say anything. I don't want to be poisoned yet, so you'd better come back to me. Also, Mingmei has been working very hard. What do you mean by doing a disservice to me? Be considerate of your sister. 3 yuns every word. Let Xiaoai I couldn't help it. I pouted, looked at Chen angrily and said that he was unmoved by Xiaoai's indignation. It was originally. Soon, Mingmei's dinner was ready. Chen immediately went to Yukiko's place. In the room, I asked Yukiko to come out to eat. Boom, boom tilde. After hearing the knock on the door, Yukiko didn't care at all, but the knocking didn't stop. Yukiko got angry too. She walked over to open the door. After opening the door, Yukiko was stunned when she found no one outside the door. Do you want to play a prank with me? Yukiko said angrily. She stretched out her hands and hugged Yukiko from behind. Yukiko who was greeted couldn't help it. She was stunned, and immediately Bing looked behind. After seeing that the person holding her was Chen, Yukiko recovered her strength. How did you appear behind me? Yuksuping's eyes were cold, but revealed a curiosity. Yukiko's curiosity is very strong. She knows very much how Chen suddenly appeared to check her body-kun. Obviously he didn't come in. Is it some kind of magic book? But doesn't magic need props? 0 inches. This is very simple. I'll tell you later. Now follow me to eat. Chen hugged Yukiko and walked out. Yukiko, who was hugged, struggled for a while and wanted to struggle away, but she was incapable of it. Chen held her hand tightly. I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. However, as soon as Yukiko finished speaking, her stomach growled and she slapped her face directly. There is hope for the embarrassment outside the road. Why are you so unhappy? Really? It seems that you are not hungry. Your stomach is hungry. You are fattening. Your stomach has already protested. Don't be wronged. Chen hugged Yukiko. I walked outside. Yukiko, who was hugged by Chen, struggled hard. I got up and wanted to break free from Kaichen's embrace. But Yuchizi couldn't struggle. Since she can't fight, don't resist. Yuchizi is not stupid either. But Yuchizi still whispered to Chen, let me go first. I don't want to. Seen by them. 3. However, Chen ignored Yukiko's words, and brought Yukiko into the restaurant. After seeing Chen and Yukiko, except for Belmore, who had known for a long time, he was calmer. Little Izumi Yuhiko, Miyano Akemi, Haibara Ai, and Sato Mikazu, who had just returned from work, all widened their eyes, looking at Chen and Yukiko in shock. After seeing Yukiko, Chiyu Chikage's eyes flashed with guilt. And Belmod just saw the guilt in Kuroba Yukage's eyes instantly made his curiosity even heavier. 3. What is the situation? What role did Kuroba Chikage play when Yukiko became Tatsu's woman? I didn't ask, because even if I asked, I wouldn't necessarily say it. No, I would definitely say it. As everyone watched, Yukiko couldn't help lowering her head. She was really shy. Tong raised her foot and stepped on Chen's foot. Scum. Xiao-ai said something coldly, and the light was very cold, and the eyes of the ice clinic seemed to be able to freeze the air. 3. There was a cold air all over her body. It was like an air conditioner. Little girl, jealous. Bermode jokingly looked at Le Jing's joking mi. This made Xiao-ai very unhappy, as if Phi had met him. Under Bermode's moonlight, Xiao-ai felt as if she had seen through everything. Very uncomfortable. So, what she hates the most is this woman. If possible, she wants to kill this woman. It's a pity that Chen doesn't allow it, and Xiao-ai doesn't have the ability. After all, Belmode's strength. But Chen, who is stronger than Xiao-ai, looked at Yukanzi's shy face and smiled slightly. It seems that Yukiko is no longer angry now, otherwise, she will never show a shy expression. 5 inches right. I still want to know. What's going on? Sato Mawako asked, and Sato Mawako's question was what Xiao-ai wanted to know, so she looked at Chen seriously. It's nothing, it's the same as what you saw. Aren't you hungry? Eat something quickly. Chen shrugged and said, cut. I wouldn't be surprised if the 5 guys did anything. 2.9 Xiao_Jing looked at Chen A with anger and contempt. Yeah, you won't be surprised if Kai Lun does anything. You have to be careful about Xiao-ai. Chen gave Xiao-ai a meaningful look. Xiao-ai actually understood Chen's moonlight, and lowered his head instantly. Yuhi's face suddenly turned up. Xiao-ai's appearance is very rare. I couldn't help but took out my phone. Then I took a photo of Xiao-ai. What are you doing? Xiao-ai's face changed and she asked Chen. 3. Because Xiao-yi is so beautiful, so I just took a photo of you. 1. It's absolutely beautiful. Oh, I'm going to use it as a mobile phone background. Chen said with a smile. You take it over and let me take a look. Xiao-ai said to Chen, but Chen really took the phone and put it away, but he wouldn't show it to Xiao-ai, or Xiao-ai would definitely delete it. 9th, 163 chapters. My purpose is to supervise you. The next morning, Chen left the house. But Xiao-ai insisted on going out with Wuyu. I really hope that you start school earlier. Chen said after looking at Xiao. Xiao-ai and the others are already on vacation, and the vacation time is not short. Of course, Xiao-ai is on vacation, which means that Conan is also on vacation avenue, but Conan has been on vacation recently. They all live in Dr. Akasa's house, and Hattori Heiji is also working there recently, but they have come to investigate Chen. Although it is deeply hidden. But if you want to hide from Chen, the two of them don't have that strength yet, but Chen doesn't pay attention to them, or there is no national psychology to understand the two of them. As long as they don't jump out and find any trouble, Chen is also left to them, as long as it does not affect himself. After all, based on his current relationship with Yukiko, he can be the father of Kudo Shinichi. Although Yukiko is not a biological mother of abolished Shinichi, but she is also a nominal mother at 20. I don't know if Conan knew this now. Will it explode with anger? But Chen feels that if Conan really knows, then it won't be a simple question of anger explosion. I am afraid that time will come. Conan will come and fight Chen desperately. Conan should be able to do things. After all, he can do anything if he is provoked. However, with the sense of justice in Conan's heart. If you really know the truth, it will not be an exaggeration to come to Chen desperately, but Conan is one Nahua with a full sense of justice. How could he come to Hecken to work hard? The topic is too far away. At this time, Xiaoai's expression is very unhappy, and the whole body reveals that I am unhappy. Looking at Xiaoai's unhappy appearance, Chen of course can see it, but Chen didn't say anything. But Chen's silent appearance made Xiaoai even more upset, and wanted to say something, but because of her tsunere, she couldn't say what Xiaoai believed. Seeing her unhappy expression, she should come to comfort herself, but what Xiaoai never expected was that she was too self-motivated. Chen, an annoying guy, just pretended to be invisible. As for why Xiaoai thinks that Chen is pretending to be invisible, this is actually very simple. Because Xiaoai saw Chen and glanced at her. Because of what Chen did, Xiaoai was already angry at this time. The angry Xiaoai, of course, will ignore Chen now. Too angrily, she hugged her hands and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. Xiaoai's angry appearance really made Chen smile. What are you laughing at? Yi Xiaoai's voice is very cold, and the expression on her face is also very cold. Angrily looking at Chen. Nothing to laugh at. Xiaoai snorted coldly and didn't say anything, but the resentment that Xiaoai showed, let Chen know that Xiaoai's resentment was full. Chen Dai smiled at Menger. Sometimes gas little sorrow. Also very good. Chen really liked it. But if Chen's idea, let Xiaoai know. I am afraid that Xiaoai will ignore the image and Chen did not show it. Where are you going? Xiaoai's face was cold. Shang Chen asked. Although she came out with Chen, Xiaoai didn't know where Chen was going now. As this, of course, I'm going to the Maori detective office. After hearing Chen's destination, Xiaoai's expression became even colder. Maori the detective agency Xiaoadong knew this. And Xiaoai also guessed the purpose of Chen going there, needless to say. Must be looking for Morilin. Otherwise, Xiaoai can't think of any reason for Chen to go to Maori to visit the office. Are you going to see the waste uncle of Mori Kogoro? Don't even think about this, the waste uncle of Mori Kogoro. It is estimated that Chen Kai will not deal with him. Sure enough. I knew it. Xiaoai said silently. What do you know, Xiaoai? Chen asked towards Xiaoai. I knew that you came out and must be bad. Xiaoai glanced at Chen and said. Then I haven't asked. What is the purpose of coming out with you and me, Xiaoai? Xiaoai, you are not the one who came out to play. I usually take you out. You are not sympathetic. This time I took the initiative. There must be some purpose. HMPH, what purpose can I have? If Xiaoai doesn't say it, then I can only send you back, but I will do what I say. Chen smiled and looked at Xiao 3. If Xiaoai really doesn't say it, Chen will really bring Xiaoai back. My purpose is to supervise you. Xiaoai finally stated her purpose. Yes, it was to supervise Chen. As for what to do to supervise Chen, only Xiaoai knows that, but Chen can probably guess. Thinking of the jealousy that suddenly flashed on Xiaoai's face when he said he was going to the Maori detective agency, how could Chen not know? Then Xiaoai, you have to supervise well. Chen smiled and said, HMPH. Don't say it anymore. I'll do the same. Xiaoleng snorted and looked at Chen angrily. Sit tight. Remember to fasten your seat belt, but I have to speed up, Chen reminded Xiaoai. Xiaoai didn't move at all. Even if you wanted to speed up, how much could you speed up? Xiaoai didn't care at all. This is in the urban area. Even if Chen wants to run fast, I'm afraid he won't be able to run unless he makes the car fly. Of course, Chen also wouldn't be so arrogant. If he did it like that, I'm afraid it would stun the crowd. Fortunately, it was the peak time for work, so Chen didn't have a traffic jam, and it was not far from Xiaolan's house, and soon came to the Maori detective office. Boss, it can be regarded as meeting you. Mo Benzi suddenly left come out. After seeing Chen, he said, "What, is there something wrong? Is it because the cafe lost money?" Chen asked Mo Benzi. Hearing Chen's question, Mo Benzi said that he was really speechless. Yi Sao listened to you, as if he didn't care if he made money from me. No, with my business, no matter how bad it is, I won't lose money. But the boss, why don't you come here for a while? Ji Genzi couldn't help but said Chen to buy this cafe. It's been a long time. But the quality limit was never managed. Didn't even care about the cafe's revenue. Isn't opening a store to make money. Azusa Momoto is really speechless. Also, why do you believe in her so much, and why she is so small and handed over the entire cafe to her to manage? Aren't you afraid that she will suddenly run away with money? Of course, Sanchen's behavior of trusting her so much also makes her. Mo Benzi was very grateful in his heart, and he also had a different kind of emotion towards Chen, which can also be seen from Moji's contact with God. The Force, Chapter 164. Sister behavior. Boss, what are you doing here this time? If you say you are here to see, I don't believe it. Did you come to find Miss Xiaolan? Mo Benzi asked Zichane. Yes, you really guessed it right. I am here to find Miss Xiaolan. Chen nodded and said that. After Tong Chen finished speaking, a look of disappointment flashed in Mo Benzi's eyes. Sure enough, she knew that she must have come to find Xiaolan. Xiaoai raised her head and glanced at the woman Genzi, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Don't be vigilant. Does this woman have any thoughts about Chen? Hey, who is this little sister? Is it the boss's sister? At this time, Mo Benzi also saw Xiaoai, and she still wanted Li Zi. The first time I saw Xiaoai, it was meet for the first time. Yeah, this is my sister. Chen lightly smiled. Then he nodded, causing Xiaoai to roll his eyes. Who is your sister? I won't disturb you. Chen waved at Mo Benzi, then walked up to the second floor to see Chen leave, and Z was a little disappointed. I also want to communicate with Chen Duo for a while. Too bad he's gone now. But it will definitely come down. When it comes down, talk to him again. Coming to the door of the Maori Detective Agency, Chen knocked on the door with his hand, and soon someone came to the door. It wasn't Maori Kogoro who opened the door, and it wasn't Xiaolan who opened the door now that he was drunk, but Yuan Shan and Yi, who were temporarily in Xiaolan's house. Chen, Yuan Shan and Yi were a little surprised after seeing Chen. Also, who is this little girl? Yuan Shan and Yi looked down at Xiaoai. Looking at Xiaoai's cute appearance, they wanted to take a picture. Hug. However, because Xiaoai had a cold face and looked like no strangers should come near, Yuan Shan and Yi felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Xiaolan also came over, and when she saw Chen and Xiaoji, her eyes showed a touch of joy. Chen, Xiaoai, you are here. Xiaolan shouted in surprise. Yeah, won't Xiaolan invite us in? Chen nodded. Asked Xiaolan. Come in quickly. Xiaolan invited Chen to come in immediately. Chen, is Xiao your sister? Yuan Shan and Yi asked Chen curiously, looking at Xiaoai. When Xiaolan heard the words, she couldn't help but look over. She was also very curious about the relationship between Chen and Xiaoai. I'm not this guy's sister. Xiaoai glanced at Chen, then said, don't worry, it's actually Xiaoai Tsunere, she is my bead sister. Chen smiled and touched Xiaoai's head. Xiaoai shook her head unhappily, not wanting to talk to the queen at all. By the way, let's go out and play. I don't want to meet this drunken uncle directly, Yuan said to Yi. At this time, Maori Kogoro was lying on the table. Sea was full of alcohol. Yuenshin and Yi said that they couldn't stand it. 203 Shaolin also looked at Maori Kogoro helplessly, and then nodded. Okay, let's go out. Shaolan has nothing to do with her dad on the street, and obviously doesn't let him drink so much alcohol. But he wants to drink so much, and there's no way out. He walked out of the house, got into Chen's car, and they left. Why so fast? Zhang Zi walked out of the cafe, looked at Chen who was leaving, and shook his head gloomily. There was a guest just now, and he was entertaining the guest, but he just deleted it and told the guest that the coffee was ready. After the result came out, Chen I left. Forget it. Let's go next time. Zhang Benzi said depressedly. Where are we going? Have you made a decision? Chen asked 2NP to Shaolin and Yuenshin and Yi. That, you decide. In fact, I have no opinion. Shaolin said that Shaolin has no opinion, no matter where you go. By the way, do you want to call Yuanzi? Shaolin asked Chen. The little three please call Yuanzi. If the group can come, then let Yuanzi come over. Chen said to Shaolin. Yeah, Xiao nodded, then called and informed Yuanshui. Shaolin, what's the matter? What's going on? Sonoko was very bored at home. After receiving a call from Shaolin, her eyes suddenly widened. Then she asked Shaolin, Sonoko, we are going out to play. I want to ask, are you free now? ? Shaolin asked Yuanzi, I'm free. Of course I'm free now. Yuanzi nodded her head, but she was very free now. That's right. Zonglin is just you and Hiyi. Is it? Yuanzi asked Shaolin. Of course it's not that Chen is actually there. Shaolin shook her head and said. Yuanzi shouted too loudly. Shaolin shook her head when she heard Yuanzi's shouting. Yuanzi was like this, a little frizzy. Let's go to Tropical Paradise. Come and find us there. Shaolin turned to Yuanzi said. 3 inches okay, I'll go there right away. After saying that, Yuanzi hung up the phone. Chen, 9 let's go to the Tropical Paradise. It's more fun there, Shaolan said to Chen. Okay. Chen nodded, then drove to the Tropical Paradise. In fact, the direction Chen and the others were heading for was the direction to the Tropical Paradise, so there was no need to turn around. Soon Chen and the others arrived at the Tropical Paradise. After waiting for a while, Yuanzi's phone has already called. Shaolin, where are you now? I've arrived at Tropical Paradise. Yuanzi asked Shaolin over the phone, we have seen you. Wait where you are, Chen said. Chen has already seen the garden who is looking around. Now you can walk directly to the garden. The group walked towards Yin, and soon the garden also saw Chen. They ran directly towards Chen, and immediately threw themselves on Chen's body. Yuanzi, can you be restrained? A little sadness. What else is there to say? Shaolin dragged Yuanzi down and looked at Yuanzi with dissatisfaction, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. Oh. Catalina gave Yi tongue, but still ran to Chen's side, and reached out her arm to hug Xiaoai looking at this, very dissatisfied, and stepped on Chen fiercely to vent her dissatisfaction. Do not act against Xiaoai's sister. Chen decided not to care about her. Let's go, let's enter the Tropical Paradise first. Chen Shenxian broke the arm of the garden, and then said. 3 Yuanzi, who was broken free, was a little disappointed. After purchasing the tickets, Chen and the others entered the Tropical Paradise, or maybe it was because of the holiday, there were a lot of people here. You wait, I'll go buy some ice cream. Chen said to them. Okay, Chen, hurry up. Sonoko nodded. Chen ran to the cold drink shop to buy ice cream, while Yuanzi, Shaolin, Yuenshin and Yi got together to discuss what to play for a while. 9. 165. The angry Conan and Hattori Heiji said, have you decided what to do? Chen came over after buying the ice cream and asked them a 3 inches well, I've already thought about it. How about we do the merry-go-round? It is estimated that Xiaoai will also like it very much. Sonoko said, I don't like spinning horses. Xiaoai said, for girls like spinning horses, Xiaoai actually doesn't like it. After all, Xiaoai is not a real child. Of course, he doesn't like things that only children like, and even feels very ashamed. If you let Xiaoai go, Xiaoai will definitely feel very ashamed, so Xiaoai will not go there. What about you, Chen? Sonoko asked Chen again, and of course Chen won't pass. Sorry, merry-go-rounds aren't his thing. Let's change something, I think. How about playing a pirate ship? Zan said. After Chen's suggestion, they ran to play pirate ship, and after playing it once, Yuanshan and Yi said that they would never play this kind of thing again. Now Yuanshan and Yi feel that they are walking by themselves. They are all light and airy, as if they are about to fly. It's so uncomfortable, Yuanshan and Yi said involuntarily. 3 inches, I think it's better to take a rest. Xiaolan's face was also at 600, and her head was shaking. Okay, let's take a rest. Chen took them to the cold drink shop next to the country. Sit down, Hatobu. Isn't that Toyama and Yi? Once she didn't go back. Conan patted Hattori Heiji's hand and said to Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji, who was looking around, immediately looked in the direction Conan pointed. At the second glance, he saw Hekken sitting on the same high. Hattori Hei 2 feet's face turned gloomy all of a sudden. What the hell are Yuanshan and Yi doing? What does this mean? Don't you know that Hyuga Tatsuya is a dangerous person? No, I want to go over. Hattori Heiji was about to walk over, but was stopped by Conan and said, What are you doing, Kudo? 3 inches. Hattori Heiji frowned. Now Hattori Heiji is in a very bad mood. He originally came here to relax, but after seeing this scene, his mood instantly became unhappy. 3 inches. Don't be impulsive. What can you do now in the past? Conan said, blood-wearing Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji was speechless. Indeed, just like what Conan said, after Hattori Heiji passed, it was good Kaba to say something like ____. Pan Jungdu, don't forget your childhood sweetheart, and now you are with Hyuga Chen. You are not afraid that she likes Hyuga bottom 2 inches, Hattori Heiji said to Conan. Conan was silent after hearing the words. Then he said seriously, I believe Xiao Orchid. Hattori Hei pouted. He didn't express his approval for Conan's words. Although he didn't want to admit it, Hyuga Chen's little white face was quite handsome, so, Hattori Heiji himself didn't have confidence in Toyama and Yi. Nada is precisely because of this that Hattori Heiji's reaction is so big. Damn, why did you come out to relax and meet Hyuga Chen? Heiji Hattori said angrily, but Heiji Hattori didn't go there either. It seems that he really gave up after hearing Conan's dissuasion. But that's not the case. It's just that Heiji Hattori doesn't know how to talk to Toyama and Yi after the past. Because of what happened with him last time with this guy Kudo, Toyama and Yi definitely don't want to see him now. Thinking of this, Hattori Aji hates Hyuga Tatsu even more. Now Hattori Heiji and Conan speculate. That person from that day. Definitely not in black. The person in the organization is Hyuga Chen. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. If there is evidence, Hyuga Chen will definitely be thrown into prison for punishment. What should we do now? Hattori asked Kudo. Now Hattori Heiji's heart is very complicated, and some can't make up his mind. So what does this Hanma Conan need to do? Observe them first so that they won't be discovered. Conan said to Heiji. He heard Conan's words. Looking at Conan's eyes again, Heiji knew that Conan didn't particularly believe in Shaolin. But Heiji also had this intention, so the two quietly hid. Observing Hyuga Chen and the others, Chen glanced at the back lightly. In fact, when Conan and Hattori Heiji looked over, Chen had already discovered them. They thought they were perfectly hidden now, but in Chen's eyes, there was no difference between them. There's no difference. But Chen didn't damage them. He turned around and handed Xie Baiken out to Shaolin and the others for fun, but he didn't want to bullshit them. Damn. Conan and Hattori Heiji bit Kiba and clenched his fists tightly, very angry. I don't know if Chen did it on purpose or not. Now he is having a close conversation with Shaolin and Yuanshan and Yi. Hattori Heiji was furious. This guy who dies. Could it be that he was trying to play Heiji's idea? Hattori Heiji's eyes suddenly softened. Conan is also the same as Hattori Heiji. Hyuga Chen, this bastard, is playing Shaolin's idea. No, Conan has long been got it. This bastard is trying to play Xiao Ran's idea. Xiao Ran, this idiot, doesn't know how to stay away from this guy Hyuga Chen. Hattori Heiji can't help it anymore, and walks directly over there. Conan sees Hattori. Heiji passed by, but he didn't stop him, and he followed. No, I just had to tell Shaolin. I feel that elementary school and Hyuga-chan are getting closer and closer. Conan is really scared now. Shaolin suddenly likes Hyuga-chan after all. This guy's attraction to girls is known to the group of students in the provincial school. Shaolan shouldn't be so superficial in her appearance. Conan whispered alone, but even if Conan whispered to comfort himself, he couldn't dispel his inner panic. If Shaolin really likes this guy Hyuga-chan, then he really can't even cry. I went to the floor to cry. Conan and Hattori Heiji walked over in a threatening manner. Chen was indeed a little surprised. Chen was so close to Shaolin and Yuenshin and Yi just now that he really wanted to be angry with these two guys. Thinking of these two guys getting angry all of a sudden, Chen really wanted to laugh. I saw these two guys. They came over angrily. After Heiji Hattori came over, he slapped the table angrily. He was talking with Sonoko. Kazuya, who was suddenly startled, raised his head to look at the person who had come. 3. Hito Heiji. Heiji was a little surprised at this time. Why is Hattori Heiji still here? Didn't he go home? Also, what's the matter with the aggressive look? In a moment of anger, I felt very unhappy. The original good mood was completely destroyed. Similarly, Sonoko and Shaoran next to him were also very unhappy, because Hattori Heiji this time. Guy is rude. 9th, 166 chapters. Angry Hattori Heiji, why are you here? Toyama and Yi feel full of Hattori Heiji's rudeness. However, he still spoke to Hattori Heijima. I should ask you this, why are you here? Didn't you go back to Osaka? Hattori Heiji asked the brown scene with his face unchanged. What does this have to do with you? Hattori Heiji's tone was very not good. The same tone of Yuenshin and Yi. At this time, it didn't get any better. Heiji Hattori couldn't help but frown when he heard it, and his heart became even more unchanged. What does it have to do with you? Doesn't it matter? Conan, why are you still following him? Shaolin frowned slightly when she saw Anan. Shaoran's impression of Hattori Heiji is very bad, and she is also very unfamiliar with Hattori Heiji. After all, it is impossible for Shaoran to have any good impression of Hattori Heiji because of what happened last time. Now I don't want to beat Hattori Heiji, which is already good. Conan hesitated, not knowing what to say, and gave Chen a hateful look at the same time. Conan, what are you staring at me for? Chen smiled slightly, and then asked Conan. Conan, it's absolutely not allowed to be so rude. Do you know Guang? Shaolan said to Conan seriously, and Shaolan, who had a very unhappy expression on Conan's face, was really, Chengzai would actually speak for this guy, he really wanted him pissed off. However, he glared at Chen this guy indignantly, and then Conan retracted his eyes, so as not to be educated by Shaolin again. Hurry up and go back to me now. Hattori Heiji said to Yuanshan and Yi Ling. He was so annoyed by Hattori's command-like tone that Yuanshan and Yi suddenly stood up and asked angrily, why do you order? Toyama and Yi Dan, asked Hattori Heiji slightly. I am doing this for you, it's not safe for you to stay here. Hattori Heiu also deliberately glanced at Chen, as if to say that Chen is a villain. Hattori Heiji's eyes have been seen by Shaolin and Sonoko, and their brows are slightly wrinkled. Hattori Heiji's this, what do you mean? Do you want to say that Tatsu is a bad guy? Ran and Sonoko, who were already full of hatred for Heiji Hattori. All of a sudden, the senses of Heiji Hattori were completely reduced to freezing point. I said, you black charcoal. Don't you think you're an eyesore here? Sonoko pointed at Hattori Heiji unceremoniously and said that being pointed at the nose is rude. Hattori also admitted that he looks a little dark, but it's not black. Charcoal. Sonoko's words are a bit ugly, but it's right. Sonoko's sense of Hattori Heiji has been reduced to a minimum. It's not an exaggeration to say anything. You don't think what you said. Rabbit is a little rude, isn't it? It also depends on who you are, let alone are you polite. Come over and slap the table, why are you doing such harm? Sonoko said angrily. What are you talking about? Knowing such a bad guy, He's even worse than Kudo-shin. Sonoko couldn't help but said to Yuenshin and Yi. Conan lay down his gun innocently. He couldn't help biting Kiba, staring at Sonoko. Sonoko is a 38, it's nothing to cry on him. 1. I really don't have any good feelings at all, because Sonoko often speaks ill of him in front of Shaolin. But Conan doesn't think about it either. Is there any sentence that Sonoko said is wrong? No, what Sonoko said is actually true. This guy Kudo Shinichi is indeed a bit bad. Sonoko often feels injustice for Shaolin, that's why he says so. Sonoko, don't mention Kudo-shin. Xiaolan said. Now Xiaolan doesn't want to mention that guy Kudo Shinichi. Hearing Xiaolan's words, Conan's eyes couldn't help but darken. Let's change place. Toyama and Yi stood up and said. Anyway, Toyama and Yi at this time didn't want to see Hattori Heiji. Seeing Toyama and Yi going to leave, Hattori Heiji immediately called out, Hattori Heiji must let Toyama he leaves with Yi, otherwise, he will feel uneasy. 3. Who knows that Hyuga-chen didn't open a guy? Will he do anything to Hiei? Now Hiei is very dangerous. What else do you do? Yuanyama and Yi's expression has cooled down. Originally, I was in a good mood today, but now after meeting Hattori Heiji, Toyama and Yi are in a very bad mood. Facing Toyama and Yi's bad tone, Hattori Heiji is very I wanted to get angry. But in the end, I made a rational choice to suppress the anger. Uncle Shilang Wu, Yuenshin Silver, should be very worried about you, so you should go back. Hattori Heiji endured the anger in his heart and said, this has nothing to do with you. Toyama and Yi glanced at Hattori Heiji, and then said, one sentence has nothing to do with him. Let Hattori Heiji completely unable to suppress his anger. He couldn't help but overturn the table in anger. Hey, what are you doing to Hattori? Conan hurriedly stretched his hair and pulled Hattori Heiji to flip the table. Maybe he was going to look at the gins and drink tea. Look at the socks on the front desk next to him. Now he has to pick up the phone and call the police. After all, this is a cold drinks company. The store, Hattori Heiji's actions just now made the guests run away several times. However, the staff at the front desk temporarily suppressed the unhappiness and did not take care of it for the time being. But now that the table is overturned, it will not work, and it needs to be taken care of. Just when they were about to call the police, Conan immediately walked over to apologize, and then let them down. Kazuo glanced at Hattori Banu, only frowned slightly, and then left. Shaolin Kazuo Sonoko followed. Of course, Chen turned around and showed a meaningful smile to Hattori Heiji, then took Xiao Ai's hand and followed Xiaolan and the others. Damn, what exactly does that mean? Angry Hattori Heiji wanted to follow up. Do you really call the police? If you do call the police, then Hattori Heiji is the unreasonable party. At that time, it will not only be a matter of losing money and apologizing, but will likely be detained. After all, the Metropolitan Police Department is investigating, because last time I have a very bad impression of Hattori Heiji. Kudo, why are you pulling me? Don't be so loud. Okay, what if someone else hears it? Conan pulled Mob Heiji. He even called him Kudo in a low voice outside, and he called him so loudly, because he was afraid that others would not know his identity. Chapter 160. Tracking is also a must-have skill. You better pay compensation, otherwise. Then don't blame us for calling the police. The two waiters said to Hattori Heiji and Conan, of course. They won't look down on Nan this kid. So of course it was Hattori Heiji. How much? Chii Heiji asked angrily. 100,000 yen. One of the waiters said to Hattori Heiji. What? You said 100,000 yen too, are you robbing 9? Hattori Heiji froze after hearing it. Didn't he just overturn a table, and it cost 100,000 yen? Yen's compensation, does he take him as a grievance? 1. Since the woman is born, there is nothing to say, we will call the police now. Don't forget that all the customers in the store have run away because of you. The waiter picked up the phone and said, May 1st, to call the police. Heiji hurriedly said, forget it, 100,000 yen is 100,000 yen. Heiji Hattori also doesn't want to deal with the police officers and the others. Because Heiji Hattori also knows it. The police officer Sagumi doesn't have a good impression of him. Although these waiters are suspected of extortion, there is also his fault in this. Even if it is such a machine, Hattori Heiji is still very unhappy in his heart. After eating one, the body of the stomach has lost a lot of money, and now he is very unhappy in serving Lee Heiji. But 100,000 yen is no problem for Hattori Heiji to take out. Let's go Kudo, let's get out of here. The angry Hattori Heiji is pulling Konan. Just want to open this tropical paradise. But he was caught by Konan. Wait and Hattori, are you really leaving like this? Can you really feel relieved? Konan's meaning was very obvious in the direction of leaving, and Hattori Heiji could feel it. Hattori Heiji, who was furious, wanted to open high. At this time hesitating for a while, he really didn't want to leave at this time. Let's follow up and see, who knows what Hyuga-chen will do. Konan said to Hattori Heiji. Listen to Konan's words. Hattori Heiji just hesitated, and then agreed. To be honest, Hattori was not at ease, so he wanted to keep up, but he was just a self-esteem in his heart. I don't want to keep up, so as not to be stunned by Yuan-chan and Yi-young, but now I have said this. It can be regarded as a step for Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji also immediately walked off the steps. Go, let's follow and lose Yukong. Hattori Ryu immediately dragged Konan to follow. And Konan, who was being dragged by Hattori Heiji, turned his dead fish eyes and looked at Hattori Heiji. Why are you dragging me? Konan wanted to break free Zero, but he didn't have the strength of Hattori Heiji. Konan, a primary school student in the L district, where is Hattori Heiji? Although the elementary school student Konan is fake, but even so, after Hanan became smaller. His strength has also become so small. I can go. Konan finally couldn't bear it any longer. He said to Hattori Heiji. You're so slow, you might get lost. Stop talking nonsense. Hattori Heiji dragged Konan while Konan struggled for a long time. He still felt unable to struggle, and Wu-na had no choice but to give up. Sonoko said angrily. Sonoko, why are you so angry? Chen felt Yuanzi's anger was inexplicable. I just see that black charcoal doesn't change. Sonoko said the reason why he felt angry. Yes, it was because he felt the same after watching Hattori Heiji. But Hattori Heiji didn't seem to provoke Sonoko. I really don't know why Sonoko was upset when he saw Hattori Heiji. Xiaoran, you seem to be are you unhappy? Chen looked at Xiaolin who lowered her head and asked. Xiaolin, who seemed to have something on her mind, raised her head and looked at him with suspicious moonlight. Kiss. I'm sorry I was distracted just now, so I didn't hear it at all. Xiaolin stroked her head embarrassedly. I'm saying, Xiaolin, you don't seem happy, you seem to have something on your mind. If you have something on your mind, you can talk to me about it. Chen said to Xiaolin. Yeah, okay Xiaolin, you seem to really have something on your mind. I don't know what you have in mind, can you say it? Sonoko nodded and looked at Xiaolin. You are very concerned about Shoutian Garden. Oh 5, actually, it's because I'm just a little strange, why Konan is still together with Heiji Hattori. Xiaolan shook her head slightly and said inexplicably. Xiaolan really can't panic, why is Konan still staying with Hattori Heiji now? Did you forget the hurt last time? After Xiaolan said this, and the expression on the spit is also a bit weird. Yes, why is Hattori Heiji still having a relationship with Konan? Does Hattori Heiji have any special hobbies? At this time, Heiji was a little suspicious. They seemed to be following behind. Xiao-ai glanced back, but when Xiao-ai looked back, Hattori Heiji and Konan immediately hid, as if they were thieves. They didn't get discovered. The little girl's reaction was really sharp, unexpectedly. Able to discover us. Hattori Heiji took a deep breath and said. After all, he was with that guy Hyuga-chen. In fact, Chu is also very suspicious of Haibara Jing, Konan said because he was a classmate. As above, because he and Chen are in the same block, Konan is also in his heart. Pay more attention to Hyuan I. 3 After watching the case, Ku felt more and more that Hyuan was not simple and definitely not an ordinary child. Anyway, it was definitely not like an ordinary child. Of course, Conan did not doubt Xiaoai either. Like him, he took that kind of medicine because Conan thought it should be just an accident, there should be no more. The second one with the same 2.2 as him. Also, I don't want to believe it. There are still people who are with him. Latter has taken that kind of medicine and became smaller. After all, if it really exists. The second person's words mean that he, me, and him are very dangerous. Perhaps knowing that this medicine can make a person smaller, the black-clothed organization can be found on his head, so because of this reason, in Conan's heart, he is the only person with a very small phase change, and the black-clothed organization has no idea about the genius. They're following. Where are they? Why didn't I see it? Sonoko turned her head and wanted to find Hattori Heiji and Conan. But didn't see it. Of course, it is impossible to see, because Hattori Heiji and Conan have well hidden Sonoko's ability at this time. Of course, it cannot be found. As a detective, sometimes tracking is also a necessary skill, and ordinary people can't find it. Chapter 968. The unfortunate Sonoko, it seems that we have been discovered, do we still want to follow? Conan asked Hattori Heiji. Conan is sure that Haibara-I has discovered them. As long as Haibara-I discovered them, it also means that Hyuga-chen also discovered them. Tenten, follow, of course I have to follow. Hattori Heiji gnashed his teeth and nodded. As for why Hattori Heiji gnashed Kiba's teeth like this, of course, it was because Yuenshin and Yi were standing very close to Chen now. After seeing this scene, Hattori Heiji became jealous. I can't wait to run over now and tear apart that guy Hyuga-chen. Conan nodded, and to be honest he didn't want to leave either. 3 inches Xiao-ai, you must have read it wrong. Why didn't I see the black charcoal following the garden and asked Xiaoyi. Look over there. Xiao Aiwei pointed, and when Xiao Ai Dian pointed, Hattori Heiji and Conan happened to look over here because they looked over. Sonoko also happened to see Hattori Heiji and Conan who were peeping towards this side. It turned out to be secretly following us. Sonoko's brows furrowed, and she felt unrequited in her heart. Sonoko is very angry now that no one has been followed. Too hateful. I'll drive them away, Sonoko said angrily. Just as Yuanzi was about to pass, Chen suddenly stretched out his hand to hold Yuanzi, and shook his head gently towards Yuanzi. Okay, ignore them. Let's go play. Otherwise, the whole day will be wasted. I came here just to play with Heiji, and Conan, and also, if these two guys are together now, will something happen? Yi-Chen felt that it would be strange if nothing happened. Never mind. Anyway, what happened to Hai Lun would not affect his ability to be self-willed. Let's go, let's play with bumper cars. Chen pulled a few girls and ran over to play with bumper cars. Xiao Ai, do you want to get up with me? Chen asked Xiao Ai. Humph tilde. Xiao Ai hummed softly, but Chen was still sitting on a bumper car. Just sat in Chen's arms. Chen looked at Xiao Hao Yuhi's moistened earlobe, and a smile appeared on his face, but Xiao Ai didn't see Chen's smile. Chen, I came to Yuanzi to drive the car. I hit Chen and I didn't even start. I was hit on the guardrail. The most important thing is that Yuanzi didn't leave at all, so I was just holding Chen's car. Yuanzi, you are like this. It's embarrassing. Chen looked at the grinning Yuanzi and said, his car was blocked, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even get out of it. Hee, you have your own way. Yuanzi looked at Chen Thief helplessly. The expression on his face is even better than the smile on his face. Sonoko, you have to be careful, I advise you to avoid it now. Chen kindly raised the question mark on the other side of Yuanzi to Yuanzi, then turned his head equals look, and saw Shaolin driving a bumper car, hit Yuanzi, directly knocked Yuanzi out, and Chen and Xiao Ai were also able to escape. Ah, Shaolin, what are you doing? Yuanzi looked at Shaolin thoughtfully, while Shaolin gave Yuanzi an embarrassed look back. Me too. Playing bumper cars for the first time. So the control is not good at all. Shaolin is very embarrassed. Unlike driving, bumper cars are much more flexible. It's generally not really controllable. But Shaolin also can't drive. No, I have to hit it back. Yuanzi said that he must take revenge. Looking at Shaolin aggressively, she panicked when she saw Shaolin. Yuanzi hadn't done anything yet, when He was bumped into the corner, looking at Yuan Shanhei with tears in his eyes. Why did the Duke bully me? Sonoko, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe it? He asked towards Sonoko in a low voice. What do you think? Yuanzi looked at He resentfully and asked. Looking at Yuanzi's resentment, he knew that Yuanzi didn't believe it at all. That's right. Now Yuanzi felt that He was deliberately bullying her. Why is she so stubborn? Yuanzi, you deserve it. With a schadenfreude smile on Chen's face, the smile made Yuanzi's resentment hit Shigong again. Chen's bumper car hit Yuanzi's car, and Yuanzi was so angry that he wanted to cry. Yuanzi, I said it was controlled by Xiao Ai, would you believe it? Chen said to Yuanzi, I believe it's strange. Sonoko turned to Byakugan, and didn't believe it was Xiao Ai Sao 3. In Sonoko's eyes, Chen was just to get revenge for the 2 blows just now, so it's really hateful to hit her. But Yuanzi really bought a pull. This time it's really not Chen Zuji's, it's really Xiao Ai who is in control. Chen looked down at Xiao Ai. However, Xiao Ai didn't look at Chen, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was very happy. Just now, Xiao Ai and Chen were in the same car, and Yuanzi suddenly bumped over. Of course, Xiao Ai felt a little unhappy in her heart. That's why he manipulated the bumper car and rammed it towards the garden. You all bullied me, and I will definitely take revenge. Yuanzi shouted angrily. So, the skin is poor, Yuanzi, you have said so, then I don't plan to be polite to you. Chen showed a smile to Yuanzi. Smile. However, this smile made Yuanzi feel a strong threat, and at this time Yuanzi wanted to recognize Kong. But on the face of it, he didn't want to admit it. 450_. Hey, who's afraid of who? Shaolin, you must help, and hi, let's deal with the bad guy Chen together. Yuanzi shouted to Shaolin and hi, I'm sorry Yuan, I'm afraid I really can't help. Get on you, I'm not familiar with the real car, so I'm afraid it will be a disservice. Bai Heiyi said to Yuanzi. He hit Yuanzi just now, and it really wasn't intentional by Hai, but he couldn't control it, and Yuanzi was shocked. So it will be bumped into. It's okay, anyway, we are playing bumper cars. We were originally meant to bump and play. Sonoko said with a smile. I want spring. Sonoko drove the bumper car and hit Chenjing. But when he was about to meet, Chen slammed in a direction, and then drifted with a tail, knocking Sonoko out, and at the same time he left the place. What? Started the car again in a huff, and said that he would never give up if he didn't hit Chen. At the same time, he was still greeting Shaolin and Yi, asking them both to help together. Shaolin and Yi Bian couldn't beat Yuanzi's request, and then they helped Yuanzi together. Prepare the 3 to encircle Chen and Xiao Ai together. Well, it's mainly Chen, Xiao Ai is just incidental, who told Kaijing and Chen to stay in a car, but there is time and Yi's help. It's better not to have Guozi but was knocked out by them several times. Yuanzi is very resentful. 9th, 160 chapters. Attack of Tropical Paradise. Stop playing. Stop playing, I won't play with you. Sonoko stopped. Lai waved his hand and said that the injured person was her, so Yuanzi wondered if Xiaodeng and He were targeting him. Then go play with other things. Anyway, I feel a little bored now. Chen nodded and said, don't you stop playing. Shaolin and Yi and the 2 girls are still playing bumper cars. The 2 of them are really playing for the first time. So have fun. Let's go over there to play. Yuanzi pointed to the children's playground not far away, towards Chen 3 inches. Student Yuanzi, you are too old to go there now, don't you realize that the people inside are you a child? 9 Chen said to Yuanzi, checking the fees very seriously. I want to take Xiao Ai to play, definitely not by myself. Sonoko Vice vowed to say every day. However, the words of the garden. Chen felt that the credibility was not high at all, it was clearly Sonoko who wanted to play in the past. I'm not interested in that. Xiao Ai refused directly. This is also Chen's expectations. If Xiao Ai was really interested, it would be really strange. Big, Xiao Ai is not interested, that's a pity. Sonoko lowered his head in disappointment. If it is to let Sonoko go by herself, although there are no rules there, too many people are not allowed to pass by, but Sonoko is embarrassed, after all, she is also a high school student. If you bring a garden, maybe it can also be said that he played with the children. Now that Xiao Ai is not interested, there is no reason for Yuanzi. Yuanzi, don't be so childish, okay. Chen patted Yuanzi on the shoulder, as if to comfort Yuanzi, but seeing the smile on Chen's face, Yuanzi felt that he was laughing at himself. The little Lanyans complained that a coffee was just as soon as they came back, and they saw Hattori Heiji and Conan sneaking behind. Those two guys seemed to be following. Sonoko frowned. I heard Sonoko talking about those two guys. Shaolin and Hiei were stunned for a moment, and then they knew who Yuanzi was referring to. At this time, it is definitely not other people, it must be Hattori Heiji and Conan he too. Shaolin looked back, but did not find Hattori Heiji and Conan. I thought it was hidden. But Shaolin really doesn't understand why Conan and Hattori Heiji have such a good relationship. We play ours, ignore them. Yuan Shan and Yi glanced back and said. Boom. The sound of the explosion, couldn't it be something happened? Chen, who was about to say something, suddenly heard the sound of an explosion. He couldn't help but get weird and then looked back at Heiji and Conan. Could it be an accident that happened because of them? It's on the Ferris wheel. Xiaolan pointed to the Ferris wheel with thick black smoke in the distance. It should have been the Ferris wheel that exploded just now. I think it's better for us to leave first at this time, what do you think? Chen looked at Shaolin and Yuanzi with questioning eyes. Well, I agree. Sonoko nodded in agreement. 3 Although Yuan Yujia likes to watch the fun, but Yinyi also knows how lively he can watch, and what can't be watched. Such an explosion must not go to join in the fun, and life is the most important thing. Xiaolan and Hiei also nodded. They won't run over to join in the fun. It's too dangerous. Who knows if it was a terrorist? Of course, it may just be an accident, but the possibility is really not high. After all, how could the cabin of the Ferris wheel for no reason explode? Bang el bang, bang el, a series of gunshots rang out, which also made Chen confirm that it was a terror attack, and with Hattori Heiji and Conan in it, there was absolutely no good thing. Because the gunshots sounded, countless people ran outside. Go. The people in the heat protection park are not fools. The gunshots are still audible. At this time, no one has time to call the police. 7. They all ran outside in a panic. Let's call the police. Xiaolan immediately took out her cell phone and carried it to the police. Officer Kimu, I'm Xiaolan, we're in charge of lead. There seems to be an attack here. We heard explosions and guns. Xiaolan, we're on our way to Tropical Paradise, and Ma Shi will arrive. Officer Mumu replied. After hanging up on Xiaolan, he said, Officer Mumu and the others have arrived. However, Officer Chimu and the others seemed to have known that an accident had occurred here. Don't have so many routes. Let's go quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous. Sonoko grabbed Xiaolan's hand and said. Xiaolan nodded, suddenly stunned, and then she couldn't help but say, Where's Conan? Will he run over to have fun? Xiaolan also knew that Conan likes to run to dangerous places. What should he do if he suddenly ran over? That kid isn't an idiot. He shouldn't run over. Don't worry, Lan. Sonoko comforted Xiaolan. Yeah, there should be no danger with Hattori Heiji. Toyama and Yi said. However, it is precisely because of Hattori Heiji that it is even more dangerous. Hattori Heiji has the same character as Kudo Shinichi. If something is really dangerous, not only will he not escape, he will also just rush up. Now that the two of them meet, of course they will run over to check the situation. As for whether there will be any danger, please, are the two of them afraid of any danger? Just now, Chen found out. Hattori Heiji and Conan ran towards the place of the explosion. Chen didn't pay attention to this. Chen really wanted to see if they could really kill the protagonist's halo, whether it is possible to protect them all the time. Young Guochen thinks it is unlikely. If you die like this, maybe one day you will directly kill yourself. 3 inches. Let's go, Zhao Haofu, let's leave first. Chen pulls up Lan He Xiao I, walked outside. Why don't you pull me? Yuanzi pouted, and then followed directly to Feng Feng. After a while, a siren sounded, and the police arrived here. Immediately began to evacuate the crowd. Hey, isn't that Sato Mawako's sister over there? When Shaolin saw Sato Mawako, who was evacuating the crowd at a glance. Shaolin, your eyes are so good, you can see it here. Chen couldn't help saying. 9. Now they are far away from Kaomi Kazuko's location. I didn't expect that at such a long distance, Shaolin could still see clearly. Should we go over and ask? 1. Under what happened? No, let's not disturb Sister Mei and Z's work. Sonoko, don't be so 8 trigrams. Shaolin said to Sonoko. 9th, 170th chapters. Attack of Tropical Paradise Part 2. Mawako should have seen us. Chen looked at it and said that, and Mawako, who came over from their side, said yes. Just when he was evacuating the crowd, Mawako saw Chen and the others at a glance. Chen, you guys also there? Mawako came over and said. Mawako sister, may I ask what happened? It looks like a lot of money. Sonoko asked curiously. Sonoko prefers 8 trigrams, with a look on his face that I really want to know. It's a terrorist attack. Mawako explained the reason. It could be regarded as an act of revenge. This time, it was done by an organization. Before, when the leader of this organization was arrested by the police, they asked the question, and now they are doing it for revenge. Even before the explosion, he even sent a letter to the police directly, without any intention of concealing it at all. It can be said that he was provoking the police. Everyone in the Metropolitan Police Department was very angry about this, and they dared to speak directly to the police. Provocation, this is too rampant. It seems that the leader of this organization, very prestige, even after he died, there were 580 people who wanted to help and take revenge. 3. Is an organization similar to Come to Teach, and the quality of the organization has regarded their leader as the true god. Sato Mawako shook his head and said, Oh, I didn't expect Li Hong to have such an organization. Chen was a little surprised. This is normal, but we have worked hard. Mawako complained. Most of the people who organize like this are lunatics. It's crazy, let's get out of here. Meihazy said to Shaolin and the others. Meihazy was not worried about Chen. She knew that Chen would not be in danger, but Shaolin and the others were ordinary people. In his hand, but Zheng Yi, who had a lot of explosives, detonated the explosives in a frenzy, and ordinary people were in danger. Well, we will leave right away. Yuanzi nodded. Although Yuanzi is very lively, it is not to be seen. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Yuanzi said that she is still young and has not caught up with Chen. She is not willing to die like this. So safety is first. Abi the way, Sister Mawako, you have to be careful too. Kuniko said to Mawako with concern. 2 inches, don't worry, I'll be fine. Mawako smiled. Since Hekken learned ninjutsu, Mawako is no longer an ordinary person. Shin is not afraid of any danger. Even if there is real danger, Mawako believes that she can absolutely guarantee her own safety. Explosives. She is not afraid of anything. Tense as long as the other party has no missiles, Mawako can absolutely guarantee her own safety. In fact, the other party really has a different bomb, and Mawako is also absolutely safe. Mawako is Chen's woman after all. Chen will of course stay with Mawako. What are you going to do? Don't even think about hurting Mawako even if it's a single one. Besides, it's difficult to get a bazooka for a small organization. Not to mention the impracticality of missiles. Then let's leave the tropical paradise first. Chen said to the girls. I really don't know those criminals. Will the tropical paradise be blown up? If it is really blown up, then there will be no way to play here in the future. Yuanzi said with a pity face. Shaolin couldn't help looking at her with a black head. Yuanzi, what are you talking about? Yuanzi has left her tongue, but Yuanzi also doesn't want those criminals to blow up the tropical paradise. I guess the tropical paradise, the chairman of the board, I'm afraid I will cry to death now. Chen couldn't help but smile. It seems that Tropical Paradise also has shares in my family. Sonoko remembered at this time that their Suzuki Consortium seemed to be one of the shareholders of Tropical Paradise. Is that so? Doesn't that mean that the Tropical Paradise is yours? He looked at the garden in surprise. Arlingshu World Group is only one of the shareholders of CA__BG, and it is the largest shareholder, and it is not our family. Otherwise, we can't get it from my mother. Yuanzi said involuntarily, touching his chin. A&E suddenly looked at Yuanzi L's local tyrant speechlessly, and they really couldn't afford it. That's right. My mother seems to want to see you. Sonoko looked at Chen and said as Sonoko's words. Chen couldn't help thinking of Tomoko Suzuki, a mature woman. I wanted to find Tomoko Suzuki when I had time, and Chen couldn't help but move. Chen, what are you thinking? Shaolin asked Wei Xiang suspiciously. I didn't think about anything more than what plans you have now. Do you want to save it here and see it, or do you really want to leave? Chen looked at the girls and asked. Now that we have left the Tropical Paradise, it is safe here, let's take a look here. Now that safety has been ensured. Yuanzi wants to join in now, join in the fun. Isn't there a lot of people around here to join in the fun? By the way, what about Hattori Heiji and Conan? Why didn't you see them? Shaolin Yugong looked around, but she didn't see the two of them. Are the two of them still inside? Shaolin's heart immediately pretended to be you. They should have come out, maybe they have already left. He frowned slightly, and she was also very worried in her heart. Although Heiji has some spears now, Kazuha doesn't want Hattori to have an accident. Conan's character is very jumpy, and that Hattori Heiji is also a nosy, maybe he really didn't come out. Sonoko say the world, then what should I do now? Shaolin's expression became anxious. If you kill yourself, then the kill is either dead or alive. Xiao Ai said coldly. What Xiao Ai hates the most is this kind of guy who obviously has no ability, but still likes to be brave. He has to put himself on it to be happy. I'll go in and have a look, you can help me take care of Xiao Ai. Chen Shang Xiao Lan they said. Chen, it's too dangerous for you to go in. Xiao Lan Lao, Yi and the others quickly said that they didn't know what was going on inside. That's right, I believe that they will kill themselves. You don't want to go in to save them, right? Maybe they have already come out. Sonoko also refused to let Chen in. Because it is too dangerous. Who knows what will happen after they go in. When they came out, they heard gunshots and a series of dense gunshots. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chen Wei waited and walked inside. When Shaolin was about to go to Dechen to pull it back, Xiao Ai suddenly grabbed her hand. Don't worry, he will be fine. Xiao Ai said between Xiaolan. Xiao Ai went in by herself. You can guarantee your own safety, nothing will happen. Not to mention Chen, he will be absolutely fine. 9th, 171 chapters. Angrily scolding the mother and the tomb police officer, Mawako. Chen went over and patted Mawako on the shoulder, and Mawako, who was carefully observing, was surprised. Why did you come in? Mawako asked involuntarily, looking at Chen. I just came in like this. I came in to see the excitement. I shouldn't mind Tilda, Chen said with a smile. Chen ran in, but not to rescue Hattori Heiji and Conan. To be honest, Chen actually came here to watch the fun. If the police officer of the Tomb of the Moon sees it, he will definitely invite you out. Mawako whispered. After all, in the eyes of the police officer of the Tomb of the Moon, Chen is an ordinary citizen, and he will definitely not let Chen stay here. If something really happened to Chen, Officer Mu would be responsible. Of course, Chen couldn't have an accident at all. They have many workers, haven't they solved it yet? There are not many people, only 5 of them, but a group of people was kidnapped by them, and they also put explosives. We dare not act rashly. Sato Mawako said a little helpless. It's mainly those explosives. If they don't solve the explosives, they won't dare to touch them at all. Of course, if Mikazu Sato showed his true strength, then of course there would be absolutely no problem. However, Sato Makiko didn't want to reveal his real code and showed off his unusual abilities after Era knew if it would bring any trouble. Nada Sato Mikazu was especially afraid of causing trouble to Chen, so she didn't make a move and could only wait here. Chen and Sato Mawako were talking. The serious-faced police officer Mumu came over. There were several police officers next to him. And the tomb police officer came to Chen. Looking at Chen seriously, he said, "Brother Chen, please leave this place immediately." If it was the first class of the police to investigate the scene, the tomb police officer would have no real encounter. But this is not an ordinary homicide scene. 10 lives are in danger here, and now all the people except the kidnapped people have been evacuated by the police officer Mumu. Just now Chen was chatting with Sato Mawako, and was seen by some policemen, and then ran over to report to the police officer at the Tomb of the Moon. They want to hire the tomb police officer. Come on Hyuga Chen to drive away. The police of the Metropolitan Police Department don't really like Chen. After all, Sato Mikazu is the police flower of the Metropolitan Police Department. When Hyuga Chen and Kazuomi and Zilling are so close, of course some people can't see it. And the tomb police officer, "I am here. I'm looking for someone." Chen smiled softly, then said to Officer Mumu. She'd have said that he was looking for someone later, and Officer Kimu's brows were lightly wrinkled, and then Moonlight looked at Sato Miko next to him. Zero White after seeing Sato Mawako. Officer Mumu seemed to understand everything. He nodded and said, "Brother Chen, are you worried about the safety of Officer Zuowan?" Thinking of the relationship between Chen and Bayo Zhonghezi, and the danger here. It's normal to run around to take a look, but although the public order knows it's normal, the police officer at the Tomb of the Moon will never allow it. 3 inches. Although I know what you are worried about, Brother Garin, it's very dangerous here. It's best to leave quickly. Don't worry, Officer Sato will never have an accident. We'll let Sato Mawako rush to the front. Even though Sato Mawako is very shrewd and capable, but the real danger, and the police officer will definitely not let her take the risk. No, in fact, I believe that Mawako will not be in any danger. I was looking for Hattori Heiji and Konan Chen and pulled out Hattori Heiji and Konan, but he really didn't come here to find some kind of Hattori Ganshi and Konan. I came here purely to watch the fun, and most of the time. The reason why I mentioned these 2 guys is to prevent the police officer from the Tomb of the Tomb. What, Chen, did you persuade Heiji and Konan to be there too? I talked about it just now. The fixed police officer. I became restless all of a sudden, and the whole person became nervous. I never saw that Hattori Heiji was also here. As Hattori Heiji, there must be no accident. If something happened to Hattori Heiji, that Hattori Heiji's father, Hattori Haizang, will definitely be furious. And although the police officer doesn't want to see Hattori Heiji in his heart, he absolutely cannot let Hattori Heiji have an accident, otherwise he won't have to be a policeman. The angry Hattori Haizang will definitely put him in trouble. His anger was vented on his head. Even though Hattori Haizu had a good reputation, Hiyori's own son died. Who knows if he will do something fun. Zero asking for flowers, it's all possible, now, and the police officer is so angry that he wants to drive the maid. That Hattori Heiji, it's not good to return to Taiji, so he has to stay here for what to do. If something happens here, he will be responsible for it. Damn, Hattori Heiji, why did you come here? Didn't you go out before? And the police officer couldn't care to let Chen go out at this time, and was in a hurry. Chen light fate, with Hattori Heiji and Konan's ability to kill. How could they easily open high? It is estimated that not only will they not leave, but they will directly join in. The evaluation may now be considered a hostage. Chen's guess is correct, and the current Hattori Heiji and Konan have indeed become hostages and have been arrested. Hattori Heiji and Konan are discussing countermeasures, how to get rid of those criminals and then give them all out. Even if they have guns, even your shoes won't work, Hattori Heiji said to Konan too. His enhanced shoes will never solve the current crisis. Fortunately, Hattori Heiji and Kejian are not tied up now. Not only them, but the others were not tied up either. In fact, the number of these hostages is quite large. If they attack together, they may pay the price of several deaths. They can solve the criminals, but they dare not. After all, if they do it first, they are likely to be killed. No one dares to joke about their own lives. Even Conan and Hattori Heiji. And definitely don't dare to make fun of your own life. This is what they thought. In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, they often make fun of their own lives. Just like before, if they were going to leave, it is now safe. It's just that they had to come here to investigate, and then they were caught, and they were almost shot down. We seem to be powerless now. It seems that we can only wait for the police to come to help. Conan said in frustration. If you don't catch it, it's better to say. Still able to make some small movements, but now after being caught, the eyes of the criminals have been on them. Staring at him, Hattori Heiji and Conan didn't dare to make any small moves. Otherwise, they will be greeted with thousands of bullets. 9th, 172 chapters. Do you still have any plans? Antoon police officer, what do you do now? The policemen who followed behind police officer Zhixiang also heard it, and felt a little anxious in their hearts. If this is not done well, all of them will be able to get a job. This is related to their jobs. Now the most important thing is to get rid of those terrorists, and then rescue Hattori Heiji. And the Toon police officer rubbed with a headache. He rubbed his head and said, well, I'll inform the head of Hattori Heizang first. And after the Toon police officer thought about it, he was going to tell Hattori Heizang. Otherwise if something happened to Hattori Heiji, the consequences might be more serious. And the Toon police officer called Hattori Heizang's phone. However, the person who connected was not Hattori Heizang. Hello, Chief Hattori is in a meeting. If there is any urgent matter, please tell me first. It is related to Hattori Heiji's safety. Hearing that the police officer Sukuru said that it was related to Hattori Heiji's safety, the police officer who answered the phone couldn't care so much. Okay, I'm going to notify the head of Hattori now. The voice of Hattori Wangzhou soon came. Officer Kimu, are you saying that something happened to Inuko? Although Hattori Heizang tried his best to remain calm, he could still hear the tension in his words. After all, Hattori Heizang has only one son, Hattori Heiji. If something happened to Hattori Heiji, he would be dead. That's it, we suspect that Hattori Heiji has now been hijacked by a group of terrorists. Police officer Kimu reported truthfully. I can't say for sure now, but I just suspect that Hattori Heiji was kidnapped. Although it's just suspicion, Officer Tsukiguro is still a little certain in his heart. After all, Officer Megumi also knows about Hattori Heiji. This guy is not the master of peace, and it would not be surprising if he was caught. Hattori was silent and was kidnapped by terrorists. Doesn't this mean that he is in danger? What is the situation now? 3. Hattori Heizang is going to ask about the situation first and then think of a way. Because the terrorists have firearms and weapons in their hands. They have also placed explosives around. We dare not approach them for the time being. What is their purpose? If it's for money, the amount guarantees the safety of the hostages and promises them conditions of. Hattori Heizang thought for a while and said that compared to money, human life is more important. Moreover, Hattori Heizang still has some selfishness in his heart. Don't forget that his son Hattori Heiji is also in it. If it's for money, that's fine, but their purpose is not for money, but for revenge. Kimu police officer said with a wry smile. 3. These terrorists actually want to give their bosses revenge. Now this group of people is crazy, saying that if they are not enough, they will detonate explosives and carry all the hell here. 3. Hattori Heizang's accomplices wrinkled. After Officer Mumu's remarks, he has thoroughly understood the purpose of those terrorists. Officer Mumu, hurry up and find the explosives now, and remove the explosives first. The most dangerous thing is not the firearms in the hands of the terrorists, but the explosives they have arranged. If you can't find all the explosives and dismantle them, then I'm afraid you won't be able to hit those dangerous people. Otherwise, the terrorists, if the explosives are suddenly detonated, the casualties caused by that time will be too much. I'm looking for it now, but the entire tropical paradise is Mrs. can't find it at all. In fact, regardless of whether Hattori Heiji will have an accident or not, as long as the incident this time is really too turbulent, Officer Mew will not have a good time. Do your best, if the dog is really in danger. Don't worry about him when necessary. Hattori Haizang thought for a while, and finally said to the police officer Kimu. And the tomb police officer was awe-inspiring when he heard this, but he didn't expect Hattori Haizang to be so careless. I will do my best to ensure that Mr. Ling is so careless. Security. The tomb police officer assured Hattori Haizang. Then he hung up the phone, and the police officer Mew also began to get serious. Brother Chen, this place is indeed very dangerous, and there are explosives, so I hope that Brother Chen will leave here soon. Chimu police officer still didn't want Chen to stay here, looked at Chen with a serious expression, and wanted to let Chen go out. Huge police hi. Why don't you let Chen follow me? Toshiko Sato said to the police officer Kimo. This. Instructor Kiji hesitated, letting Chen follow Mawako Sato, and the police officer Kimu was also very worried. 0__, don't worry. I understand Chen. Knowing Chen's skills, he will be fine with me. After Sato Mikazu's persuasion, Officer Mumu nodded, but he still instructed Sato Mikako to be optimistic about Chen and not to destroy their plan. 3 Then Higurashi left and went to arrange it. Do you still have plans? Chen curiously, she said to Miwa Zippin. No. Mawako shook her head, she hadn't made any plans at all. But Officer Jimu is doing it now. I thought you guys already had a plan. Chen sat down and said. For such a thing, it is necessary to arrange a plan and wait for the analysis officer who specializes in analysis to come. I don't dare to act rashly. Sato Mikako shook his head and said. Inside is a group of terrorists. It is a group of terrorists who can do anything. If they are stimulated, they will probably pull the police and Oshi, to be buried with them. I'm not afraid of dying, so I deal with them. You have to be careful, and you have to kill them with one blow. You must not let them react. The most important thing now is to find the explosives, and the rest is easy to say. Mainly explosives, Sato Mikako said. After the explosives were detonated, there were not only 1 or 2 people who were injured. 4.2. 3 inches. If Heiji and Conan are really caught, it is estimated that at that time, they are trying to get out of trouble. It is estimated that the 2 of them can escape. Maybe more than 5 criminals can be dealt with. Chen said lightly. Chen, do you think highly of them? Just rely on the 2 detectives. Kudo Shinichi has become a child, what can he do? Sato Mikazu. I don't think I'm being arrested. Hattori Heiji and Conan, what ability will they have to escape? Don't underestimate them too much. In fact, their abilities are quite good. Chen said with a slight smile. Hattori Heijibo Conan has the ability, he just likes to die, plus Conan's protagonist Halo. It is not impossible for them to solve the 5 terrorist divisions. But Sato Miwazi thinks they can't do it at all. After all, those people have guns in their hands. 9th, 173 chapters. Deliberately attracting, Hatrobe, do you have any countermeasures? 2 inches. Conan asked Hattori Heiji. Countermeasures, where are there any countermeasures? 3 This place is only happy, there is no way to get lost. Besides, even if we can escape, this person may be out of anger, he will kill other hostages. Hattori Heiji shook his head and said that if he really wanted to leave, it's not impossible for Hattori Heiji and Conan to do so, but it was very serious. It was Hattori Heiji and Conan who didn't want to see. Then what should we do? Are we just waiting for the police's rescue? Conan said involuntarily. Then what can you do? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. A3 Conan was silent for a while, and then said, there must be a detonator on all of them. If they can take the detonator, everything is easy to handle. It's gone. As long as there is no threat from Shan, Conan feels that he and Hattori cooperate with the police outside, and can take out the father's terrorist. How to get it? We 20 can't do it at all. Hattori Heiji couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Now it is difficult even to do it, let alone to take the detonating device from the opponent's hands. Then we can only think of countermeasures. Conan frowned, thinking about countermeasures. Hattori Hikaru Shin was thinking seriously. How to get rid of this terrorist? Hattori Heiji now doesn't want to die. especially dying in the hands of these fearful divisions. He just doesn't want to. So you have to find a way to ensure your own safety. All these hostages must be rescued safely. Hato, do you regret it now? Conan asked Hattori Heiji. At this time Hattori was flat. Do you regret it, if you don't come over? Now they are outside S3, so at least life safety doesn't need to worry at all. Now I have become a hostage in this electricity, and the safety of life is not guaranteed, but there is a great danger. I don't regret it. For me, there is nothing to regret. Hattori Heiji shook his head. He did not feel regret. Although I don't regret it, but I don't want to risk my life here. Kudo, do you think we can survive? Hattori asked Conan in a low voice. When he asked Conan just now, he noticed the fierce light in the eyes of the 5 people. May kill after being held hostage for such a long time. Hattori Heiji also explained that what the other party did was not money. General hijacking of such people is partly for money, but the other party is not hijacked for money. Because they have been held hostage for so long, the other party has never mentioned the money. Had you found out, they seem to have deliberately attracted the police here. Hanan said to Hattori Heiji. Huh, what? Hattori Heiji looked at Conan suspiciously. Now this place should be surrounded by layers of police. If Kaifeng wants to escape, it will definitely not be easy. But even though the crisis is just around the corner, they are very calm and not surprised at all. Maybe they are too daring. Hattori Heiji said. Conan shook his head. No matter how daring he was, when facing the police, they, too, should be afraid. Even if it's really calm. It won't be so easy either. Now these guys just look relaxed. Their goal is not for money. I suspect they want to retaliate against the police. Maybe they have a grudge against the police. Attracting the police here, and then using the pre-arranged bombs, wants to perish with the police. Conan's own guess. If that's the case, that must be stopped. Hattori Heiji's expression was serious. I am afraid that most of the police officers of the Metropolitan Police Department have been transferred here. In addition to the hostages here, this adds up to more than 100 lives. So many lives, this is not a small matter. From the sidelines, even if it is Hattori Heiko, he can never do it without his hands and he will definitely play even though the 2 of them are not strong. But it will definitely take care of it. You two, what have you been muttering about? Hattori Heiji and Conan whispered. Naturally a thin young man was discovered by those terrorists. He walked towards Hattori Heiji and Conan, holding a pistol in his hand. The murderous group, from the murderousness in the eyes of the other party, Hattori Shiga and Conan can be sure that the guy in front of him has murdered people and now he is murderous. What do you want to do? Is it to attack them? Instantly Hattori Heiji and Conan became nervous, and their hearts were about to jump out. At this time, even the 2 famous detectives could not keep calm. At the juncture of life and death, even if it is a famous detective, the lamp is still panicked. What were you writing just now? But the young man came down with a fierce look on his face. At first glance, he knew he was a ruthless character. My brother was a little scared. I was comforting him just now. Hattori Heiji immediately thought up his words. Afraid. At this time, Conan also immediately showed a very scared expression, because he was a little scared in his heart, and now he dressed like this really very much. Hattori Heiji felt that Conan's the acting is not bad. I really didn't expect Conan to have such acting skills. 533_. Since he is afraid, then I let him not be afraid. The young man suddenly smiled coldly. Gangwo raised the gun and pointed it at Conan's forehead. Conan's eyes flashed panic. This time, it was really not fake, but really scared. Spread all over Conan's body. Now Conan has only one thought in his heart, and that is to die. Conan felt like he was really going to die. You, what are you going to do? Hattori Heiji saw this and blocked Conan. Looking at Hattori Heiji who was standing in front of him without hesitation, Kamiao's eyes flashed move, he was really moved. At this moment of life crisis, Hattori Heiji actually sacrificed himself for him. How can Conan not be moved when he is blocked in front of him? Conan felt that if he were a woman now, he would definitely marry Hattori Heiji. But he is a man. Although the two have had that kind of relationship before, Conan is really not interested in men. The solemn and heavy electricity really has no interest at all. It seems that you really want to protect your brother, so you shouldn't take him here to die. The young man who learned guns smiled cruelly. He still remembered that these two guys came here on their own initiative and were caught by them. Chapter 974. Mawako Meritorious Crisis. Hattori Heiji and Conan encountered the biggest crisis. The young man in front of him was full of killing intent, and he really wanted to kill them. Wait to kill us, don't you want to run away? Hattori Heiji saw that he was about to pull the trigger. Said quickly, HMPH, we didn't intend to leave the young man's face. Seeing his mad look with a frantic look, Hattori Heiji and Conan's expressions were a burst. A gunshot rang out, and blood came out of Hattori Heiji's arm. Fortunately, Heiji Hattori dodged in time, otherwise his head would be exploded. Heiji Hattori bit Kiba, and the cold sweat kept dripping on his forehead. He was almost finished. The marksmanship is too bad. With such a close distance, they haven't hit the opponent yet. A middle-aged man walked over and said, XP, this kid reacts very fast, but the next shot. I can definitely blow his head off at such a close distance. He didn't hit the equals check, and he was very annoyed in his heart, especially when he was ridiculed and cursed. Wu was very angry and felt very embarrassed. At this time, Conan bit Kiba, and he couldn't care less. He immediately exposed the anesthesia watch that he injured. If he didn't do it again, Hattori Heiji would die and Conan didn't want to see it. Hattori Heiji collapsed in front of the painting. Besides, he was the one who the old fifth had wanted to kill, and Hattori Heiji could be said to be blocking bullets for him. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, even if Conan didn't know the other party, if he was the other party in the event of a life crisis, Conan will definitely help. He quietly opened the anesthesia watch, and then aimed at the neck of the fifth man with the gun, ready to shoot at any time. When he saw the other party's prisoner, he showed a touch of cruelty. At that time, he threw the anesthesia needle and shot it out. The anesthesia needle hit the opponent's neck, dizzy, and then fell down. I have to say that the anesthesia needle was very powerful. This anesthesia needle is so powerful that even a lion can be brought down. Fifth, what's wrong with you, Tilda? The middle-aged man saw that he was down and hurried over to check. At this time, Conan suddenly gave Hattori Heiji a wink. Hattori Heiji, who was suffering from the pain, bit his kiba and stood up. Then he opened his hand into a knife, and struck the middle-aged man's neck with the knife. Hurry up or resist, otherwise we will only have a dead end. Yobu Heiji shouted while doing his hands. XIP Hattori has practiced swordsmanship. Although Hattori Heiji doesn't have a sword in his hand now, he is using a hand sword as a sword for the time being. I feel, the middle-aged man didn't faint, but the opposite was true. It was Hattori Heiji who was thrown out. HMPH, Dao dares to do something to me, you're so brave. After he said these words, the hostages who were about to move suddenly didn't dare to take any action. Imperial brat, is it your hand to the old fifth? The middle-aged man held a gun to Conan's forehead, so that he didn't dare to make any moves. At the same time, 3 other people also gathered around, almost all in their 20s and 30s. Second, you mean this guy, let the fifth fall. ? It's this kid, I saw a cold light just now, like he shot at the fifth, it's definitely this kid. Then kill him first. Yan, Luan gunshots sounded, but it was not Conan who fell, but the second child, who was shot in the head by a bullet. Seeing the fallen second child and others were a little stunned, followed by anger and madness. Did the police really dare to attack them at this time, without any regard for the safety of the hostages? But this is just right. They are also ready to start, and now they will detonate the bomb and blow this tropical paradise into the sky. Although the explosives they arranged were not enough to blow up the entire tropical paradise, they were only half of it. There should be no problem. However, just as the old lady in their hair was about to take out the bomb's detonator. When he was about to detonate the bomb, a blood hole appeared on the top of his head. Next came the other 2, who were also shot dead by bullets. Not even the ability to react. The only one who survived was the fifth eldest, who was in a coma. It was precisely because he passed out that he was able to save the first one. In fact, he should be thankful that he fainted, otherwise he would have been shot to death as well. Conan stared blankly at the four guys who had been shot in front of the screen. How fast they were able to solve the four people and died within 2 seconds. Could there be a sharpshooter in the police? And there should be more than one. However, Conan really guessed wrong, returned the gun, and directly killed the 4 terrorists. That's right, Mawako. Chen chuckled and looked at Mawako and said. Toon police officer standing next to him. It's also a surprised stunt product when Mawako really has such a powerful marksmanship. Our whole flower is a sharpshooter. This is the thought of all the police officers of the Metropolitan Police Department. Is really a sharpshooter? No. Like sharpshooters can't do it either. Simply beyond their expectations. Still stunned, what are you doing? Hurry up and take out all the hostages. Officer Chi Mu took the lead and rushed forward. Don't look at the fat police officer's body. But the running speed is really not slow. This is a fat man who lives at home. Okay, Mawako, I did a good job this time and made a move. I should be able to be promoted to the police department. Genshang Mawako plays. Officer Mumu will believe me. This is true. Some libraries are beyond my expectations. Guy Hezi doesn't care about whether she is promoted or not, but the Toon police officer can trust her, which is very surprising to Mawako. Probably there is no way. So with the mentality of being a dead horse, Zhao of Zhao, as a living horse doctor, I agree to let you take action. Chen said guessingly. Earlier, Mawako suggested that she would snipe those 3 people, and promised to kill them and ensure the safety of the hostages equals at the beginning. The police officer Bei Kimu did not agree, and there was no sternness. Later the Toon police officer agreed directly. But it was really just like Chen's guess. Previously, the police officer Kimu only accepted the mentality of a dead horse as a living horse doctor before agreeing to Mawako mainly through observation, and the Mumu police officer saw that they were going to kill, so I can only let Mawako try it out, there is no other way. Even Yimu Qingguan has already made preparations for the failure. However, Mawako actually succeeded. In fact, this is for Kuro Kazuko, it's not difficult at all, even without a sniper rifle. Using Kunai's G to throw Mi Kazuko so far away, he can definitely kill them. Chapter 975. When it was over, Officer Mu and the others immediately took action to rescue all the hostages, and then brought the last terrorist under control. Leave 3 people to appease, and the others go to look for the bomb, and after finding it, they must not act rashly. In addition, Police Officer Mu was afraid that the group of people would act rashly and cause the bomb to explode. If this is the case, he can bear no responsibility. Also, send Hattori Heiji to the hospital. And the Toon police officer looked at Hattori Heiji and found that Hattori Heiji's arm was injured. He was shot through by a gun. But Hattori Heiji was fine. This made Officer Mogaku real. He was relieved that he was injured by a gun, but as long as his life was not in danger, Officer Muxi would be fine. Conan, are you all right? Officer Mumu asked Conan. Officer Kimu, I'm fine. Conan shook his head, and his uneasy heart finally relaxed. It's fine. Conan, do you want me to have someone send you away? No, I'll follow Brother Hattori Heiji. Brother Hattori Heiji was injured because he protected me, so I have to follow him. 3, well, 2 anyway, there is no danger now. 970 Officer Yimu doesn't worry about little Conan being in danger, but Anan convinces Heiji that it was because of him that he was injured. In the past, Officer Jay didn't have a good impression of Hattori Heiji at all, but now Officer Moongrave has a little more favorable impression of Hattori Heiji. Of course, it's just a little more favorable impression of Hattori Heiji, but it has not completely changed, and the Toon police officer feels that Hattori Heiji is just atonement for what he did before. 3 inches. By the way, the police officer, does the Metropolitan Police Department have such a powerful non-hit? Conan asked his Toon officer curiously. With a few words in his eyes, Heiji Hattori, who was originally injured and left to watch Tuahan, also raised his head and looked at the Toon police officer with a bit of curiosity in his eyes. After all, being able to hit the target accurately and quickly is not something ordinary people can do. Why are you asking this, Conan? Officer Chi-Mu frowned slightly. Well, in fact, I'm just curious. I like sniping by nature. My dream is to become a professional sniper, so I'm very curious. Conan quickly gave a reason. Conan, didn't you say before that the Ka will become a detective? Ah, did I say it? Conan even forgot what he said. Maybe it was what he said when he was perfunctory from the tomb police officer. Actually, I wanted to become a detective by name. Now I want to become a sniper. Can't police officer Chi-Mu not reveal it at 2 o'clock? Well, it's okay to tell you guys. The person who killed those terrorists, Conan, you know, is Officer Sato. Officer Sato immediately thought of Mikazu Sato when he heard the surname Yue Conan. In the police department, only Mikazu Sato was surnamed Sato. Is there only Officer Sato since 2? Is there no one else? Conan asked again. Only Officer Sato. I really didn't expect that. Officer Sato's marksmanship is really surprising. Even now, the tomb police officer's eyes are still flickering with surprise. Conan and Hattori Heiji's hearts are horrified. Before these papers, they all fell to the ground at the same time. At the same time, they thought that there was more than one sniper. I want to meet, but there are only 2 Sato Mawako. How powerful is Sato Mawako? Fuji Mawako suddenly came over, and Mawako was with Tatsuya. After seeing Hyuga-chen, Conan's eyes narrowed. Sato Mawako, he was with Hyuga-chen. If that's the case, it would explain why Mikazu Sato has such a powerful ability. After all, it's not surprising that people who are with Hyuga-chen are not normal. Conan, I didn't think you were right here. Do you know something? But I'm worried about you, and I'm also worried about you. Chen said with a slight smile. Conan pouted. Shaolin worried that he should be true. But Hyuga-chen's words should be forgotten. Conan felt a strong hypocrisy. Sato, you have done too much this time. I guess can be promoted to police department. Officer Megumi said with a smile. It can be said that he brought it out with Mikazu Sato. Shigen Mikazu Sato made a contribution and the tomb police officer was very happy. Originally, Mikazu Sato was a complete supplement, and now it can be directly promoted to the police department. You must know that the police officer is also the police department. Moreover, in order to become the whole film, and the curtain police officer has devoted too much time, and Sato Mikako became the police department at a young age, although he has not been promoted yet. But the police officer Mumu knows that this is already a proper thing. Originally, because of Sato Mawako's outstanding ability, it was decided to promote her to the police department, and now Sato Iwako has set up a part-time job, so it is not appropriate to be promoted to the police department. Is it? Sato Mawako smiled lightly. In fact, she didn't care much about these Sato Mawako. If it was originally, Sato Mawako might have cared, but now Sato Mawako doesn't care about promotion or nada. Chu police officer, bombs are basically all checked. No ticking time bomb or anything. The police will report soon. In fact, the bomb is still very easy to investigate. Before, because I didn't want to stimulate those terrorists. So I didn't dare to investigate. Now those people have been solved. The only one alive and detained. So you can rest assured that Waihang has checked. After a lot of investigation, we finally found all the bombs, and the number is still quite large. The day was really detonated. The consequences are unimaginable. Don't move for now, wait for the bomb disposal experts to process. Officer Mumu told them that bombs are not something that ordinary people can touch. They have not checked them all. If they accidentally touch the wrong ones, they may explode. This kind of professional change. After a while, I rescued the car and came to take care of the casualties here. After all, the terrorists did not kill a single person. At the beginning, they killed a lot of people. There are also a lot of people. Looking at the dead people, Officer Mu also has a headache, but it has nothing to do with him. At most he will be held accountable. Heiji also got into the ambulance. Conan was taken along with him. He dragged him to the doctor. Officer Kimu should have nothing to do with Mawako now. Chen asked Officer Kimu. So, I think, Mawako has done a great job this time. I allow Mawako to take a half day off and come back to work tomorrow. And the Toon police officer knew what Chen meant. So he gave Mawako a holiday. Chapter 976. Chen and Mawako in Xiao Ai's eyes walked out of the tropical music together and saw the most out. Xiaolan Yuanzi and the others were relieved. If it wasn't for the first small sorrow to stop them. Maybe they have already gone to find Chen. Chen, are you not injured? I seem to hear the gunshots and ask you to be alright. Xiaolan checked Shi Dingchen's body and was relieved. I'm not injured, how could I be injured? Chen Yu held Xiaolan's cheek in his hand. He smiled and said, Humph. Mikazu Sato couldn't help snorting coldly, with a deep dissatisfaction in her voice. My man molested other women. Anyone would feel angry. There was a bit of a sour feeling inside, and Xiaolan's face turned into a venomous butterfly. Yuhi's color. The T-pointed treasure is so bright that Yuhi's face is so bright that Yuhi can't even look directly at Chen Xiaoai. She stepped on it secretly. She is a time-honored person with 1 foot. Her face is covered with frost. 10 points. The construction topic interrupted Xiaolan. Hearing Yuanzi's question, I also looked at Chen with the eyes of the inquiry room. Just now, I was only obsessed with Guan Xiaochen, but I forgot about Conan. It's inside. There is something wrong with Conan, but Heiji Hattori's arm was hit 3 times. Chen said to them, there are some factors in the clearing machine, but I can't stand it. Hato Heiji was shot. Yuenshin and Yi are a little concerned that no matter what conflicts they hear now, they were childhood sweethearts after all. Yes, Chen Point Hattori Heiji Shuang only hit the arm, and it is impossible for the gold to reach his life. However, the pain still has to be borne by him. This is also the price, and he will not be injured. Now he has brought it on himself. He, do you want to go to the hospital? Chen asked He Jian. He nodded. Hattori Heiji was less injured and had to make sure that Hattori Heiji was really okay. That's right. I have to inform Aunt Jinghua. Hai picked up the phone and said. He then took out his phone. Dial up the phone. And told all the incident to Hattori Shizuka. At this time Hattori Zaihua also knew Hattori Heiji was injured. After hanging up the phone, Shizuka Hattori immediately got up and called Hattori Haizang. From the matter of Hattori Haizang, Ribu Jinghua learned that Hattori Haizang already knew about it, and now he has gone to see Hattori Heiji. Take 0e so much. Why didn't she tell her Zhangdao really had to wait until Heiji's accident before she told Huo 14 5271. The angry sleeper Jinghua scolded Hattori Haizang fiercely on the phone. Hattori Haizang didn't speak again. The other side. Yue brought Xiaolan, He and the others to the hospital. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for letting you accompany me to the hospital. He said embarrassedly. What did you say to Yi? Good Jiaoming 7, Chen said. Yuyan was moved to watch Chen Xiaoai remove the barrier, kicked Chen, and Lu Xian's bad eyes swept across Yi's body. Is Ji Feiken trying to make a girl's idea? Yuan Shan and Yi are also pretty, maybe it's true. After all, in Xiaoai's eyes, Chen is a satyr. The existence that Xiaoai despises very much. Chen also, do not know. In Xiaoai's eyes, he was actually a big pervert. If you know it, I'm afraid I will feel sad. Don't know where Hattori Heiji is. It is very simple to know this. Just ask twice. Guy and Ziyu took a moment, and learned that Hattori Heiji was in Hattori Heiji's ward after he came to Hattori Heiji's ward. Hattori Heiji was not here. After inquiring about the 10th, he learned that Hattori Heiji had been sent to the operating room. There were no bullets. It passed through his arm and got stuck in the bone, which is also a revelation. In fact, if the bullet really penetrated, it might be a good thing. In this situation, surgery is needed to remove Ritake's bullet. Shangnan, what happened to the wall department? Xiaolan asked Conan after seeing Bannon. What a big deal, the doctor said that as long as the bullet is taken out, it will be gone. Conan glanced at Mawako deliberately, and then said. And in the Jiwan store, the 4 inspections of all gold, and the addition of this marksmanship shocked Kei Zhang. When Conan looked at Mawako, the sensitive Mawako also looked back at Hanan, as if he gave the giant Iwang who had seen it through. At this time, Conan suddenly thought of a question. There is an 80% chance that Hugichin will know his true identity. If so, will Hugichin know his true identity? Telling Sato Mi thinks of this, Yunnan can't help lowering his head, and the people who know his true identity are getting more and more. Conan does not want many people to know his identity, but he can control it in this book. Surgery will be done soon. The door of the room was opened, and the doctor came out. After the doctor came out, Mawako removed the moonlight from Conan's body. At this time, Conan was relieved, and he was alert to Sato Mawako Shaori. It seems that in the future, if you want to add more people than Yume Kazuko, after all, the person who is with Jayu after Hyuga must be careful, the bullet has been turned out. However, although the injured person will not be disabled, they must move well and take good care of themselves. Also, Yi Dongping is kind, don't let his injured hand use too much force, otherwise it will cause serious consequences. By the way, who is the family member of the injured person? After the doctor said a lot, he found that he still didn't know who are the family members of the injured. The family is not. I am the family of the injured. Hattori Haizang said to the doctor. At this time, Mengmeng had just arrived to obey. With Zhang Shui still on his head, he hurriedly asked the doctor, "Excuse me, what's wrong with my son?" But what happened to Hattori's injury? Listening to Li's injury, it wasn't serious, but he injured his arm. It will be good to cultivate for a while. Hattori Haizang is relieved, as long as everything is fine. 970th chapter Soil. The strong Hattori Shizuka is fast. Hattori Heiji came out of the operating room, and the only thing he injured was his arm, so of course there was no problem in being able to walk out. It would be too embarrassing to come out before too late, so I walked out and saw Hattori Harai want that face that is not angry and arrogant, and Hattori Harai suddenly shrank back. Wouldn't his father have to teach him a lesson? If so, teach his words here. Then he lost his face too much. Then Hattori Heiji's eyes saw Chen and the others. His expression became a little bad, especially when he saw that Hiyi was still with Chen. Hattori Heiji's heart was filled with anger. Why are you here? Hattori Heiji looked at Yuan Shan Hiyi. The tone is still heavy. Because the heart is not original, there is anger. So I couldn't help but express my anger on the distant 113 mountain, and Yi's all of a sudden, the distant mountain is also worth the fire. I came here to see you because I care about you. You have such an expression, you really shouldn't, Heiji here. Hattori Haizang glared at Hattori Heiji. At this time, Hattori Heiji also knew. I'm in a bad mood. The words are a bit heavy, although the notification is wrong, but this does not mean that Hattori Heiji will admit his mistake. In the eyes of Hattori Heya, face is very important. Jingcheng and Yuenshin and Yi apologize. He didn't want to lose face because he was very shameless at that age, so Hattori Heiji just turned his head and didn't even look at Yuan Shan and Yi. He had never apologized to Yuan Shan and Yi, how could he be ashamed? It's just that Yuan Shan and Yi are indeed even more annoyed. She was going to wait for Hattori Heiji to apologize, but she revealed it. I just didn't expect that Hattori Heiji not only did not apologize, but intensified. It made Yuan Shan and Yi even more angry. I said, what's the matter with each of you guys? Sonoko said that she was very upset. She was upset by Hattori Heiji at first, but now she feels even more upset. Root to beat Hattori Pinji equals Dayton to feel comfortable. Mrs. Sonoko was upset with Hattori Heiji in the same way. Hattori Heiji was also very upset with Sonoko. Glancing at Sonoko, Hattori Heiji snorted coldly, I really don't know what she has here. 3 inches. Hey, what do you mean by that look? Sonoko asked with a name. Although Hattori Haisaki. Just stand here. But Sonoko is not afraid of Hattori Hazang, even if it is Hattori Hazang. She is the identity of the second small garden of the consortium. It is doomed that she is not afraid of Hattori Hazang, and Hattori Hazang can't handle it, the power of the Suzuki consortium. Stronger than imagined. Zeros. After all, the Suzuki consortium is also a company that ranks well in the world. Hattori Haizang really can't do anything to the Suzuki Consortium, not to mention this is a conflict between the juniors. If Hattori Haizang intervenes, then it has risen to another level. Heiji, Haitsu said, and reminded Hattori Heiji that he didn't want him to have a conflict with Cheng Xiaohu of the Suzuki Consortium, which was not good for him, although Shin said it. The Xiaohu of the Suzuki Consortium is not an arbitrary person, but if Suzuki Sonoko really wants to rectify Hattori Heiji, then Hattori Heiji really only has to beg for losses. Hattori Heiji couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved. He has not been so angry yet. 3 inches Mr. Hattori, we meet again. Chen smiled at Hattori Hirato to persuade Hirazaka Kajin Chen. His eyes narrowed slightly, for this person after Hyuga. I can't see through it, but Hyuga Chen didn't give him face like this last time. Even Hattori Haizang's castle couldn't help but be a little angry. Now facing Hyuga Chen, it is naturally impossible to show a smile. Besides, Hattori Haizang was born serious even if Hattori Heiji has never seen Hattori Haizo smile so many times, let alone Hyuga Chen. Hattori Haizang just nodded at Hyuga Chen. Recently, he wanted to investigate Hyuga Chen carefully, but unfortunately nothing was found. Arrived. Hattori Haizang Shaori was very disappointed. Doctor, have I been discharged from the hospital? Hattori Heiji asked the doctor in dissatisfaction. No. The body suddenly shook and looked up. I saw the graceful and luxurious Hattori Jinghua came over, with a sharp look in his eyes, which was like a blade. The sharp eyes made Hattori Heiji's heart shiver, and Hattori Heiji couldn't help but turn to Hattori Haizang looked at why his mother was here. This is not good. Looking at the eyes of Shizuka Hattori, he knew that he would not be easily bypassed. Yes, Shizuo Hattori was very angry when he came out, but he didn't expect it. It's actually like this. What the hell is going on? Tell me the truth. 9 inches Hattori Shizuka's aura was full. She was originally a Yamato Nadeko, but now she is sharp. This is the first time I see such an auntie. Yuan Shan and Yi said. Sonoko said. I feel that Hattori's most flamboyant aura is not inferior to her mother who is full of aura. I really want to be awesome. Xiao Ran also looked at Hattori Shizuka with admiration. Xiao Ran, you will never be a strong woman. Chen put her hand on Xiaolin's head. She whispered to Xiaolin, why? Xiaolin looked at Chen puzzled. Why did she think she wouldn't be a strong woman? Of course it's because of your character. As far as your character is concerned, you can never be a strong woman, but you are the best when you are gentle. Chen said with a smile. To Xiaolin's face, 3T. However, Xiao Ai, who was standing next to him, was cold and frosty, equals inattentive. You are about to sit and chat with him. Conan bit Kiba, looking jealous. Zuchin and Xiaolin communicated in a low voice, because the voice was small, so Conan couldn't hear what he was saying, but Conan was so cool. Why did Xiaolin have to get close to these 4B guys? Isn't this guy a long one? Is it a little more handsome? What's good about it? But if you look handsome, that's enough. Although you can't be a meal when you are handsome, you can attract girls to like it. And you can really eat a meal if you look good. Soft rice too. Okay, he doesn't need to eat soft rice or anything for the Hyuga Wish Festival. Now Chen is watching a good show, watching Hattori Heiji being taught by his own mother. You must know that Hattori Shizuka has practiced Taoism, and his strength is actually very powerful. Ordinary people are not opponents. Hattori Heiji has also practiced Kendo. But with his 2 knives, can he be compared with Hattori Shizuka? Hattori Haizang was able to beat him. 9th, 178th chapters. The stupid son was taught a lesson by Shizuka Hattori. Hattori Heiji had a bitter face on his face. As for leaving the hospital, don't even think about it. My arm was wounded by a snow gun. What would I do if I didn't recover and leave the hospital? Could it be that I'm just being brave? Hee, why did you stay here and didn't go back? Hattori Shizuka suddenly looked at Hee and said with a smile, could it be that? Is it because of Heiji? Hattori Jinghua knew that there was a conflict with Yi and her son, so she wanted to mediate out loud, but Hattori Jinghua was quite satisfied with Hee. No. Toyama and Yi glanced at Hattori Heiji, and then shook their head. She didn't stay here because of Hattori's sense of Heiji. Besides, Toyama and Yi still didn't want to see Hattori Heiji, so they stayed here. Here, just didn't think that Hattori Heiji didn't open high. 3 inches huh. Hattori Heiji coldly snorted. Crack tilde. Hattori Shizuka. He slapped Hattori Heiji's arm. Of course, the arm that was not injured. 20 is too stupid. I didn't see me mediating for you. You don't show a good looking face. Hattori Shizuka knows what to say to his son. Hattori Heiji looks at Hattori Shizuka aggrieved. Why do you want to beat him for? To know that he is still the wounded, auntie, we are old. Toyama and Yi said to Hattori Jinghua are you going now? Hattori Jinghua secretly pushed it with his hand. Heiji Hattori, Kazuya must be angry, so Hattori Jinghua wanted Hattori Heiji to speak out to hold him back. It's a pity. Hattori Shizuka overestimated his son's emotional intelligence at all. Maybe the detective's IQ is high, but his emotional intelligence is very low. He couldn't understand what Hattori Shizuka meant. He was pushed a bit, and he still has it. Inexplicably, after taking a look at Hattori's main drink, Hattori Jinghua was very angry but didn't say anything, just glared at Hattori again. Let's go, Kazuya. Yuanzi took Hiei, Chen and the others left the hospital, and Conan stayed here. Originally, Shaolin had passed Conan, should you follow, Chi and leave, but Conan still chose to stay with his friends. Where are you going? It's rare to let go after a long vacation, I can't go back. Sato Mawako said with a deep breath. It's up to you to decide. Mawako, Chen said to Mawako, and Mawako looks like she wants to. Mawako doesn't know where to go now, and there seems to be nowhere to go. Sister Mawako, I heard that you heroically killed those terrorists. Yes, it wasn't that Azan prize. Sonoko looked at Mawako adoringly. 6 He heard Sonoko mention this. Mawako was slightly taken aback, then nodded. She didn't feel anything. L0 saw. Sister Mawako, you are a sharpshooter, I wonder if you can teach me a lesson. Shooting. I'm very interested in checkpoints and such. Tonoko said excitedly. 3 ordinary girls. Song would like guns. But is Sonoko the average one? Actually, if you want to study, you don't need to look for me at all, just look for Chen. Mawako gestured to Chen next to him. Originally, Mawako's marksmanship, although it was good, was definitely not up to the level it is now. Especially sniper rifles. Mawako rarely used it at all, only when she was still in the police academy. I have practiced with a chicken shot, and the number of actual shots is very small. But now it is very simple for the ground. Because she is very strong now, the recoil of a sniper rifle does not exist for her. Gai Hezi can even use tear shot as a rifle, and the accuracy is extraordinarily accurate, and Mei Hezi can carry a fenfly from a distance of 500 meters. These are all after Mawako learned ninjutsu from Chen. He has only become so powerful, so if Sonoko also wants to become so powerful. In fact, it is very simple, that is, learn ninjutsu with Chen. As long as he learns ninjutsu well, Sonoko will be able to exert this amazing power. But the premise is that Tatsu has to teach Sonoko, so Mawako-ben said to let Sonoko go to Tatsu. Chen, don't you know how to shoot? Sonoko looked at Chen in surprise. In fact, it wasn't just Sonoko who was surprised. Shaolin and Hiei also looked at Chen in surprise. Why didn't they know it before? It's okay with Yi. She and Chen have known each other for a short time, but Shaolin, Yuanzi and Chen have known each other for a long time. Well, it's quite long, but it's actually not that long. Yeah, without my grandmaster, there is no one I won't, Chen said to Sonoko. 9 inches bragging. If you say you have a baby, can you do it? Yuan pouted slightly and looked at Chen in disbelief. But Chen can really do it. But it is not born, but created. Yin and Yang can create all things, and life can also be created. It's just that Chen didn't say it, and it is estimated that Sonoko didn't believe it when she said it, creating life. That's what God can do, and no one would believe it, even if it's true. Yuanzi looked at Chen expectantly and asked Chen. Well, actually, if you want to practice, it's actually very hard. I'm afraid you won't be able to persist. So let's forget it. Chen waved his hand towards Yuanzi. Let's talk about it. With Sonoko's physique, it is estimated that 2 shots will be fired. Your arm will hurt so much. Well, in fact, Chen is exaggerating. If it is a normal pistol, the recoil is not that great. It's fine if you don't want to teach. Sonoko pouted. Find a coffee shop and take a break. Mawako 533 said 3. Oh, doesn't Mawako want to go somewhere else to play? Urchin looked at Chiwako suspiciously and asked. If you don't go, why don't you just find a coffee shop for some coffee? Mawako shook her head. Then just go to my coffee shop. At this time, I still remember that I have a coffee shop, just in downstairs of Shaolin's house. Nemomi and Zibisho have opinions, and it's the same wherever they go. Soon Chen and the others came to the downstairs of the Maori detective office, entered the coffee shop, and were very surprised when they saw Chen, who was busy. Boss, why are you here? Boss, isn't it welcome to come for coffee? Chen chuckled and said to Mo Benzi, of course you are welcome, not to mention how dare I not welcome it. If I am not welcome, then the boss, aren't you going to fire me? Mo Benzi looked like he was very strong. Chen looked down at Xiao Ai, only to see that Xiao Ai had just taken back the black discovery at this time. After looking at her, Chen didn't even look at him. Of course Mawako discovered this scene. Not only cover your mouth gently, laugh. Is Xiao Ai jealous? But Xiao Ai seems to be jealous often. Elle must be interested in Chen. Xiao Ai also noticed Mawako's smile, and Mawako looked at herself and Xiao Ai's cheeks with a playful look. Yuhi. Chapter 979. Another day. Chen, you don't have many guests here, right? Would you like me to advertise for you? Promote it. Yuanzi saw that there were not many guests here, so he said to Chen. No, I don't need so many guests. Yin Chen shook his head at Yuan Zibao. Shaolin and Yuanzi Yui looked at Chen in surprise. I don't know why, but the business here is better. In fact, Chen doesn't care about any business. The reason why he bought this place at first was because he was close to Shaolin. Now it's not enough to use it. Even if he loses money, Chen doesn't care. Why? Shaolin asked Chen in confusion. Because there are not enough people here. If there are too many guests, Moben Azusa will not be able to handle it. Tuji Benzi was stunned when he heard it, and then suddenly felt sweet in his heart. Is the boss caring about others? What do you want to drink? Do you want to drink juice? Chen said to Xiao Ai. I want to drink coffee. It's not good for children to drink coffee. So let's drink juice. Mo Benzi will bring Xiao Ai a cup of county juice. Xiao Ai looked at Chen dissatisfiedly. Compared with fruit juice, Xiao Ai is the most still like coffee. Because I used to drink coffee when I was used to it. However, since San had already ordered for her, Guojia also opened a handle, picked up the juice and took a sip. Hey Shaolin, isn't that your father? Too, is there something in a hurry? He saw Maori Xiaogoro hurriedly opening high outside. It must have been some kind of entrustment, Xiao Lan said. I would like to see if we should go and see it. Sonoko's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said to Xiao Lan, I don't think so. It will disturb my father's handling of clients. Shaolin said. Shaolin didn't want to disturb Maori Kogoro. After all, Maoguro had something to do. Okay then. Sonoko nodded after staying in the cafe for a while. Chen and the others left the coffee shop, and Xiao Lan and Yi Ran went home. Tun now lives with Yi at Xiao Lan's house, and of course they went up together. Chen Zezi sent them home, and they went back. Soon came to Yuanzi's house. Chen put Yuanzi down, just when he was about to get high. The door was suddenly opened, and Reipei Suzuki came out suddenly. Wei Guozi was very surprised when she saw Tomoko Jinmu. At this time, her mother should not be thinking that her mother should not be still in normal times, but Tomoko Suzuki stayed at the company and would not come back. After seeing Tomoko Suzumoto this time, Garden was very surprised. When Yin Yin saw me, you were surprised. That Shu Tomoko smiled slightly, and then said to Yin Yin. Ea Ping mother, don't you always go to the company? 6 inches I want to reorganize today. So I gave myself a day off. Suzuki Tomoko smiled lightly. In fact, it is not what Tomoko Suzuki said. Tomoko Suzuki knew that Sonoko went out to play with Tatsuya. And Chen will definitely send her daughter home. So if you come back, you will definitely be able to see Chen. This is not what Tomoko Suzuki expected. Seeing Chen directly here, Tomoko Suzuki looked at Chen, and stared at Chen with the eyes of Mawako, and then looked at Tomoko Suzuki and whispered to Xiaoai, "There is something wrong with these two people." With a cold face said, "This cold little face is obviously not aimed at Mawako." But to go to Chen. Chendi could feel Xiaoai's icy gaze, but put it down for the time being and ignore Xiaoai's icy gaze. "Chen, thank you for sending my daughter back. Would you like to go in and sit down?" Tomoko Suzuki winked at Chen. Sonoko did not smile to find it, but Mawako and Xiaoai kept paying attention to Tomoko Suzuki. How did they not find it? "No, we still have to go back." Mawako said a little to Tomoko Suzuki, "Aren't we, Chen? We still have to go back." After Mawako finished speaking, Kazuko looked at Chen. "Ah, I'm going back now. I wanted to invite you all to finish dinner before leaving." Yin Yin couldn't help saying. Dian Fi opened 9. Xiaoai withdraws his lips, and after eating, it is estimated that your mother will be eaten. "Let's go, I will hire a husband." Xiaoai grabbed Chen's hand and pulled up to Meng Nian. "I am sorry. Bye-bye Snow." Chen went to Tomoko Suzuki and got in the car. He was slightly disappointed with Tomoko Suzuki, but Chen said another day, so let's wait for another day. On the way back, Xiaoai kept his face cold. Are the sharp eyes from Chen? It crossed his body, as if Chen was some kind of prisoner. "Xiaoai, they all looked at me all the way. Did I find a way? Aren't you tired?" Xiaoai did not reply to Chen. She still looked at Chen Xiaoai with icy cold eyes and turned her mouth away, and used this kind of words to scare a child to scare her that she really regarded her as a child. Is it? However, Xiaoai at this time is really a little childish. When she returned home, Xiaoai's frosty face immediately attracted the attention of several women. Belle Wei. Seeing Xiaoai's expression, Belmood felt in his heart. I am very happy. Although they have been together for so long, there are still conflicts between Belmod and Xiaoai. The main thing is that Xiaoai makes peace. Xiaoai is not angry with Belmod, so of course Belmod will look at Xiaoai. Displeased, "What's wrong with you, Shirley?" Belmod jokingly looked at Xiaoai. Sherry. The murderer looked at Ermodeme in confusion. Oh, Xiaoai's name as there are many, Shirley is just one of them. Belmode said to Yukiko who knew nothing, Lee was good. Yukiko nodded. But she always felt that they had something full of her. Yuko decided to find a time, and I didn't believe that they all did this without asking Chen. It's related. Chen will not tell the truth to himself. It has nothing to do with you. Xiaoai glanced at Belmod coldly. After seeing Belmod, Xiaoai became even more arrogant. Belmod shrugged, and then Guang Shangchen, Chen must have provoked her arrogance. It's just that Beifin Mode doesn't know how Chen provoked her. Mayano Akemi rubbed Xiaoai's head, and then said, "Here, only Mingmei and Chen can rub Xiaoai's head. The star is her sister," and Chen's words. Xiaoai said that she couldn't stop it. In fact, Xiaoai enjoyed it very much in her heart, but she just wouldn't say it out loud. But if it's someone else, that's absolutely not possible. Chapter 180. Xiaogoro owes the giant jingle bell ~L. Hearing the ringing of the phone, Chen couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then took it over and took a look. It was Shaolin's call. Hey, Shaolin, what's the matter? Zan couldn't help frowning. Could it be that something happened? Chen, can you come to my house? After a long time, Shaolin said aloud. But the voice was a little choked. It seemed that something had happened, otherwise Shaolin wouldn't be this voice. Okay, I'll be there soon. Chen also didn't ask what was going on. Because I couldn't ask clearly on the phone, I'd better wait until I see Shaolin and then ask. Chen, you go out and see Mingmei, who went out and steal flowers in the yard, and asked Chen. Well, I have something to do when I go out. Mingmei, don't prepare my breakfast. Chen turned to Mingmei and then opened the door and got into the car. It was fine yesterday. Why did something happen today? Could it be because of Kogoro Mori? To yesterday, Lily Lang hurriedly drove high. It should be something happened to him. Yes. Chen Yilufei quickly came to the downstairs of the Maori detective office. He went all the way quickly and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was Hee. At this time, Hee also had a sad look on his face. At this time, Chen couldn't help but suddenly sighed towards Hee, who was forced to ask Hee Jiandao, and then said, "You still go to Jianshao? What the heck is going on?" Chen really couldn't understand, and his body slipped to a small size. After Lan, she should have known that entered the inside. Chen's brows were slightly raised by the strong alcohol smell, and she looked at Maori Kogoro. At this time, Maori Kogoro was lying on the table and was already asleep. "I drank too much, so I couldn't hold back and fell asleep." Kazuya looked at Kogoro Maori, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. He hated Kogoro Maori very much. If it wasn't for him, Shaolin wouldn't do it now. He frowned, but now he's better. He fell asleep directly. He really didn't know what to say. "Shaolin, what's the matter?" Chen's eyes turned to Shaolin sitting on the sofa. At this time, Xiaoyi Yuhi's eyes were swollen, as if she had cried, and Daiji didn't look like the door, but Shaolin had really seen it. Of course, it was also in the arms of Shinchin, who was crying because of Mori Kogoro, and the tears in her eyes stayed again. "When I got down, Chen couldn't do anything about it. I could only pat the magnetic shoulder to comfort me." "Well, if you have any questions, please tell me, Shaolin." Chen rubbed Shaolin's head and said, "Dad, Father, he owes a lot of money." Shaolin's arms were calm at the birthday equals after meeting. She raised her head and said to Chen, "I owe money." "Why do you owe money for Wei-O?" Chen asked Xiao Yao in confusion. He said, "I don't know either." Dad seems to be deceived. He didn't make it clear. Shaolin frowned. "Then how much do you owe?" Chen asked about the amount of money owed by Shaolin Mori Kogoro. But watching Shaolin cry like this, "Mori Kogoro owes a lot of money. 3 inches I owe tens of millions of yen from school. If someone hadn't come to collect the debt yesterday, Shaolin probably wouldn't have known." "Really, how could such a father be like this?" He said angrily. "Give Shaolin a hug. Equals 10 million yen, which is not a lot for the most famous, but for the Shaolin family who is not rich, it is really a huge sum of money. Although Maori Xiaowu has received a lot of cases, but he spends too much money. Often drink and roast horses. Basically, you spend as much money as you earn, and now Xiaolan doesn't know how to pay it off because she owes such a huge sum of money." In elementary school, she had also talked to her mother, Ika, on the phone, but was stopped by Maori Noodler. In the words of Kogoro Mori, Hining Yuan was beaten to death, and he would never approach the woman. After all, it's for face. After all, the child of Kogoro Maori is quite embarrassing now. "Well, I'll help you pay back the money you owe," Chen said to Shaolin. "Ah, then how can it be done?" "It's absolutely impossible." Shaolan shook her head, knowing that she was rich. But Shaolin also didn't want Chen to help her family repay. "Why can't this be done? Just treat it as I lent it to you. You can pay it back later." "But, don't do it." Chen reached out and rubbed Shaolin's head, but Shaolin was still very confused. "Why, are you afraid that you won't be able to pay me back in the future?" "In fact, it doesn't matter. If you can't pay it, you can pay it back yourself." Chen looked at Shaolin with a wicked smile. Shaolin gave Chen Zhao in anger. Yuhi's face was extremely shy. "Thank you, Chen." Shaolin leaned her head in Chen's arms and closed her eyes gently, as if she had found her own support. "How to do? I hadn't slept last night, but now I'm lying in Chen's arms, as if I've relieved all the burdens, and I'm lying at ease in Kei's arms and fell asleep in Chen's arms." Chen gently stroked Shaolin's face, then picked Shaolin up and sent it to Shaolin's room. "When I let her take a good rest, Shaolin was about to collapse, but also, if it were me, I would collapse too." He said to Shang Chen. Yesterday, she was comforting Shaolin, but the comfort was also very useful. He also wanted to help Shaolin, but her family had no money. Ko originally wanted to inform Shaolin last night, Yan and Yuanzi, but Shaolin blocked her from going to the store. Today, with her persuasion, Shaolin finally called Chen. Yesterday, the debt collector said that if you can't pay the money, the house was taken away. After all, Kogoro Maori used the house as collateral for the money. What exactly is the money owed? Chen asked Hee. Without saying, Xiaolan said that it was unfortunate, this alcoholic uncle was very capable. I don't have a pavilion, but my self-esteem seems to be quite strong. Imperial girl, who do you say doesn't have the ability? Mori Kogoro came over again. Seeing Kogoro, Terry woke up. He was a little embarrassed with Yi. After all, he spoke ill of others. It was really embarrassing when he heard it. But thinking of how sad Xiaolan cried yesterday, he was very embarrassed. The guilt disappeared, and he accused Kogoro Mori, am I right? That's how it was. If it weren't for you, would Xiaolan be so hurt last night? Mori Kogoro was silent when he heard Kazuo's words. His eyes flashed blankly. Alas, he was too young. That's why he was deceived. 1. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 981-1000. Chapter 181 _ Maori Kogoro's heartache. Uncle Maori, I want to know how you owe money. Chen sat opposite Muli Kogoro and asked Maori Kogoro. Yuanji and Yi next to Ri were curious when they heard Chen. Why would they owe such a huge sum of money? Maori Kogoro was silent for a while, sighed and then said, oh, I was also deceived. Yes, Maori Kogoro was deceived. Originally, Maori Kogoro used this money for investment, but the other party got the donation ran away. You dare to mortgage your house for investment. Uncle Alcoholic, you are very courageous. Yuan Shan and Yi said. 3 detectives who don't know anything about the investment committee, all said that I was deceived. I didn't think about making such a large investment before. I used to make a little trouble, I didn't expect to make more than 100 yuan. 10,000 yen. Now Mori Kogoro also wants to understand, he is quilted. If I wasn't so greedy, I would have made a profit of 1 million if I took it as soon as I saw it, but now I have lost all my money. Thought here. Mori Kogoro sighed. Then Yugong looked at Shang Chen, hesitated and said, Chen boy, can I lend you some money? Don't worry, I will pay back the money. 3 Now Mori, Guro can find some the money lent to him seems to be Zan only. There is no FG money for the others. 3 Well, Fei Yingli is rich. But even if Mori Kogoro went to beg for food from Liwei, he would not talk to Fei Yingli. Uncle drunk. Chen has taken the initiative to lend it to Xiaolan. I lent it to Xiaolan, not to you. Yuan Shan and Yi said to Maori Kogoro. Thank you, Chen boy, I will definitely pay back the money. Mori Kogoro said solemnly. Chen put the watch and tell the truth. 10 million yen is nothing to Chen. Thinking about it is nothing. Dong 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 Yi. Someone knocked on the door and Yi Yetu went to the door. Maori Xiaowu instructed Yi to open the door. Why do you want me to go? He said dissatisfied. Nonsense, you stay at our house. Eat our house, live in our house, and let you do something without doing anything. Kogoro Maori laughed even more with Yi Sanshin. It seems that he is eating other people's house here. Soon and Yi came back, followed by a middle-aged man. 8 originally lent money to their family because of Chen. Maori Xiaowenlang, who was relaxed, was still a little happy, but after seeing this person. What a good thing love is gone. Okay you, Ozaki, how dare you come here? Mori Kogoro stood up. He took 2 steps to the front of Wei Tang, stretched out his hand and grabbed Ozaki's collar and lifted him up angrily. Brother Maori, let go first. I am also a victim. I have lost more than you, Ozaki said quickly. What's the matter? Yuan Shan and Yi asked suspiciously. 3 inches I said how stupid you are. 3 Isn't it obvious? It should be this guy who pulled Uncle Maori to invest. Chen glanced at Yuan Shan and Yi and said. Yuan Shan and Yi were immediately stunned. What are they talking about? They said that they were stupid. Yuan Shan and Yi were so angry. How could they not find him so angry before? Yuan Shan and Yi both wanted to bite. Aren't you convinced? If you're not convinced, you can come and bite us. Chen smiled lightly. Then he said, I don't know the truth and bite you to death. Yuan Shan and Yi bit Kiba gnashing their teeth. B. Chen's guess was right. It was the guy in front of him who took Maori Kogoro to invest, and the result is also obvious, it's what it is now. You came here to find what am I doing? Maori Kogoro let go of him, it would be useless to kill him at this time. Besides, he did pay, and it was much more than his Maori Kogoro. Maori Kogoro let it go for the time being. Actually, I really wanted to borrow some money from the Maori brother, and I really had no choice. I lost all my property. I owe a lot of debt outside. Go away, there's no queue. Kogoro Maori equals I heard that he came to borrow money. Get this guy out of the way right now. He doesn't have any money right now. Where can I borrow money from? Kogoro Mori wanted to beat this guy out. I don't have any money, then I'll go somewhere else to find a way. By the way, Brother Mori. Did you call the police? Is it useful to call the police? That bastard should have left the country by now. Kogoro Mori said angrily. Third, Mori Aguro really called the police, but Mori didn't expect Kogoro to recover the money that year, even if he did catch it. It is estimated that the money has also been lost. This is a lesson, Chen said to Mori Kogoro. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky, and money is not so easy to come by. Mori Kogoro clutched his heart. This lesson really made him feel heartache. Wang Duo 10,000 yen. All the family property. Ji Ruzhang didn't even have the house, so he was going to sleep too much. What are you doing here? Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you. Mori Kogoro raised his fist, and Ozaki ran away in fright. Gone. I don't know how many commissions I have to take. Only then can I pay it off. Kogoro Mori said with a sullen face. A commission to be a detective is actually a lot of money, but the main reason is that commissions are not so easy to get. Especially now, without that little devil Conan, now I can receive a lot less commissions. I don't know what's going on. It's like, elimination. Kogoro Mori sat down and couldn't help it. With a sigh, in fact, if you are spending money closely, there is no problem in saving more money. It's just that Mori Kogoro is really heartbroken. There is also Shaolin's question. Will Shaolin be angry with him? Right. Where is Shaolin? Mori Kogoro only remembered now. He didn't even see Shaolin. He was too worried about this before. Did not see Shaolin. HMPH. You finally think of Shaolin now. Shaolin went to rest. Last night, she loved to rest all night. He snorted coldly with Yi. In fact, Maori Shaogoro was Shaolin's father. You shouldn't use this tone to speak to Kogoro Mori. It's just that he really can't see the eyes of Maori Kogoro, and he's holding an injustice to Shaolin. A trace of guilt flashed in Maori Kogoro's eyes, and a firm light flashed in his eyes at this time. I can't let Shao at all worry, he must work hard in the future. Well, this is Maotuan Kogoro's determination, but also, I don't know how long Maori Kogoro's determination will last. I'm going to prepare some food for Shaolin. Hee walked towards the kitchen. Chen looked at Hee suspiciously. Can she really cook? Gong 9_. Chapter 182. When a poison master dong 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 tilde L Chen listened to the sound from the kitchen, he felt a little ashamed. What is he doing? Is it cooking, or paying for it? Tian Chen felt speechless. Chen went to the kitchen, knocked on the door, and looked at Yuan Shan and Yi Shi. Why, I have to continue cooking. He looked at Chen suspiciously, not understanding what Chen was doing. You are really cooking. I suspect you are fighting a war now. Chen leaned against the kitchen door and said to Yi. Hello, what do you mean too? And Yi looked at Chen dissatisfiedly. 3 inches, of course that's what it means. You really know how to cook one. I doubt that you can order this kitchen. The suspicion revealed in Chen's eyes was not concealed at all. I may cook. Don't underestimate me in May 10 inches, but it's wrong to underestimate people. Heke sneered at Hyuga Chen angrily. Anyway, I don't see that you have any skills. I think I'm much stronger than you. Also, don't give this thing to Shaolin. I'm afraid Shaolin will be hospitalized. Dark dishes. This straight is not Chen's poisonous tongue, but the chapter that he stirs up with Yi. Chengdu couldn't recognize tea. I was afraid that Shaolan would really go to the hospital after eating it. Don't underestimate me, although this dish doesn't look good, it's still edible. He looked at the dishes he had fried, and he was a little insecure when he spoke. To be honest, he was not sure whether he could eat it or not. It can only be said that it can be eaten, and only these two words can be used. Would you like to try it? He looked at Chen and said. Chen quickly shook his head, although he was not afraid of anything, but let him also taste this dark dish, and he would not do it after seeing each other. Then I'll find someone else to taste. He thought for a while. I brought out the dish that I didn't know what it was, and wanted to let Maori Kogoro try the poison music. Uncle Maori, you haven't finished eating, I have prepared some food for you. He walked over with a plate. Mori Kogoro narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. Could Yuenshin and Yi be so kind? Wasn't she disliked by what happened before? Could it be that she wanted to poison, but after seeing the stir-fried vegetables Duan came over? Mori Kogoro finally knew the reason. 2 inches you said to cook for Shaolin before. I think it's better. I will poison my daughter with you. Maori Xiaowu waved his hand and said that Yi's face was very ugly. He punched on the table. Hard the table was carried out and cracked. Eat it for me. He shouted coldly. P94,032 Maori Xiao Kailang swallowed. Why are all the female high school students so powerful these days? He thought that Shaolin was already powerful enough. I didn't expect that there is someone who is not weaker than Shaolin. Chen looked at this man and couldn't help laughing. As for Maoji and Goro's help, Chen thought he didn't see it. Forced to be helpless, Maowen Xiaogoro could only taste the wonderfully named thing of the tomb, but he almost died. This was one of the worst things Kogoro Maori has ever eaten. Mori Kogoro almost lost his temper. Fortunately I didn't give it to Shaolin. Yuenshin and Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but luckily they found this alcoholic uncle to do the experiment. What do you want me to eat? Shaolin asked suspiciously. Shaolin, you wake up, why did you come out so quickly? After he saw Shaolin, he immediately scrambled the dishes he had cooked in embarrassment. To hide. It seemed that someone was decorating before. It woke me up, Shaolan said to Yi. Ha 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 ha. Chen couldn't help laughing too much, and Yi's face became shy and Yuhi shouted angrily to Chen, what are you laughing at? Shaolin didn't know what Chen was laughing at, so she used doubts. The moonlight looked at Chen. It wasn't the sound of decorating before, but the sound of cooking with Yi. It's a bit loud. Damn it, don't say it, or I'll bite you to death. He rushed towards Chen angrily, and then covered his mouth with his hand. Cooking with Yi. Shaolin looked at Yi in confusion. Yi seemed to have told her that she couldn't cook at all, right? And I wanted to study with her before. Yi glared at Chen fiercely, and then said to Shaolan, actually, I just gave it a try, it seems that I still need to continue to study. 3. It doesn't matter, if Kazuya wants to learn cooking, I can teach you. Shaolan, don't bother. There is a kind of person who can't learn how. I think it's better to learn how to make heavy medicine with me. Be a poison master 0. Tan Chen felt that it would be a pity not to make poison with Yi's innate talent. It doesn't need anything, just a combination of ordinary green vegetables can make poison that kills people. It's really amazing. Hyuga Chen, how on earth did I offend you? You are so mocking at me. Yuan Shan and Yi asked angrily towards Chen. 3 inches no, you didn't offend me, but I'm not mocking you, I'm telling the truth, don't you agree at all? Hyuga Chen shrugged and said, agree. I really want to kill you now, you give me death. He too can't stand it anymore. It's time to show Aikido. He is a master of Aikido, but let He attack. Lian Chen's piece of clothing, Kakuzu, can't be touched. You should be lucky, I won't. Get your hands on you, or you'll be down by now. Chen said to Yuan Shan and Yi. Why are you so young? Who did you train with? Yuan Shan and Yi asked A2 in surprise. This is a secret, and I will never tell you. Brown, Che, I don't know that Shaolin, how did you know this guy? This guy is so nasty. He spoke ill of Chen to Shaolin. Don't say that, in fact, Chen's character is very good. Shaolan said to Yuan Shan and Yi. Only you think this guy's character is good. I think this guy's character is very bad, except that he is handsome at 1.2 meters, _ others are nothing at all. He looked at Ji's handsome face, and Yuhi's little face turned up slightly. I have to say that Chen Suyinghu is really handsome. Even she was a little tempted after seeing it, and he quickly used it. Shaking his head, doesn't he just look a little more handsome? What's the big deal? Why are you staring at me all the time? You don't like me anymore. Chen's body read Jin Hee, facing Hee. Asta and Yi saw Chen approaching, their hearts beat violently, and they were very panicked. 3 inches Chen, don't tease Hee. Xiaolan immediately took action to pull the library away. Seeing that Chen He and Yi Ling were so close, Xiaolan felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but after being separated from Yi Zaichen, she was relieved, and at the same time, she still had wiped the loss. Chapter 983. He is still ruthless with himself. Xiaolan, trust me, I will definitely cook delicious dishes. He Zaiwen entered the kitchen, and Chen just wanted to say that he has always been over his head, how much he is over his head. Dare to say this. Xiaolan, listen to me, if you don't want my stomach, or if you want to, stop her. Urchin patted Xiaolan on the shoulder and said to Xiaolan. It's not that exaggerated. Xiaolan couldn't help but said, although the food that he may have made is not very good. But it is an exaggeration to say that he eats dead people. Uncle Li is a victim, I should know him very well. Chen's eyes turned to Mori Kogoro. 3 Mori Kogoro nodded immediately. That's right, the food made from this almost killed himself. Oh dear, turned her head angrily. Apparently now Xiaolan is still angry with Mori Kogoro. Don't be angry, I was wrong. Dad promises that this kind of thing will never happen again. Mori Kogoro assured Xiaolan. Actually, it's not entirely his fault. What can you do if you are deceived by others? But this is also a memory skill for Mori Kogoro. Forget it this time. In the future, Dad, you really want to invest. But you must do what you can, and don't lose all the property. 3 Xiaolan turned to Mao Hegoro Cotton wakes up Mori Kogoro smiles on the price of land. But Dad, you really can't catch the guy who donated money and escaped. Can you catch it? Xiaolan asked Mori Kogoro. I heard that I have already left the country. How can I catch this? It's impossible to catch it. Even if it can be caught, it is estimated that the money will be gone. Let's call for the punishment. Mori Kogoro said angrily. This time, you can only admit it, because there is no other way. Everyone ran out of their bodies, even the police officer had nothing to do, he is now a detective, or a detective that doesn't matter. Is there any way to force the confession to be revealed? That's fine, but in the future, Dad, don't drink anymore, we have to save money. Mori Kogoro's expression is bitter, he won't let him drink, isn't this killing him? Well, that's the decision. Xiaolan has already decided not to let Mori Kogoro drink in the future. After all, Kogoro Mori can indeed drink, but that is a large expense. Kogoro Mori's eyes flickered slightly. Although Xiaolan said that she was letting her drink. But Mori Kogoro is not helpless. At that time, if you ask for a measurement soon, you will at most lose face in front of the woman. Although Mori Kogoro values his own face very much. But for wine, after thinking about the countermeasures, Mori Kogoro suddenly laughed twice, making Xiaolan unable to help but glance at Mori Kogoro. You can still laugh at this time, don't you want to owe so much money? But now it's okay, Xiaolan doesn't see her father. Ten are all with a scowling expression. The messenger in the kitchen shouted. It was Hee's voice. Hua's face changed after hearing it, and he hurried to the kitchen. What's wrong, Mrs. Yi? Did you cut it? Or was it scalded by the oil, or did you break the plate? Chen walked into the kitchen slowly and asked Hee. At this time, Hee was covering his little hands. When I use the knife, I am ruthless, I cut my hand all of a sudden. At this moment, several hands are spitting out blood. Are you okay with Hee? I'll bandage you right away. Xiaolan hurriedly pulled Hee out. Really, there are so many troubles. Don't force it if you don't know how to cook. Li Xiaogoro complained in a low voice. Before, due to the pressure, Kogoro Maori only drank and did not eat. Now Kogoro Maori is about to starve to death. As a result, this woman who forced herself to be a cook still managed to come up with this. It seems that this meal will not be eaten for a while. If there is, then Maori Kogoro doesn't mind going out for a meal. But now this is the case. I can't afford it at all. Dad, stop talking, go get the medicine kit. Shaolin glared at Mori Kogoro angrily. Net Mori Kogoro shrank his neck. At this time, Mori Kogoro was still very afraid of Shaolin. After all, he just owed a big debt. There was a medicine box at home, and soon Mori Kogoro took the medicine box and handed it to his daughter Shaolin. I'll do it, Chen said to Shaolin. Does Chen claim really know how to bandage? Shaolin asked, looking at Chen suspiciously. Naturally I am a professional. Why, Shaolin, you don't believe me? Shaolin shook her head. With so much elegance, it's not surprising that he can bandage. Not to mention simple bandaging. Basically, anyone with hands will say, but I don't believe you. He said angrily looking at Chen. Tiskai, it's really hard to attack yourself. Such a deep wound, it won't get better in less than a week. Chen nodded lightly. Then he said to He is quite ruthless with himself, but it can be better today, but if Shaolin bandages it, it's going to be an early stage, the choice is yours. $F bandaging, I'd like to see how you healed my wound today. If it doesn't heal, I'll make you look good. 173 He raised his small fists towards Chen said threateningly. With your small body, you still make me look good. Chen gave He a nonchalant glance. HMPH, don't underestimate me, I can beat you to the ground. I have practiced Aikido, cotton balls, then dipped in live wine, and wiped He's wounds. It hurts. He's brows furrowed, in fact he wanted to cry. It was unfortunate that he was able to cut vegetables. The most important thing is that this Hyuga Chen must be laughing at himself in his heart. However, after thinking too much about Hyuga Chen was not laughing at her. It's normal for girls now to not be able to cook. There aren't many girls like Shaolin who hold She's fingers, carefully giving a heart-wrenching look at the serious expression. Chen, the little dirty beat up violently, his neck bulging with a layer of Yuhi looking at the handsome Chen, and Shin's heart flashed, if it was his boyfriend, it would be better. After this thought crossed in He's mind, He immediately shook his head. What's the matter? She doesn't like this guy who mocks her. The person this guy likes seems to be Shaolin, and it seems that Zanlin likes him too. This and Yi can still see it. 9th, 184 chapters. You keep staring at me, do you like me? Chen raised his head and asked Yuan Shan and Yi. Yuan Shan and Yi's face suddenly turned Yuhi, and stammered. Who likes you? I didn't see you. Also, do you see Yuyu? Are you in love with me? Yuan Shan and Yi Zhao said with a snort. Yuan Shan and Yi were surprised that Chen actually nodded. Yeah, he looks so beautiful. Of course I like you. Looking at the smile on Chen's face, Yuan Shan and Yi were moved. Is what he said true? He really likes me. Yuan Shan and Tu lowered their heads, and for a while, even the wound on their hands that was cut by Chell, I can't feel the pain anymore. Shaoli is full of the expression when Chen smiles. Gong, don't worry about it. Chen is just joking with you. Hurry up and bandage He's wound. If you don't do it, I'll come. Shaolan patted Chen's shoulder lightly and said with a light snort. It was obvious that the jealousy on Shaolan's face was right, but Shaolan was jealous just now. At the same time, he was a little wary of the good sisters Yuan Shan and Yi. Fire, theft, and girlfriends, these words also have some truth. Are you kidding me? He raised his head and looked at the smiling face. A look of disappointment flashed on his face, but both Shaolin didn't notice it, but Chen did. The smile on his face was even more. Okay, it's time for you to wrap it up. Chen said to He. It's ugly. He looked at Chen's bandaged wound, and couldn't help but said. But although the bandage is ugly, he really can't feel any pain anymore. It's really amazing, he can't feel any pain at all. The kindness to bandage your wounds, but you actually dislike my ugliness, alas. Chen pretended to sigh. What I said was the truth. Shangchen said yes, what you said is the truth, but you said it like this. But it makes me very sad tilde. AP, cut, I think you're wrapping me up like this on purpose. He pouted his lips. By the way, do you still want to go to the kitchen to prepare, next? Wu Yu looked at He and asked. Let's forget it for now. But I will definitely practice cooking hard. I will never give up like this. He is also very self-aware, and now he will not go to the kitchen for the time being, but he has already decided in his heart that he must practice his cooking skills well. 3. Not for other reasons, just want to let the son he was impressed and told him that he could cook well too. It wasn't as bad as he thought. Chen doesn't think he's bad with Yi, because he's nothing to do with him. What qualifications do you have to evaluate how you are with Yi? I'll go prepare. Xiaolin walked towards the kitchen, but opened the refrigerator, but found that there were no ingredients in the refrigerator. 3. At this time, she was embarrassed and scolded laughing, because she had hidden the ingredients. I haven't done it yet. After dinner, I'll go buy chrysanthemum first. Xiaolin said. Xiaolin, take a good rest, or I'll go buy it. Chen said to Xiaolin. Yeah Xiaolin, you haven't been well. Let's take a rest, stay at home and have a good rest now. He said to Xiaolin that from yesterday to now, Xiaolin really hasn't had a good rest, and she really needs a good rest now. Let's go with this guy. He said to Yi Gui, who wanted to agree, but when he heard this, he suddenly changed his mind. Forget it, I'm fine, why don't we go together? Xiaolan is very unsympathetic to Yuan Chen and He alone in her heart. Okay then. A hint of disappointment flashed in He's eyes, but the expression was not obvious. Xiaolan didn't see it. Dad, let's go out to buy groceries first. At this time, Xiaolin shouted to Maori Kogoro, oh, come back early, I'm going to starve to death. By the way, remember to buy a case of beer. Wu shouted to Xiaolan. HMPH, I want to sing wine again, I tell you, there is no door. Xiao said angrily, Xiaolan. Just pity your father. I really can't live without wine. Go down. Mori Kogoro looked very pitiful. Without wine, Mori Kogoro was really uncomfortable. Before Mori Kogoro wanted to drink, he found that there was no more alcohol. It was really uncomfortable. Ordinary people really can't understand the feeling of the wine bag. Okay, but in the future, Dad, you must not drink so much wine. Xiaolin said to Maori Kogoro, and finally Maori Xiaowukao nodded. Xiaolin didn't know either. Maori Kogoro really heard what he thought. He could only sigh helplessly. Then they went out to buy food, and there was a small supermarket not far away, so it was very convenient. And what's inside? The dishes are all there. They are very complete. What do you want to eat with Yihu and Yi? Xiaolin asked Chen and the others. As long as Chen and the others eat what Xiaolin buys, basically everything is cooked. Usually elementary school often follows recipes to make food, but the cook is getting better and better. Chen, what do you like to eat? Eat. Chen smiled and said to Xiaolin. However, she, who was next to him, spoke up. Really, it's so nauseous. He feels like he misses Yi, and at the same time there is a bit of discomfort in his heart. However, Chen's words are very useful to Xiaolin, and there is a smile on her face, and the smile has never changed. Then Xiaolin, after purchasing a horse and preparing for a big meal, Xiaolin also wanted to thank Chengdu Coffee for returning home. Maori Kogoro couldn't wait, reached out and took the beer that Xiaolan bought, and then broke a bottle and drank it. This is too exaggerated. How much does your father love to drink? Wang Qian's. He asked Xiaolin in a low voice. Xiaolin's helpless hand spread out, as to how much her father likes to drink. This little land doesn't know. Kogoro, the anti-war Maori, is addicted to alcohol like his life, and he just treats alcohol as his golden root. Xiaolan, let's prepare a meal together. Maori Kogoro said to Xiaolin, and then he took Chen to go for a drink and said better than the play Maori Kogoro. If he drinks it himself, Xiaolin will definitely control him dissatisfied, but if she takes Chen with her. That's all right. So Li Xiaowulong used Chengui as a shield and said, Xiaolin, let me help you. As long as you don't dislike me for being stupid. He said to Xiaolin. But your hand. Xiaolin pointed to He's injured hand. Can he really help? It's okay, I don't feel any pain at all. I and Yi themselves are also very strange. Why they don't feel any pain at all here, why is it so amazing? _X. Chapter 985. Put away this delusion. Ding bell bell tilde. Xiaolan, your phone is ringing. He reminded Shangshang Elementary School. San, he, help me watch first. Xiaolan took out her phone and asked He to help her watch the cooking. Hey, it's actually my mother. After seeing the person who called her, Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. Because Jiangli was busy with her work, she rarely had time to call her. Hey, Mom, what's the matter with you? Xiaolan asked Fei Yingli. Well, I really have something to ask Xiaolan. Does Maori Kogoro owe a lot of money? Fei Yingli asked Xiaolan. Ah, how did you know this? Xiaolan was surprised at this time. How did her mother, concubine Yingri, know about this? You must know that Mori Kogoro said before, don't tell concubine Yingri. Although Xiaolan wants to tell concubine Yingri, she still obeys Mori Kogoro in the end. If he doesn't tell me, I don't know yet. Fei Yingli said. How are you doing now, Xiaolan? Maori Kogoro how Fei Yingli is not at peace. Now Fei Yingli cares about Xiaolan. I hope Xiaolan doesn't have an accident. I'm fine. Me, so now it's not good. It's Chen. Fei Yingli had some complex thoughts in her mind, and then she put all these thoughts away. Guo Xiaolan said, Xiaolan, do you want to come and live with us? Ah, I'm afraid I can't now. Xiaolan rejected Fei Yingli. Even now her father has calmed down, but Xiaolan knows that even if he is worried, he will hide it in his heart, and he doesn't want to let herself know. If she leaves at this time, Maori Xiaowushi may be affected. It's broken. After all, the loss is so big all of a sudden, even Mori Kogoro, who is still in a good state of mind, can't bear it. If let his daughter run away because of this. What would Maori Kogoro think? Okay, I see. Fei Yingli didn't say anything, and Fei Yingli had already expected this result. If there is anything that needs to be spent, you can tell your mother. Fei Yingli said to Mao Lilan. Fei Yingli is also quite rich. In fact, if Mori Kogoro told Fei Yingli, for the sake of Xiaolan's face, Fei Yingli would also help Mori Zalong. But for the sake of the straight son, Mori it was obvious that Kogoro would not sue concubine Yingri, and this would not be beyond concubine Yingri's expectations. She had already seen through the drama for that man. Okay guy, I will tell mom about you as soon as possible. Do not worry, Xiaolan assured Fu Yingli, but Fei Yingli is actually not at ease. If there is anything wrong with Xiaolan, she likes to keep it in her heart, and then she resists. Regarding her daughter's character, does Fei Yingli still understand? It seems necessary to tell Chen to let Chen help her keep Xiaolan. By the way, are you free now? I am a big wing. If you have time, you can come over for dinner. Xiaolan invites Daoyu to Fei Yingli. Forget it. If I want to eat Xiaolan's meal, you can cook it for me alone, and I won't go. What's more, if I go, the man's self-esteem will probably be unbearable. I don't want to see him either. Xiaolan's eyes are a little sad. She knows it will be like this, but Xiaolan doesn't want to care about these things, and she can't control it. It's good to sing. If I have time, I will go to my mother's place. Well, I hope Lan can come and see me more. Well, I see that I'm still cooking, so I'll hang up first. Erland said, because Xiaolan found out that he couldn't handle it anymore, if he didn't hang up again. The food that was bought with great difficulty will be wasted again. Yeah, Fei Yingli nodded, then hung up the phone. Leave it to me. Xiaolan said to He. Okay, it's really hard to cook. He hurriedly handed it over to Xiaolan. She couldn't do it anyway. Soon Xiaolan prepared a sumptuous meal. While eating, Ting Xiaolan said to Maori Xiaogoro, my father and mother already know about it. Maori Kogoro, who was originally very happy drinking, his expression immediately stiffened. He put down the glass and asked Xiaolan. Did you tell her? No, my mother said that Officer Kimu told her. Xiaolan shook her head and said. And Police Officer Zhe. Mori Kogoro knew the meaning of the tomb officer after a little thought, and the police palace also knew Mori Guro. Too knowing that Mori Kogoro couldn't speak, so he put this the matter came to Fei Yingri. I just wanted Fei Yingri to hire him. In fact, Officer Mumu has been in his relationship for many years, although Officer Mumu seems to dislike him on the surface. In fact, the relationship is very good. So this even Kogoro Mori couldn't blame Officer Yimu. If that woman gives you money, don't take it, I have money. Mori Kogoro said to Shaolin. Che, Rujong is really rich. There is no need to borrow money, and I still borrowed wine to relieve my sorrows in this year. In 9 and Yi Pipi pouted and said bluntly. He is like this, he's relatively small and outspoken, and he can't stand Mori Kogoro's swollen face and looks like a fat man. So he said aloud. Ran's face turned up to Yuhi. Annoyed, he shouted at Hee. What does this have to do with you? Dad. Xiaolan, slamming the table, Mori Kogoro suddenly turned off. Because Mori Kogoro feels sorry for Shaolin now, so when facing Shaolin, he feels a little guilty. The future may be a bit more bitter. Mori Xiaowen bit Kiba and said, don't you go to her side, Xiaone. Myself, I can suffer a little bit, but Mori Kogoro doesn't want Shaolin to suffer with him. Shaolin shook her head, she won't go. Don't talk about that, let's eat first. Shaolin, your cooking skills are really good. But Bai He did not know how many times stronger. Chen's words changed the subject. I have practiced, and if I practice well, I will definitely not be able to cook Gon Shaolin's cooking. He said angrily. Chen patted He on the shoulder. Looking at Yi's eyes, it seems that he is looking at a guy who is beyond his own power. Put away this delusion. You don't have this talent at all. Even if you practice for a lifetime, you will definitely not be able to graduate. HMPH, I will definitely impress you. Don't think that I can't do it now, but it doesn't mean that you will wait in the future. Let's see. Okay, I really have to wait and see. You two are arguing. Eat well, otherwise it won't taste good. Shaolin said helplessly. The two said, I don't want to quarrel with him either. It's because he is too irritating. That's why I didn't have the slightest demeanor when arguing with him. He whispered. DBL is hospitalized. Pause for a few days. Chapter 186. Fei Yingli's invitation after eating. He glanced at Chen angrily, apparently still angry at his birthday. Maori Xiaofang Lang has already left. Just now, Kogoro Mori received a commission, although it was a small one. The remuneration is a little less, but for Mori Kogoro, who has no money, this is a very happy event. Xiaolan, I am ready to go back. Chen said to Xiaolan, 2 inches go back 3. What are you doing when you go back? Why don't you accompany me here with Xiaolan? He Shang Chen said. Why, do you really miss me? Chen smiled slightly. Then he asked He. Ghosts can't bear you. I wish you would hurry up now, so as not to feel upset when I see you. He Peepee said to Chen. Tisk tisk. Hey, what do you mean by, Lu Yi too? He was dissatisfied with Yi Chen. The play, it's not interesting. Xiaolan, I'll go first. Chen waved to Shaolin and said, well, Chen, you are on your way. Shaolin said to Chen with a slight smile. It's really just like this. He saw that Chen really left. There was a little disappointment on his face. And this happened to be seen by Shaolin. Shaolin glanced at He a little, and hesitated for a while before speaking. He, do you have a crush on Chen? He made a big fuss about Shaolin's question of being limited to the public, and he quickly waved his hand and said, Shaolin, what are you talking about? I know. I don't like that guy at all, and I even want to beat that guy. He said angrily. Poochie tilde L. Shaolin burst out laughing. Chen didn't provoke you too much, so what? I have to learn to prove that the guy shaves and looks at me. Li Shaolin's expression froze slightly. Now she has doubts, and Yi may really have some good feelings for Chen. This smart Shaolin can still found. Hey, Shaolin, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? He asked Shaolin. No, it's nothing. Shaolin shook her head, but she seemed to have something on her mind. Although He could see it, she didn't ask Shaolin why. Chen left the Yuli Detective Agency. When I was about to go home, I suddenly received a call, and it was from concubine Yingli. Hey, sister-in-law Yingri, is something wrong? Chen's Li Shengwang smiled wickedly. Concubine Yingli on the other side of the phone frowned slightly and actually called her Aunt Yingri. Did Chen make a mistake? You should still call me Yingri. Fei Yingli said. A120, Shaolin and I are good friends. How can you call each other's mother by name? How rude. Second, isn't it, Aunt Yingri? Chen, the face is undiminished. This man is not allowed to come before. Fei Yingli firmly disagreed, because calling her like that would not call herself the fifth, even if Fei Yingli was a strong woman. Obviously, she doesn't like being called aunt by others, which is an old-fashioned title. If Chen calls her sister, she has no objection. Okay, just kidding. Is there something wrong with Yingri looking for me? Chen put away his smile and became serious. Well, I have something to do with you. Fei Yingli nodded. That she, can you come to my house? Fei Yingli asked Chen. What business do you have to go to your house? Mo, put away the bad thoughts in your mind. Fei Ying said to him. If you can see Fei Yingli at this moment, you can see the concern on Fei Yingli's face. You know, it's not an ordinary difficulty to make Fei Yingli, a serious woman, show a shy expression. What are you thinking? I just want to say, do you want to invite me to dinner? A smile appeared on Chen's face again. That's right. I really want to invite you to dinner. Fei Yingli hung up the phone after she finished speaking, and then told Chen the address of her home. Well, actually Yingli didn't tell Chen, but Chen also knew, because concubine Yingli's home Chen also went. I just keep my eyes on it. Chen found out that the address was wrong. Could it be that Fei Yingli moved? There was nothing to do. Following the address, Chen came to Fei Yingli's house. He knocked on the door lightly with his hand, and soon Fei Yingli came to open the door. Chen glanced at Fei Yingli. Because it was at home, concubine Yingli didn't dress so formally, and was wearing the clothes of the deputy family. 3 inches. You didn't live here before. You moved. Sichen walked in and said to Fei Yingli. Yeah, the place where I used to be was too far away from my law firm. So I bought it at a nearby place. Got a house. Fei Yingli nodded and said. She's really a rich woman. This house shouldn't be cheap. Chen's Chaoguang looked at it. The location is in the city center, and the decoration is not bad. It is still 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The area is not small, but it costs a lot. You know, it is relatively easy to make money as a lawyer. Concubine Yingli invited Chen to sit down and said, if I can't eat any day in the future, I'll come to you to ask for support. Chen said with a smile, okay, I don't mind. Fei Yingli took a deep look at Chen. You were with Shaolin before? Fei Yingli asked Chen. Well, I was with Shaolin before. Chen nodded. He knew that before Fei Yingli, he should have called Shaolin, and it is not surprising to know. Thank you so much for helping Shaolin. Fei Yingli said to Chen. In fact, she invited Chen mainly to thank Chen. 2 inches. Don't thank me. Since it's Shaolin, I'll definitely help. But Kong smiled slightly. He said to Fei Yingli. So, I still have to thank me. I'm Shaolin's mother, and I haven't. I knew it right away, and I wouldn't have known it if Officer Yimu didn't tell me. Concubine Yingli shook her head slightly. She was dissatisfied with Maori Kogoro 04. Concubine Yingri was dissatisfied. How is Maori Kogoro now? Concubine Yingli doesn't care, but she has to take care of Lan Lan, and she doesn't want Xiao Lan to suffer. To thank you, I decided to cook by myself and cook you a savory meal. Fei Yingli stood up and said. Thank me. I think you are trying to murder me. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched. Dao concubine Yingli's cooking skills are almost the same as Yuan Shan and Yi. It's hard to describe. It is even more exaggerated than Yuan Shan and Yi, so Chen feels that he is not thanking himself. I want to murder myself, and the cooking must be murderous. Don't underestimate me. I am not the original me, and I have studied cooking. Alas, it is not enough to study it, so what if you have studied it? It is still dark cooking that makes dark cooking. Chen secretly sighed. Play. Chapter 987. Talent. I think if you really want to avoid me, you'd better invite me out for a meal. Chen drank the horse water to stabilize Zhao King. Are you looking down on my cooking skills, Chen? Concubine Shiri's dangerous gaze was fixed on Chen. Looking at Fei Yingli, Yuzhen really wanted to nod and say yes, I just look down on your cooking skills. Concubine Bai Yingli could have any cooking skills, but she gave up in the end. I didn't say it. After all, it was really heartbreaking. It is estimated that the concubine Yingri, who has been pricked, will come and fight her hard. See what beanies you can make fun of. Chen simply looked optimistic about Dai. Fei Yingli clenched her fists, which was quite the same. But Ru Millie didn't argue with Chen, she wanted to slap her face with facts. She put on a very professional apron. Then the concubine Yingri came to the kitchen. In a bucket in the kitchen, there was a fresh live fish. Because I wanted fresh fish, I didn't have any fish that I needed to prepare. I was going to take it back and handle it myself. Then pick up the fish. Those who don't even kill them are thrown into the oil pan. 3. The hot oil makes the fish struggle to the death, and I don't know what the hell the fish is doing. Oil pan. Rent concubine Yingri looked at the splashing hot oil and couldn't help shouting too much, causing Chen, who was sitting in the living room, to twitch the corners of his mouth. Could it be that something went wrong? But all this, it was all in Chen's guess. He knew that Fei Yingli would not do anything wrong at all. Now, when he came to the kitchen, Chen saw Fei Yingli, who was blocking the front of the business with both hands. The pot was jumping happily. Qi and Chen didn't know what to say, and they didn't even know how to describe their mood. They quickly went over to turn off the fire, and then pulled Fei Yingli out of the kitchen first. Fei Yingli frowned slightly. The injuries were all burnt yuhi. The mark. It even blistered. Fortunately, Fei Yingli protected her face, otherwise the face would be burned. It hurts. Fei Yingli looked at her hand and wanted to cry but had no tears. But she was so good that no oil splashed on her face. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as pain, but maybe disfigured. Neil, if you want to go there, you have to ask for it yourself. Where is the medicine box in your house? There's no medicine box, but it's fine. Fei Yingli shook her head. I also said that if these blisters burst, there may be acne. It's not good to leave scars on both hands, Chen said, looking at his concubine Yingri. On the other hand, Fei Yingli's face turned slightly. Yuhi glanced at Chen secretly, thinking that she hadn't been discovered by Yuan. In fact, all of them were seen by Chen. 21,412. Then why can't you go to the hospital? Fei Yingli said. Gee, then leave it to me. Chen stretched out his hand and brushed it against Fei Yingli's double face. Fei Yingli shrank her hand slightly and gave Chen a dark look, thinking that Chen was taking advantage of her. Hey, I'm here to help you. If you don't step on me, it seems that good deeds may not be rewarded. Chen helpless stalled this time. Fei Yingli felt it. My hand doesn't seem to hurt anymore. It seems to be fine. He couldn't help but look at his hands in surprise. He saw that the Ji hanging with both hands did not even have a yuhi mark, just like he was not injured, making Fei Yingli feel a little uncomfortable. It's actually okay, Chen asked. How did you do this? It's amazing, and suddenly Chen seems to have just touched his finger. Could it be okay to get hurt just by touching it? Fei Yingli looked at Chen strangely. You have to know that everyone has a secret. Obviously, this secret cannot be told to you. Chen said deryingly, spreading her hands. Do you want to hide it from me? Fei Yingli suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. That's right. It's still worth my fish. Fei Yingli realized at this time that her own fish hadn't been cooked yet. Concubine Yingli hurriedly ran to the kitchen and Chen followed. At this time, the fish that had been jumping around was already dead. This death is too miserable. I can't bear to look directly, alas. Chen shook his head gently. This fish is really miserable. It's okay. It's not pasty yet. Fu Yingli saw that there was no pastry. Then he was relieved. You can't eat it without the paste. Did your fish throw it into the pot before it was killed? Also, the scales of the stool have not been scraped. How can it be eaten? I found that the concubine Yingri, you are really talented. Chen looked at Fei Yingli and shook his head with a sigh. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm an idiot? Fei Yingli bit Kiba and asked Chen. Don't. I said that. But it didn't say you said it yourself. Chen quickly shook his head in denial, although he meant it. But he didn't say it. But the quality of Chen already showed that he meant it. Forget it. Let's go out to eat. It's a pity that I bought back the ingredients. Jia Yingli looked at Shimuya Hongfeng in the refrigerator. With some pity on his face. In the past, the refrigerator in Yingli's house was empty. Now I finally put some things in, but it's still useless. If I let Gui Yingli come, I will definitely waste all these materials. If you're afraid of waste, you can invite Shaolin over, and Shun 023 can ask her maid for cooking lessons. Yes, Ruying ideally arrived at Shaolin, with a touch of beauty on her face. Zheng Yingri, who is usually serious, but rarely smiles. After a long day of work, she finally went out to eat, so Fei Yingri is a complete waste of time. Where? Fei Yingli suddenly thought of something and asked Chen. Yeah, how did you know? Could it be that there is something I told you? Chen asked Fei Yingli in confusion. It wasn't Kun Shizi who told me. She rarely contacts me. There was a bit of Canadian dollar resentment towards you Shizi in Jia Yingli's eyes. It was Shaolin who told me. Shaolin. Chen was stunned to tell the truth, but then it sounded, Shaolin seemed to really know that Yuchizi lived in his house. Actually, I haven't been in touch for so long. I thought Yujuzi had already left. I haven't seen her yet. Didn't you have a good relationship with Yuzi before? Why does she live in your house now? Do you have a good relationship now? Fei Yingli asked Wu Yu curiously. No, concubine Yingli, what are you doing? Of course, I was curious. What's more, Yukiko is also my friend. I just ask about it. If you don't say it, forget it. 9th, 188 chapters. The angry Fei Ying said, actually, if Yuchizi is inconvenient to be with you, you can move to me. It just so happens that I am a little bored by myself. Fei Yingli said to Chen. See, it's up to you and Yukiko to talk about this. Chen said, waving his hand towards Fei Yingri. If there is a messenger willing to come to you, then let her come here. Although Chen said so, but he was sure in his heart that Yuchizi would definitely not come to concubine Yingri's side. After all, the relationship between Chen and Yuchizi has been unusual. If before, at the invitation of Fei Yingri, Yukiko may still consider it, but now it is impossible. What do you like to eat? Order it. You don't need to be polite with me. After arriving at a restaurant in Qianjing, Fei Yingli handed the menu to Chen. This is a high-end restaurant, aren't you afraid that I will eat you down? Chen said with a chuckle. I think I still have some money, but it's not so bad to be crushed by you, but I want to know how you can crush me. Fei Yingli said with a smile, as an undefeated woman in the legal world. Fei Ying ideally wants to make money, but it is easy. Too many people will come to Fei Yingli for help because Fei Yingli's straw number is there. Since becoming a law city, Fei Yingli has never lost a case. Of course, Fei Yingli will not take some entrustments even if the price is high. Actually, no matter how much money you have, I can eat you down, but now I've decided to show mercy. Chen's appetite could frighten Fei Yingli to death. No matter how much it is, Chen can eat it. Even if the richest man comes, Chen can eat him and go bankrupt. Concubine Yingri smiled slightly, thinking that Chen was joking. San, would you like a bottle of wine? Fei Yingli asked Chen. Tian, do you still like to drink? Chen looked at Ba Yingri in surprise. I don't know that Fei Yingli likes to drink. Fei Yingli shook his head to Chen, and then said. I don't usually like to drink one, but sometimes I also drink 2 glasses of evening. That's fine. Of course I didn't see Chen, but Chen still likes to drink. Originally, Chen thought that Fei Yingli wanted Yuhi wine, but when the wine came, Chen realized that it was sake. Although sake is one of the 8 major spirits, its alcohol content is not the same. It's not particularly high, but that doesn't mean it's not easy to get drunk. Why? Don't you like it? Niu Yingli asked Chen. I can actually drink anything. Nothing to like or dislike. Chen poured himself a cup, and then gave Fei Yingli a cup. After eating a meal for a few hours, it's getting dark. Let's go, I'll take you home. Chen said to Fei Yingli. Because this D is not far from Gao concubine Yingli's home, so Yingli didn't drive, just walked back and got home soon. The wind at night was bitter and cold. Once the cold wind blew, Fei Yingli, who had been a little dizzy, came to his senses. Does it feel a little cold? Chen took off his jacket and put it on Fei Yingli. Fei Yingli was stunned for a moment, but did not reject Chen's actions. She smiled slightly and said to Chen, "It seems that you are quite gentle, Chen." "I'm just gentle with girls." Chen smiled lightly. 3 inches PFF'd. "Min, I'm not a girl anymore, I've already left." "Really? I didn't see that you were old, standing with Shaolin. I'm afraid everyone will think you are sisters." Chen's words made Fei Yingli smile. Her smiling eyes narrowed. Obviously very happy. "You're slick. It seems that Chen, you are not less likely to hook up with girls." "No less." Chen touched his nose and whispered. Soon he returned to Fei Yingli's house. After Chen sent Fei Yingli back, he said to Fei Yingli, "I'll go first." "Let's go now. Don't you want to come in and sit? Qizhang also wants to leave. Have a cup of tea and go." Fei Ying said involuntarily. It's too late to stay here for a while. It's going to get dark. Then I may stay with you and not leave, aren't you afraid? Chen said with a chuckle. Scared. I think it's good to have a handsome guy like you with me, how could I be afraid? Fei Yingli teased and looked at Chen. But after speaking, Fei Yingli felt a little regretful in her heart. Yuhi's face was ashamed, as if she was saying she Chen on purpose. 3. Forget it. I'm still afraid. Eaten by you. Chen waved to Ni Yingli. Then he left. Fei Yingli was stunned. Did he despise me? Fei Yingli's heart was full of arrogance. The next time I see him, I must make him look good. But Chen has something to do right now. Just now he received a call from Tomoko Suzuki, so of course he didn't have time to chat with concubine Yingri here. Just now, Chen came back on the phone and said that he won't be back tonight, so let's have dinner. Mingmei said to the girls. 3 inches not coming back. Didn't he go to Shaolin's house? Does he want to stay at Shaolin's house tonight? Kiko asked suspiciously. That bastard stood up sadly and went back to his room. Oh, it seems that Shirley is angry. Bermode looked at Xiao Ai's back with a funny look, and Mingmei looked very incompetent. Shirley, why do you call Xiao Ai Shirley? Yukiko asked Bermode curiously. This doubt has already weighed in Yuchizi's heart, and Yuchizi also forced him to ask John Moda before, but Belmont did not say. I'm afraid I can't answer you this question, but you should go and ask Ma Chen. If he told you, it would be clear. If he doesn't tell you, there is no way to wear it. Belmode spread his hands and said looking up. For Yukiko, Xiao Ai's identity is a secret, and Yukiko is not clear. Not only Yukiko doesn't know. In fact, even Kuroba Chikage doesn't know. That guy won't tell me, he hides any secrets from me. Yuchizi said with gratitude that she has a deep resentment towards Chen. Suishizi has already recruited him. But he never told her about some of Chiumi. It's just like sitting her as an outsider. If Chen really wants to tell you, he will naturally tell you. With Shizi, you don't have to be so famous, at least he likes you. Belmod said to Yukiko. Cut, you don't have to say good things for him. That guy is so careless, he doesn't know where he is fooling around, maybe he even harmed Shaolin. 3. Yuchizi cut lightly, but Yuchizi really guessed part of it correctly. Chen was really fooling around, but Shaolin didn't feel hurt. Chapter 980. Threatening Letter. Early the next morning, Tatsuya returned home from Tomoko Suzuki. Hey, Xiao Ai, didn't you go to school? Sanchin looked at Xiao Ai who was leaning against the door. He couldn't help but replied to Xiao Ai. Chen, today is the weekend. Of course, I didn't go to school. You shouldn't even forget about this, right? Mingmei couldn't help saying. Really, I forgot about this. Chen shook his head. Chen never counted days, so he didn't even know it was a weekend. Xiao Ai is not happy. Chen walked over and rubbed Xiao Ai's head, and then Chen's hand was slapped open by Xiao Ai. HMPH, don't touch me. Xiao Ai snorted coldly. Shugu's eyes were fixed on Chen, with an expression that I was not easy to mess with. Where did you go last night? Belmod walked out and asked with Chen. There is a scent on her body, and it seems to be very familiar. Where did you smell it? The little boy who was still disgusted with Chen just now. I came to Chen's side and sniffed, and then said lightly. Chen's body carried a scent. It was still a woman's scent. The most important thing is that Xiao Ai is somewhat familiar with this scent. Xiao Ai, is your nose really that sensitive? 7,102 inches. Chen couldn't help looking at Xiao Gan in surprise. This prince is too sensitive. Humph. Xiao Ai just hummed silently, but Xiao Ai's nose is indeed very sensitive. Tell me, where did you go last night? Xiao Ai asked Chen. This is an adult business. You are a child, don't ask so much. Chen shook his head at Xiao Ai. Obviously, he didn't mean to say anything. Xiao Ai looked at Chen, and wanted to bite him, and stared at Chen with every anger. By the way, I have something I want to do. Ask you. Yuqizi suddenly asked Chen. Just when Chen was about to say anything, the phone suddenly rang. Jing took out his phone and saw that it was Fu Yingli who called. I just saw Fei Yingli yesterday. What's the matter? Whose phone is it? It was so out of time. Yukiko couldn't help complaining. Originally, Yukiko still had something to ask. It was Fei Yingli who called. Chen said to Yukiko, Eri 1, why did she call you? No way. Yukiko didn't continue to inquire, and began to guess secretly. Chenya, I don't know. Could it be because of what happened yesterday? NP answered. After the phone call, Fei Yingli's voice came over. Chen, do you have time now? Please come to my house, I have something to do. Okay. Chen didn't have anything to do. After all, it's hard to say Jichu on the phone. Has something happened to Yingri? Then I'll go over and see. Yukiko said with concern. After all, Yoshiko sees the concubine Yingri as a very close friend. If something really happened, I wouldn't be worried if I didn't go to see Yukiko. Chen had no opinion. She left the house with Yukiko, and Xiao Ai stomped her feet angrily. If you want to follow, then say it. Is gone now. It is estimated that he will not be able to catch up. Belmod looked at Xiao-san with a smile. I recently learned a new ninjutsu technique, and I want to find someone to try it out. Looking to see Ermod. To find your sister. I'm afraid that after I beat you to tears, you will go to Chen's side to harm you. After Belmod finished speaking, he turned around and entered the room. Chen brought Yukiko, and soon came to Fei Yingli's house. After knocking on the door, Fei Yingli came to open the door. After seeing Chen, Fei Yingli was expressionless. And there is a bit of sharpness in the light. Chen has already detected that this is the case, so he couldn't help but cough twice. Eri, did something happen to you? Yukiko asked Fei Yingri. Said, you Shizi, I didn't expect you to come too. Jen Yingli's eyes only saw Yuchizi, and Yuchizi couldn't help but forgot concubine Yingri at the same time. At the same time, Yuchizi's heart was even more puzzled, and Light could not help but glance at Chen and concubine Yingri. What happened to the two of them? In fact, Yukiko had such doubts in her heart from the beginning, but she didn't have the nerve to ask, and now she doesn't have the nerve to ask. That's right. What's the matter with you, Calvary? Chen hurriedly changed the subject and asked, come ahead and talk about it. Fei Yingli let them in, and after pouring a glass of water, he said, I received a courier this morning. There is a blood-stained knife and a threatening letter in the courier. Fei Yingli took out the knife and the threatening letter. A little panic. Panic woman Jilly, in. The first time I went to call Chen to inform Chen, so that I could feel at ease. 9 inches Eri, did you offend me? Yukiko asked Eri. NR Princess Eri nodded. Then who did you offend? Yuchizi continued to ask. Yuchizi, you also know that I am a lawyer, and I will definitely offend some people, and there are many people offended by you. How do I know who sent it? This is the most helpless place for Shiro Eri, because there are too many people offended. Actually, you should ask Mori Kogoro for help. Or call the police, Yukiko said. 3. Don't tell me that there are more people, I have just called the police. Fei Yingli had already called the police before. I guess the police will be here soon. Yingri, have you received any major commissions recently? Chen asked Fei Yingri. I've received a lot of requests, but recently it's all small things, not big things at all. Isn't this a prank now? Yukiko suspected that there were still a lot of pranks after all. It's just a prank. If it's a prank, that's overkill, too, and it's better to believe it. Fei Yingli didn't want to risk her own life to play with the child and asked Chen. Yukiko was also worried about Fei Yingli's safety. Don't worry, leave this to me, I guarantee that you will be fine, Yingri. Chen smiled at Fei Yingli and said, thank you, Chen, I won't care about what happened yesterday. Fei Yingli said for a year. Yukiko suddenly opened her mouth. What did she hear just now? Yesterday, Chen and Fei Yingri were actually together. You know, Chen didn't come back all night, thinking of these. Yukiko's eyes looking strangely. Concubine Yingri. Looking at concubine Yingri is a little unclear. So, I don't know what Yukiko, looking at her, is doing. Could it be that there is something on her face? Chapter 990. What is the relationship between Yingri and Chen? Yukiko, what have you been looking at me for? Fei Yingri was stared at by Yukiko, and finally couldn't help it, and asked 3 inches. Ahaha, it's nothing, I just think it's been a long time. They become beautiful. Yukiko played late, dodging the light, which made Fei Yingri suspicious. This was not something Yukiko could say. Yukiko, I think something is wrong with you. Fei Yingli stared at Yukiko suspiciously. Something's wrong. What can I do wrong? Yukiko smiled awkwardly and shook her head twice. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Fei Yingli took back the moonlight. In fact, Fei Yingli also knew that if Yuchizi didn't want to say, Chen, since you said that this matter is left to you, then my net worth and my life will all be taken care of. It's in your hands, Yingri said softly to Chen. Don't worry, I promise you'll be fine. Chen talked and said with a smile. Fei Yingli smiled slightly. For Chen's words, Fei Yingli did not know why, but she believed it very much. Soon the police came here, and the person who came was still Mawako. I didn't expect it to be you, Mawako, what a coincidence. Urchin looked at Mawako and said, Chen, I didn't expect you to be here. Mawako glanced at Fei Yingli. Knowing that Fei Zijun is actually Shaolin's mother. Mawako's expression was also a little weird, and at the same time, she glanced at Chen with a slightly contemptuous Qiguang. Concubine Yingri is very strange. Why does Mawako's eyes look so similar to Yukiko's Kichiko looking at her just now? However, as she was not familiar with Mawako, Fei Yingli was embarrassed to ask. Lawyer Fei, when did you receive the courier from Sicheng? Mawako asked Fei Yingli. It's time to go up today. As soon as I received it, I called the police. Fu Yingli said to the poor and you. That is to say, just received this courier not long ago. Mawako, you don't need to worry about this, I will solve it. Chen said to Mawako. Okay, since you have said so, Chen, then I don't have to worry about it. I don't want to worry about this matter anyway. Mawako nodded and said, since Chen said to solve, that must be resolved. Compared with Inri Eri, Mawako is the one who knows Akatsuki Tatsu's abilities. It's too easy for Yichen's ability to solve this matter. Although Dianbuchen said he would solve this matter, Meiheizi did not leave, so let's be lazy here. After going back, there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with, it is better to be a little lazy here. Anyway, Police Officer Kim Yu doesn't know. By the way, Mawako, didn't you make a contribution last time? Why didn't you get a promotion? Chen suddenly asked Mawako. Well, the appointment hasn't come down yet. I guess it will come down soon, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not particularly peaceful. Mawako said with a shoulder. As for whether or not to be promoted, this Mawako is not particularly flat. It doesn't matter if you can get a promotion or not. Anyway, for Mawako, there is no change in his wife. The current Mawako, it is already different from before. Chen, don't you continue to ask me, have you offended anyone? Fei Yingli curiously asked Chen to help her decide this matter, but didn't ask her until she was convicted. Who the hell is that Chen going to solve this incident like a fox? Fei Yingli is very curious about this. That's it. You'll know when the time comes. Chen bought a clue. If Chen wants to find that person, he doesn't need to ask so much. Actually, as long as you investigate the sender of this courier, you can basically find some clues. Mawako said Chen lightly, since the other party dares to use express delivery, then he must not be afraid to check along this line. So that person may not have sent it in person. Eri, just as you said, you have offended many people before, and even you may not know how many enemies you have. You are useless there. Yeah, even I'm a little confused. Fei Yingli shook her head. As the most outstanding lawyer, a woman in the legal world who has never failed. Of course, there are a lot of people who have offended. Then what are you going to do? Fei Yingli asked Chen. 3 inches Eri, Yu Sha Engsen's work is fine, so don't worry about this. I'll figure it out, Eri, don't worry. Chen patted Yingri's shoulder and said. ... Nangwahua 0___ listening to Chen's words, Fei Yingli felt very at ease. If it wasn't for Mi Kazuko and Yukiko here, Fei Yingli would lean on him. However, I think it seems that this female police officer and Yukiko, a good best friend, are a little annoying. Eri, I have some things that I want to talk to you alone for a while. Yukiko grabbed Fei Yingri's hand and opened her eyes. Yukiko couldn't help but feel the doubts in her heart. So some things had to come out. Only by asking. Yukiko's heart can be calmed down. Can't you ask any questions here? Fei Yingli stood up even though she said so, followed Yukiko to the side, and looked at Yukiko curiously. Before 3, I felt that Yukiko was abnormal. Now, Fei Yingri wants to know what medicine is sold in Yukiko's gourd. She came to Fei Yingri's bedroom. Yukiko closed the door and asked Fu Yingri, what is the relationship between Yingri and Chen? I feel your relationship is not easy. Yukiko stared at Fei Yingri suspiciously, eager to know. Why are you asking this question? Fei Yingli's eyes were a little dodgy. Yukiko's eyes narrowed, and there really was a problem, otherwise, Fei Yingli will never be so panicked. And Fei Yingli, after panicking, suddenly calmed down. She and Chen Haoshin have no problem, why are you so panicked? Anyway, Yuchizi asked this after the question, I suddenly panicked in my heart. You think too much. I have nothing to do with Chen. Fei Yingli said to Yukiko. However, at this time, Yukiko no longer believed in Fei Yingli. Now Yukiko thinks that there is definitely a problem between Fei Yingli and Chen. It may even be with her. It's the same. It's all a woman from a family like Chen. Thinking of having Kiko here is not only a little jealous, but also looks at Fei Yingli with resentful eyes. Yukizi, I found that you are very wrong today, have you changed so much? Fei Yingli asked strangely. Dao, even if we haven't seen it for more than 10 years, it won't change that much. 9th, 191 chapters. A little secret to talk about. What the hell are you two talking about? Chen leaned on the G, and the light went over to Fei Yingli and Yu Zaizuang. There was a curious look in his eyes. Seeing Chen coming over, he wanted to talk to each other equals the concubine of the meeting. Yingri and Tsukiko immediately poked their lips together, then shook the car at the same time and said in unison, It's nothing, Ching Tisk, you two are the same, it seems that you are indeed good sisters. Chen said with a chuckle. Listening to Chen's words, Fei Yingri and Yukiko couldn't help but look at each other, and Yukiko's eyes radiated a strange light. Maybe because of my own. The sixth sense Yukiko always felt that the relationship between Chen and Fei Yingli was not shallow, and whether Zishui was the kind of relationship she thought, I don't know if it depends on Guanzi. By the way, Yingri, don't you have anything to eat here? Kiko didn't have breakfast in the morning, so I felt a little hungry. However, I opened the refrigerator at Fei Yingri's house. It was empty. What about the vegetables that Fei Yingri bought? But those dishes were either wasted or thrown away by the annoyed Fei Yingri. If there is Kiko you want to eat, then order takeout. Concubine Eri said to Yukiko. Then let's go out for breakfast. I guess Eri doesn't have breakfast yet. Chen said to Fei Yingli. It's only past 9 o'clock now, is it still breakfast? Fei Ying said speechlessly. Chen brought Fei Yingri, Yukiko and Mawako to a dessert shop downstairs. Why don't you eat it? It tastes pretty good. Are you still worried about Fei Yingli? Chen saw that Fei Yingli has no appetite. Asked the eagle to the concubine Yingri. Fei Yingli nodded. It would be impossible to say that Fei Yingli let go directly. Chen, Don't tell Xiaolin about this, lest Xiaolin worry about it. Fei Yingli said seriously to Chen, anyway, she must not let Xiaolin know. Otherwise, Xiaolin would definitely worry about Fei Yingli and would not let Xiaolin worry about it. Chen nodded lightly and said, don't worry, I won't say this, you can rest assured. Chen wouldn't tell Xiaolin. Not to mention this time, Chen will be able to solve the trick soon. In fact, Fei Yingli didn't have to worry so much at all. By the way, how are you going to deal with the guy who sent the letter of fear? I don't even know who it is and there is no clue. How do you find it? Yukiko asked involuntarily. There was no clue. Sherlock Holmes can't find it either. Why is Chen so confident? Isn't he afraid of being slapped in the face too? Thinking of this, Yukiko's eyes looked at Chen strangely. Yuchizi, what do you mean by that look? Chen looked at Yuchizi's eyes and couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. This is doubting his ability. Yukiko's eyes were a little dangerous when she saw the bottom, and she felt a little panic in her heart. Concubine Yingri suppressed her heavy heart, looking at Chen and Yushizaruo's thoughts. Yukiko, you've changed a lot. If you have time, we can chat. Fei Yingli smiled and said to Yukiko. Ah, what? Yukiko didn't listen to what Concubine Eri said just now. Looking at Fei Yingli with a puzzled face. Because just now, Yukiko was worried about how Cheng would punish C2, so she didn't hear Fei Yingri help her forehead involuntarily, and Yukiko didn't listen to anything just now. I mean, if you have words, you can come and sit with me, we can chat, and also, don't you think it's a bit inconvenient to live in Chen's place, Yukiko? You can live with me if you want. Here, I have no opinion. Let's forget it. I think I live well in Chen's side. Yukiko shook her head lightly. She thought it was good to live in Chen's side, and it was just because of Yukiko's present with Chen's relationship. Yukiko will of course not leave. Okay then. Fei Yingli gave Yukiko a meaningful look and felt that the relationship between Chen and Yukiko was not easy. Concubine Yingri is very clear, but some things are very clear. The relationship between Shengchen and Yukiko seems to be a bit close. After breakfast, Mawako left and she returned to the Metropolitan Police Department. Chen didn't leave, and Yuchizi wouldn't leave either, and stayed at Fei Yingli's house. Although Chen didn't leave, Chen had already sent out his shadow clone. It is estimated that the guy who sent the threatening letter will be found soon. I'll be here with you today, lest you be afraid. Di Shang Fei Yingli said. When Fei Yingli heard the words, she was not afraid. Chen, I'm actually a little worried that that person will attack Xiaolin. Fei Yingli's eyebrows were filled with melancholy. She is not afraid of anything, but if the other side shoots at Xiaolin, then Concubine Yingri is worried. Yingri, you don't have to worry about what's going on with Xiaolin. Chengdu said in a voice. Xiaolin is safe, because Xiaolin's body is the protection method left by Chen, even missiles can't hurt Xiaolin. Although Chen said it, Fei Ying was unreasonable, so Fei Yingli is still a little worried. Chen did not persuade him anymore. Anyway, as long as the problem was solved, Fei Yingli would not be worried. Chen, Yingri and I have a little secret to talk to, can you avoid it? What little secret is still behind my back? Are you trying to speak ill of me? Chen stared at Yukiko suspiciously. Yuchizi glared at Chen without anger, and simply dragged Fei Yingri to her room and Chen shrugged. It is interesting to listen to it if you have to go there. Yukiko pulled Fei Yingri to continue with the previous question. I saw Yukiko staring at Fei Yingli and asked Fei Yingli, Yingri, is that kind of relationship between you and Chen? Then I secretly took a selfie of myself, down 0.2, obviously there is nothing, why are you nervous? 3 inches. What's the relationship? Fei Yingri asked in a settled tone. Yuchizi had doubts in her heart, could it be that she was suspicious? I really have nothing to do with Fu Yingli. But Yukiko doesn't believe it. Yukiko knows how beautiful Fei Yingri is. Especially looking at Fei Yingri's charm now, Yukiko said that she is going to be fascinated by a woman. Can't stop the charm of Concubine Yingli, and Chen, the big pervert, definitely has bad intentions towards Yingli in his heart. And Yukiko thought that Fei Yingli might be lying. Su Guo couldn't see it, maybe her acting skills were too good. Yukiko blinked, and then said, "What relationship did I say? Eri, you should be able to guess, so don't play stupid." Chapter 992. Already dead, Yukiko, I didn't expect you to inquire about so many things. How come you are becoming more and more 8 trigrams now? Oh my friend, you seem to have been so 8 trigrams all the time. Ryingly nodded suddenly and said, "Slandered me, when did I have 8 trigrams?" Yukiko looked at Fei Yingri with dissatisfaction. If that's the case, then why are you asking these silly questions? If Chen and I are really related, it's a relationship of friends. Yukiko pouted and said, "That guy seems to be after Shaolin. I'm actually friends with him. Won't this relationship be messed up? Everything is different, is there any problem?" Fei Yingli was very vague and didn't care much about it. By the way, actually Yukiko, I also have a question that I want to ask you back. Fei Yingli's eyes turned bright. Looking at Yukiko, just ask if you have any questions. It doesn't matter if you have shizi. Fei Yingli can ask whatever you want with a feeling of sourness that she couldn't even notice. Yuchizi has a treasure. There is no need to be on Chen's side. So Fei Yingri is also suspicious. The relationship between Yuchizi and Chen is not normal, not especially when I saw Yukiko and Chen communicate. This feeling became more and more profound. You must know that a woman's true feeling is very accurate. This. Yukiko didn't expect Fei Yingri to ask this. So she didn't know how to answer for a while. With a look of hesitation on her face. Are you telling the truth with Fei Yingri? If Hao Yingli knew that she had become Chen's daughter now, how would Fei Yingli think of Zishi 3? And before that, Fei Yingli was very optimistic about Shinhe Primary School. Let's break up. When Yukiko was tangled, Fei Yingli's eyes became sharper. In fact, Fei Yingli only had some doubts, but now Yukiko didn't answer, which made Fei Yingli even more suspicious. Fei Yingli's expression became serious. Ask said, "Yuchizi, you shouldn't really have anything to do with Chen, right?" Well, Chen and I are also friends. It's okay to spend the night at a friend's house. I'm bored at home alone. Yukiko blinked her eyes really, although she was lying, but Fei Yingri couldn't see that Yukiko was lying. Women are all good actors, especially Yukiko. She was originally a world-renowned star, so her acting skills are natural. It has reached its peak. So Fei Yingri looked at Yukiko. No matter how sharp her eyes were, she couldn't see what was going on. Although there is no trace of Yukiko lying, Fei Yingri doesn't really believe Yukiko's words. Yukiko looked at Fei Yingli and couldn't help being a little annoyed. Well, I'm used to living in Chen's house, I don't need it anymore. Now Yukiko will definitely not come to concubine Eri. If it was before, Yukiko may still think about it. However, at this time, concubine Yingri gave Yukiko a deep look, as if she had seen Yukiko through. Some people dare not have a haircut with Fei Ying, but Yukiko also knows that because of Fei Yingli's intelligence, she may have guessed something. 9 dong 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 tilde. Only she, Yukiko and Chen, it must be Chen who is knocking on the door now. So concubine Eri walked over and opened the door. Eri, do you know someone named Kuroda Hiko? Chen asked concubine Eri. Tien Lu. Fei Yingli frowned and fell into the memory of the child. The name is a bit familiar, but Fei Yingli, for a while, can't remember 2 inches. It doesn't matter if you can't remember it. That threatening letter is from this family. Chen said X to Fei Yingli. Well, I remembered, he used to be the president of a company, right? Fei Yingli suddenly remembered that a lawsuit she had made a few years ago seemed to involve this guy. At that time, he was suspected of tax evasion. He was sent to prison by concubine Yingri, but it seems that he was sentenced to 3 years. Did he come out? 3 inches? Yes, he is really one of your enemies. He was originally sentenced to 3 years in prison. However, he was released early through bribery. Chen nodded and said, since you know, then call the police and arrest him. Lake threatens I can let him stay inside for a while longer. Fei Yingli's eyes have a sharp light. This is no longer needed. Chen shook his head towards Fei Yingli. Well, why? Fei Yingli asked Chen in confusion. Because he's already dead, Chen Tan said. What? Cho is already dead. Fu Yingli looked at Chen, with a little panic in her eyes. Yingli, you should have killed him by me. Chen looked at Fei Yingli and said involuntarily. Fei Yingli shook her head. Pai has been with her the whole time. Of course there is no time to kill people, but Fei Yingli guessed that perhaps Kuroda Yi's death had something to do with Chen. But this equals point Fei Yingli guessed wrong. Although Chen really wanted to kill that guy. It's a pity that he hasn't done it yet. That guy is already. The age of death does not mean that you are not in danger. There is 950 Kiko lightly relieved. Concubine Yingri didn't say anything, but looked at Chen worriedly. She was afraid that the death of Sanada Yan would involve Chen. Eri, this guy's death really has nothing to do with me. Am I such a cruel person? Chen spread his hands towards Fei Yingli. Chen also knew that Fei Yingli thought it was too coincidental, so he felt that Kuroda Yan's death was not related to him. He is related. Actually died. It seems that I will be in some trouble. Ba Fei Yingli sighed. By the way, how did he die? Suicide or homicide or accident? If he kills him, he will be the enemy he had offended before. If Chen wants to find out who killed him, it's actually very simple, but Chen is not interested in knowing. If he kills, it's really a little troublesome. Fei Yingli frowned slightly, but she wasn't too worried. Anyway, she didn't kill the person, and she didn't have time to commit the crime, because at this time she was always with Chen, Yuchizi and the others, but there was evidence, so she didn't know. A little trouble won't exist. Chen said to Fei Yingli that Chen asked Mei and Zi to stay in the house. This matter would not have anything to do with Fei Yingli, it had nothing to do with it anyway. Chapter 13, Bailey Chapter 13. After being so courageous, Fei Yingli was also called by the police to inquire about it. After all, the police have now found out that it was the threatening letter sent by the deceased to Fei Yingli. 3. Although there is no doubt about Fei Yingli. But Lu Chengji went down to the ground, and soon Fu Yingli will be back. It's time to worry about it now. Fei Yingli breathed a sigh of relief. Since the matter has been resolved, let's go first. Chen said to Fei Ying, would you like to accompany me? Fei Yingli looked at Yuchizi and asked Yuchizi. Master, let's wait for the next time. Yuchizi shook her head at concubine Yingli, which made Fu Yingli look at Yuchizi with a bit of resentment. As expected, no matter how good sisters are, after these 10 years of absence, their feelings are not as good as before. Chen drove the car and brought Yukiko return to the house, and Yukiko pulled the most back to the room. Belmod gave Yukiko a strange look, while Xiaoai snorted, thinking that the two of them entered the room, probably because they couldn't do it. The good things are over. It's not dark yet, so I can't wait. It's really a little sadness of a 2 pervert at this time, and I have already marked Chen with the stable sign of a 2 pervert. No, it's not the big pervert I'm playing now. The label, but the label has been put on it before. Anyway, Chen's image is not very good in the impression of Xiaoyi, and at this time, Hao Cheng joked with Yukiko. Yukiko, what are you doing with me in the room? It was you who wanted. Chen didn't say the next words, but looking at the wicked smile on his face, Yukiko could guess what Chen wanted to say. Yukiko's face turned Yuhi, and then she handed Chen a beautiful big Byakugan, and gave Chen a stern look, thinking all about these bad things. I asked you to come back, but not because. Yushizi will be embarrassed to go on. Come to fist. I want to ask you, are you hiding something from me? Yukiko asked Chen seriously. Hiding you? What else do you need to hide from you? Chen shrugged. Said to Yuchizi. Yuchizi suddenly became annoyed. She was really angry and felt that Chen didn't pay attention to her at all. It was obvious that she had a secret that she did not let her know. The key is that other and people seem to understand, which makes Yuchizi no longer bear it. Jealous and bitter tears slipped in the corners of her eyes. Hey, don't cry. I didn't expect you to cry, so I quickly wiped the tears. Okay, if you want to know what you want to know, just say it to Yukiko. Yukiko wiped her tears and secretly smiled. Then asked Chen, is what you said true? Yukiko gave a sneaky smile. I thought that Chen didn't find it, but it was actually discovered by Chen. Chen Lishi was speechless, as if he had been tricked by Yuchizi for 3 miles and looked down on it. Yuhua was once also the world-famous Damingli, and his acting skills were definitely very online. But Yukiko wants to ask some secret questions. Anyway, there is no need to hide it from Yukiko. She wants to know, just tell her. If you have any questions, hurry up. If this time passes, maybe I won't say anything. Chen said to Yuchizi. Yukiko was in a state of thinking. Most of the later Heimi didn't know what to ask. By the way, I heard Yukiko tell you to save her ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu? Yukiko's eyes lit up, and then asked Chen, that's the kind of ninjutsu. Chen's hand looked at the one in Chen's hand. Spiral 9. Yukiko's mouth opened wide. This is... Yukiko felt that her worldview had collapsed. It can't be a special effect, right? Are you surprised by this? Puyi said, is this ninjutsu? Isn't it some special heavy ability? Yukiko curiously touched the snake ear. When Arikiko's hand department didn't touch the spiral, Chen immediately reached out his hand to stop Yukiko's movements. Yuchizi, how brave are you to actually touch this with your hands? Chen said speechlessly. If there is a Kiko who really touches it, then there is no need for a hand. Why, is it very dangerous? Yuchizi couldn't do it, but Chen stopped her, and there would definitely be a response. Of course you don't believe me. Chen used Rasengan, pressing towards the wall next to him. In an instant, a hole was pierced through a wall, and Yukiko swallowed, but fortunately she was stopped by Chen just now. Otherwise, I am afraid that my hand will not be able to save. Yukiko's heart was frightened for a while. It's so dangerous. Chen, is this ninjutsu? How could there be such a thing? Yukiko couldn't help asking complicatedly. Ju originally didn't exist, but I came into this world. It exists, Chenbei said seriously. However, Daoshizi was shocked by the spiral force at this time, and there was no words from Zichen. A hole was punched through the wall. This place is quiet. Of course, it attracted Qi Guang of the girls. Seeing Ermad and the others seeing this big hole, it is not too strange. However, Kuroha Chikage is the same as Yukiko. After all, Kuroha Chikage didn't understand it before, and now I see it here. A hole was opened, and I thought it was blown out by a bomb. To make such a big noise at home, it's too messy. Mayano Akemi couldn't help saying. A big hole was punched in a good wall. How unsightly. I will fix it. Chen stretched out his hand and wiped it, and the big hole that was originally Feng disappeared. Just like the undamaged one. Chikage and Yukiko, Jili and Belmod couldn't help but be shocked. This is already God's means, Zhao Li's. I suspect this is magic, but there is no evidence. Kuroba Chikage touched the wall. It's not a trick like magic. And I don't know magic at all, and I'm not interested in learning any magic. Chen Tantansho said lightly. 3, can you give it to me? Yuchizi looked at Chen expectantly. At that time, Yuchizi didn't care. How could Chen be like this? Jigen himself also learned to use the most powerful words to kill a child, and Kuroba Chikage also raised his head and looked at Chen, obviously also wanting to learn. No problem, but if you are too stupid, then I can't teach you. Chen Xian said before shaking hands. You're stupid, but I'm smart. Yuchizi said to Chen with great dissatisfaction. She thought she was the most transparent. There is no way for her to become a world-renowned big star. Yukiko, Kuroba Chikage and the others are not easy to know. Chapter 994. The new transfer student was attracted by Chen's ninjutsu. Yukiko didn't ask any other questions, but pestered Chen to teach him ninjutsu. 3 But Chen, citing trouble, pushed Yukiko and Kuroba Chikage to Belmod. And Belmod seems to be very interested in reading a book, and did not reject them. In other words, it's time to go to school. Early the next morning, Tatsu and Yuhiko went to school together. And Yuhiko looked at Chen strangely. Don't look at me like this all the time, okay? Do you think I'm weird? Yuhiko nodded. Yes, it's weird. I guess other people in the school will find it weird. Of course, when they arrived at the school, those students felt a bit of a moron after seeing Chen, and they didn't even know Chen anymore. Early in the morning, Shaolin and Yuanzi, who had already arrived at the school, looked at Chen's moonlight with some surprise in their eyes. Shitanchen's eyes were also a little surprised. There was a transfer student in the class, and this transfer student Chen also knew. It was Yuan Shan and Yi. "Why are you here, He?" Chen asked He. "Why can't I be here? I'm now a transfer student at Emperor 570 Dan High School _." He Shangchen snorted and said. He transferred here because he was an apprentice and didn't plan to go back for a short time. "And it's not just a transfer student," He said, pointing to where Kudo Shinichi was not far away. "I saw that the original empty place was now full of textbooks." "Ah, it seems that there are still a lot of transfer students. But why didn't you tell me, Yuhiko?" Chen's eyes turned to Yuhiko next to him. "Shun, tell you what to do?" Chen asked. "It doesn't seem like a big deal. One of the transfer students is you, then the other transfer student. Could it be Hattori Heiji?" Chen asked guessingly. "How did you know? Could it be that Yuhiko told you before?" Sonoko looked at little Izumi Yuhiko suspiciously. "I didn't tell him. It's all his guesses." Little Izumi Yuhiko shook her head. She didn't tell Chen. It should have been guessed by Chen. But how Chen guessed, this little Izumi Yuhiko is not clear. "Sure enough, it's exactly what I guessed, see deck __." Later Tan said with a smile. "This new transfer student is really Hattori Heiji." It makes Chen a little surprised. Hattori Heiji didn't leave either. Why did he stay here? And he was transferred to his class. There should be no two purposes, one of which should be because of him. Hattori Heiji's character should not give up the investigation, investigating him only for another purpose, perhaps because of Toyama and Yi. After all, Yuan Shan and Yi stayed here. Then Hattori Heiji probably won't leave. Soon after, Hattori Heiji entered the class. After entering, he first looked around. After seeing Chen, it also made Chen Kubao Hattori Heiji transfer to here, and there are also some reasons. Toyama and Yi glanced at Hattori Heiji, then turned their heads and whispered to Sonoko. "By the way, Chen, I forgot to tell you. Today is the test of the fundamentals." Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen with a smile on her face. "So Chen, don't test too low, or you'll be embarrassed." Chen looked at Ju Izumi Yuhiko and said with a slight smile, "Let's go. As long as you don't pass the test, I'll be fine." Guan sure enough, the thorough examination was really carried out, but Chen was not afraid. Anyway, there was a means of cheating. "Huh, it's really boring." Chen lay down on the table after finishing the test paper. "Chen, Joey has no time. We are going to climb the mountain, let's go with us." Yuanzi turned his head. Shang Chen whispered this time. "Teacher invigilating." It was also found that Chen and Yuanzi were talking in a low voice, but the invigilator did not care, but chose to turn a blind eye. "No way, Kadeden High School is actually a semi-aristocratic school, but there are many students with deep backgrounds who can offend the teachers. For example, Yuanzi. She is the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium, even Guo Shengshihang. There are few identities comparable to H. Yuanzi. And Chen is not easy to handle. This is the person the principal has greeted, and told them not to worry about it, so he just opened one eye equals one eye. As long as it doesn't affect other people's exams, everything is easy to say. Let's go to the mountain at this time. It's such a hot day. Reduce the road to find the guilt." Chen looked at Yuanzi and said, "Oh, because it won't be hot in the afternoon, why don't we go together?" Say Yuanzi blinked his eyes at Chen. "Chuan, why do you have to let Wakchi go?" Chen Tan spread his hands and asked Yuanzi. "Anyway, Shaolin and Yi are going back. If you don't go, forget it." Sonoko pouted and said, "Since so many beautiful women are going, then of course I'm going too. Now you do the questions first. Are you finished?" Chen asked Yuanzi. "If you don't do it, you won't do it anyway." Yuanzi Tantansho. Unlike Shaolin, Yuhizi and the others, Yuanzi is a scumbag. For these questions, it is they who know him. She doesn't know them. It took a morning for the thorough examination. It's finally over. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Yuanzi stood up, holding Chen in both hands, as if afraid that Chen would run away. "Yuanzi, I plan to go home." Shaolin said to Yuanzi. "Maori Kogoro is still at home by herself. If she doesn't go back, what will Maori Kogoro eat? Don't go back and cook for that uncle, he can eat it himself." Sonoko said to Shaolin that Kogoro is not a child. Under Sonoko's persuasion, Shaolin nodded, but she called back and told Kogoro Mori not to go back for dinner. Although he complained, he didn't say anything else. Then Sonoko pulled Chen, Shaolin, Yuhiko, and Yi to open the school together. Hattori looked at Yuenshin and Yi's back and frowned slightly. Yi and Hyuga-chen are walking more and more, so Hattori Heiji has this feeling. Just like before, Konan was worried about Yukiko and Chen's departure. Now Hattori Heiji is also very distant and Yi is actually Konan before. His worry is also right. Look at now, isn't Yukiko being eaten by Chen? And if Yuenshin and Yi have been in contact with Chen for a long time, they may also be eaten and wiped. Hattori Heiji thought about it. And then followed towards Chen and the others. Hattori Heiji didn't let go and Yi pissed together. In fact, to be more precise, Hattori Heiji was jealous. He and his Wu clan were getting worse and worse. He didn't even say a word, and the relationship with Hyuga-chen was getting better and better. Of course Hattori Heiji was jealous. 9th, 195 chapters. Yo, what a coincidence, a newly opened sushi restaurant. Chen and the others walked in. I've eaten the sushi here once, and it tastes very good. Sonoko said to Chen and the others. Shortly after Chen and the others entered, they followed Chen and his Hattori Heian to enter here. And Guang looked around and didn't see Chen and them. Because Chen and the others entered the private room, of course Hattori Heiji couldn't see the industry. Hello, where are the few people who came in before? Hattori Heiji stopped a waiter and asked the waiter. The waiter looked at Hattori Heiji. He asked Hattori, are you their friend? Yes, I'm their friend. Hattori Heiji nodded, but let alone friends, it is estimated that the enemy is almost the same. Now Hattori Heiji and Hyuga-chen are also considered. It's a man tilde. 3 inches. I'll take you there with no satsu. This service said to Hattori Heiji. Ah, no need for that, take me to the private room next to them. Hattori Heiji immediately shook his head, he definitely couldn't go in the past. When you get there, you will definitely not be welcomed, and you will even be hated by Toyama and Yi. After all, it is always bad to follow others, especially now that the relationship between Hattori Heiji and Toyama and Yi is so bad. The waiter Kilu glanced at Hattori Heiji, and he didn't say anything, and brought Hattori Heiji to the box next to him. After Heiji Hattori asked the waiter to go out, he leaned against the wall and wanted to hear something. Unfortunately, the decoration here is very good. With good sound insulation material, nothing can be heard. Damn, Hattori Heiji couldn't help raising his hand and knocked hard on the wall. Hattori Heiji thought he was following it very secretly, but in fact he was discovered by Tatsuki long ago. With Chen's strength, Ergo couldn't find a follower of an ordinary person, wouldn't that be too wasteful? Hitohei said he has followed us here. Chen said with a smile. Sonoko and the others were stunned, especially Hii frowned. Heiji Hattori also talked to her these days, wanting to let Hii go back, but because of the conflict with Heiji Hattori, he didn't want to listen to what Heiji Hattori had to say. Also, she is not a child, she doesn't need others to interfere with her choices, and Yi Yuan didn't want to see Hattori Heiji, so she transferred to Teden High School, but she didn't expect Hattori Heiji to transfer here too. He came here. Did he follow us? He felt very uncomfortable. Heiji Hattori followed us when we came out of school. Chen said. Heiji Hattori would only stare at them when Chen and the others hadn't walked out of the school gate. Maybe Heiji Hattori felt that he was hiding very well. Shang Chen could feel, it's abominable, so he's actually following us. Where is he now? Sonoko asked angrily. Chen smiled slightly, then raised his hand and pointed at the wall in front of him. Facing the wall, is Hattori Heiji still hiding in the wall? Sonoko said involuntarily. Sonoko, you are such an idiot. I'm persuading Heiji. Now it's on the opposite side of this wall, that is, right next to us. That box. Chen couldn't help knocking Yuanzi on the head. 3. When did Yuanzi become so stupid? Yuanzi stuck out his tongue and said to Chen, I know, I was just joking. Haha tilde. I don't believe it. Obviously I still think Sonoko is stupid, so Sonoko pouted his mouth in anger. That guy Hattori Heiji is so disgusting, I really want to teach him a lesson. Sonoko clenched a small fist, thinking about whether to find someone to teach Hattori Heiji a lesson. By the way, we didn't make an appointment last time. Let's go to the mountain on the weekend, and Chen will also go with us. Yuanzi said to Shaolin and the others, really? Oh, Shaolin's face is full of excitement. Shaolin and the others wanted to invite Chen, but they were afraid that Chen would not come, but Chen really agreed. Of course he will, because there are beautiful women. Yuhizi glanced at Chen deeply. Chen's satyr image has been fixed in Yuhizi's heart. By the way, Yuhizi, do you want to go? He asked Yuhizi. Yuhizi shook his head lightly. She still has some things to do, such as studying magic. Although now she has learned the ninjutsu taught by Chen, Yuhi is still interested in family magic. That's a pity, and Yi's heart is a little disappointed. After eating quickly, the sushi here is the same as Sonoko said, and it is really good. I am very happy to eat. However, in comparison, Hattori Heiji in the other box was not so happy. No matter how delicious he was, he couldn't eat it. Together with Yi and Ji Yu Shangchen. It won't be taken advantage of. One Hattori Heiji is very worried about this. I hope Hyuga-chen, you don't want to fight with Yi, otherwise I will make you look good. Hattori Heiji raised his fist angrily. If Chen is in front of Hattori Heiji now, Hattori Heiji may not be able to control himself and go up to give Chen a punch. But even if Tatsuya really appears in front of Hattori Heiji is not Tatsuya's opponent, far from his opponent, and it is only himself who will be taught a lesson at that time. Stayed for an hour. Hattori Heiji didn't eat anything and went out directly, but after going out, he happened to meet Chen and the others. As soon as Hattori Heiji came out, he saw Chen and the others. And Hyuga smiled at Hattori Heiji. Yo, what a coincidence. Hyuga-chen greeted Hattori Heiji, making Hattori Heiji's face gloomy. After seeing Hyuga-chen, Hattori Heiji felt unhappy, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Especially after seeing Toyama and Yi standing beside Hyuga Tatsu, Hattori Heiji's anger continued to flow in his heart. According to Hattori Heiji's own understanding, Hyuga-chen seems to be getting closer and closer to Miao Yi, which makes Hattori Heiji feel a sense of crisis in his heart. Hattori Heiji is seriously suspicious, and Hyuga-chen, who doesn't care, has bad thoughts about Kazuya, so he persuades Kazuya to go back. But Kazuya didn't listen to Hattori Heiji at all, and even Heiji Hattori was too noisy. You must know that in the past, and Yi basically seldom quarreled with him, but after getting to know Hyuga-chen, now he is like a stranger to him, which of course made Hattori Heiji feel uncomfortable. Hattori Heiji attributed all of this to Hyuga exhibition, thinking that it was because of Hyuga-chen that the conflict between him and Yi became more and more serious. However, Hattori Heiji did not reflect on himself. You must know that Heii's dissatisfaction with Hattori Heiji has been accumulated for a long time. Chapter 196. How rich is the Suzuki family? Hato Heiji, did you come with us? Sonoko looked at Hattori Heiji and asked politely. Nonsense, I just came here to eat. I just didn't expect to meet you. Hattori Heiji said angrily, with Hattori Heiji's face-loving character. I definitely won't admit it. I came here with Chen and the others. That's why I said, it's a coincidence. Do you want to go back together? Chen faintly smiled and asked Heiji Hattori. Chen, I don't want to go back with him. Yuanzi shook his head and said. No need. Hattori Heiji snorted coldly and then left alone. Zichen smiled when he saw Hattori Heiji, who was rushing to leave. He knew that this would be the result. Even if Chen really invited him, he would leave alone for the sake of face. May 4th, 3 students. We will also go to school. If we are late, we will be late. Xiaolan looked at the time and said anxiously. As a good student, Xiaolan obviously does not want to be late. So they went back to school. Tomorrow is the weekend, don't forget Chen. Let's go to Xiaolan's house first. At the end of school. Sonoko reminded Chen. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Chen waved at Sonoko, and then returned home with Yuhiko. Early the next morning, Gon got up. After eating some snacks, Wen took Xiao-ai to Xiaolan's house. As for why she brought Xiao-ai, this is of course Xiao-ai's initiative. To be honest, Xiao-ai is real few take the initiative to go out. Since this time Xiao-ai wants to take the initiative to come out to play, of course Chen will bring Xiao-ai. Xiao-ai is too tired to do research at home. Take Xiao-ai out to play, relax properly, get in the mood, okay. When I came to the primary school's home, Yuanzi had not come yet, and He was still temporarily living in Xiaolan's home. Originally, He was going out to rent a house. However, under the persuasion of the elementary school, he still lived in Xiaolan's house. Conan doesn't live in Xiaolan's house anymore. Since the last time, Conan has been living in Dr. Akasa's house in Hattori Heiji. He also lives in Dr. Ali's house, and I don't know how he persuaded his parents to stay here. Hattori Heizang is also reassured. In the tropical paradise attack, Hattori Heiji was injured by a sub-gun, and now he dares to let Hattori Heiji stay here. Xiao-ai is here too, come in quickly. Xiaolan's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao-ai, and then let Chen and Xiaoyuan come in. After your father came in, he didn't find Kogoro Mori, so he said to Xiao Ranjian, Dad has a job, so I'm busy now. Xiaolan said to Chen, since the last time he was cheated, Maori Kogoro, who owed a huge sum of money, has worked hard now. It's so early. We must have just finished breakfast. By the way, did you have breakfast? He was brushing the smell in the kitchen. Because he was a little embarrassed because he lived here, Wang Shi took the initiative to take the responsibility of washing the dishes. I can wash dishes. Chen looked at He in amazement. He suddenly became angry. No matter how stupid she was, she couldn't possibly not wash the dishes. Do you really think of her as a fool? He stepped towards Chen in embarrassment. With a glance, he stared at Chen angrily. Just kidding with you. Don't be angry, Chen said to He, and after a while, Yuanzi finally arrived at Xiaolan's house. It seems that I am the slowest. Sonoko couldn't help but say, you must be sleeping. Chen looked at Yuanzi and said, and Tongzi Yi got Yi Xiaotong's tongue. Chen's guess was right, Yuanzi really slept in. I usually get up too early for school, but now I'm resting, so I don't remember it so early. Yuanzi is quite said embarrassedly. Then Chen and the others followed Yuanzi and came to the foot of a mountain, but Chen had never heard of this mountain. What kind of mountain is this? Chen asked Yuanzi. He checked the map and found nothing marked. I don't know what kind of mountain this is. Sonoko shook his head. The play, the garden, you brought us here. Although the scenery here is good, you can tell at a glance that it is a place where few people come. You won't encounter wild beasts, right? He was a little worried if he encountered a wild beast. This is very dangerous. Don't worry about this and Yi. There are absolutely no beasts here, because my home is at the foot of this mountain, and there is a villa. Although I rarely come here, the large beasts here have been cleaned up. He patted his heart and said A3. Now everyone is speechless. Including Chen was speechless. How rich is this Dongmu family? They are all villas outside. Your Suzuki family is so rich, you have the spare money to build a villa in this kind of mountain. Chen couldn't help but say. You must know that the cost of building a villa in such a place will increase several times. Sonoko smiled. To be honest, how much money does the Suzumoto consortium have? She doesn't know that either. As for the Suzuki Shizuo group, although the Suzuki family is not 100% controlled, most of the shares are owned by the master of the Suzuki family. 9 inches, but that's okay. At least there's no need for camping. Chen looked at the not far away said the villa. Also, although I want to go out to play, I don't like camping in the wild, I always feel unsafe. He said. Yeah, you are so beautiful, you have to guard against the color wolf. Chen nodded and said. He glanced at Chen in surprise, and his heart was sweet, but he really didn't expect Chen to praise her for her beauty. Bo Chen praised the dish, Shuan, which is very rare. I remember that before, Chen Duo liked to be very angry with her Rang and Yi. It's to guard against Chuangdu. There seems to be a satyr here. Phi raised his head and glanced at Chen. Huh, where is the satyr? Chen pretended to be confused. She secretly looked at Xiaoai fiercely, and actually said he was a pervert. It seems that I want to give Xiaoai some color to see Ju1, ah. You know it yourself. Xiaoai turned her head away. Yuanzi, he covered his mouth, looking at Chen couldn't help laughing and Wei Chen's face, couldn't help but her high. For the sake of being a girl. Don't compare with them. Chen and the others lived in each sub's villa, which had all kinds of things in it. And also very clean. It was obvious that someone had cleaned it. It seems that some of the things I brought are all in Lucaria. Xiaolan said, looking at her backpack. It seems to be useless now. This villa has everything in it, and there is no need for those things at all. 2. Yuanzi, you didn't say a word before. If you say, then I won't bring these things, it's still so heavy. Xiaolan said to Yuanzi. Garden cotyledon leaves have large ligules. Somewhat embarrassed. Ninth, 197 chapters. Conan's suspicion of Hattori Heiji. Hey, I persuade the ministry, why are you bringing me to this place? Conan rolled his dead fish eyes and looked at Hattori Heiji. I finally had a vacation. Originally, Conan wanted to have a good rest at home, but he was dragged here by Hattori Heiji. This is not the most incompetent. The key lies in the front of Conan, and there is a little ghost. They are of course the trio of the juvenile detective team. Originally, Yuanta, Mitsuhiko and Ayumi went to find Conan to play, of course. The main thing is that I want to play the games developed by Ali Boshi. Since I met Yuantai and the three of them, Ali Boshi often develops some small games for them to play. 3. Akasa Hiroshi seems to be very versatile, and can even make games. The key is this, Li Boshi is not famous, at least not at the upper level. Perhaps this has something to do with the small things he researched. Really powerful things, such as those equipped with 23 equipment for Conan, it is estimated that Agasa Botu will never take it out easily. Although not very famous, but Ali Botu is definitely a top-level scientist, the kind that most people can't match. The black technology produced can be compared with the APTX 4__869 researched by Xiaoai. He is a very aggressive person. This time, Ali Shuishi didn't come out, even though he was a group of little Ek children. However, because Conan was there, and there was a Hattori Heiji, Akasa Hirogomori was relieved. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji puzzled. Hattori Heiji should not come here for no reason. Kudo, would you believe me if I said Shaolin was also here? Hattori Heiji lowered his head and said to Conan. Xiao Ran is here too. Conan was stunned when he heard Hattori Heiji's words. Then Kei Miao thought that the current Hattori Heiji was in the same class as Shaolin. If Shaolin was here, he would not be surprised. Suddenly, Conan's heart became vigilant, and Kwang stared at Hattori Hei and asked vigilantly, Hey, Hattori Heiyu, what's your purpose? Do you have any way to look at Shaolin? Conan's eyes were filled with hostility. If Hattori Heiji dares to have any thoughts on Shaolin, it is definitely Conan's biggest enemy. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan and wanted Yi Shui. What did he think of Shaolin? Kudo Shin definitely thinks too much. Hattori came here not because of Shaolin, but because of Kazuya. When he was in school, Hattori Heiji deliberately heard that Chen and the others were going to climb the mountain, and they lost a lot of effort. Only then did I know that I came to this valley last hill_Shinyi Hattori Heiji pulled Conan and prepared to come here to see it, mainly because Hyuga Chen followed with Yi, and Hattori Heiji was very insistent. And Hattori Heiji estimated that Kudo Shin equals would also be worried about Shaolin, so he kindly pulled him up too. Now Kudo Shinichi still doubts him. Hattori Heiji was a little angry that he knew this, so he came by himself. Without Kudo Shin equals. And after bringing the low, there are a few small tales behind him. Hattori Heiji was also very upset because he had to take care of Yuanta and the others. Mtan looked at Yuanta and the others. Hattori Heiji shook his head. It was really troublesome. These little devils. If you have to come along, he is not here for fun. You can mix with them. It's really hard for you. Hattori Heiji glanced at Genta and the others in front, then glanced at Conan, and said to Kamian. Conan sighed helplessly, but that's not the case. By the way, you haven't answered my words yet. Do you want to change the subject? Conan's suspicious eyes are fixed on Hattori Heiji, and he seriously suspects that Hattori Heiji is changing the subject. PFF'd, Hattori Heiji really wanted Yi blood. Feeling that Kudo Shinichi is still suspicious of him now. Let me tell you, I am interested in your little ran at all, but some people are interested. If you don't want to follow, you can leave, but you can do it if you don't regret it later. Hattori Heiji was also angry, looking at the Conan play with arms crossed. If Conan really leaves, Hattori Heiji feels that after he knows the truth, he will definitely regret it. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji suspiciously. Of course he would not leave, since Hattori Heiji said Shaolin was here. It's been a long time since I saw Shaolin. Conan now lives in the house of Hiroshi Akasa, so of course he rarely sees Shaolin now. Even the good milk didn't even see Ni. Gumu believes you fight. Conan Tan came back to his senses at this time. It seemed that Yuenshin and Yi were also with Shaolin, and Hattori Heiji should have come because of Yuenshin and Yi. Tell you, besides Shaolin, there is another man here. Hattori Heiji squinted at Conan and said. Conan couldn't help it. He jumped up immediately, and there was actually a man. Who is that man? Conan bit Kiba and asked, can't you guess it? If you really can't guess it, it's not too much for me to underestimate. Hattori drank Conan say first. Hattori Heiji said so. If Conan can't guess by now, he's not worthy of being a detective. Is that person Hyuga Chen? Conan bit Kiba gnashing his teeth. Although it was a question, it was already confirmed. Shaolin doesn't seem to get close to anyone other than Hyuga Chen. The only person who threatened him and was hated by Conan was Hyuga Chen's. That's right. You're right at all, it's Hyuga Chen. If you're not careful, Shaolin will be taken away. Heiji of the costume department showed a smile on his face as he spoke, and looked at Conan. Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji with a dark face, and said angrily, don't be complacent, don't forget Toyama and Yi, who are with Shaolin now. This also means that Toyama and Yi are with Hyuga. Chen is in one piece. Hyuga Chen, this bastard, may bite Yuenshin and Yi. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. This time it was Hattori Heiji's face darkened. To be honest, what Conan said was exactly what Hattori Heiji was worried about. Otherwise, Hattori Heiji wouldn't have come here. Kazuo is not that kind of person, she won't be confused by that guy Hyuga Chen. Hattori Heiji said firmly. However, in his heart, Hattori Heiji was not so confident. After all, he was not happy with Hyuga Chen, but one thing was undeniable, and that was Hyuga Chen's good looks. This kid is so handsome. As for women, most of them are good looking, although Hattori Heiji thinks that Yuenshi and Yi will not be so superficial, but he still has some worries in his heart. The two of us should not laugh at each other. Hattori Heiji looked at Conan and said, as if neither of them were qualified to laugh at each other. Chapter 998. Genta, your pig ma to Hattori Heiji and Conan's big eyes and dark eyes. Indeed they are useless to each other here. The two of them are now the common enemy is Hyuga Chen. What's the point of fighting each other here 2 inches Conan? You are so slow and you are left behind. Looking back. Shout out to Conan. The play, here it is. Conan glanced at Mitsuhiko and the others, and this was the only way to fight each other. After running so far, Conan immediately chased after him, but they couldn't let them open their sights too far. Conan, who has learned a lot, understands that if they get too far out of their sight, they're bound to make something happen. These guys are quite restless. They are in the wild now. If they encounter danger, they will be in trouble. Especially in this place, the signal is definitely not very good, and it will be troublesome to pick the ground at that time. I don't know if there will be ferocious wilds here, if there are ferocious beasts. That's really dangerous. I don't understand why this guy Hyuga Chen came here to climb the mountain. He also brought Xiaolan. If Xiaolan was in danger, Conan said that he would never let this guy Hyuga Chen go. But what Conan didn't know was that it wasn't that Hyugaji brought Xiaolan and the others, but that Xiaolan didn't invite Hyuga Chen to come. If Conan knew, maybe you will feel very jealous. After all, Conan is a guy who likes to wake up very much. If you encounter a beast, wait to feed the beast. Conan shrimp give them a good look. But if they're scared, it's not a boy to die. Humph, even if a bear comes, I can knock it down with one punch. Mrs. Yuan said shamelessly. Conan is very speechless. You really know how to talk too much. If Shangguo is able, I guess equals slap and palm can be afraid of you. Follow them quickly, lest they have an accident. Conan told Hattori Heiji to stay at home and don't make a fuss about coming here. Hattori Heiji was quite dissatisfied with Yuantai and the others, but the dissatisfaction was useless, so he brought Yuantai and the others out. It's mainly because these guys are too fussy and can't do anything, so I can only take them out, but Heiji is bored looking around, and he doesn't know where Hyuga-chen and the others are. Hey, look at the side, there is a luxurious villa. Bu Guo said to himself in surprise. This is the sound of the mountains and there is indeed a villa. And it is still a very luxurious villa. Who is so rich who actually built a villa here? I guess there is nowhere to spend the money, Hattori Heiji couldn't help saying. Building a villa in this place, Hattori really doesn't have an explanation other than the money has nowhere to spend. Conan's shouting fish, this should not be the main villa of the Suzuki family. Thinking of the mountain villa of the Suzuki family that he had been to before, Shangmu felt that this might be very big. 3 If I guessed right, Hyuga-chan should be there, then Shaolin should be there too. I don't know if Hyuga-chan will do to Shaolin. Conan is very worried now, and I can't wait to go and see it now. What Conan can guess, Hattori Heiji can naturally guess. They looked at each other and decided to go to the villa. Let's take a loan and see if it's okay, Bume suggested. Okay, let's go and have a look. It would be nice if we could visit. Mitsuhiko decided. If Mitsuhiko made such a decision in the usual way, Conan would definitely stop it, because it is not good to disturb others. But now, of course, Conan won't be flat as much. Conan's goal is Hyuga-chen. In order to prevent Hyuga-chen from doing something that people and gods are angry with, Conan must go to see Muxing. The two walked towards the villa, which looked close to Zheishang, but was farther away. Why is it still so far? I'm so tired, I don't want to go. Yuantai sat on the ground and didn't want to get up at all. Yuantai's body was fat and it was extremely difficult to walk, so I felt a little tired. I can't walk anymore. Ms. Yuan, get up quickly, you can see that Ayumi is not tired, you are not even a girl. Conan said to Kojima Motoda, no way, I really can't walk anymore. Kojima Motoda sat there, and he didn't want to live or die. 3 inches Conan, you actually look down on girls, it's too bad. Ayumi stared at Conan dissatisfied. What to say Yuanta? The first girl is not as good as her, because she despised her Schwerin. Ayumi's perception of Conan in an instant. Conan smirked and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it, but Conan understood a truth. Never offend girls, and don't reason with girls, because it doesn't make sense at all. She, why don't you carry Yuantai on your back? Conan looked up at Hattori Heiji. If you say that you are carrying Yuantai, then only Hattori Heiji can do it here. Hattori Heiji's mouth twitched, carrying Yuantai on his back to crush him to death. Don't look at Yuantai's young age, but his weight is so frightening that he weighs 100 pounds. For this weight, if Hattori Heiji had to carry it on his back, it would be very difficult indeed. Hado, do you still want to get to the villa soon? Conan approached Hattori Heiji and asked in a low voice to Hattori Heiji. Once Hattori Heiji bites Kiba, let's do it on his back. It's too bad, it's just a little tired, and I can bear it. However, after Maji's back as Kojima Motoda, Hattori Heiji's face suddenly changed. Yuhi's face turned ugly, very ugly. Ms. Yuan, you're watching Mom 9 inches Hattori couldn't help but said. Yamamoto couldn't help being angry when he heard Hattori Heiji dared to attack himself. He was the one who hated others talking about him the most. So Genta raised his fist, He gave Hattori a fist. Hattori Heiji, who was carrying it, was almost out of breath. This guy's strength is really too much. Believe it or not, I'll throw you down. Hattori Heiji couldn't help biting Kiba. 3 Shimoshima snorted coldly, and then honestly, he really didn't want to leave by himself. Hattori Heiji's face was dark, and Hattori Heiji guessed that Kojima Yuanren was not strong enough. After all, the fist of the poor Kai just now was strong enough. Never mind. Hattori Heiji also didn't want to compare himself to a child. To compare himself with a child appears to be very rude. Carrying Kojima Motoda on his back, Hattori Heiji moved forward with difficulty. Fortunately, Hattori Heiji's physique is very good. Because of regular exercise, although carrying Kojima Motoda on his back is very tiring, he will not be overwhelmed. This autumn is heavy, I don't know how to lose weight, and I eat so much every time. Hattori Heiji bought it with Kojima Yuan in his heart. Chapter 999. Many coincidences. It's finally here, and I almost died of exhaustion. Hattori fell to the ground, and looked at Kojima Ruta unhappily, but Kojima Motoda was really comfortable, and she didn't need to walk. Came here. I will never carry you behind my back when I leave. Hattori Asi said to Kojima Motoda. The play has a lesson this time. Hattori Heiji said that even if he was killed, he would never carry Kojima Motoda behind his back. It was like carrying a mountain on his back, almost exhausting him. HMPH, I don't need you to carry it. Kojima Motoda snorted at Hattori Heiji. Even though he was carried by Hattori Heiji on his back, he still groaned at Hattori Heiji. This is really a bit if it wasn't for Hattori Heiji who didn't want to be with Kojima Motoda. Like knowledge and had to beat him. Should we knock on the door? Ayumi asked while looking at the others. I don't know if the owner of this villa will let us in. Ayumi also had a layer of worry in her heart. If they refuse to enter, what should I do? Ayumi's worries are really 977 possible _. What if that guy from Hyuga Kishi doesn't let them in? What if Kudo is in the office? What if Hyuga Tishin doesn't let us in on purpose? Hattori Heiji said towards Konan Yusen. I can't do this right now. If we don't let us in, we can't force our way in. Konan said helplessly. Suddenly Konan's eyes lit up. Shaolin, if it was Shaolin, they would definitely let them in. He went in because he knew that Shaolin was the most tender-hearted girl. I have a solution, let's call the door first. Konan said to Hattori Heiji. 3 feet hey, what are you two whispering about together? Mitsuhiko came over and asked. However, after seeing the light cane coming, Konan and Hattori Heiji had a tacit understanding and stopped the exchange directly. No, we didn't talk about anything. Konan said to Mitsuhiko. Mysterious, I always feel that you two have some secrets. Guangyi looked at Konan and Hattori Heiji with scrutiny. One day, the secrets of the two of them must be dug up, otherwise Mitsuhiko felt itchy. Konan and Lianbi Heiji looked at each other, their eyes on Mitsuhiko. I don't care at all. Guangyi may be a little clever, but they haven't noticed it yet. Ayumi, go knock on the door. Konan said to Ayumi. Ixen because Ayumi and Hyuga Chen's relationship seems to be good, for Ayumi's face, maybe they will go in. Konan's heart is this Chenny and he doesn't think much about Ayumi. I went to Taiwan, and then rang the doorbell in the Osoa villa. Yuanzi heard the doorbell, not only a little strange, who is coming back here? San, go out and take care of it, maybe like us, he came from this dusty mountain. Xiao Lan said. Gee, Xiao Lan, do you think other people will come here besides us? Mom, and Yi couldn't help but Yi Sao said. It is estimated that they are the only ones who come here to climb the mountain. Let's go and have a look. Maybe I know, Hyuga Chen said with a slight smile. Looking at the smile on Hyuga Chen's face. Xiao Ai glanced at Hyuga Chen and saw the smile on Chen's face. Ying seemed to know who the person outside was. In fact, it did Chen really knew who the people outside, Heiji Hattori and Konan. I didn't expect them to come here. Hyuga Chen really doesn't believe in any coincidence, so they came here for a special purpose. Tatsuchi, if you think about it, you can know what they have. It's just because of Yuenshin, Yi and Shaolin. Otherwise, Chen really can't think of what they have here. Shaolin went out and saw the people outside the door. There was a hint of surprise on Shaolin's face. Sister Xiaolanwan. Ayumi was like Xiaolin, and Shigang looked at Xiaolin in surprise, but it was Sister Xiaolin who didn't meet her. Xiaolin's sister, why are you here? Ayumi asked a puzzled question, while Ayumi was a little happy. Ayumi, Conan, and Hattori Heiji 9 inches. Xiaolin's face was a little surprised, and when she saw Hattori Heiji, she frowned. Wrinkling slightly, Hattori Heiji also came here. Xiaolin knew that Kazuo didn't want to see Hattori Heiji now. Sister Xiaolin, we are here to play, can we go in? Conan asked Xiaolin. Lan asked, come in. Xiaolan didn't refuse, and then opened the door. In Conan's heart, it was Xiaolan who came out. Fortunately, they were able to enter so smoothly. If it was Hyuga Chen, I'm afraid they really entered. No, a group of people walked in. After entering the villa, Sonoko frowned when he saw them. Why are you here? Sonoko asked Hattori Heiji. Sonoko asked Hattori Heiji in such a questioning voice. He frowned. Then it was about to break out. But Conan hurriedly pulled Hattori Heiji. According to Conan's understanding, if Hattori Heiji and Sonoko got into trouble, Sonoko would definitely drive out. XIP, Sonoko is true, we came to this place to climb the mountain, and we didn't expect there is a villa here. What a coincidence. Yes, there are so many coincidences. Chen glanced at Hattori and Conan lightly, let them not know what to say. Xiao Ai, you are here too, it's great. Ayumi ran back to Xiao Ai with joy in her eyes. Zero was originally going to find Xiao Ai. Chen's family came but learned that Xiao Ai was not at home at all, so she came here in no time. Li-ah, yeah, Xiao Ai nodded lightly. Conan only saw Xiao Ai at this time, but Hyuga Chen was here, and it was not surprising that Xiao Ai, who lived with Hyuga Chen, was here. Conan has some vigilance towards Xiao Ai now. Having known Xiao Ai for so long, Shunin can of course sense that Xiao Ai is wrong. Hattori Heiji glanced at Hii, and Hii also frowned at Hattori Heiji. It was too deliberate, and Ten suspected Hattori Heiji was here on purpose, and he tracked them to come here. Playing but Hii just suspects, and there is no evidence. And Conan is also using his brains to find a way to stay here. Well, Sister Xiaolin, can we live here? Conan Kieguang looked at Xiaolin. It seems that here, only Xiaolin can do it, and other people will probably ignore him. What do you think of Sonoko? Xiaolin didn't directly agree. After all, this villa belongs to Suzuki's family, so she still needs to ask Sonoko. Conan looked at Yin Yin nervously. Sonoko, don't drive them out. Forget it. Let them stay here for 2 nights. Sonoko nodded in agreement. Chapter 1000. The vinegar dried up was jealous. Hattori Heiji and the others stayed here. This villa is too big, and there is no problem for them to stay here. Tisk tisk, the 2 gods of plague are here. I don't know if something will happen. Chentan said lightly that Hattori Heijiri and Nan are both gods of plague. Now in One Piece, there is still a very high possibility that something might have happened. However, there are no other people here. If something really happened to them, it might be one of them. But this should be impossible. After all, the people here are mostly people with auras. How can 2 things happen so easily? For example, Yuanta, Mitsuhiko and the others, although I don't know how many times they died, but it's not that nothing happened. Of course, even if something happened, it had nothing to do with Chen. Anyway, as long as the people he cares about are okay. We're going to climb the mountain, are you guys staying here? Tongzi asked Hattori Heiji and the others. I want to be with Xiao Ai. Ayumi said with her hand raised. Ayumi likes to be with Xiao Ai very much, and Xiao Ai doesn't reject Ayumi, which makes Chen very surprised. You must know that Xiao Ai doesn't really like to communicate with others. Even at home, at most, she communicates with him and her sister Miyano Akemi. But this is also a good thing. Chen didn't want Xiao Ai to be so cold all the time. Let's go with us too. Conan looked at Chen with a strange light in his eyes. 3. What is the purpose of their coming here? It's not to watch Hyuga Chen, to prevent Hyuga Chen from taking advantage of Shaolin, and Yi, so of course they won't stay here when they hear that Chen and the others are going out. With a few of you, I always feel a little uncomfortable. Sonoko looked at Hattori Heiji and Conan and said. Hattori Heiji and Conan's mouth twitched. But now I still have to live in Yuanzi's villa, so it's better for Renjiao Yuanzi to talk and not to offend her. After that, the garden said nothing more. Follow them. Going towards the mountain. Actually, I remember coming here before. The scenery here is very bad, especially when you climb to the top of the mountain. Don't look at the mountain's height, but you can still see far from the top of the mountain. Chenbei introduced. I don't know if it looks good or not. But it's true that it's hard to get here. Chen said to Yuanzi. Now they are at the foot of the mountain. The weeds at the foot of the mountain are very various and no one has cleaned it up. It is very flourishing. Also clean up those weeds. No, hee. In fact, this is the only part. If you go up, it's good to go. Shi Yuanzi hee laughs, and said to Chen. There must be trees on it, but there are not so many miscellaneous things, but the sea is what I said to Yuanzi. It's the same. After going up, I really have everything. I am so tired. Genta glanced at Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji's mouth twitched. Look at what I'm doing. Could it be that I'm carrying you on my back? 3. This is definitely possible. Heiji was beaten to death, and Hattori Heiji was determined not to carry Yuantai on his back. This is a mountain climber who would have to carry a family that weighs more than 100 pounds. Hattori Heiji would definitely die of exhaustion. So Hattori Heiji ignored Yuantai. Yuanta seemed to be angry before, so he ignored Heiji Hattori. The mountain is not very high, but after half an hour, Chen and the others came to the top of the mountain. How is it? Doesn't it feel very refreshing? Sonoko, I asked Shaolin and the others how their chi is very good today. There is no sun. You must know that it is summer. If there is a big sun, it can definitely kill people. The sun is blocked by the clouds. When you see the lush forests, you can even see distant villages. The wide field of vision makes Shaolin and the others feel relaxed. Going to school is also very tiring, so relax now and feel very relaxed. The proposal is really old. Kazuya said to Yuanzi. When Yuanzi proposed to go to the mountain, Kazuya refused to come, mainly because the weather was too hot, so I went to climb the mountain at this time. Wouldn't that be the death of heat? Even if it is not exaggerated, it will the heat stroke sounds, but I didn't expect the weather to be so good today. The breeze blows, and I actually feel a little cool. You were not satisfied with Yi before, but now you are satisfied. Sonoko raised his head and said, damn, it's really nasty. Conan's eyes were not far away. I saw that Hugichin was talking to Shaolin over there. Conan's eyes were like Yuhi. 3. This family is so close to Shaolin. Ban Nan really wants to go up and eat it at this time. Flowers 0. This guy is so close to Shaolan. Conan is already jealous. It's too jealous. What are you still standing here for? Get angry and solve it. No problem. Hattori Heiji pushed Conan and said. Don't you want to hear it? Are the two of them communicating? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. Conan's eyes were hesitant. Don't you want to know? No, of course Arinan's heart wants to know. Bite Kiba, then Conan is jealous. Wang walked over and said to Chen and Shaolin, Sister Shaolin, what are you talking about? He saw Conan coming. Shaolin's face was slightly Yuhi moist, and she said to Conan, no, there is no communication. But Conan didn't believe it. Looking at Shaolin with Yuhi's face, and then at Hugichin with a smile, Conan's heart was broken. Shaolin should not face Yuhi for no reason. The appearance of Tengatong Yuhi now. It makes Conan feel weird. Could it be that Hyuga wants this bad guy to bully Shaolin? 3. Hey, what did you do to Shao? Conan looked at Chen badly. What do you think? Chen smiled and looked at Conan, seeing Conan's anger. Yet helpless. Chen couldn't help but laugh. Conan, why are you talking to your brother Chen like this? Shaolin educated Conan in dissatisfaction. Educated Conan is very annoyed. Especially looking at the smiling face of Hippomechan, as if he was laughing at him somewhere. Conan couldn't help but want to punch up. Sister Shaolin, don't be deceived by him, he is not easy. Conan pointed at Hugichin and said. Nada, Conan, although I don't know what made you misunderstand me so deeply. But brother, I'm really a good person. Very nice. Hyuga Chen talked to Conan and said with a smile. Conan pouted, even if he believed in this world no one is a good person, and Conan will never believe Hyuga Chen. Conan, how could you be so rude? Hurry up and apologize. Shaolin got up again in an arrogant manner. Apologize to Bai Shangchen. What a joke, even if he kills him. Conan will not apologize to Hyuga-chan. Even if Shaolin is angry, Conan will never apologize to Hyuga-chan. Cold hum equals Shen glared at Chen Lu. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 1001-1020. Chapter 1002. Sonoko left with a flick of his sleeves and stared at Hattori Heiji ill-naturedly. He also asked Shaolin to teach Hattori Heiji a lesson, but although Shaolin was also very bad to Hattori Heiji, she didn't say, "Hadoke mother, it's wrong for you to beat people." Hime looked at him dissatisfiedly. Hattori Heiji said, "Ayumi is very fond of Chen. So now I don't have a good impression of Hattori Heiji. Yeah, he actually shot someone, and he deserves to be beaten now. Brother Hyuga is completely self-defense." Mitsuhiko also said. He also accused Hattori Heiji, which made Hattori Heiji even more angry. "Especially if you want to be a big guy. I used to look at him before, but now it seems that he is carrying a Byakugan wolf on his back. It is not as good as a Byakugan wolf." Suddenly Hattori Heiji became the target of public criticism. Only Conan supports Hattori Heiji, but Conan's support is useless. In Shaolin's eyes, Conan's current behavior has become ignorant. Hattori Heiji looked at Hyuga Chen, snorted coldly, swept his sleeves away, and then went down the mountain alone. "I don't want to stay here and get angry." Moreover, the injury he suffered also required treatment for only 23 lines. So he went down the mountain. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji and thought about it. "Chase. I am sorry Chen. Yuan-shan and Yi were embarrassed to teach Chen Yun, causing Chen to be stunned. Chuan, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why do you apologize to me?" Chen Shanghi said, "If it wasn't for me, Hattori Heiji wouldn't have come here, and he did something with it. Part of the reason for me. So I do need to apologize." Toyama and Yi said, "At most, this is Hattori Heiji's business, and you don't need to take it on yourself, and the injured person is not always me." Chen shrugged, said, "He didn't have anything at all. The injured person was Hattori Heiu, and he was also knocked out of the West Kiba, so he didn't care at all. Anyway, he didn't have a plate. It's always like this. But I still feel sorry." Toyama and Yi said, hating Hattori Heiji more and more. "He would beat people at every turn, and I don't know why he became like this. It became like this partly because of her. I'm going to see Brother Heiji." Conan glared at Chen. "Then run down the mountain. They've all gone, so what should we do? Do you want to follow?" Yuantai asked Mitsuhiko. "Follow up and have a look. Ayumi, are you going?" Guangdu shouted to Ayumi. "You guys go, I want to stay here." Ayumi shook her head. Then Yuantai and Mitsuhiko trotted to catch up with Conan and Hattori Heiji. After all, they came with them, mainly because Yuantai, Mitsuhiko and Chen were not familiar with each other. Now that Conan and Hattori Heiji left, they felt embarrassed. Stay here. Well, when the two of them are embarrassed, it's really rare. It's time, get ready to eat. I'm already hungry. After Nada left, Sonoko was in a much better mood. Well, let's climb the mountain. I'm really hungry. It's my fault that I ate too little in the morning. He rubbed his stomach and said, because I want to lose weight. So I didn't eat too much. Now climbing the mountain consumes a lot of physical strength, so I feel hungry. In fact, Hisuan is not fat, but girls like to lose weight. After spending a day on Peak Street, although the scenery is good, there is no point in watching it all the time. So Chen and the others went, and after going down the mountain, they stayed in the Suzuki family villa for one night. Left early the next morning. After returning, Chen took them to the amusement park for a day. See you tomorrow. Xiao Lanhe and Yi waved to Chen, and then went home. Then Chen sent Yuanzi home again, and then went back with Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, did you have a good time? After returning, Mingmei asked Xiao Ai. Xiao-ai glanced at Chen, then shook her head and said, some are unhappy. Today, Chen Guang was talking to other people, and even Xiao-ai forgot about it. Of course Xiao-ai wasn't happy anymore. She looked at Chen and was full of resentment. Chen couldn't understand why Xiao-ai would complain about him, and I really don't know where to provoke her. Chen, I have already practiced chakra. Yushi ran to Chen and said to Chen, well, it's been so long. You only cultivated the chalk stance, and I have to say that Yuchizi's aptitude is poor enough. Chen looked at Yuchizi and said ATK, what's wrong? Look at Chenying, you haven't practiced at all. Chakra out. Yukiko looked at Chikage Kuroha. Now the relationship between Yukiko and Kuroba Chikage has eased a bit. It's not as rigid as it used to be. Yukiko has forgiven Chikage Kuroha. I'm sorry Yukiko, but I didn't tell you. I already practiced chakra. I thought I didn't tell you so I didn't hit you. Fuheiyu Chenying said to Yukiko with an apologetic expression. And Yukiko's face was very stiff and I looked at Hei with embarrassment and couldn't believe it in her eyes. It seems now that you have Shizi's aptitude, it should be the worst, alas. Chen shook his head and sighed. My aptitude is the worst. Yukiko looked at Kuroba Chikage gloomily and said, Chinkage, why didn't you tell me if you cultivated 970 carat? Are you still taking me as a friend? I didn't before. Say, it's because I'm afraid you will be hit. Kuroba Chinkage said with a smile, but Yukiko looked at Kuroha Chikage's smile, and no matter how she looked at it, she could see that she was black. 3 inches then why are you going to tell me now? Yukiko asked depressedly. Of course it's because you have practiced chakra now. It's time to take a hit. The smile on Kuroba Chikage's face more and more intense. But Yukiko's mood is getting worse and worse. Originally thought that she was no worse than Kuroba Chikage, but Yuki was very happy to come. Chen, do you think you have secretly instructed Chikage? Yuchizi looked at Chen, and stared at Chen suspiciously. Otherwise, for Shungying Heiyu Chenying, practiced chakra faster than her. Yes, Chen must have secretly instructed Heiyu Chenying. No, I don't. Chen shook his head. What he said was true. He really didn't secretly guide Heiyu Chenying. All of this is Heiyu Chenying's talent. Of course, in fact, Heiyu Chenying's talent is not strong, but there is no harm in comparison. The type is comparing Yukiko, and the damage comes out immediately. It seems that Kuroba Chikage is stronger than Yukiko's talent. Chapter 103. Conan's suspicion of Xiao-ai. Xiao-ai, what are you looking at? On the way out of school, Ayumi turned to Xiao-ai and Conan who were walking with them. Looking over, he is also very concerned about Xiao-ai Conan, and is together with Hyuga. How to think how suspicious. Conan followed Xiao-ai's sunshine and saw that a classic car was parked at the door of a bar. Conan instantly recognized the Porsche 356A. To see such a rare car, Conan was a little surprised. I didn't think much about it. I thought it was Haibara-i's curiosity. But then, just when Conan was about to turn his eyes away, Nishido was dressed in black. Conan was stunned. Then Conan is excited. Gin, vodka. He was also the one who gave him the poison in the first place. Conan immediately wanted to run over. Hello. What is Conan going to do? Mitsuhiko grabbed Conan's aisle. Conan, did you find something interesting and want to play secretly by yourself? Yuan Tai looked at Conan suspiciously. Kananan didn't want to talk to Mitsuhiko and the others. Because of the gin and the wine, they were already in the car. In the end, because of Mitsuhiko and Yuan Tai, Conan could only watch Jin open high. What are you two doing? Conan said angrily to Gendu and Genta. If it wasn't for the two of them, he would have run past. If it wasn't for Amen, you'd be a corpse now. Xiao-ai gave Conan a calm look, and Ranyu walked forward. If it was once, Xiao-ai would be afraid now. But now Xiao-ai equals point don't be afraid, she also abused Jin. Conan looked at Xiao-ai and the moonlight condensed. Sure enough, Haibara-ai knew that Jin and vodka. I just don't know how much the relationship is because Hyuga-chen knew each other. Son, do you know them? Conan bit Kiba and asked Hyuan Jing. And Xiao-ai looked at Conan with a light smile on his face. I know them in the deep chain. Then who are you? Conan is wary looking at Xiao-ai, she has always been very wary of Xiao-ai. Now I know she knows Jin. Conan was even more vigilant. I'm just an ordinary person. After saying that, Xiao-ai ignored Conan. And Yuantai still has Guangyi, so they are very confused. They don't know what Xiao-ai and Conan are talking about. Home, and now Hanan has always lived here. XR, Kihan, what's the matter with you? What's on your mind? Hiroshi Akasa sat down unhappily when he saw Conan asking. He couldn't help but Heiji Hattori also looked at Conan and 40 still had eyes on his face. The wound that was beaten by Chen last time is still swollen, and half of his face is swollen. F827,570 inches I see Jin. And vodka. After Conan Hai came for a while, he told the news anyway. None of them are outsiders here, and they all know the truth, so Minami doesn't mind telling them. What 9 inches Hattori Heiji couldn't help but say in surprise, but just as he moved, he touched the wound. He stood up all of a sudden. The wound on this face really hurts. Besides, 2 kiba have been knocked out, and I haven't inserted kiba yet. I have to wait for the swelling to subside before I can insert it. That's why Hattori Heiji was invited. After a few days of leave, you should have no problem with your ears. I said that I put vodka in the gin. Conan said to Hattori. In a bar, they happened to be walking out of it. Conan thought about it. Then he regretted it. He knew he should go to the bar to check it out. But even if Conan thought about it, he couldn't enter the bar. Because he was too young. The bar will never let Conan in. By the way, there is one more thing I want to say. This is very important. Conan's expression became serious, which made Hattori's primary and secondary become serious. 9 inches Haibara-I is not simple. Conan seriously. Hearing Conan mentioning Haibara-I, Hattori Heiji immediately thought of the cold-faced little girl beside Yu Shangchen. The one with a very cold expression then thought of Hyuga Chen, and Hattori Heiji suddenly became angry. The fist slammed on the table at once, startling Conan and Hakuten. Hey, what are you talking about? You've learned your hand. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji's test. Said, sorry, I'm not in a good mood. Hattori Heiji was in a bad mood when he calmed down. He was affected by Hyuga Chen. Now Hattori Heiji is particularly in pain, Hyuga Chen. As for how painful it is, this Hattori Heiji himself doesn't know. Anyway, he just wanted to eat Hyuga Chen. She is just a little girl. Although she is with Hyuga Chen, is there anything wrong? Vodka, Conan said seriously. Hattori Heiji's back was slightly wrinkled. Haibara-I also knew gin and vodka, which is a very important national interest. And Haibara Kashi's performance, equals nothing like it. An ordinary child said solemnly, I suspect that Haiyuan Jing is the same as me. They both took that kind of medicine and became smaller. Conan has almost guessed it now, and he is very suspicious that Haiyuan-I is the same as him. Take that kind of medicine and become smaller. Otherwise, even if a child is a child, no matter how mature he behaves, there will be no such thing as Haiyuan Jing's every move, not like a little girl. Originally Conan was early I have doubts. Now Conan is basically determined, the other party is very possibly the same as him. Indeed, she doesn't seem like an ordinary little girl. Hattori Heiji nodded, good money. Although I haven't paid attention to Haibara-I. But I've seen it several times. Shang, thinking about her performance, it seems like this is really the case, not an ordinary little girl. But this is just your own suspicion at the moment, and there is no way to be so sure. The other party just took the drug with you on the first floor. Hattori Heiji said that everything needs evidence in the north, and there is no real evidence to prove it now. Just guessing. And unless the other party really said this kind of thing, otherwise they will always just guess. I know, but I have one thing, that is, I want you to take me to that bar to have a look. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. Now Conan suspects. That bar is likely a stronghold of the black organization. If you go there, please, it is very likely that you will get some clues to tie E to Hattori Heiji's jaw slightly wrinkled. This is very dangerous, and the way he looks now, he can really go out of his way. Chapter 4 of the Thousand Fog. Really came. I saw gin and vodka today. At night, Xiaoai came to Chen's room and said to Chen, "Gin and vodka." Chen heard that Xiaoai encountered gin and vodka, and was stunned. The two of them were rare. His car was parked at the door of a bar, maybe there was some business. That bar might be a stronghold of the black organization. Xiaoai said. If it was before, Xiaoai would not dare to mention this, even seeing gin and vodka, would be afraid to sleep for several nights, but now, even if gin and vodka appeared in front of Xiaoai, Xiaoai will not be afraid of them. Because of power issues, Xiaoai can finish the tiger gin and vodka by herself, but the wine can't make Xiaoai feel scared anymore. By the way, Kudo Shinichi also saw it, maybe he will investigate. Xiaoai said to Chen. Xiaoai now also understands Conan's character. If it wasn't for Mitsuhiko and Yuantai before, maybe Conan would have rushed forward. However, the consequence of rushing up is that he was beaten to death by the first inspection. This is probably his best result after all gin and vodka. But 067 kills without blinking an eye, and may not do it on the street, but it is still very simple to seize the opportunity to kill Conan. Jin is a world-renowned top killer. To kill the child Conan is not as good as eating and drinking. And the world's top killer. But it's not easy. Don't forget that Shaolin's punch can crack the cement Jinchuriki column. Of course, Shaolin is not ordinary. If you don't need fighting skills and just use fighting, then Shaolin is definitely the top in this world. That's right, Shaolin is so powerful, it's absolutely fine to break your bones with one punch. Interesting. Xiaoai, let's go out. Chen said to Xiaoai. Xiaoai looked at Chen suspiciously. What are you doing out at night? Go to the bar you mentioned and see what interesting things you want to see, Chen said with a chuckle. Xiaoai also understood. Chen must have wanted let's see if Conan and Hattori Heiji will go there. According to Chen's experience, Conan and Hattori Heiji will definitely go there. Although there are dangers there, if they don't go, it is not them. Go out with a little sorrow, CDCE. Chen said to Mingmei. It's past 9 o'clock. Do you still want to go out? Mingmei looked at Chen and Xiaoai but they were there. Mingmei wasn't worried about Xiaoai's safety. 2. What are you going to do? I'll be with you. Yukiko, who was chatting for 5 years, suddenly said, you might as well refine chakra if you have this time. Let's go with Belmod. Chen looked at Belmod who was sitting on the sofa and shouted to her. Tell me to go out with you. Belmod glanced at Chen, and then looked at Xiaoai, who was unhappy, and said with a slight smile, okay. After seeing Xiaoai, she suddenly changed her mind. Xiaoai seems very dissatisfied. Seeing that Xiaoai was dissatisfied, she was happy. What do you want her to do? Xiaoai asked Shang Chen in dissatisfaction, looking into Ramad's eyes a little bit badly. Why don't you let me go? Yukiko was very angry, but she saw Chen and the others had already left. So I can only secretly sullen. Where? Belmod asked Chen. Chen's eyes looked at Xiaoai, saying that Xiaoai still needs to guide the way. After all, Chen didn't know where to go. Turn left from the front. On my way to school, that small bar seems to have just opened. Xiaoai said. Anyway, in the past, Xiaoai didn't remember seeing that bar, guessing it was a bar that had just opened. Here, a stronghold, do you know? After arriving at the small bar, Chen asked Belmod, of course. This is just a guess, it may not be. I haven't paid attention to the news in the organization for a long time. How could I know? Seeing Ramad shook his head, he didn't know that this was the stronghold of the black organization. Now Belmod is in the organization. It's like a boat evaporated from the world, these days equals Ji Chen's home. The black organization can't find Belmod at all. Gin and vodka. They have appeared here, so come here to see if there is a good show happening. After Chen parked the car, he walked in with Jian Ermad and Xiaoai. The bar is not too big, and the people in it are not right. Maybe it's not time yet. Although it's past 9 o'clock in the evening, for bars, the peak period of business has not yet begun. This bar is really small. Chen looked at it, then asked Jian Ermad, what do you want to drink? How's Shirley? Bermore looked at Xiaoai. With a smile on the face. HMPH, childish. Xiaoai said coldly, it's you who is childish, a little girl who doesn't grow up. By the way, a little girl like you can't drink. Belmod teased Xiao Ai. Don't pinch the two of you. Chen said to the two of them. However, they are really here. Chen's eyes turned. It fell on Hattori Heiji and Conan who just came in. At this time, Hattori Heiji brought Conan here with his face covered and somewhat comically, equals the appearance of a vice thief, equals looking at it, it would be suspicious. Hey, what are you two doing secretly? Are you trying to come here to steal something? The bartender asked Heiji Hattori and Conan suspiciously. Well, sorry, but we are. The first time I came to this place, I was a little curious for a while, so I just took a look. Heiji Hattori said embarrassedly. Why are you dressed like this? The bartender is now suspicious of the identities of Heiji Hattori and Conan. The main thing is Heiji Hattori's dress. In order not to be ashamed, Heiji Hattori wrapped his face. The puffiness on the face is now invisible. But it feels funny and weird. It's a hassle to tell you not to do this long ago. Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji and couldn't help but say. Hattori Heiji turned a Byakugan to Conan. It's not you who is embarrassed. Don't you know, what's my face swollen like? The bastard Hyuga Chen really started. It's cruel. If there is a chance, I will definitely go back. But if Hattori Heiji knows that Chen is here now, what will he do? It's just that Chen is sitting in a relatively corner place, and it's a bit dark inside. So Hattori Heiji simply I didn't see Chen. Come here with a child. The bartender glanced at Conan. You guys, there seems to be no rule that you can't bring children in. Fu Heiji said, and strictly speaking, Conan is not a child, he is already an adult. 2. Chapter 105. Do you know that you are very annoying? Have you noticed anything? Conan whispered to Hattori Heiji's side and asked. Kudo, don't be blind, the bartender is looking at us. Hattori Heiji frowned slightly and said to Kudo Shinichi. Although I don't know if this is the place of the Black Organization, we must be careful in case it is really the stronghold of the Black Organization. They are in the tiger's mouth. It's okay, Kudo, have you forgotten? I have a big advantage. Conan said with a smile. He is a child now. The child's body, which he hated at first, has become Conan's best disguise. Even if he was discovered, he just thought that he was just a child. So this is Conan's current advantage. It's better to be careful. Hattori Heiji felt very dangerous. Don't worry, _. Conan's words stopped, and Koda looked at a position. Hey, Conan, why don't you talk anymore? Hattori Heiji looked at Conan, but seeing Conan's eyes staring in one direction, Hattori Heiji's eyes were strange. Then Hattori Heiji also looked over strangely, but this look made Hattori Heiji's eyes widen instantly. Damn it, why is he here? Hattori Heiji saw Hyuga Chen and the others in the corner. If Conan hadn't carefully looked at every corner of the place, he wouldn't have been able to find it. Don't look, while he didn't find us, let's not look. Time said, now he doesn't want to be discovered by Hyuga Chen. Conan wants to see what Hyuga Chen is doing here, and whether it has something to do with the Black Organization. And next to Hyuga Chen, it seems that Haibara Ai is sitting. At this time, Conan was very suspicious of Haibara Ai. This time may be a good opportunity to observe Conan, when we come in. Maybe he has already discovered it. Hattori Heiji said to Conan. Hattori Heiji doubted. When he came in, he was already discovered by Hyuga Chen, so even if he tried to hide himself now, it was just useless. Conan took another look and felt that what Hattori Heiji said was also true. Yes, look at the door from that position. If someone comes in, it will definitely be seen clearly. Thinking of myself, it has been discovered. Conan bit Kiba. Come on, let's go over. Hattori Heiji stood up angrily and said to Conan. Hey, Hattori, what did you do in the past? Could it be that you want to fight with Hyuga Chen? You really can't beat him. Conan quickly grabbed Hattori Heiji. Conan knows Hyuga Chen's strength very well, with Hattori Heiji's small body. I guess it's not enough for a slap. Look at the scars on Hattori Heiji's face. After the last lesson, does Heiji Hattori still have a long memory? Aikato, don't think I'm weak. Heiji Hattori said to Conan. I don't think you are weak, it's just that you want to beat Hyuga-chen. It's impossible, so don't go looking for trouble for now. Conan shook his head, and then said to Hattori Heiji. Conan doesn't want to see Hattori Heiji looking for trouble again. He is not an opponent at all. Why go to abuse? Conan can't understand. Hattori Heiji does have some strength and has practiced kendo. With a wooden sword in hand, he has no problem dealing with an ordinary person. But to deal with Hyuga-chen, who is suspected to have special abilities and is not an ordinary person, Conan really doesn't like Hattori Heiji, and he is very disliked. I feel that Hattori Heiji and Hyuga-chen are completely incomparable in terms of force value. However, even if Conan talks badly, he still didn't persuade Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji walked over to Chen and the others. Yo, isn't this Hattori Heiji? Chen looked at Hattori Heiji, who came over and smiled lightly. Hyuga-chen, why are you here? 3 inches. Hattori Heiji's Kazuki is very bad. Is this your home? Why can't I be here? Chen looked at Hattori Heiji lightly. Chen's words made Hattori Heiji very angry, but this is indeed the truth. This is not Hattori Heiji's home, so does he have any problems here? Also, if you have nothing to do, get out of here, don't you know? I know you're an eyesore. Chen looked at Hattori Heiji with disgust. He waved his hand to tell him to get out. Hattori Heiji was very angry. He stared at Chen angrily. The second pair wanted to eat Chen. Didn't you hear that I told you to get out? Belmod looked at Hattori Heiji, and the light was very dangerous, making Hattori Heiji's hair stand up. At this time, Hattori Heiji only turned to look at Belmod. Previously, Hattori Heiji's eyes were focused on Chen's body, so he ignored Belmod at all. But now, Hattori Heiji dare not ignore Belmod. And the feeling in his heart told him, this woman in front of him is very dangerous, and even Hattori Heiji wanted to flee quickly. Let's go first. Conan took Hattori Heiji's hand. A hit here, maybe they will be kicked out, then the purpose of coming here is lost, and Conan also understands that even if there is a conflict, they are not Hyuga-chen's opponents. Why stay here? There is nothing good about it either. In fact, Hattori Heiji knows this, but Hattori Heiji is angry. HMPH. Hattori Heiji snorted coldly, and was finally pulled away by Conan. You have to come here to find yourself uncomfortable, Chen said while drinking. Speaking of sitting here, will gin and vodka appear? Belmod shook the glass and asked Chen. Actually, it doesn't matter whether he appears or not, but I have a hunch that gin and vodka will appear, Chen said with a faint smile. Chen had a hunch in his heart that the wine and vodka would definitely appear here. Hope for gin and vodka for them. I was able to collide with Conan and Hattori Heiji and the two of them, and some sparks collided. Exactly. Chen came here to watch a play. If you really can't see the show, that doesn't matter. Chen doesn't care at all. Time passed slowly, and the bartender came to the table of Hattori Heiji and Conan. You are here to make trouble. Come here and order nothing. Hattori Heiji and Conan were taken aback. Then he said, 2 glasses of ice water. Run to the bar to drink ice water. The bartender gave the two of them a deep look, then turned and walked away. Soon 2 glasses of ice water were placed in front of them. Conan drank a 0, and then said, maybe Jin won't come here. Maybe this is not the stronghold of the Black Organization. Wait a minute, it's all here. Let you go now, can you be reconciled? Hattori Heiji said. Conan nodded and let him go now. Conan is really not reconciled. Chapter 106. When did you care so much about Belmod? After 1 o'clock in the morning, Conan and Hattori Heiji are already sleepy. I can't even stop myself from going to sleep. But at this moment, he noticed the change in Hattori Heiji's face at the door, and then pushed Conan. Look, are they gin and vodka? Hattori Heiji asked Conan to look over after hearing the words, and he was shocked. That's right, it was them. Hurry down and don't look at them. Conan pulled Hattori Heiji, said to Hattori Heiji, gin and vodka are killers. Vodka is still average, but gin is a top killer. If you keep staring at him, will surely be discovered. Hattori Heiji also understood, immediately turned his eyes away, and whispered to Conan. It's really them. Ba 0, it seems they have some kind of mission. Belmod looked at Ginju and Volchan lightly, and gave them two a light look. Then drink to yourself. Chen, don't you just want to see them here? Belmod asked curiously. Of course not. In fact, I came here for no purpose, just to watch the show. Chen replied to Belmod. What else could he have in mind? Just Jin and Yodka, what could he think of? Jin and Vodka sat at the bar, just looking at the bartender. The bartender glanced at the Jin and Vodka, then whispered. Brother, the two people over there seem to have some purpose in coming here. Jin looked at the place where the bartender pointed, and immediately saw Hattori Heiji and Conan, while Hattori Heiji and Conan glared inwardly. It seems that I have been discovered, what should I do? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. At this time, Hattori Heiji couldn't calm down, and he was discovered. He didn't know if they would make a move. Heiji Hattori became nervous when he got here. Don't worry, this is a bar. There are a lot of people in the bar. They shouldn't dare to do anything in this kind of place. Conan comforted Hattori Heiji. In fact, Conan doesn't know whether Jinju dares to do it. After all, for such a vicious killer, it seems that there is really nothing to dare. Big brother, just a high school student and a kid, there should be no problem. Vodka said to the Jin. When we came in just now, the high school cow gave me a look, and Vodka investigated the identity of the high school student. Jin said to Vodka, but this time it was difficult for Vodka. As a sidekick, he is not good at investigating things. Brother, you should let Absinthe help with this matter, I can't do this. Vodka said with a bitter face. Ning, Absinthe, I suspect that she has now betrayed the organization. If I can meet her, I will kill her with my own hands. Chin snorted and said with a cold murderous aura. Absinthe has been out of contact for a long time, and the organization doesn't know her movements, so Jin suspects that she has betrayed. You heard it. Jin said he was going to kill you. Xiao Ai glanced at Belmod and said to Belmod. A cold light flashed in Belmod's eyes. Although he was smiling, there was no warmth in the smile. Although they were in the corner, their hearing was very strong now. No movement in this bar escapes their ears. It's not surprising that Xiao Ai and Belmod can hear it. It's just that Belmod is very angry now. It seems that Jin has to be taught a lesson. The cold light in Belmod's eyes flashed, and then he stood up. Go to Jin. Should we go over? Aren't you worried about her getting hurt? Xiao Ai asked Chen. Xiao Ai, when did you care so much about Belmod? Chen stared at Xiao Ai suspiciously. Caring about her. I care about what she does. I just see if you care. Xiao Ai took a sip of coke. Xiao Ai, do you think that with the ability of Jin, can you hurt the present GN Mod? Chen asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai shook her head. No. That's a pity. Jin couldn't even beat her, let alone Belmod. No, if you think like that, you don't think you are inferior to Belmod. Suddenly there was a hint of dissatisfaction in Xiao Ai's eyes. Xiao Ai didn't think she was inferior to Belmod, but in fact, Xiao Ai's strength was really not as good as Belmod. Big brother, what is it? Jin frowned, he was thinking about something, but was interrupted by Vodka. Jin's eyes showed dissatisfaction. That is Absinthe. Vodka pointed to the back. I only saw Belmod walking over with a frosty face. The bartender looked at Belmod. He remembered that Belmod came in with a man and a little girl, but he didn't know Belmod. This bartender is just an ordinary little guy in the organization. Hey, not even Vodka can compare to Jin and Vodka. Also, I just met him. He is only a member of a peripheral organization. Jinju's icy gaze was placed on GN Mod's body, revealing a strong murderous aura, which can make ordinary people scare urine. Even Vodka is sweating coldly. Is it really okay to unleash murderous intent in such a place? As for the bartender, he looked at Jin in horror, with a deep fear in his eyes. He almost fell to the ground in fright. Jin, I have to say, it's not bad for you to scare children. I heard just now, you said you were going to kill me yourself. Belmod ignored the killing intent of Jin, once. Belmod doesn't care about Jin's killing intent at all. I don't care anymore now. Jin, believe it or not, you dare to show killing intent to me, you are the one who died. Belmod said lightly, but Bel 1.6 Mod said lightly. But Jin had no choice but to believe it, because Jin now felt a strong danger. "Absinthe, why did you change the subject here?" and then frowned and asked. "This place is a new stronghold. Belmod shouldn't know. He is the only person in the organization who knows Akatsuki. How did Belmod come here? Is it really a coincidence? It must be because of him. Jin is subconsciously vigilant. He is very afraid of Belmod. Absinthe, let me ask you, have you betrayed the organization now?" Jin asked Belmod. "You think so?" Bermode smiled lightly. Jin frowned, secretly reached into his coat, and held the pistol in his arms. The first 1000 Fog and Soil chapter. Akai Heidi, Belmode glanced at Jin, and Jin's small gesture of wanting to draw a gun. It was impossible to hide from Hermod's eyes. And even though the Jin was deeply hidden, there was still a faint killing intent in his eyes, which the keen-seer Hermod could feel. "Look at the wine bottle on the table." Belmod suddenly reached for it, and slammed it down on Jin's head. Touch __ the glass shattered and splattered. The wine was spilled on the top of Jin's head, and blood was left from the head that had been cut open. The splattered broken glass splashed, and the vodka was unlucky. A piece of broken glass was stuck in his face, but it didn't hit the key, which was fortunate. "This is just to teach you a lesson." After Belmod said coldly, he turned back. Hattori Heiji and Conan, who had been watching, couldn't help but be stunned. What was the situation? The Jin was actually taken by a woman. Big brother. When he came out, he looked at Jin angrily, with a question in his eyes. Originally, all the people who were watching the lively clubbing, after discovering the vodka pistol, couldn't help showing panic. Then a group of people hurriedly ran outside. "Conan, what should we do?" "Run out now," Hattori Heiji asked Conan. Conan thought for a moment, then nodded and walked outside. "If you don't leave at this time, it will be too suspicious." Conan glanced in the direction of Hyuga Chen, and then opened up here with Hattori. "Idiot." Jin looked at vodka with cold eyes, and couldn't help roaring angrily. "Who told him to take out the gun at this time? Didn't you see the panic it caused? It seems that this stronghold will not be preserved." "Brother, that absinthe is too much," Vodka said angrily. A wine bottle was knocked directly on Jinjo's head. How could he have done nothing? And his eldest brother's behavior was different from usual. If it was in the past, no matter what kind of back you faced, in this case, you would draw a gun and kill the absinthe. But why is it different now? Vodka also, dare not. Where does Vodka know? Jin is not because you don't want to do it, but because you don't dare to do it. At the moment when Jin was about to start, he had a feeling in his heart that as long as he dared to shoot, there is absolutely no way to survive. Although this is just a feeling, the sense of crisis that has been cultivated over the years. He believed in his own feelings very much, so Jinju didn't dare to move the sheep in the end. "What should we do now, brother?" Vodka hurriedly asked Jinju. "It is estimated that the police will come over soon. Kill him, then we leave." Jin glanced at the bartender with a murderous look in his eyes. Vodka didn't hesitate, and immediately shot the bartender. Vodka was taken aback for a moment, because the gun was not hit, and was actually dodged. A cold light flashed in Jinju's eyes, and then he kicked the opponent with a kick, and the sound of breaking the air exploded. "And you still kicked the bartender's neck." If he could hit it, he would definitely break the bartender's neck. However, in the face of this fierce kick, the opponent actually reacted and avoided it by taking a few steps back. "Who the hell are you?" Jinju looked at the bartender with a murderous look on his face. Ordinary members of the peripheral organization will never have such a situation and use the other party. Jinju also specially investigated. Down, there is no such skill at all. So ruthless obviously. Either this guy is hiding deep. Either he is no longer him, and someone else has replaced Jin to know that some disguise techniques are so powerful that they can be superb. It is very difficult to make him not recognize it. And the other parties reaching out made Jinju feel a slight threat. After Belmod reached Chen's side, she couldn't help but be surprised. She really didn't see that the bartender was unusual. Of course, it is also seen in this that Hermod did not go to see the bartender at all. Belmore looked at Chen, and asked Chen curiously, do you know who this person is? Chen-tan spread his hands. Chen didn't pay attention to this bartender before, but now it seems that this guy has some strength. But Chen didn't care about the other party. After all, his power was nothing to Hyuga Chen. The fight between Jin and the bartender continued, just as Jin was about to shoot. The bartender kicked Jin's gun. In terms of combat power, that bartender and Jin are about the same. Vodka watched the battle between Jin and the bartender, feeling dazzled. He didn't know how to shoot, and the pistol he was holding didn't know whether to shoot. Because now his eldest brother Jin is too close to that man, if he takes action, maybe it will hurt Taij Jin. Vodka hesitated, not knowing whether to do it or not. I wanted to ask if Jin needed help, but I saw Jin's serious appearance. Vodka didn't want to disturb either. What if it affects the gin and wine? You must know that the masters are tricks, but they must not be sloppy in the slightest, otherwise, they will wait for the ending of death. Although the strength of vodka is not strong, it is still known. After all, I've been with 857 with Jin for so long. Can't you know this? The bartender kicked out the Jin. Then took the gun out. To the head of the Jin. And Jinju pointed a gun at the bartender's head like, tell me, who are you? Jinju's face showed cold murderous intent. The bartender Fangmo did not answer Jinju's question. 2 inches do you think that if you don't tell me, I really don't know who you are? Jinju looked at the bartender coldly. You can't have this hair, right, Shuichi Akai? The bartender looked at Jin in astonishment after hearing the words, and then took off the human skin mask on his face. Yes, he was indeed Shuichi Akai. Didn't expect Jin to recognize himself. Now that it has been recognized, there is no need to hide it. There must be. How did you know it was me? Jing Shui asked Jinju suspiciously. Kaizi thought that even if he was very familiar with him, he would not even try to recognize him. HMPH, don't forget that we are old friends. How could I not even recognize you? Jin said with a cold snort. Come, as the saying goes, the person who knows you best is you. Jin didn't think much about it before. The current enemy found that the bartender was unusual. Under the confrontation, Jinju has roughly explained his identity. And there is a guess in his heart that tells him that this is Hideo Akai's kind of straight. Chapter 8 of the Thousand Fog. When Judy met Belmod, it was really interesting. Chen watched Jin and Shuichi Akai, these two guys meet and fight. So it didn't come in vain this time. By the way, Xiao Ai, you should know Akai Shuichi, right? Chen asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen suspiciously. Xiao Ai did not know Akai Shui equals. Akai Shui had never been in contact with Mingmei. It's fine if you don't know each other. Chen watched the fight between Jinju and Akai Hideo, feeling quite interesting. The fight between the two was very intense. The strength of Jin is strong. But Akai Shuji's strength is not weak. These two people should be half a pound, and neither one can gain the upper hand in a fight. As for Vodka, Vodka can't help at all, and can only stand there stupidly, watching the increasingly fierce battle between Jin and Shuichi Akai. Bang, L equals a gunshot rang out, and the Vodka tumbled quickly and hid behind the cabinet. I was extremely terrified. The shot just now was aimed at him. If it wasn't for the Jin, I really honed some abilities. The Vodka may have become a corpse. Big brother, hide Akai, there are helpers. Vodka shouted at Jin. Jin and Akai Heidi equals have been separated. Jin looked at Akai Hideiki coldly, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent, especially the blood left on his head, which made Jin look like at this time. It's terrifying. Jin's injury wasn't caused by Shuji Akai, but when Belmod smashed a wine bottle before Shuichi Akai. Jin looked coldly at Hideo Akai L. This guy is the enemy of the organization. He once infiltrated the organization. The code name Rye Whiskey is called Silver Color Bullet within the organization. However, because of his identity exposure, he can only escape out of the organization. Akai Shuichi's identity was exposed, or because of the reason of arresting Jinju. At that time, Jinju was also being chased in embarrassment. Naturally, he hated Akai Shuichi very much. Brother, the situation is not good for us, let's retreat. Vodka shouted at Jin. The gunshots have already been heard, and someone must have called the police. If the police arrived, it would be much more troublesome to escape. Going down can only suffer. Vodka doesn't want to be caught by the police again. Last time, a number of them came out, but this time if they are caught by the police again, then there is no possibility for the organization to go again. Save them who are caught again, because they think they are trash, and being caught twice is not trash. Maybe it is not to save them. Instead, they get rid of them. So now Vodka only hopes that the Jin brother can be reasonable. He knows Jin and Hideo Akai's grievances, but this is not the place, nor the time. Very good. Has Hiro Ito been killed by you? Jin asked Hidekai. Hiro Ito was the name of the previous bartender. Now it was given to a bunker by Hidekai. Then there is only one possibility. He has been killed dead. Dead indeed. But he didn't kill us. He killed himself. Akai Shuichi said lightly. At that time, Akai Shuichi and the others caught the bartender, but unfortunately the other party committed suicide. They are very loyal to the organization. They feel a headache when they think of a peripheral member who is so loyal to the organization. However, the peripheral member's the most loyal. It does not mean that the members of the internal organization are loyal. There are a lot of traitors, and Jin is almost fighting alone. Next time, I must kill you. Jin said harshly, and then glanced at Hyuga Chen in the corner. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. It was Hyuga Chen, a person who didn't know the depths. The last time he was arrested was because of Hyuga Chen. And in Hyuga Chen's hands, Jin has been eaten several times, so it's no wonder that Chen is not afraid. Akai Shuichi looked in the direction Jin was looking at, and when he saw Hyuga Chen and the others, his brows instantly wrinkled. But now is not the time when Jin wants to leave, but this does not mean that Akai Shuichi will let Jin leave. He punches at Jin, and since it is exposed this time, then find a way to catch Jin. Stay, you can't let Jin run away, but Jin doesn't want to entangle with Hideo Akai, you can't keep me. Bang bang bang, 3 shots in a row. Directly repelled Shuichi Akai, and Shuichi Akai hurriedly dodged. Even if he was hit, he would have been killed. After dodging, Shuichi Akai wanted to chase again. When he killed Jin, Jin had already left with Vodka. He didn't even want his beloved car. He just stayed here. After Jin left, Hideo Akai didn't chase after him. Meaning, the ability of Jin, there is no hope that Akai Shuichi wants to catch up. Akai Shuichi turned his head and looked at Hyuga Chen and the others. You seem to know me. Chen looked at Akai Shuichi, faintly asking the first question. Looking at Shuichi Akai's eyes, it seems that he knows him, or has investigated information about him. But thinking that before, they seem to have investigated themselves, so Chen is not surprised. Akai Shuichi did not speak, and finally put his eyes away on Belmod's body. The black organization's Belmod, Akai Hideo, of course not ignorant. A bullet flew towards Belmod, and Belmod just turned his head and avoided the flying bullet. Juti walked in with a murderous look on his face and looked at Belmod, the anger in his eyes almost turned into reality. Little girl, you have to hold the gun. It's not good to go on fire. Bermode looked at Judy lightly and said, Bermode, I want you to die. Judy fired angrily, a series of gunshots sounded, but Belmod's body. It was as if Judy, who was equipped with Yuden, Jiao Dahao, with good marksmanship, was installed, and the inspection did not hit Bell. Mead makes Judy doubt herself. Mr. Judy, why are you so irritable? Hyuga Chen said. Chen, why are you here and sitting with this woman? Judy stared at Chen very badly. At this time, Judy had taken off her glasses and the light was not as bright as before. It's mild, but a little chilly. This is actually not important, but I didn't expect Teacher Judy to be so unusual. Chen Dan said with a smile. Akai Shui frowned. Before, he had seen with his own eyes that Belmod opened the head of Jin with a bottle of wine, and he was still a little wrong at that time. Shin, the key is that even in this way, Jin didn't dare to do anything, which shows that Belmod definitely has reasons for Jin to be afraid, especially now that Judy didn't even hit Belmod with a few shots. The First Thousand Fog Chapter 9. Hyuga Chen and the others, Judy and Akai Shuichi, were the only ones who killed their father. The atmosphere was very delicate at this time. Judy looked indifferent. Seeing the enemy who killed her father, Judy was a little excited. Bermude, finally let me meet you. So what, can you kill me? Bermuda looked at Judy lightly, looking at Judy's appearance, as if he had a deep hatred with her to hate. But Belmode doesn't even know what hatred is. After all, Belmode has killed too many people, and it's not surprising that I don't know. After a while, the sound of the siren sounded, making Hidekai's face slightly change to Hideiki Akai. They shouldn't be touched by the police, otherwise, they will only to be sent back. Judy, let's go quickly. Akai Shuichi said to Judy. Judy did not answer Hidekai's words, but rushed towards Belmode. The fist was directed towards the seer mod. You're useless to me with a gun, do you think it's useful to me with your bare hands? Belmode, hand held the fist that was hit by the car. Although Judy's strength is not small, it has no deterrent effect on Belmode. The fist was caught, and Judy raised her leg and swept toward Hermod, a kick that could kick the shards of solid wood. But this seems to Hermod. It was very ordinary. Belmode didn't even notice it, and when he twisted 593 Judy's arm, Judy's body lost her balance, and the kicked out equals foot missed. In addition, Judy was still on the ground, looking a little embarrassed. She raised her head and looked angrily at Belmode. Judy, the killing intent in Judy's eyes was still undiminished. When Akai Heidi saw this, he ran over to rescue Judy, while Belmode looked at Akane Hyde disdainfully, and picked up the wine bottle on the table. Towards Hideo Akai, threw it. Bang! Akai Shuichi fell to the ground with blood all over his face. His head was dizzy. Why did this wine bottle fly so fast? Akai Shuichi, who is so skilled, didn't block this wine bottle. Now Akai Sho equals Kazuko, the wine is the same. It's really connected with fate. By the way, I still have some grudges with you. Belmode looked at Akai Hyde -1 with coldness in his eyes. Akai Hideyoshi got up, looked at Judy and fell into contemplation. Now whether to save D equals the police will come, and he will definitely be taken away. Although there will be nothing in his capacity, it is certain to leave Neon. Akai Heidi, I don't want to leave, the task given to him has not been completed. Akai Hyde, after weighing the pros and cons, I chose to leave by myself. After getting up, Akai Heidi, flee quickly, the police will come soon, Judy shouldn't be in danger, probably. At this time, Akai Hyde equals can't control so much. Sometimes for the mission, you have to sacrifice, even he was ready to sacrifice himself. Your companion seems to have abandoned you. Belmode looked at Judy playfully, wanting to see what Judy's expression was. However, Judy had no other expression. He just stared at Hermod with hatred, and wanted to tear him apart. I want to know, why do you hate me so much? Bermore asked Judy. Because you killed her father. Hyuga Chen said to Belmode. Judy glanced at Chen. She didn't know how Chen knew, but it was true. Belmode killed her father, and also tricked little Judy into saying her father I fell asleep. I knew that my father woke up and had the habit of drinking orange juice. So Judy went to buy orange juice, and she was spared. Even if she hadn't bought orange juice for her father, Judy might have died in Belmode. She was killed by a fire. Is that so? Belmode has no impression. After all, many people died in her hands, and it is normal for Belmode to not remember. Then I am now shout CDA__J kill her. After all, she's pretty, and she's your teacher. Bermode looked at Chen deeply. Now Judy's life and death are in the hands of the master. If Chen doesn't mind if she kills Judy, then Judy is dead today. Judy's eyes are on Chen. Judy's eyes are a little complicated at this time. It's not because her life and death decision is in Chen's hands, it's just that Judy didn't expect him to have a relationship with Belmode. I don't know why Judy's heart is a little disappointed. After all, it's mine too. Teacher, let her teach me foreign languages. Chen don't have a meaningful smile. Sashao doesn't know why, but it doesn't feel like a good smile. Because Chen said so. So Belmode let go of Judy and directly let go of Judy. Mr. Judy, I think you should hurry up and leave now. After all, what you have in your hand is not easy to explain. Chen pointed to the gun in Judy's hand and said to Judy. Judy's heart was complicated and she glanced at Belmod. Then she said coldly, next time I meet you, I will definitely kill you. You. Belmod didn't even look at Judy. Judy's ability to kill her is basically impossible in this life. Judy left. Soon after Judy left, the police also arrived here. The team came here. After seeing Chen, Mawako gave Chen a white look, and then walked towards him. What's going on? It's so late at night that I have to run out. Mawako sat next to Chen and asked. Officer Sato, I think I have to take them back. Takagi came over and looked at Chen with a bad moonlight. The police officers of the Metropolitan Police Department, because of Mawako, did not have a good impression of Chen. When I am in charge of the case, you don't need to intervene, Officer Takagi. Mawako looked at Takagi lightly then Mawako's eyes looked at Tatsuya. We came to this bar to drink and then two people had a conflict and got up. Things are like this. Chen said to Mawako, okay, then, Officer Takagi, you should stay and take charge of the investigation. This is also a chance for you to make a contribution, yes. Mawako stood up and said to Takagi What about you? Takagi asked subconsciously. There is no need for Officer Takagi to worry about this. After Mawako finished speaking, she went out with Chen and the others. And Takagi was very angry, and let Hyuga Chen go away so easily. This is too ancestral. This matter involves guns. It's so easy to let a suspect go, even if it's not a suspect. This is also a perpetrator. Gaoben's election is very bad, and other police palaces are equally angry, but they have no ability to change the outcome. After all, Mawako's position is higher than they are much taller. Now Mawako is already a police department, just like police officer Moon Toon too. They are both police departments. Even police officer Moonlight has no right to order Mawako. Chapter 10:10. Judy arrives, you go back first, I have to deal with things. Mawako said to Chen and the others. After all, there was a shooting case. Although no one was killed, it must be investigated. Mawako couldn't leave either. Saying that, Mawako glared at Chen. Hey, Mawako, Kiba glared at me. It has nothing to do with me at all. Chen said to Mawako. Mikako doesn't think it has anything to do with him, does it? This matter really has nothing to do with Chen. Even if Chen doesn't come, something will happen to Zhao. Obviously this time is an operation against Jin. Otherwise why is Hideo Akai equals and Cha Di are nearby, but I don't know if there are any detectives based on him. Anyway, I'm busy today and I wanted to take a rest. Mawako said angrily. 6 inches that's troublesome for Mahitian, so let's go first. Said Chenji Belmod, Xiao and got into the car. Afterwards, Mawako returned to the bar and began to ask the police officers to investigate, but there was nothing to investigate. If Jin is going to run, how could he be caught? Certainly not leaving the slightest clue. So is Akai Shuichi. The next morning, the doorbell rang. 3. Miyano Akemi was puzzled. Who came here so early? Although she didn't know, Miyano Akemi still walked over to the door and looked at the woman standing in front of the door. Miyano Akemi looked suspicious. This woman Miyano Akemi do not know. I want to see Hyuga Chen. Judy said to Miyano Akemi. That's right, the people who came here were naturally Judy. Judy came here to find Chen, or to be more precise, they came to Belmod. Miyano Akemi frowned. Although Judy said that, Miyano Akemi did not let Judy in. An unknown person must not be allowed in. May I ask who you are? Miyano Akemi asked Judy. Hey, Master Judy, why are you here? Little Izumi Yuhiko just came out. After seeing Judy, she looked at her in surprise. Guan Yimingmei saw that little Izumi Yuhiko knew and was her teacher, which meant that she was also Chen's teacher, so she let Judy in. Mr. Judy, why did you take off your glasses? I almost didn't recognize you now. Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Judy and said. As soon as she took off her glasses, Zhu Cheng's temperament changed. It used to be very good. Get along, but the temperament is very low now. Judy didn't speak and walked into the room directly, leaving little Izumi Yuhiko somewhat confused. So why did Judy seem to be angry with Fan? Could it be because of Chen? I guess that's the only possibility. Suddenly, little Izumi Yuhiko's face showed an expression of watching the show, and she walked directly into the room. In the living room, Chen was having breakfast. When he saw Judy coming, he was not surprised, because Chen had already guessed that Judy would come. "Where is Belmod?" Judy looked at Chen and replied unkindly. Chao Xian came to seek revenge for Belmod, even yesterday, knowing that she was not Belmod's opponent, but she still came every day. Faikan also guessed that she would be you, but she didn't expect Judy to come so early, just before dawn. "Sit down, isn't it tiring to stand all the time?" Chen motioned Judy to sit down. Judy looked at Chen, and finally sat down slowly, keeping her eyes on Chen. "You shouldn't let Belmod run away, right?" Judy looked at Chen A3 suspiciously. "Am I afraid to let Belmod run away? Do you think you can beat Belmod? Honestly please. What she's doing now is giving away people's heads." Chen looks at Judy and Meaty's behavior as giving away people's heads. In terms of strength, Judy is far from being comparable to Belmod. Isn't she here to give away people's heads? You know the kindness between me and Belmod 9 inches. Judy looked at Chen, but she rarely mentioned this. Obviously Hyuga Chen is not, so how did Hyuga Chen know about it? Well, understands something bar. Chen nodded lightly. 2 inches. Where is Belmore now? I was a little tired last night. It's still resting now, so please don't disturb her, Mr. Judy. Judy's face changed, and she was about to stand up, but at this moment, Judy felt that she couldn't get up. Sitting on the sofa, she couldn't move, and she couldn't stand up at all. What did you do to me? Judy's face changed slightly and looked at Chen. Aren't you having sex? Mr. Judy hasn't had breakfast yet. Sit down and have a breakfast. Chen said with a smile. Judy struggled only to get down, and found that she still couldn't stand up. It was like she was glued to this. Chen ran by super glue. Xiao Ai came out of the room and yawned. After seeing Judy, her face suddenly showed a good-looking expression. Judy appeared here. Needless to say, Xiao Ai knew that it must be because of Belmod. Yesterday, Xiao Ai already knew that Belmod killed Judy's father. Judy is here to report her position. Let that woman be a human. Now there is a good show to watch. I really want to see Ermod. I'm flat, but it feels a little impossible. Just a Judy. I really can't do anything to Belmod. Xiao Ai sat down. The moonlight looked at Judy lightly, and when she looked at Xiao Ai, Judy felt a little uncomfortable. Comfortable. I feel Xiao Ai's moonlight seems to be pitying her, which makes Chetty arrogant. But thinking that the other party is just a little girl, don't bother with her. Hyuga Chen, that woman Ermod is not. What a good person 3 Judy said to Chen. Who said I'm not a good woman's 9? At this time, Belmod just came out, and when he heard this sentence, Belmod was a little upset. So it's you. Belmod looked at Judy lightly, and Judy looked at Belmod, as if about to spew fire. Xiao Ai, what's going on? 3 Mingmei didn't know the situation, so she asked Xiao Ai in a low voice. Judy didn't seem to be looking for Chen, but Belmod. It's Belmod's enemy. Xiao Ai said to her sister Mingmei. That high 5 Mingmei nodded. Belmod's former enemy. Absolutely not less. After all, as a member of the organization, Belmod's hands are full of blood. You dare to come here, aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Belmod looked at Judy lightly, bringing unimaginable pressure to Judy. However, if Rong Cheng was really afraid, she would not come here. Judy glared at Belmod angrily. Why did you kill my father? 9 inches. Because me and your father are enemies. Isn't it natural to kill your own enemy? Of course, you can choose to avenge me now, but you don't have that power. Belmod looked at Judy and said ruthlessly. Chapter 10:11. Belmod tell you. Mr. Judy, although you are not convinced, you are not Belmod. Chen looked at Liuan and said. Judy looked at Belmod with a strong look in her eyes. What about hatred or an opponent? Can she see Ermod, the murderer, at large? Chen, I want to talk to her alone. Bermode suddenly said. Chen glanced at Bermode, then didn't say anything, just nodded lightly, but Chen was curious about what Bermode would talk to Judy. Judy went back to her room. Of course, Judy was reluctant during this period, but she was forcibly taken away by Belmode and humiliated. Facing Belmode, Judy doesn't seem to have the ability to resist, so how can you take revenge like this? 2630 inches. Hey, what do you think they will talk about? Xiaoai raised her head and asked. Why is curiosity so heavy? Let's eat your meal. Chen tapped Xiaoai's head gently with his chopsticks, making Xiaoai very angry. Xiaoai glanced at Chen, although Chen didn't show it, but Xiaoai saw it, and Chen should be very curious. After breakfast, it's time to take you to school. After Chen and the others finished breakfast, Belmode seemed to still have a heart-talk with Judy, while Chen was sending Xiaoai-Chen to school and after sending Xiaoai to the single school. Chen also went to school, and stayed in the neighborhood. It's not as interesting as school. I thought you weren't coming. Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen who walked in and said. A good student like me, how could I not come? Chen said with a smile. However, Chen didn't realize that, even the gentle Xiaolonji cast a contemptuous look at Chen. Did Chen really not see it? Well, Chen actually saw it, but he had to pretend I didn't see it. Urchin said that he must be in his own position. Soon after, Heiji Hattori walked in with his eyes open to Yuhi. He didn't sleep well, so he opened Yuhi's eyes, and his eyes were a little angry. Chen is a bit baffled. Yesterday, he didn't stimulate Hattori Heiji very much. Why is Hattori Heiji bitter towards him now? How does Chen know that after leaving the bar yesterday, after Hattori Heiji returned to his husband, he was with Yuenshin? Called Yi, but it turned out to be two quarrel. Now Hattori Heiji has everything on Chen's head. Naru. Kazuya snorted coldly after seeing Hattori Heiji. Yesterday this guy called her for no reason. And it was already very late, and Hattori Heiji's tone was very bad. So Kazuya's tone was not very good. So naturally we started arguing. Shaolin also knows something about this. After all, she and Yi live in Xiao's house now, and they sleep on rocks. Of course, Shaolin can't make phone calls without knowing it, even if she has a good temper. Shaolin, who was in the middle of nowhere, had a kind of swearing. Woo, hey, it's all class now. Why hasn't teacher Judy come yet? Sonoko said strangely. The first lesson was English. Usually, Judy came very early, before the class bell rang. It's a bit late now. Of course this Chen knows the reason, and it is estimated that teacher Judy will not be able to come today. She should still be at his house now. I don't know what to talk about with Judy when I meet Mord. But what made Chen interested was that Judy was here. Looking at Judy who walked in, Chen's face was full of surprise. Judy looked as usual, put on her glasses. She looked very good. There is nothing wrong with it. If there is something wrong, Chen thought it was a disguise after Belmode's disguise. Chen classmate, you look surprised when you look at the teacher. Judy looked at Chen. I'm surprised. Mr. Judy's sudden change is a bit big. 3 was still murderous in the morning, but now he has a very approachable appearance. Can this change be too different? Sure enough, women are fickle. The other classmates were inexplicable, and it was estimated that only the little Izumi Yuhiko could understand. Mr. Judy, your Japanese is suddenly very good. Chen said to Chetty. Judy didn't speak. Originally, the Japanese was very good, but it was just a disguise before. Now Judy doesn't want to pretend anything anymore because the purpose has been achieved. Judy is here. In fact, it was for Belmode, and now that Belmode has been found, Judy doesn't care that much. So now there is no point in hiding. There is a war with you after class. Judy looked at Chen and said. Hearing this, Tan's other classmates suddenly looked at Chen with envious eyes on their faces. This guy is always surrounded by beautiful women, and he is a goddamn high family. This kind of person should be burned to death, right? Chen felt that the thick flame meant that someone was going to burn him to death. Chen directly ignored these guys. They were just a bunch of incompetent guys. After class, Lien Di glanced at Chen then walked out of the classroom. Chen stood up and followed. In fact, Chen is just so faint. What does Judy want to do with him? Judy seems a little strange now that she has come to Judy's office, which is her own office. After all, as a foreign friend, Judy will naturally be treated better than, Mr. Judy, I don't know why you are looking for me. Chen asked Mr. Judy. Chen, I want you to teach me. Make me stronger. Judy looked at Chen seriously and said. Oh, Chen looked at Judy with a strange expression, but Judy looked at Chen without speaking, bit Kiba, and then kissed Chen 7am. Chen was immediately stunned. What's the situation? I know there is a price to pay. If these are not enough, I can pay more. Please promise me that Judy hides the yuhi on her face. 6yun, look at Chen seriously. Said. What exactly did Belmod tell you? Chen looked at Judy and replied. Chen can be sure that Judy's change is so great that it has something to do with Belmod. I don't know, what exactly is Belmod? What did he say to Guandi? I'm sorry, Chen. Judy didn't answer Chen's words. She put her arms around Chen's arms and looked at Chen with hopeful eyes. Chen said to Judy, and Chen felt that she should figure out the woman Belmod. What did you say to Judy? Chen Gao opened the Pro Huang's office, and Judy stood there for a while, and didn't promise herself. Could it be that she felt dissatisfied with what she had paid for? Judy bit Kiba and had to seek revenge from Belmod, not her strength opponent, so there is only one way. Chapter 10-12. Who is beautiful, Shaolin or I? After Duochen returned to the classroom, Yuanzi, who was very 8 trigrams, immediately came to Chen's side and asked Chen, Chen, what did our teacher Judy call you to the office just now? Yuanzi, do you really want to know about birds? Chen looked at Yuanzi and asked Yuanzi and nodded, wanting to ring. I really want to know. Chen, can you tell me? X8 trigrams. Yuanzi wants to know equals cut news. No way. Sonoko is such an 8 trigrams. Although you want to know, I won't tell you. Saying that, Chen pushed Yuanzi away from him, which made Yuanzi pouted and snorted softly at Chen. Shaolin looked at him. She covered her mouth and smiled softly, and then said, Yuanzi, you still don't want that just to satisfy curiosity. I'm not 8 trigrams. Sonoko will never admit to his 8 trigrams. Well, people from 8 trigrams will not admit to his 8 trigrams. And Shaolin, don't you want to know? Yuanzi looked at Shaolin. She must be young. Lan also wanted to know, but Lan was embarrassed. The fruit is not familiar. Ji Shaolin bowed her head embarrassedly. It seems that the elementary school also wanted to know when teacher Judy was going to ask Chen to go to the office. After all, Judy teacher T rarely calls into the office. Chen, don't ask Chiguo, talk to us. We won't tell anyone else anyway. Yuanzi pestered Chen and said, Hee, do you think I would believe you? Chen smiled at Yuanhua. What kind of Yuanzi is? Chen still doesn't know, if Yuanzi knows it. That can represent the school all knew. Hey, Chen, I'm so disappointed that you don't trust me so much, woohoo. Sonoko looked fake. That's right, it's really too much. I don't believe in the garden page, he also interjected. Yuanzi, in fact, I also want to believe you, but besides the 8 things, you are also a big speaker, which makes it hard for me to believe that you are making a helpless expression. Indeed, Yuanzi, it seems that it is really a big speaker. If you know it, at least the whole class will know it, and it will definitely spread throughout the school by then. Why don't you just tell me about it? He and Yi Shangchen said in a legend. He, you are also very friendly. If you want to know, go and ask Mr. Ruai yourself. I knew you wouldn't tell me. Yi Shanwang shook his head. At this time, Hita Izumi Yuhiko pushed Chen, and then whispered to the bottom, Mr. Judy is looking for you for something shameful, so you don't want to say it. What shameful thing? After taking a look, I was really right by the little Izumi Yuhiko. It seems that it is really a shameful thing, but after Chen wants to go back, I asked Bermod, whether Bermod told Judy about you at that time. 8 Of course, this has to wait until after school. Soon one day in the school passed, and it really went by very quickly. Shaolan, see you tomorrow. Chen waved at Shaolan and said rightly. Hey, don't you just see Shaolin but not us? He said angrily. That's right, I only have Shaolin in my eyes, and I don't see us at all. It's so annoying. Sonoko said. Is it possible that Shaolin is too beautiful? Then I blocked your Taro. Chen said with a smile. Shaolin's face suddenly became moist with Yuhi, and he and Yuanzi looked at Chen dissatisfiedly, saying that, do you think they are inferior to the younger brother? Although Shaolan looks really beautiful. But that doesn't mean they take it. Let's go first. Chen and little Izumi Yuhiko left. After all, they did not go home together. Damn it. It's terrible to let him run away. Sonoko said angrily. Wait until tomorrow to clean him up. The same is true of Yi. Only Shaolin has a sincere expression on her face. Looking at the smile on Shaolin's face, Tongzang and Yi are suddenly unbalanced. Shaolin, are you very happy now? Yuanzi turned towards Xiaoji. Asked. No. Although Shaolin denied it, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face, and let Yuanzi. He and the others knew that Shaolin was very happy now. Yuanzi and Huiyu glanced at Shaolin. Don't you think? Do you know how to hide Shaoshin on his face? Chen, who do you think is better between me and Shaolin? Xiao Izumi Yuhizi Baoran asked Chen. Listen, why are you asking me this? Chen didn't know why looking at the little Izumi Yuhiko. Why did he suddenly ask this question? I just want to ask a second. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Xiao Izumi Yuhi shook her head as if she didn't care. She looked at Xiao Izumi Yuhi, and then thought about Shaolin. If you just look at the appearance, Xiao Izumi Yuhiping was definitely more amazing, but Shaolin's temperament that day was like a Buddha. A feeling of comfort. Actually, you two belong to the kind of very beautiful girls. If you really want to say it, then you are on the same level. Chen. Your answer is really cunning. Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen and said. Oh, why are you being cunning? Chen asked with a smile to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Huh. Xiaobao Yuhiko snorted lightly, obviously dissatisfied with Chen's answer. Yuhizi, you won't be mad at 470, right? In fact, what I said is that although you are beautiful, Bulan is not bad. Chen quickly caught up with the little Izumi Yuhizi who was walking in front. Since looking at Chen, there is a hint of contempt in your eyes. What you said is straight, standard scumbag behavior. This is the speech of a scumbag. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen as if she was watching the cast, and Banduochan looked at Xiao Izumi Yuhizi innocently. What kind of eyes are you looking at? I'm not a scumbag. Go back, worker scum-kun. Little Izumi Yuhiko said directly this time. Chen's expression turned sullen. Forget it. If you're a woman or a beauty, I won't bother with you anymore. That guy Hattori Heiji, don't you find it annoying? Little Izumi Yuhiko turned around, glanced at Hattori Heiji, and then asked Chen. Because Hattori Heiji and Min and the others stopped by, so they are following behind, but Izumi Yuhiko always has a feeling of being followed, and I feel very unhappy in my heart. Ryo turned his head back. Kimono Heiji glanced at each other. Chest Heiji looked at Chen's eyes, with the hatred of the city. How could Heiji persuade him to hate himself so much? Chen thought about some of the things he had done, and found that it was normal for Hattori to hate him. If he didn't hate him, it would be really strange. Chapter 100-14 Fei Yingli came to play with guilt. It's really rare, Yukiko said. Fei Yingri was too busy to invite her, and Yukiko was really surprised. I haven't been busy recently, so I invited you here. Yingri rubbed his head. After being busy for so long, Fei Yingri was going to give herself an admonition. Mom, you should rest, don't be so tired. Xiaolan said to Fei Yingli. Xiaolan knows how hard her mother works, and it hurts her hard-working mother very much. Many times of persuasion are useless. This time, her mother can relax. Next, Xiaolan is very happy. By the way, we won't just sit at home like this, right? It's very helpless, Chen said with a bored face. We think chatting is very happy. Yuchizi said with a smile that 3 Chen is very speechless. You guys are chatting very happily, but I'm bored here, so I can't get in when you chat. If I knew earlier, it would be better to stay at home and play with Xiao Ai. What are your plans then, Chen? Fei Yingli looked at Chen and asked. 027, why don't you go out and play? It's really boring at home. Chen said, especially Fei Yingli's family has nothing to say about it. Well, it's better to relax in the amusement park equals let's go. Mother, you rarely go to the amusement park. Xiaolan's eyes suddenly lit up and said, 3 inches Xiaolan, don't you really want to go? Chen asked Yin Lan with eyes on her. It made Xiaolan's cheeks slightly moisten. Humph. Xiaolan snorted at Chen Zhao, and then said, you just said whether to go or not. Of course I don't have any opinion, it depends on your mother's opinion. Chen looked at Fei Yingri and said, Chen doesn't mind going to the amusement park, although there are a lot of impressions in the amusement park, but the amusement park is quite good. Xiaolin looked at Fei Yingli expectantly. Amusement park, I don't have any interest. But now seeing Xiaolin's expectant gaze, Fei Yingli also doesn't know how to refuse. And Fei Yingli doesn't want to refuse Xiaolin. Usually, she has little time to accompany Xiaolin. Fei Yingli felt a little guilty inside. Okay. Fei Yingli nodded. Hey, don't you ask CECB for my opinion. Kiko said dissatisfiedly. Do you have an opinion? I don't have any opinion on what you're angry with Yuchizi. So, I don't know what advice you have, Miss Yuchizi. Chen smiled and asked Yuchizi. I also agree with going to an amusement park. I haven't been to an amusement park for a long time. Yukiko thought about it, and found that she hadn't been to the amusement park for a long time. Achin and Fei Yingli Tibei were all given to Yukiko, a Byakugan. Since you also decided to go to the amusement park, why would you say that? So many, isn't this nonsense? Yukiko made me laugh. Chen drove with the people. I came to the most famous tropical paradise. I said that the last attack did not have much impact on the tropical paradise world, so it's business as usual. In the back, the boss has a lot of background. It seems that I heard Sonoko say that the Suzuki Consortium has also participated in the shares. Thinking of the Suzuki Consortium, Tatsu's heart can't help but think of Suzuki Tomoko. Chen, what are you thinking? The smile is so evil. Yuchizi pushed Chen and said towards Chen. My smile is very evil. Chen looked at Yuchizi with suspicious eyes. Of course, if you believe it, you can have Xiaolin. The smile you just got tired of is the same as one. Too badass. Yukiko said after pulling Bu Xiaolin. Xiaolin looked at Chen and nodded. She saw it just now. The smile on Chen's face was indeed evil. Cough. Let's go play. Don't pursue these. Chen Qing coughed twice, and then said. Then let's go play the merry-go-round. Xiaolan pointed to the merry-go-round over there and said, in fact, Xiaolan wanted to play, but I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not that childish. So Xiaolan, you can play by yourself. Chen shook his head gently. Xiaolan, I'll accompany you, Yuchizi said. Chen was embarrassed. But Yukiko is very interesting about this carousel. Anyway, Yukiko's character is like, Mom, what about you? Xiaolan asked concubine Yingri. Fei Yingli shook her head gently. The merry-go-round was basically played by children. She was not Yukiko. Sorry to go straight. Come on, we'll be waiting for you at the cold drink shop next to you. Chen said to Xiaolan and Yuchizi. Then Chen and Fei Ying wanted to sit at a cold drink shop, and Chen chuckled and said, Yingri, you actually come out to play. It's really rare. Can't I come out to play? Fei Yingli glanced at Chen Bai and said. That's not true, I just think you are too busy to have time to come out and play. I feel a little surprised. Chen said after taking a sip of juice. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time to rest, and I also want to accompany Xiaolin. Fei Yingli said, actually, I feel sorry for Xiaolin. Maybe I am a qualified mother. Fei Yingli said guiltily. Compared with other girls, Xiaolin has indeed suffered a lot. She started doing housework from Lufa until now. In fact, Fei Yingli had thought about letting Xiaolin live with her. Unfortunately, Xiaolin did not agree at all. In fact, even if Xiaolin lives with Fei Yingli can't take good care of Xiaolin. Even if Fei Yingli is a strong woman, she is a queen who wants to be defeated in the legal world, but she can't even take care of herself well in life. Don't talk about taking care of Xiaolin. Well, I think you're right, you are indeed a mother who doesn't care. Chen nodded. 3 and Fei Yingli looked at Chen with some words. No, shouldn't you comfort me at this time? Look at me, you said it yourself. You are an unqualified mother, even you think so, let alone standing from someone else's point of view. Chen shrugged. I thought you would comfort me. It seems that I was wrong. Fei Yingli said quietly, to comfort you, how do you want me to comfort you? Chen Danye smiled, and the smile caught Fei Yingli's eyes. I feel like you are thinking of something very rude in your mind, Fei Yingli said. Teacher, as expected of a lawyer, he's really sharp, but Fei Yingli, can you guess, what rude thing I'm thinking about? Yingri is only wearing casual clothes, but she can still show Fei Yingli's good figure. Being looked at by Chen's eyes, Fei Yingli's face, Yuhi if this is someone else, Fei Yingli has already taken the initiative to teach it. Chapter 10:16. I have a credit here. I'm sorry, because of my reasons, I didn't have a good time. Fei Yingli said apologetically, Master, what's there to apologize for? You can eat a big meal made by Shaolin. Meal. This is already very happy. Chen Yugong glanced in the direction of Meifang. Shaolin was cooking rice noodles. If there is no Shaolin in the play, they may have to go out to eat, but if there is Shaolin as a great chef, of course, Shaolin's cooking skills are better at home than in restaurants outside. I always feel a little embarrassed to let Shaolin cook by herself. As a sister, I will help Shaolin. Yukiko stood up and said. Chen glanced at Yukiko, sister. Ha ha. But when Yukiko was about to stand up, Chen squeezed Yukiko. What's the matter? Yuchizi looked at Chen with the moonlight in the 450 room, and really didn't understand why Chen took action to hold her back. With the paper, Shaolin's cooking is not easy, so don't make trouble for an hour. Lan is also very hard. Chen Yu said to Yuchizi earnestly, and Yuchizi looked at Chen with a stunned moonlight, and then became embarrassed. What did she say? Did she only make trouble in the past? Speaking of your cooking level, it should be irrelevant to Fei Ying. Let's go, it's not making trouble in the past, so don't do such a thing. Chen patted Yuindo on the shoulder. He said to Yukiko, Schwanten Chen's words. He directly despised Fei Yingri, and Fei Yingri, who was watching the play, said that he was also shot while lying down, which was really unfortunate. Fei Yingli stared at Chen angrily, and she looked at Fei Yingli as if she was about to kill. Chen turned a blind eye, and Fei Yingli's lethality was really too much. But what Chen said was the truth. The two of them cooking skills are at the level of disaster, and even oil, salt and Chan vinegar can't be distinguished. How to cook 1 inch Chen? You are so annoying. 3 inches. Oh, I'm really sorry for making you angry. Chen said with a slight smile. How can there be such a hateful guy like you? Yukiko couldn't help saying, yes, I am not. Chen stood up. Walk in the direction of the kitchen. Hey, what are you doing? Are you also doing Shaolin a disservice? San, although I know that my cooking skills are not very good. But let Shaolin help a little. I think I can still do it. Chen looked at Yuchizi and said. 3. Although the poisonous ammonia is not very good. But it's still very easy to help Shaolin do what she can. Like washing vegetables. Cut the vegetables, increase the feelings, cough cough. Izumi admitted that in the end, 1 was what he thought. Watching Chen walk into the kitchen, Yukiko lightly sipped a beer and said to Fei Yingli, do you think he will occupy Shaolin? It's cheap. 2 inches. I don't know, I'll take a look. Fei Yingli got up and walked towards the kitchen. Yuchizi saw that he was left alone, and immediately got up and went to the kitchen. Big Mom, Sister Yuchizi, why are you all here? It's okay to help me, I don't need your help. Shaolin looked at Fei Yingri and Yukiko who came in and said. Shaolin, why do you feel like you are driving us out now? Yuchizi looked at Shaolin suspiciously. She was suspicious. She really didn't mean that in her heart. Do you think we disturbed you? Shaolin. Fu Yingli said, since you know your son, why don't you go out quickly, because the kitchen is small, and it's very difficult for you to stand here. Chen said while washing vegetables. You should think that we disturbed your affairs. Fei Yingli looked at Chen with dangerous eyes. Then Fei Yingli stared at Chen with her eyes that could see through everything, making Chen have a feeling of being seen through. A worthy of being a queen, she is really powerful. Forget it, since you're here, then come and help. But with your abilities, you can only wash the vegetables. Chen directly handed the washing work to Fei Yingri and Yukiko, although they couldn't cook, but if you can't even wash vegetables, it's really a waste, and it can't be that stupid. So Fei Yingli and Yuchizi were in charge of washing the vegetables, Chen was in charge of cutting the vegetables and killing the fish, and Shaolin was only in charge of cooking, which was much faster. I have a share of the credit for this. Yukiko looked at the fragrant meal and said. It's really shameless to say it. She was only in charge of choosing the dishes, and she actually said that she had a share of the credit. Those who didn't know it thought it was her big. Chen, are you disdainful of me? Yuchizi asked Chen. To you? No, where did you feel it? It should be that you are too sensitive. I don't. Chen shook his head in denial. HMPH, do you think I'm an idiot? I can easily see it with my eyes. Yukiko snorted in dissatisfaction. I am sorry. I thought you were an idiot before. I'm really sorry. Chen said to Yukiko with an apologetic face. You're looking for a fight. Yukiko snorted softly, then picked up the chopsticks next to her and threw them at Chen. The chopsticks were caught by Chen. With a chuckle, he said, it's not a good habit to throw things around. Fei Yingli looked at Chen and Yukiko with a strange self-reflection. Their performances were too different. Not like friends at all. Shaolin didn't think much about it. Shang Chen and Yuchizi said, Chen, Sister Yuchizi, let's eat first, otherwise the food will not taste good after a while. I'll let you go for a while. Yuchizi hummed and sat down, ready to taste next Shaolin's exquisite food. Chen also sat down. Then the husband ordered a piece of raw meat, and seeing Chen Guan put a piece of beef into his mouth, Shaolan asked expectantly, how does it taste? How could there be a chef Onagawa who has no culinary skills? I wanted to praise it too. Shaolan's Fei Yingri, her fist suddenly dug up and she couldn't help but want to punch Chen Lai. Are you? Isn't it hinting at me? Fei Yingli felt that Chen was hinting at her. But in fact, concubine Yingri's guess was correct. Chen was hinting at her. No, this is no longer implied. Instead, it was directly stated that the text did not give Fei Yingli any face at all, and the angry Fei Yingli felt that she couldn't continue to talk. He definitely couldn't fight back. As a man, how could he attack a woman? This is the principle of Chen. A big meal is really enjoyable. As expected of Shaolin's cooking, the taste is comparable to that of a 5-star chef. Chen felt that Wulin's cooking skills were on par with Mingmei's. In fact, Mingmei's cooking skills were also very good, especially now that Ten was cooking. Chapter 10:17. There were too many people who knew and stayed at Fei Yingli's house for a day, and then Chen took Shaolin to drive, and Yukiko stayed at Fei Yingli's house. 3 because concubine Yingri forcibly kept Yukiko, and Yukiko could not refuse to stay here for a few days. She planned to accompany concubine Yingri for a few days. Chen drove Lan home. Shaolan, do you want me to take you up? Chen asked, looking at Shaolan who got off the bus. If you have nothing to do, you can come up with me. Shaolan said, forget it, let's another day. Chen waved his hand towards Shaolan. Then drive straight away. Let's go again. Mo Ben Azusa walked out. Looking at Gao Tian's Chen, she couldn't help stomping. Miss Jian, are you looking for Chen? Shaolan asked Zhen Benzi. It doesn't matter. It's just that he, the big boss, passed by his own coffee shop, and he didn't bring it down to see it. This is really annoying, and I can't even watch it. 24 inches Mo Benzi said. Shaolan listened to Mo Ben Azusa's words. Haha equals laughing, and then said, Miss Jian. In fact, this is Chen who believes in you. Then you really believe me. Don't be afraid that I will take the money and run away. Mo Benzi said very helplessly. 3 Shaolan smiled slightly. Yes, Chen really believes in young Miss Mo Ben. Miss Jian, I'll go up first Shaolan said to the model. Then Shaolan went upstairs. The other side Chen also has returned home. Where's Yuchizi? Why did you go out and lost Yuchizi? Belmod asked to Chen. Yukiko is temporarily staying at Fei Yingri's house. How could I have lost her if I were to live there for a few days? Chen said speechlessly, looking at Ermod. That's the house. Bermode said with a faint equals laugh. That's right. I have something to tell you. Your teacher Judy has come to see you. Bermode said to Chen, come to me, are you sure you're not here? Chen looked at Bermode and asked, even if he really came, he should have come to see Bermode, why did he come? No, she really came here to look for you, but unfortunately you are not at home, but you missed it. Bermode said with a special meaning. Ding dong tilde L, I'll open the door. When Akemi heard the doorbell, she went to open the door. After opening the door, she looked at Hattori Heiji and Conan in front of her, and Akemi was stunned. Of course, Akemi knew these two guys, but she didn't know how they came here. It's a bit of a time. Play, let's come to Hyuga-chen. Hattori Heiji said indifferently. Mingmei's brows furrowed, and the person who came to Chen was so rude, Mingmei subconsciously didn't want them to come in. If Akemi's temperament was not gentle enough, she would send them 2 words one by one. Chen Bujing's home, Akemi said indifferently, and then closed the door so that Heiji, Hattori and Conan couldn't help but look at each other. Keep ringing the doorbell, Conan said and rang the doorbell again, and Akemi, who had just returned to the living room, frowned. Akemi, who is it? Kuroba-chian asked Akemi. It's Hattori Heiji and Conan, right? Asked a Mingmei little bit of Lee, that's them. But they seem to be looking for you. The tone was a little bad, so I didn't let them in. Interesting. They come to me. Chen's eyes flashed with interest. I'll take a look, Chen said to Mingmei, and then walked out. You two are looking for me for something? Chen asked indifferently to Hattori Heiji and Conan. Hyuga-chen, you finally came out. I thought you were afraid to come out. Hattori Heiji said. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? I dare not come out. Zan suddenly felt amused, as if he was afraid of Hattori Heiji and Conan. I'm not that patient, Chen asked them. If it wasn't for his curiosity, Chen would never see these two families. This is not the place to talk, let's talk about it in another place. Hattori Heiji said to Chen. He said. Hattori turned around and pulled Conan away, and Chen followed with a smile. Hyuga exhibition, you should know my identity, right? Hanan asked Chen Sheng in a deep voice. That's right, I do know, Kudo Shinichi. You don't want to tell me this, right? Chen faintly netted it. Conan's heart, Shen really. The other party knew his identity, which made Kudo Shinichi's heart a little bit. Is there anyone else who knows my identity? Conan asked Chen Chi. That's it. Too many people know. Can't count. Chen Dan smiled and looked at Conan, looking at Conan's incomparably wonderful expression. Conan's face turned black, and the black one was like a boat with black carbon. It turns out that the identity he has been hiding has long been known to many people. Does my mother have an idiot? No. Conan suddenly thought of his mother Yukiko and asked Shang Chen. She doesn't know, but if she's curious, I don't mind telling her. Chen looked at Conan with a full smile. No, you absolutely can't tell her. Conan's reaction was terrifying, and it's fine if other people know about it. But he didn't want his parents to know. Tisk tisk. Conan looked at Chen. He didn't know what he meant by 297, but he always felt a little bad. This made Conan feel unhappy. Conan looked at Chen. Of course he didn't want Chen to talk nonsense. But there seems to be it also has no ability to stop the other party. Conan's heart is depressed. Now tell me why you want to come out with me, otherwise. I don't mind going straight up high, Chen said lightly. Chen didn't have as much nonsense with Conan at that time. Hattori Heian didn't hesitate and said directly, what did you do to Kazukai? Staring at Chen's, 9 inches, he got used to it for a while, and then remembered that Xiaolan said that he had already gone home. Where did he make any noise with He? I don't seem to have any trouble with He. What are you doing? Hey, if you frame someone, you won't even take it back. Looks like I have to actually do something about it. Chen suddenly felt unhappy. He and He have nothing at all, this is framed. You are talking nonsense. Hattori Heiji's eyes were open to Yuhi, and when he lifted it up, he was about to call, but Conan held him back. Mother Hattori Heiji, haven't you eaten enough of the previous lesson? You dare to rush up now, isn't it? Are you looking for death? If you are carried, you will be able to. The 1018th child gave Hattori Heiji a blow. Speaking of what happened to Hai. Chen was equally curious, what happened to Hai? Only then did Fubu Heiji come to him, and Chen was also in the situation of Shin and Yi. After all, Zanhe and Marvin Yi are now good friends. Go back with Yi, Hattori Heiji said coldly. Play, I know, and Yi went back. Shaolin told me. Chen nodded lightly while Conan on the side. When he heard Chen mention Shaolin, his eyes, fat, didn't that mean, Hyuga Chen, this guy went to see Shaolin? Immediately, Conan lost his calm and stared angrily. Humiliated, looking at his angry and helpless feelings, Chen wanted to laugh out loud. You see Shaolin 72, Conan angrily asked Tong. Fei, how about you? Can you still bite me? Quote. Chen smiled lightly, looked at Conan with interest, and made Conan almost knock Kiba's teeth in anger, and then Chen glared at Hattori Heiji. What happened to Kazuya? He went back with Yi. But her father asked her to stay at home, but she refused. Do you think you bewitched her? Heiji Hattori asked Chen. Chen felt a little strange. He glanced at Heiji Hattori, and then asked lightly, is that why you came to me? Heiji Hattori asked. He didn't say anything, but he obviously acquiesced. What a fool, what does Yi's decision have to do with me? Let's talk about it. Even if I said something to Kazuin, do you have such a big reaction? Chen simply left, thinking that there was something wrong with Hattori Heiji. It turned out to be such a thing. Well, it doesn't seem like a big deal for Tatsuya, but for Heiji Hattori, it's not a business. You only know how to cherish it when you lose it. Now Hattori Heiji Minkaku has lost Kazuha. At this time, he also learned to cherish it, but he has already guided the hospital, hateful. Hattori Heiji roared angrily, then clenched his fist and rushed towards his lips, and his fist hit Chen. Before he touched Chen, Hattori's body flew back, the lion was on the wall, and with a bang, Heiji Hattori almost fainted. I couldn't see clearly at all. How did Chen take action? Anyway, Conan flew out when he saw Hattori Heiji suddenly come back, and then fell to the ground. Is the lesson C enough? Chen looked at Hattori Heiji and asked indifferently. Hattori Heiji was very unwilling to bite. What is this guy's strength? So Conan helplessly beautiful. Help Hattori Heiji to help him up. Already eaten so many losses. Don't you have this sex now? MSG Hugachan, you must not tell my mother my identity. Otherwise, RT7TN tilde. Oh, otherwise what about you? Chen turned back and looked at Conan lightly. Otherwise, what can you do? You don't seem to be able to do anything. Heiji Hattori, don't come to me. Otherwise, it won't be so easy next time. Chen threatened Hattori Heiji. Chu Lengbucken actually knew that, with Hattori Heiji's character, he would not be threatened at all. It seems that I will teach Hattori Heiji an unforgettable lesson next time. On the other hand, do you want to give Hattori Heiji a little hit suit now? 3. The Hattori situation. I decided to pursue Kazuya. Are you very happy about this news? Chen turned his head to ask Hattori Heiji's watch and guessed that his watch stiffened in an instant. Happy that he was happy. Zayu Shangchen, if you dare to fight Yi's idea, I will definitely kill you. Hattori Heiji said angrily. Oh, would you? Also asked indifferently. When Hattori Heiji said this, he was threatening people at most. Did he really kill people? Would he dare? Damn Hattori Heiji looking at the back of Nipponji Gen. He could only secretly send Conan Yushaunax to the guest to comfort him. Hattori Moji, but he didn't know how to comfort Kafi. Don't worry, Heiji will catch her one day. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. Although they knew that Hyuga was the worst person, they didn't have any handle on Hyuga Chen. Instead, Hyuga Room held his handle. Mostly he was Kudo Shin, this matter. It is the handle held by Hyuga. If you expose this, you won't need Hyuga Chen to take action. The black organization can hunt him down to death. In addition, Conan, I don't know if Hyuga Chen has any relationship with the black organization. It doesn't matter if he suspects that there should be no sex. After all, if he really has a long line, then Hyuga Chen knows his true identity, and the black organization will not let him go. Cold, Hato, are you alright? Conan, I asked Hattori Heiji about the Dao district, and now Hattori Heiji looks very embarrassed. His clothes are stained with ash and his face is a little pale. I'm fine. Heiji Hattori got up. His face flashed. The color of pain hurt. The whole back was soft and painful, and it felt like a bone injury, almost made Hattori Heiji Kuniji lie on the ground. Hey, Hattori. Conan quickly supported Hattori Heiji. He said to Hattori Heiji, why don't you go to the hospital? You look very serious now. Conan was about to make a phone call. Call an ambulance. No. Hattori Heiji hurriedly stopped Conan and refused to let him call an ambulance. If he goes to the hospital, then his parents will know about it and then Rigao Haizang will definitely let him go back, but now Hattori Heiji is not willing to go back at all. Tianyi will still stay here. Hyuga Chen even said that he wants to chase after Hei, so at this time, Heiji of the Public Service Department cannot leave. If a doctor like Finn has any action, he can come to stop it. If he goes back, even if Hyuga does something afterward, okay, he will whip the tomb back. Okay. Looking at Hattori Heiji's persistent appearance, Conan nodded, then let me trick you. Conan said to Hattori Heiji 5, no need. I'm not that fragile. Hattori Heiji stood up stubbornly. He didn't want to show his fragile side. And in front of Kudo Shinichi is his friend and also his opponent. How can you show your weak side in front of your opponent? Are you really okay with yourself? Conan looked at Hattori Heiji suspiciously. I felt that Hattori Heiji couldn't stand still. How did he leave AHPI? I didn't pass the question. Heiji Hattori wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then slowly walked towards Hiro Akasa's house. Part 3 is okay. Kasa Hiroju's house was not far from here, but even so, Hattori Heiji had a hard time walking. Conan looked at him worriedly. Chapter 10:20. Do you believe Shaolin? How did Heiji get hurt by Hyuga Chen? Did you go to him? Dr. Agasa asked Conan. 3 Conan Dianda, if you don't go to Hyuga Chen, how can you be hurt by Hyuga Chen? What are you going to do with him? Ali Boshi Tilda replied to them. When Conan heard the words and just looked at Heiji, let Heiji say it himself, Conan himself can't say anything. Hearing Dr. Agasa's question, Hattori Heiji's eyes were heavy and he didn't say anything. Obviously he didn't want to tell Dr. Akasa. Dr. Ali sighed, guessing that there was something unspeakable. He too. I don't want to ask. Heiji, just take care of your injuries here, and I'll ask you for a leave tomorrow, said Dr. Ali. Hattori Heiji's expression suddenly changed and he said, if Akasa Hiroto asks for leave for me, it is best to use the voice of my father and pretend to be my father. Heiji followed with a sigh of relief, although I don't know if I can help you hide it, but I can hide it for a while. I really don't know why you didn't tell your father, Akasa, and shook his head. If he knew it, there might be a way to help him. Why didn't he let his father know? Of course Akasa Hiroju couldn't know. This is Hattori Heiji's weak self-esteem. He told his father. He didn't want to rely on his father's strength to fight Hyuga Chen. Wouldn't that make him inferior to Hyuga Chen? He had to convince the character of Heiji. He was exactly the same as Kudo Shinichi. 3 Let's take care of Heiji first, and I'll do the transfer. Dr. Ah Shao said. After Akasa Hiroshi opened, Conan and Hattori Heiji quieted down and remained silent. Kudo, do you think I'm stupid and know that I'm not the opponent of that bastard Hyuga Chen? I have to rush up with a second brain. Hattori Heiji clenched his fists, because the back hurt because of the force, but Hattori Heiji was not there at all. The pain in the back. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji. You are quite stupid, but after thinking about it, you still didn't say it. It would be too embarrassing to say it. Actually, we can think of other plans. There is no need for D. Shengen and Hyuga Chendo. Conan said to Hattori. Other plans. Heiji Hattori glanced at Conan, and then asked Conan, what other plans? Do you have any other way to deal with young Hyuga-chan? Where does Conan have a solution? But Conan doesn't want Hattori Heiji to be so impulsive again. So impulsive to go to Hyuga Chen. He was the one who was injured in the end. 3,921,875 inches also. That bastard said he wanted to pursue Kazuya. You said me what should I do? Heiji Hattori jumped into joy and surprised Conan. Don't be so excited, Hattori, you have to trust Kazuya. He will definitely not be deceived by that guy Hyuga-chen. Conan he comforted the excited Hattori Heiji. Conan had no other way. He could only comfort Hattori Heiji temporarily. Otherwise, he was afraid that Hattori Heiji would go to Hyuga-chen again. What if Hyuga-chen got impatient and shot and killed Hattori Heiji? If it was someone else, Conan wouldn't worry about Hattori being killed, but the other party was Hyuga-chen. It's impossible for Conan not to worry about Conan's feeling that Ia Shangchen really dared to kill. Maybe if Ping 2 comes to the door again, maybe Hyuga-chen he really knows how to kill. Conan doesn't want to see something happen to Heiji Hattori. Hee, do you believe in Shaolin? On Shaolin. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji unhappily. Kudo, you are running away, right? Are you really not afraid of what Hyuga-chen will do to Morilin? Enough, stop talking, I am like this, there are 2 exercises to stop Zishang. Even if his hand is slapped through Yuhi, Conan doesn't seem to feel it. At this time, Hiroshi Akasa walked in. Seeing that the atmosphere was very stiff, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Why did you just go out? The work is gone. There seems to be some conflict between the 2 of them and, you or this? Ali Botu asked. Looking at the 2 of them, Dr. Ali wanted to enlighten. After all, the 2 of them we still have to cooperate in the future, such as the commotion is too stiff. How to cooperate? 3 prosperity __. Doctor, I'm fine. Conan reluctantly smiled. Hattori Heiji also reluctantly smiled. They looked at each other and became angry. A feeling of mutual pity. It's fine if it's all right. The hospitalization procedures are done. You can stay in the hospital here with peace of mind. Dr. Ali nodded and said, I'll be watching Heiji here today. Conan, go home and rest. Tomorrow is Monday. You still have to go to school. Alibo she said to the village Nan. Let me stay here. Alibo she, you haven't rested for a long time for research, so I should stay here. Don't worry, I won't be late tomorrow. Conan said to Dr. Ali. No, you 2 can go back. I don't need to take care of myself and stay here. If anything happens, I will call the guardian. I'll deal with it. At this time, Hattori Heiji suddenly inserted his head towards Conan and Hiro Akasa plus. Your injury has not been relieved yet. It's not convenient now. Head. In fact, Hattori Heiji just didn't want to bother Conan and Akasa Hiroju too much. I'm fine, you guys go back. Well, if you really have something to do, just call us. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji and saw his persistent insistence, and he stopped being a director. Hattori Heiji nodded. In the hospital, he is usually not in any condition, not to mention that he can go even if there is something. Call the protector to deal with it. And Hattori Heiji's injury is not a serious injury, his leg is not injured, and there is no problem walking. Then let's go first. Conan dragged Hiroshi Akasa away. Conan, is it really okay to leave Heiji here now? Dr. Akasa said worriedly. How could he convince Heiji that Heiji is also a patient, and he also needs to sleep? No need, he is alone and quiet equals let's go. The more we are here, the more confused his mind is. Conan said. Conan, what happened to Heiji? Dr. Aga couldn't help asking. Why did he suddenly look for Hyuga-chen? What happened? Naruto God Level System, Chapter 1021-1040. Chapter 1022. Rumors in the school and Yi looked at Chen and Yuhizi strangely. What are you trying to say about Hai? Yuhiko asked Hai, are you 2 dating? Hai hesitated. After the meeting, he asked directly, and in with Yi Ji and Wanchen, Xiaolan suddenly felt tight, and looking at Chen and Yuhiko, the tension in his eyes can basically be seen. Okay, now no one seems to pay attention to Xiaolan, and they all look at Chen and Yuhiko are 2 people. Guess. Yuhiko looked at Hiyi, neither affirming nor denying, but gave Hiyi a meaningful smile and let Hiyi want to go. Hiyi blinked. You guessed it. How could Hiyi guess this? It feels like Yuhiko is trying to have himself. I'm serious, you guys live together, it definitely doesn't matter. Hee's eyes first Chen and Yuhizi said, don't be so 8 trigrams. Chen put his hand on Hee's head. 24 Take a shot. Let Hee hold his little head, as if it hurts. I didn't exert any force, so you don't pretend to be Hee. Chen glanced at Hee and said. To be honest, just now, Chen was really useless and just patted Hee lightly. HMPH, that's also very painful. Chen, you are too bullying, you want to hurt girls. It's really bad. Plus said with a light snort. That's right, Chen, you're too bad. Sonoko said indignantly. I never said that I was a good person. Chen said with a smile on his face. But Chen's words made Yuanzi look at Chen with contempt. I actually said that I'm not a good person. I guess no one else would do this except you. Sonoko said, this shows that I'm honest. Chen said with a smile. By the way, Mr. Judy is looking for you again today. Mr. Judy, what are you doing? Yuanzi asked Chen with his little head begging. Well, how did you know? Chen asked Yuanzi suspiciously, how Yuanzi knew that Judy had found him. Judy did look for Chen, but it was in the morning, so not many people should see it. HMPH, as long as what happened in this school is basically hidden from my Sonoko's eyes. Sonoko hummed twice, and Soben said confidently, in this school exchange, Sonoko thinks that her intelligence ability is better than the other. First, no one would dare to rank. The second scene. Okay, I almost forgot. Yuanzi is the king of 8 trigrams in the school, so there are no 8 trigrams you don't know about. Chen nodded and said, to make fun of her. Yuanzi said that she had had enough since too. Mr. Letty seems to have changed a lot recently. Have you noticed that she is much more serious than before, and she feels colder than before? He said, so he also feels this way. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. Something happened to Teacher Judy. Xiao Lan said. Then they looked at Chen and told them intuitively. This should have something to do with Chen. Otherwise, why did Teacher Rondi ask Chen to go to her office recently? There must be a problem. Xiao Lan and Hee, it's okay. They are just curious, but the garden next to me is different. If I don't know the truth, I will feel itchy in my heart. Chen, tell us, okay. I promise not to let others know. Sonoko assured Chen. Sonoko, ask Shaolin and Hai if they will believe your guarantee. Chen pointed to Shaolin and Hee, and then said to Yuanzi. Shaolin and Hai looked at each other, and then said, believe. Of course we believe in Qi and Yuanzi. Shaolin, Hai and the others' answers brought a smug smile on Yuanzi's face. Let's see how it goes. They still believe me. Chen's expression froze slightly. I didn't expect Shaolin and Hai. It's not good to speak out of conscience. Actually, I also trust Sonoko not to say it, so please say it, Chen. Yuhiko suddenly followed suit. Looking at the curiosity in Yuhiko's eyes, Chen understood that it was not Yuhiko who really believed that Sonoko would not say it, but Yuhiko himself was curious. Yuhiko also asked Belmod that she knew more than Shaolin and the others, but Belmod didn't answer Yuhiko at all. There is a little secret from Ermod, which is even more difficult than ascending to the sky. Even Chen and have no way of knowing what Akatsuki Belmod is doing, let alone Yuhiko. Since the play could not be understood by Belmod, Yuhiko could only take second place. I want to know Akatsuki from Chen here. Yuhizi, are you so curious now? Chen asked Yuhizi. Of course, curiosity is everyone's nature, and I am no exception. Yuhiko nodded and said, 3 inches. There is a rumor in the school now that you have a special relationship with Judy Xiaoxi. Sonoko said to Chen. Yuanzi didn't lie to Chen, because there really is such a rumor, and I don't know who spread it out. Anyway, Chen also said it. Now walking in the school, Chen can feel that the people around him cast admiring and jealous eyes towards him. And there are many such eyes, and they have never been broken. There are even flames in the eyes of some people, as if they are going to burn the 837. For this envious moonlight, of course Chen will not pay attention, let them be envious. And Chen suddenly felt, the more they raise their admiration and jealousy, the happier in Chen's heart. This feeling is really good. 3. I don't know what Chen wants to send. After being given to Akatsuki by those people, they won't come to tear him up, but Chen thinks it should be impossible. First of all, they are not opponents in terms of strength. And Chen's popularity in the school is also very high. In the past, the most popular person in Dedan High School was Kudo Shinichi, but now it has become Chen, especially among the girls. It is estimated that they have not come to tear Chen up. Those Chen fan groups can take them out. To tear it off. No way, in this school. Chen's popularity is so terrifying. Who made him look good? Chuan, this is also the reason why those people are envious and jealous. Now, Chen, you explain. Next, maybe you can cover up the rumors in the school. He Shanshan said, but Chen's expression was a little weird. Rumors too, in case the so-called rumors are not rumors. Although he doesn't have that kind of relationship with Judy yet, it can be said that those people's conjectures are actually not groundless. It doesn't matter, I don't care about any rumors, so don't ask nonsense. If you really want to know the first, you can go and ask the pretense. Chapter 1023. The aggrieved Xiaoai Yuanzi and Yi Shi looked at Chen dejectedly. No matter what they were doing, even the coquettish means were used. Chen still ignored them. Yuanzi, don't you have a good relationship with Mr. Judy, as long as you don't ask Mrs. Judy? He said to Yuanzi expectantly. Let me go back to Mrs. Yandi. Quote. Sonoko was stunned for a moment, then shook his head abruptly. Let's forget it. In the past, Sonoko and Teacher Judy had a good relationship, but now it seems that Teacher Judy has changed. It's like I used to like to joke around when I changed people. I don't mind chatting with her. But now it feels different. Teacher Judy doesn't like to laugh so much anymore. Chen has been listening to Sonoko and Hiei's conversation, shaking his head slightly. The woman's curiosity is strong. 9 inches. By the way, you are still curious about where Kudo Shinichi went? Chen suddenly said to the two of them. And the little Izumi Yuhiko who was sitting next to Chen. After hearing Chen's words, he glanced at Chen where Kudo Shinichi went. In this school, apart from Tatsuya, she is the only one who knows about Cassie, and even little Shinku Yuhiko was surprised when she first learned about it. Because this is something that even magic can't do, it was actually studied by Amo. The medicine that came out has been achieved. How could Xiaoxia not be surprised? It is because of the surprise that Xiao Izumi Yuhiko deliberately studied with Xiaoai and the drug for a long time, but Xiaoai does not know how Akatsuki himself researched it came out. Now Xiaoai wants to develop an antidote, but there is no good way. The disappearance of Kudo Shinichi. What does this have to do with us? Sonoko shook his head directly. Then there is something between me and Midi. It seems that it has nothing to do with you. Chen Ren said without hesitation. Why? Don't you care about you? You actually said that we have nothing to do with us. It really makes us sad. The sad expression on Hiei's face, but Chen can easily see it. When he came out, Hiei was just pretending, and he was still smiling while covering his face. Thank you Hiei for your concern, but I don't need your concern for the time being. Chen patted Go Hiei on the shoulder. Then lie down and sleep. The knowledge taught by words is really simple, and it was easy for Shang Gongchen to learn it. So Chen slept on his back, and no one took care of him, but even in the past, when Chen slept on his tummy, no one dared to take care of it. Go home. Speaking of which, have you forgotten something? What is the truth? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen Chuan. How come I don't remember what I have forgotten? Chen asked little Izumi Yuhiko with a suspicious look on his face. You forgot what you said to Xiaoai. Are you going to pick up my sister after school? I don't remember now. You don't say that you really forgot. Chen Yi patted his forehead, and then said after looking at each other, we're a little late from school today, so I think Xiaoai has already gone home. It's impossible to wait in school. That's right, with Xiaoai's character. I guess you will be late. She will leave. The little Izumi Yuhi nodded in agreement. Then Chen and the little Izumi Yuhi went home together. What? Xiaoai hasn't come back. Chen after returning home, only to find that Xiaoai hasn't come back. Second, didn't you say that you want Wang to take Xiaoai home? Didn't you receive Xiaoai? Mingmei asked Chen. Said that I didn't pick up Xiaoai at all. In this case, even the gentle Mingmei. He will surely blame him. I'm going to look for it. Chen drove straight away, heading towards Dedan Elementary School. I don't know if Xiao Ai is still waiting at Dedan Elementary School. Although Dedan Elementary School and Dedan High School are next to each other, they are far away from Fufu because of their studies compared to their wife. After driving to the Dedan school, Chen Yi saw Xiao Ai, who was standing at the school for Wan, still waiting. Because there was only Xiao Ai left in the school, of course Chen could see at a glance that Xiao Ai had parked the car beside Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai glanced at it, then turned her head with a snort and suddenly waited here for so long. I said in her heart that she had no grievances. That was impossible, and Yu's grievances were more than a little bit. Especially when she saw Chen coming in a car, Xiao Ai couldn't imagine that Chen had forgotten herself. When returning home, Chen, who was picked up by Nong, got off the car and came to Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai turned her head and didn't even look at Chen. Tears flashed in her eyes. At this time, Xiao Ai felt very wronged. Thinking that Chen had forgotten herself, Xiao Ai felt very aggrieved. How could Chen not feel Xiao Ai's grievance and reached out to hug Xiao Ai, and Xiao Shi, who was picked up by Chen, began to struggle. But how can Xiao Ai Shang break free? Sorry Xiao Ai, it made you wait a bit long. 1 hour, 3 noon, 10,000 minutes. Xiao Ai said lightly, this is not only long, this is already very long. Chen looked at Xiao Ai with an embarrassed face. How should I say this? Did you forget me? Xiao Ai Yugong looked at Shang Chen, tears in her eyes flickering. How could I have never forgotten the lovely Xiao Sao, but I have something to do, so I made a mistake. Chen looks like he swears to the sky. Humph. Xiao Nu snorted, what is so important? Ming Jing's heart is jealous. Well, let's go back first. It was still quite cold in the evening, and it would be bad if Xiao Ai Zhang caught a cold. Chen touched Xiao Ai's head. He said to Xiao Ai. In fact, with Xiao Ai's current physique, there is no problem at all. It is impossible to catch a cold, but Chen wants to change the subject and 3 kinds of transfer. Nuo Li Jiao, of course. Benjing can see the method of the topic. Xiao Ai sees that Gong didn't say anything, just anger in his heart. Ding bell bell. El Duchen's mobile phone suddenly changed, took out the phone. Look, it's Mingmei's phone. It seems that Mingmei is caring about Xiao Ai. After answering the phone, I only heard Mingmei ask anxiously, Chen, have you found Xiao Ai? Well, I have found it, and I will go back soon. Chen glanced at Xiao Ai, embarrassed happy head. Mingmei's phone call also exposed the lie that Chen had said before. Chengdu could feel Xiao Ai's resentful eyes. Oh, that's good. Come back quickly, I've already prepared the food. Mingmei said. Well, we'll go back right away. After speaking, Chen hung up the phone, and then looked at Xiao Ai, who was full of resentment. Rang Chen is a little apprehensive. Chapter 1024. You don't understand the world of being an ant. You are back. Ming Zhang smiled and opened the door to Chen and the others. Let Chen and the others come in with a smile. At this time, Jen had a cold face. Of course, she definitely wasn't targeting her sister-in-law. But for Chen, after seeing her sister coming in next year, Xiao Ai's title gave a name, but this smile was even uglier than crying. Xiao Ai, are you being bullied? Ming Mei looked at Shang Chen angrily. Although Ming Mei is usually gentle, the premise is that you can't bully her sister. After hearing Ming Mei's question, Xiao Ai glanced at Chen and nodded. Ming Mei looked at Chen, and didn't know what to say about Deng Bao. Let's go ahead and beg for nothing. Ming Mei finally said, and Ming Mei's words made Xiao Ai look at her with some resentment. Why don't you tell me about Hyuga Chen? After he came to the restaurant, Ming Mei had already prepared dinner. Just wait for Chen and Xiao Ai. Little girl, did Chen forget you? In fact, this is also normal. After all, you are a little bean sprout. It is difficult not to be forgotten. Belmod looked at Xiao Ai and said provocatively. Country, after all, seeing Ramad provoking Xiao Ai is not the second time. They are all used to the anger on Xiao Ai's face. With a cold snort, they ignore Ramad. There is no way. Xiao Ai, this is the only trick, because if she quarrels with Jian Ramad, she can't quarrel with Bermore at all. But hearing Bermore say that she is a bean sprout, Xiao Ai is really unchanged. Now she is a primary school student. When she grew up, she was not too young. Xiao Ai glanced at a place in Belmod. She felt a little frustrated. It seemed that she was not as good as Belzing at all. Rijing has a dream. The fifth is to put seeing Ramad stepped on her feet. Although Xiao Ai is not so hostile to Bermore now. But the bad feeling will not be eliminated in a short time. Now Xiao Ai is also quite unaccustomed to Bermore. Of course, Belmod also has a lot of opinions on sisters Xiao Ai. Although they won't fight, but usually. But there are many bickering, but Xiao Ai doesn't seem to have taken advantage of it. It really hurts Xiao aiming, seed, Gurmad, eat. Chen said. Belmod, who was going to say something. 9 just as Belmod, who was about to continue mocking Xiao Liang, closed his mouth angrily. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen after she made a sound, but I just glanced at it, and then I stopped looking at it. Very Kunran, Xiao Ai is still angry about her birthday, but this is indeed Chen's fault. She knew it earlier and went to Deaton Elementary School to see it. F.A. Li, I will take you to school tomorrow. Chen said to Xiao Ai after giving Xiao a chicken wing. No need to type, Xiao Ai said coldly, but although Xiao Ai's accent was cold, Chen was still able to meet Xiao Ai's expectations, so Xiao Shi was just an arrogant. After eating, Chen comforted Xiao Ai. Although Xiao Ai didn't forgive Chen on the surface, she had already told him in her heart. As for why not verbally admit it? This can only mean that you don't understand the world of Tsunere. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen came to Xiao Ai's side and said to Xiao Ai, let's go to the country today and I will take you to school. No, I don't need it. Then go outside, when you get there. Xiao Ai's footsteps stopped slightly, and Fai Chen quickly chased after her. Then he took Xiao Ai's hand and walked towards the direction of Deaton Elementary School. For Chen's actions, Xiao Ai did not refuse at all. This Chen also knows. In addition to being a little coquettish, Xiao Ai. Anywhere is fine. Chen, wait for me. Little Izumi Yuhiko shouted to Chen. And Light looked at the little Yuhiko. At this time the little Izumi Yuhiko was still holding a piece of bread in his hand. Why go so fast? Wait for me, I'll be with you. Xiao Ai, don't you mind if I send you to my school too? Xiao Izumi Yuhiko smiled and asked Xiao Ai. Mind. Xiao Ai's 2 words. The smile on Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's face froze slightly, and she wanted to reach out and squeeze Xiao Ai's face. Well, after that, Xiao Ai gave up and walked beside Chen. Why do you get together with us? We're going to Deaton Elementary School. Chen said to the little Izumi Yoko. What does that matter? It's the most physical exercise. Xiaomin Yuhiko said with a slight smile. Xiao Ai glanced at Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. Heart with a share of depression. In fact, to tell the truth, Xiao Ai didn't want Xiao Izumi Yuhiko to follow them and wanted to be alone with Chen, but she was spoiled by Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. Looking at the smiling eyes of the little Izumi Yuhi, Xiao Ai felt that the little Izumi Yuhi did it on purpose. Xiao Chong actually guessed right. Yuhi followed up on purpose. As for the reason, I see Ermod. It was Belmod who asked the king to move. As for the price of entrusting her, that is of course some secrets that Xiao Izumi Yuhiko wants to know. If Xiao Ai knows the truth, I am afraid that I will kill it now. Go to see Ermod and settle the account. The 3 came to Deaton together. Elementary school, and then Chen waved to Xiao Ai at the door, and agreed to pick her up after school. I hope you don't make me wait so long this time. After Xiao Ai finished speaking coldly, he walked into the school. Let's go too, Chen said to the pretty little Izumi Yuhiko who was standing beside him and left for high school. Deaton High School and Deaton Elementary School were not far away. Soon before the high school department, Letty was standing at the gate of the school, and after seeing Chen, Judy's eyes suddenly lit up and walked over to A. What a coincidence. Classmate Chen, Judy has such a clever face. Little King Izumi Yuhi gave Judy a strange look, then shook his head lightly. Put on a playful expression 6 inches. It's quite a coincidence, Chen said with a slight smile. What a coincidence, I can meet Judy every day, so the so-called coincidence is actually deliberate. Yongdi looked at the students who had been with Zhou, and there was a hint of embarrassment on her face, but the embarrassment disappeared immediately. He smiled at Chen and said, then let's go in. Teacher, I have something to discuss with Chen. I don't know what Teacher Judy has to do. Can you talk to me about it? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked with a face as if from the past. Chadi glanced at little Izumi Yuhiko. Then she shook her head lightly and said, Student Yuhiko, this is not good, so I can only apologize. Oh, then forget it. Mr. Judy, you and Chen have a good conversation and leave with a smile on your face. Chapter 1025. When you came to me tomorrow, I was slightly taken aback. Judy felt that little Izumi Yuhiko knew something. But it doesn't matter if you know it. Judy's eyes turned to Chen, even if you look at me like that. I don't have time, Chen said with Judy spreading her hands. Also, in fact, some things have passed for so many years, and they should have been forgotten. Chen said to Judy, yeah, it's been more than 20 years, but I'll never forget it. Judy said quietly, how could she forget the hatred of Belmod, knowing that Belmod was in front of her? Killing her father, how can I forget such hatred? Actually, if you really want to, I can make you forget everything in the past. Chen looked at Judy's eyes with light and earth. Yangdi glanced straight at Chen, and then, shakes his head without hesitation. Stop standing here, being looked at by others is like a monkey. Chen said and walked into the school. The surrounding eyes made Chen a little uncomfortable. The eyes of these people were like looking at monkeys. So, Yi Chen was very uncomfortable. Judy took Chen to her place again. Office string, what on earth do you have to do to teach me those extraordinary powers, for which I can pay all store prices and anything? Judy said firmly to Junchen. Judy's heart is very firm. She must get strength, and then she will seek revenge from Belmod. This is also the way Belmod told her. Pay all costs to seek Chen's help, only then can she seek revenge for her. After Belmod's strength display, Judy finally chose to believe in Belmod. Yes, she believed that Belmod, the father killer, did not criticize and deceive her. In fact, it is true in this way. Belmod really did not deceive Judy, but whether Judy can take revenge. That depends on Judy's own ability. Anyway, Belmod doesn't think that Judy can take revenge on her and that Judy has to give herself to her. Take it in. This is also Belmod's bad taste. It's cheap, Chen. Can you really pay any price? Chen suddenly looked up and down at Ju Jie, and the scrutiny eyes made Judy's face a little yuhi, in her heart. There was an astringent feeling. Judy stopped talking after just one word. Because just now, Rondi herself has said that karma can be done at any cost. If you want to do something, come on then. Judy suddenly closed her eyes nervously. She held her little hand tightly. It can show that Judy is not calm now. Chen suddenly smiled lightly, and then said, Shendi, don't you think? I really will do something to you. Judy opened her eyes. What does it mean that there was a hint of annoyance in her eyes? Could it be that she doesn't look down on her? Thinking that the other party doesn't look down on her, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Could it be that she is not beautiful enough? Am I not as good as Belmore? Judy asked Chen. Chen looked Judy up and down, then nodded slightly, yes, in a way. Judy really wasn't as good as Belmore. Germany. Of course, this is not a difference in appearance, but a difference in temperament. Judy wants to see her mod in temperament. Judy is really upset about this, and the angry Ziyu looking at Chen, she didn't want her to be inferior to Bermod. After all, Judy was full of hatred for Bermod. But she couldn't chase after and kill Bermod. It's a pity that Judy didn't have this strength. Okay, Mr. Judy, I understand your desire to become stronger. Tomorrow is the weekend, maybe you can come to me. After Chen finished speaking, he left Judy's office. Chen's words were equivalent to saying to Judy, you will come to me tomorrow. Judy's mood is a little complicated. Going to Chen tomorrow, what will happen? She probably has guesses. But in order to improve her strength, even if she pays a huge price for revenge, it is not impossible. As early as before, Judy had already made up her mind to sacrifice everything. So at this moment, Judy's heart was firm. Chen didn't know what Judy was thinking now. He has now returned to the class. Yo, Cheng is here. Seeing the evil smile on your face, you should have succeeded. Bar. Little Izumi Yuhi looked at Chen with a childlike gaze. What did you do? And how evil is the smile on my face? I didn't see it. Gee, oh, of course you can't see it. If you can see it, then it's really a ghost. Without looking in the mirror, how could you possibly see the expression on your face? Chen, we saw it with our own eyes today. He turned his head to look at Chen, and then said, I didn't expect you to be such a Chen. I see. What did they see? If they saw a lot. I can't help but kill people. Chen pretended to be fierce and said to Hee, it's terrible. Hee pretended to be afraid and shrank back. It seemed that he was really frightened by Chen. HMPH, now I know I'm afraid, so quickly kneel down and salute, and then call in what you see as it is, maybe I'll spare your life. 3 and Yi Bai looked at each other. We saw you and Mr. Judy walk into the office. And the face is still very close. When the joke was talking about being intimate, Shaolin looked at Chen with a look of discomfort in her eyes, which could make Chen feel it clearly. Unhappy, is Shaolin jealous? Chen wants to ask, but if she really asks, the shy Shaolin will definitely not admit it. Chen felt that Shaolin should not admit to being jealous. Maybe every girl would not admit it, because she was not allowed to be mean. Although I did walk into her office with Rondi, but where did the action become intimate? Chen asked she, although it was a straight line to enter the office with Judy. But the two of them are on their way. He didn't make any intimate actions either. With Judy's face, he wouldn't do it at all, so he should be criticizing him right now. Nonsense, but it's not right. Chen reached out and squeezed Hee's cheek and said to Hee. Chen squeezed his cheek with one hand, and Yuhi froze with Yi's face. To be honest, Chen is still the first to do this to her. Hee, why is your face suddenly Yuhi, isn't it too? Yuan Li suddenly smiled, and Hee was a little flustered. What do you want to say? Hee asked Yuanzi embarrassedly, don't talk about it. So as not to be embarrassed with Yi. Yuanzi chose not to say anything. Chapter 1027. Do you regret it? Yukiko, Fei Yingli actually asked you to help. It's incredible, Chen said to Yukiko, who was entrusted. Yeah, even though I was there to be a guest, I was actually instructing me to help. It's really embarrassing. Only Kiko has a dissatisfaction on her face. No, you may have misunderstood what I meant. In fact, that's not what it means. Chen waved his hand towards Yuchizi and said. Then what do you mean? Yuchizi looked at Chen in doubt and asked Chen, actually, what I mean is, Fei Yingli actually asked you to help, isn't it afraid that you messed up things? Is it? It seems that Fei Yingli's heart is big enough. Chen said to accept the blog. What are you saying? Are you looking down on my ability? Fei tell you, I am great, Yu Dengxi said to Chen unconvinced. Really? I really didn't see it. Where are you great? Chen's 10-day speech made Yuchizi run away. 24 Seeing Yuchizi's appearance, it is estimated that he would not pay attention to him for a day. Early the next morning, Judy came to Chen's house to look for him. For Ronti's arrival, Chen is not surprised, because the corner is the one that Chen asked Judy to come to him, so there is nothing strange about it. It's just that Belmod was a little surprised. But as expected, it seemed that she hated herself. It's really deep. Meaty gave Hermod a cold look, and Judy didn't make a move when she saw Belmore. Chadi's eyes looked at Chen, and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. I'm here to find you. Mr. Judy, I didn't expect to see you again at home. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Judy. Look at the little Izumi Yuhiko. Judy felt a little embarrassed in her heart. She maintained her calm on the surface every time she passed, but she had some abilities. After all, she was also an agent. If she couldn't maintain her calm, how could she do it? Let's go out and fund me. After saying that, Chen left the house with Letty. Xiao-I frowned slightly, and then asked Belmod, what are they doing out? How do I know this? If you want to know, then go out and have a look. Belmod shrugged, said indifferently. When Xiao-I was about to follow her out to have a look, she suddenly found that Chen and Yandi were already driving high after she came out. Faceless, he returned to the room. Why, didn't you catch up? Actually, you should hurry up and get the big ones, or you won't be able to catch up. In the room to study the antidote, the German and the little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Xiaoai a little puzzled. Obviously, if you ask Chen to help, you can change back. If you have to study the antidote yourself, do you really like the appearance of the current elementary school students? Ability to change yourself back. On the other side, there was Judy on the back, and Judy was very tight at this time, and her hands were entangled again, and her heart was even more complicated. You seem to be very tight. Chen approached Judy and asked Judy. Judy was taken aback immediately. She was immersed in her heart just now, so Chen's sudden approach made Judy startled. Why did you suddenly make a noise? And also, hurry up and look ahead, what if something happens? You are driving right now. Judy reminded Chen. It's just too much to drive over to talk to her. You must know that this is on the street, and there are many vehicles over the years. In addition, Chen Kai is so fast, if you are not careful, it will happen again. Chen said and released the steering wheel. To Judy, I saw that Chen had never touched the steering wheel, but the car was fixed in the crowd. This car of yours is high-tech, right? Where do you want to go? Chen asked Judy, didn't you come out of me? You can go in by yourself. Ziyandi said to show lightly. But her hands were squeezed tightly, indicating that her heart was not as she indicated that Gujing Wubo was actually when Judy came out. I guessed what she would experience. Although I already guessed it. But Judy's heart is still very complicated. Okay. Chen took Judy directly to the Rice Blossom Hotel. Looking at the words of the Rice Blossom Hotel, Judy's expression immediately stiffened. Is it so direct? Judy did not expect that Chen would be so direct. What? Asked wrong. Zhongwei asked Zhu Ji with a smile. It's nothing. Judy is tight. I'm just taking you for a meal. Why are you so nervous? Chen turned to Judy. Just for a meal. Judy's expression hardened, and Yuhi's face was ashamed. She lowered her head. Did she really think too much? 3. Even if Chen Ji wants to do something. That won't be now either. I also waited until the evening to talk about it. Judy followed Chen to the Rice Blossom Hotel with an embarrassed expression, and then Chen smiled and asked Judy, are you going up? I'm not hungry, you can order it yourself. Needy said that he did not have a small love meal for the time being. Eat as much as you want. Otherwise, what will you do if you don't have the strength for a while? Chen's words were very ambiguous, so Judy couldn't help but watch Chen and the others after eating. In the 103 hotel, a room was opened. After seeing that Chen opened a room, Zuling also knew what it meant to bring Judy into the sky. At night, Judy returned to the Wotai Hotel. Are you ready? Chen asked Judy. Yang Di nodded. Now that Judy has made up her mind, of course, to be able to make up her mind so quickly, in addition to the belief in revenge. Another point is that Judy has a great impression of Chen. In other words, as long as it is a woman, unless it is a woman with wonderful aesthetics, I am afraid there is no one who is not good at Chen and likes equals the night is over. The next morning, Niandi looked at the side with a complicated mood. 2. You're awake. Chen opened his eyes and looked at Judy. Then he asked Judy, do you regret it now? Chetty rented a Byakugan to Chen. Now ask her if she regrets it, and what if she is now intimidated? Could she still change anything? Watching Zhu Mao turn over Byakugan, Chen smiled slightly. Judy is really beautiful. I've given you my most precious things. Judy's eyes were complicated, and she kept her innocence for 18 years, so she handed it all over to Chen. But Judy's heart mark. There is no regret, just some complicated emotions. Looking at Chen next to her, Judy doesn't know what to say. The 1028th Child's Clothing Department Jinghua, have breakfast. Chen said after pulling Judy up. Judy glanced at Chen in vain. What breakfast? What time is the ship? Judy looked at the time. It was found that it was a lot more soiled. It's almost noon. By now Judy can't help but say, you don't care if it's lunch or breakfast. I'll ask you now, are you hungry? Chen asked Judy. He said twice. Judy is really hungry. I've already ordered a meal, come and eat. Chen helped Judy over. Look, after arriving at a table of delicious food, Judy couldn't be more elegant at this time, she was really hungry now. After eating, the moonlight stared at Chen Xiangchen and asked, "Can you teach me now?" "You're just like that, are you?" Chen asked Judy. 11 Judy was silent for a moment, then nodded seriously. "This matter is not a question of persistence. It's a question of revenge. All right, I can teach you how to improve your strength, but you better rest today, let's go. Wait for tomorrow, I will teach you." Chen glanced at Judy deeply. Judy's face was stunned. Yuhi got up suddenly, and then she didn't force it. After all, she is really inconvenient now. Then, Chen opened the hotel with a bright color to Julie, and Julie got up. With no eyes on Chen, Dee asked Chen, "Where are we going?" "Of course it's my house. Otherwise, where do you want to go?" Chen said to Judy. Judy's face changed slightly, to be honest. Judy doesn't want to see Belmod now, because as long as she sees Belmod, Judy can't help but think I want to shoot. I don't say anything, I don't refuse Chen, and I follow Chen home to return to my husband. Bermore jokingly looks at Chen and Judy. Compared with Bermore, some people are very dissatisfied, such as Kiko, take Li Jing, for example. Yuqizi and Xiaojijing shrugged their shoulders. It seems that they have already guessed it. Yes, they are all smart people. How could they not have guessed? That's right. When yesterday, there is a woman coming for you L. Kuroba Chikage said to Chen. A woman has come to me. Chen has doubts in his eyes. Who is looking for him? That's right, this woman is Hattori Heiji's mother, Hattori Shizuka. Kuroba Chikage nodded and said, regarding Hattori Jinghua, she's still new, Hatobu Jinghua needs to find me. Chen's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion and then thought of something. Maybe Hattori's love rate is because Hattori Heiji came here. X-Phase arrived here. Chen's face showed a playful smile, which is a bit interesting. It seems that Hattori Shizuka already knew about Hattori Heiji's hospitalization. Last time Hattori Heiji was injured. Ken is still in the hospital, although not his wife. But it is unavoidable to stay in hospital for a period of time. Now I think I know about it. I just don't know if Hattori Hazang knows it, but if I want to know it, I will think about it after serving it and think about Sanbu Hazang. Akatsuki, but this Chen was wrong. Hattori Shizuka knew about it. But Sukebe Hazang didn't know. Obviously, it was because of his age that Hattori Shizuka concealed it. In fact, Hattori Shizuka knew that Hattori Heiji was injured and was hospitalized. It was an unexpected situation. Originally, Hattori Shizuka came here to see Heiji. What happened? Of course, Akatsuki knew that Hattori Heiji was injured. Under the threat of Pingzhou, Hattori Heiji finally succeeded. It was because of Hyuga Chen's injury. Ziyu would not sit idly by and his own son was injured. Came to find Hyuga Chen, but because Chen was not at home at all, he went out with Yang Hao. So Hattori Shizuka had a round of love. It is estimated that he will come to Chen again, so Chen ignored it and waited for Hattori Shizuka just come to the door. And Hattori Jinghua didn't find Chen, and was in the hospital at this time with a cold face. Hattori looked at Hattori Jinghua calmly and carefully, and said that Hattori Heiji was this. Is the third time I saw Hattori Jinghua so angry, so I didn't dare to speak for fear of making Hattori Jinghua angry. Although Hattori Heiji is afraid of his father Hattori Hazang. But that was when the main Hattori Shizuka was not angry. If Shizuka Hattori gets angry, compared with Hattori Hazang, Hattori Heiji felt that he was still afraid of his mother Hattori Shizuka more, that. Shut up. Hattori Shizuka gave Hattori Heiji a dark look. Mom, did I go to Hyuga Chen? And Hattori Heiji bit the bullet and asked Hattori Shizuka. Hattori Shizuka glanced at Seiji. Then nodded. There's nothing to hide either. And with the intelligence of her son, how could she not guess it? Heiji Hattori's face suddenly stiffened when he heard the words, and then he said. Mom, I think you'd better not go to him. Why? He hurt you. Shouldn't I ask him for an explanation? Hattori Shizuka's body revealed a fierce aura. Hattori Heiji Yuan. He was afraid that his mother would suffer, but he didn't understand him. Go back to me when you are healed. Hattori Shizuka said to Hattori Heiji, go back. Mom, I don't want to go back now. Hattori Heiji shook his head, if he wanted to go back. Hattori Heiji had already gone back and heard his son's refusal. Hattori Jinghua didn't have many surprises on his face. He knew he would not go back, otherwise he wouldn't beg himself. Don't tell his father Hattori, auntie. Conan walked in, and after seeing Hattori Jinghua, he greeted Hattori's single. Hattori Jinghua put away the frost on his face, then nodded to Conan, showing a good smile. Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji. Give him a sympathetic look. Yesterday, Hattori Heiji was scolded a lot. Hattori Heiji was a little depressed. He glanced at Conan and then he didn't speak. After Hattori went, Akasa Hiroshi followed and walked in. Seeing Hattori Shizuka, Wenchung also nodded to Hattori Shizuka and greeted him. Back to Kasa Hiroshi, I was tired of Heiji before. Hattori Shizuka stood up and Commander-in-Chief. He said to Hiroshi Akasa. Don't say that, I like Heiji too. Ali Boshi smiled and said, Ali Boshi, Conan, please come to see me. Hattori Heiji was stared at by Shizuka Hattori, and he got up and said to Dr. Akasa and Conan. In fact, Hattori Heiji really thanked Hiroshi Akasa and Conan for their care these days. Chapter 1029. Door again, Hato, how do you feel? Conan asked Hattori Heiji. I think I can already be discharged from the hospital. Hattori Heiji will get up and say, he really has nothing to do with him. Staying in the hospital, Hattori Heiji is a little uncomfortable. Hattori Heiji just finished speaking. Hattori Jinghua looked at him. Glancing at Cha's sharp eyes, Hattori Heiji's expression froze slightly. I think I should wait a few more days to be discharged from the hospital. Heiji Hattori still recognizes Kong. Facing Shizuka Hattori, even his father recognizes Kong. Not to mention him. In fact, Heiji Hattori is now discharged from the hospital. It's really a bit reluctant. It still takes a few days to cultivate, not to mention even Hattori Heiji wants to be discharged from the hospital. He also needs to relocate Hattori Shizuka. As long as Hattori Shizuka does not agree, Hattori Heiji can only stay here honestly. Otherwise, Hattori Shizuka will tell Hattori Heizu's power. It is estimated that Hattori Heiji will honestly say, it's so boring here. Hattori Heiji complained. If you're bored, you can go back. Hattori Shizuka glanced at Hattori Heiji, and then 713 said. Heiji Hattori hurriedly winked at Conan when he heard the words. She gave him a wink, wanting to ask Conan to speak for him. However, Conan completely pretended not to see it. In fact, this is not because Conan does not want to help Hattori Heiji, but because he has no way to help. Hattori Shizuka is the mother of Yue Heiji. How can he speak? That is, an outsider, still a child. What is the use of talking one? So Conan chose to ignore Hattori Heiji's wink. Conan's actions, of course Hattori Heiji can feel it. Hattori Heiji couldn't help biting Kiba. I really didn't expect that Conan, this guy was so rude. It's not that Conan is not loyal, but Conan can't handle it, so Conan gave Hattori Heiji Lul a helpless expression, hoping that Conan can understand. Also, if Koichi Hattori Heiji goes back, it would be nice to avoid conflict with Hyuga Tatsuki again. Conan felt that if Datun happened again, it would not be as simple as an injury to Heiji, so although Conan didn't say it, he agreed in his heart that Hattori Heiji went back. From what he knew about Hattori Heiji, he would not go back. It is estimated that Hattori Heizang came to no avail. Hattori Heiyuan knew that Conan could not be counted on, and it seemed that he could only rely on himself. Hattori felt that it was not impossible to convince his mother on his own. In the impression, his mother and he are very good talkers, but Hattori Heiji also knows when to say it. When should I not say? Anyway, this is not the time for the ring to say this. If Heiji Hattori really insists on staying here at this time, it will be of no use. It will only be the arrogance of Shizuka Hattori. Find a suitable opportunity. 229. Such as after discharge from hospital. 3. Of course, there is still one problem that needs to be solved by Hattori Heiji, which is to ask Hattori Shizuka not to tell his father. If Hattori Hirakaguchi said, it is estimated that someone will be sent to forcibly take him to the time, even if he doesn't want to go. There is no use. Heiji, I have a question for you. Hattori Shizuka looked at Heiji and said, what is the problem? Looking at Hattori Shizuka's serious expression, Hattori Heiji knew that he would definitely answer. Why did Hyuga-chen hit you? Hattori Heiji was silent after hearing the words, a little annoyed in his heart. Renma asked, he seemed to be the one who was being bullied. In fact, it was only Hattori Heiji who was unwilling to admit it. This is between me and him. Don't ask Mom. Hattori Heiji didn't mean to say anything. Obviously, Hattori Heiji didn't want to say it. Could it be said that it is because of the relationship with Yi? I can't say that it is mainly due to Hattori Heiji's embarrassment in his heart. I am sorry to say it. This surprised Hattori Heiji. Originally thought that his mother would wait until the end, but he didn't expect it to stop now. This made Hattori Heiji very breathless. As long as he didn't continue to return, well, Mom, you won't tell Dad. Hattori Heiji struggled for a while, and then asked Hattori Shizuka, what do you think? Hattori Shizuka glanced at Hattori Heiji lightly. Hattori didn't know how to answer. How could he possibly know what his mother was like? But Hattori was really afraid that she would tell his father. 3 I'm not bad, but you have to go back with me. After a long time, Hattori Shizuka said 3 Hattori was relieved when he heard what Hattori Shizuka said. As long as he didn't tell his father and others it doesn't matter. As for going back with his mother, this will naturally find a solution in the future. Dr. Aga, please take care of Heiji here. I have something to go out. Hattori Shizuka stood up and said S3. Mom, where are you going? After seeing his mother get up, Hattori Heiji hurriedly approached Hattori Shizuka. You should take care of your injury here. Hattori Shizuka went out. After Hattori Shizuka separated, Hattori Heiji's face became ugly. What's wrong? Conan asked Hattori Heiji. I guess my mother went to find Hyuga-chen. What now? What to do? Hattori asked Conan anxiously. Well, you don't have to worry about it. There should be no problem. Just because of your mother's identity, there will be no problem. Conan asked Hattori Heiji not to worry. Conan doesn't think Hattori Shizuka will have an accident. Hyuga-chen shouldn't do anything to Hattori Shizuka. He dares to wield me. Do you think he won't do anything? Hattori Heiji said with an expressionless face. That's different. If you were beaten, you definitely wouldn't tell your father that Hyuga-chen had already figured it out. That's why he dared to shoot at you. Conan analyzed. I hope your analysis is correct. Hattori Heiji clenched his fists. If Hyuga-chen really dared to hurt Yi's mother, Hattori Heiji would go to fight with Nika-chen for gold. Hattori Heiji guessed right. After Shizuka Hattori left the hospital, he was full of anger. She went to Tatsu's house. Yesterday she went to Hyuga Tatsu's house. Hyuga Tatsu was not at home at all, but Hattori Shizuka suspected that Hyuga Tatsu was at home and was just avoiding her. But this is because she thought too much. Tatsu didn't need to hide at all. She soon came to the door of Hyuga-chen's house, and Hattori Shizuka came to the door again. After taking a deep breath, she suppressed the anger in her heart and pressed the disciple. Hattori Shizuka was waiting at the door to pick up today no matter what. I want to meet Hyuga-chen and seek justice for my son. Chapter 1000 of Fog 30. You are just an ordinary talent. Hello Mrs. Hattori, what are you doing? Akemi looked at Hattori Jinghua, who was standing outside the test station, and asked Hattori Jinghua. Is Hyuga-chen at home? Hattori Shizuka asked Akemi. Yes. Akemi nodded to Shizuka Hattori. I want to see him. Hattori Shizuka said directly to Akemi. Please wait a moment, I'll ask Chen if I want to see you. Akemi smiled at Hattori Shizuka, and then said. Seeing Akemi leave like this, Hattori Shizuka had no expression on the surface, but she was in a bad mood. She didn't even think that she would be turned away. However, Hattori Shizuka did not have an attack. As a woman of Yamato Fuko character, Hattori Shizuka will not easily attack. Standing at the door quietly waiting. Soon after, Mingmei finally returned. Seeing the apology on Akemi's face, Hattori Shizuka had a bad premonition. I'm sorry Mrs. Hattori, Chen is busy with business now, so I don't have time to see you. Let's come back another day. After Akemi finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving behind Shizuka Hattori with a stiff expression. Actually, Chen really has things like Teachudi to earn chakra, so now there is no time to meet Shizuka Hattori. After hanging outside for a long time, Shizuka Hattori can only leave. I wonder if Chen is hiding from her, because she beat her son, and are you guilty? The more you think about the play, the more you think it should be like this. But Shizuka Hattori won't give up so easily. Since she can't see Hyuga Chen like this, she can only use another method. Shizuka Hattori returned to the hospital first. Seeing that Hattori Shizuka came back so soon, Hattori Heiji was surprised. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Shili vomited blood in the middle of the bar. Mom, didn't you go to Hyuga Chen? Hattori Heiji turned to Hattori Shizuka asked. No, Hattori Shizuka said indifferently. He definitely can't tell the truth. If Hattori Heiji was told, she went to Hyuga Chen and didn't enter the door at all and ate a closed door. I don't know how she would be laughed at, even if Hattori Heiji surfaced. He didn't dare to laugh at her, but he would definitely laugh at her behind his back. Because of this, Hattori Shizuka didn't tell the truth. Although Hattori Heiji was strange, he didn't think much about it, and he didn't think his mother would cheat. It seems that he really didn't go to Hyuga Chen. It's fine if you don't go, Mom, you'd better not go to him easily. Heiji Hattori told Shizuka Hattori to play, well. Shizuka Hattori nodded lightly. At Wawai's house, Chen is teaching her Pro-D chakra refining technique. It has been all morning and Judy has not extracted chakra. This is also normal, and it usually takes a few days to be able to extract chakra. Of course, if it is a genius, it will not take long. But, Midi is not a genius. She is not a genius. Even if Chen has strengthened her body, refining chakra is still very slow. Aren't you lying to me? Judy asked Chen. Chen turned the Byakugan to her mother. Is it necessary for him to deceive Judy? Obviously Judy is too stupid, it has nothing to do with him. I taught you nothing wrong. The reason why you can't extract chakra is because of your talent. Chen said to Judy. You actually said that my talent is not good. Judy looked at Chen very dissatisfied with the investigation. You must know that Mailing has always been called a genius since she was a child. Yeah, you're a little bad. But that's okay, this can still be made up, and it takes a lot of effort to make up for it. Chen patted Judy on the shoulder and said. And what about Belmod? Judy asked Chen with an unsightly expression. You ask Belmod, she only extracted chakra in 2 hours. You are not at the same level at all. Chen said to Judy. Judy felt that she was hit. Does that mean that if this continues, there will never be a chance to report the confession? Judy's expression is a little complicated. After Chen learned ninjutsu and more, if you don't learn the spirit of revenge, you won't even have a chance. Do you have any quick way? Judy asked Chen. She wanted to take shortcuts. Do you still want equals bu dang? Heaven. Chen looked at Judy, then shook his head and said, Judy, it's not advisable to go to the sky in one step. Judy was depressed. In fact, Judy just wanted to ask. She didn't have any hope at all. Asking for flowers. Willing to go to Zongkedon. No, you are not a waste material. You haven't reached the point of waste material, you are just ordinary talent. Chen didn't hit Judy too much. What if she was autistic after being hit by Judy? The talent is ordinary. Baudi felt a strong sword, which directly penetrated her heart. Judy, who felt good about herself, was very uncomfortable. Hadn't Shizuka came to you before? What's the matter? And then asked Ji Chen, are you asking about this work? Chen looked at Judy. When did GD become so 8 trigrams? I'm just curious. Don't be so curious. If your curiosity is too strong, it will affect your cultivation. Chen said to Judy. Judy cherished her child for a moment, then rolled her eyes, and said. Do you think I'm a fool? Even if you deceive a fool, you won't believe it. Do you know that Hattori is trending? Chen asked Judy. Of course I do. After all, Hattori's identity is not ordinary. I still know this. Don't forget what I do. Judy said proudly. Actually, it's nothing to tell you. I beat her son Hattori Heiji. I guess she came to me to seek justice for her son. Chen shrugged and said to Judy. Oh, that's what happened. Judy nodded lightly when she heard the words, then suddenly remembered something, looked at Chen and said, is Hattori Shizuka's son still Hattori Heiji? No wonder Hattori Heiji didn't come to school. 2, you bad boy. Actually fight. Judy pointed at Chen Zhao and hummed, Judy, I think your current strength has improved a lot compared to before. Go find Belmont for revenge. Chen said to Judy. Judy's expression was a little weird. Why did Chen say such a thing? According to Judy's understanding, even if she gave her ninjutsu to herself, she would not let her shoot Belmont. You want Belmont to teach me a lesson, right? Judy asked Chen, although it has been reborn compared to the past. But Judy still sees some self-knowledge, knowing that she is not seeing Ramad now opponent. 31 chapters of the first 1000 fog. I teach her 2 inches. Why do you think it was Ramad who taught you a lesson instead of seeing Ramad? Chen looked at Judy and asked. Don't you have so little confidence in yourself? I'm not a sheep. Judy flipped through Byakugan, and she still had some knowledge. Now Judy still has the hope that Wangshan is not blinded by hatred. You beat Hattori Hazang's son, will it be okay? Judy asked Chen. Are you caring about me? Chen smiled slightly, then asked Judy. Caring about you? No, I'm just worried that after your accident, no one will teach me ninjutsu. Judy glanced at Chen and said. What's the point of hiding it? Chen said with a smile. You think too much about the S number, Xiaoai said coldly. 360 inches Fei Xiaoai, why did you come here? Are you doing your research? Chen walked towards Xiaoai. I'm here just to see if someone has done anything excessive. Xiaoai looked at Chen coldly. Xiaoai, can the ice sleeves stop being so cold? It makes me look like a bad guy. Aren't you? Xiaoai said. The choked grass is speechless, saying that Xiaoai is really a chat terminator. What? Since childhood came, let's teach Judy. It's time to give it to Xiaoai. Chen said to Xiaoai, leave it to me. Yuan frowned and glanced at Judy. Chetty came over immediately, grabbed Chen, and said, could you throw me to a little girl and let this little girl teach me? That's right. It's enough for Xiaoai to teach you. Who are you talking about, little girl? Xiaoai looked at Zhu Luo badly. Belmont called her little girl, and now this Judy actually calls her little girl. Xiaoai naturally couldn't bear the unkind gaze. Staring at Zhu Kai made Judy sneer equals laugh, and I felt that Xiaoai's eyes were quite lethal. Xiaoai, stay here and teach Judy well. Chen smiled lightly and said to Xiaoai. I will teach her well. Xiaoai looked at Judy deeply. But now, because of Judy's little girl, Xiaoai felt that it was necessary to teach Judy. Xiaoai's assurance style can definitely teach Judy well. You really throw me to a little girl. Do you think I'm not as good as a little girl? Legerman looked at Chen, who had paid so much for the result, and the other party turned and threw himself to the little girl. Yes, I am. I think you are not as good as Xiaoai. Chen nodded to Judy. This is indeed a fact. BS Judy is really not as good as Xiaoai. In terms of strength, Judy is definitely not Xiaoai's opponent. Don't be convinced, if you are not convinced. You can experiment with Xiaoaki and you won't know. Chen said to Zhu Huan. Zero Yandi looked at Xiaoxi. Don't say, she really wanted to try. K, if you want to fight me, I won't let you. Xiaoai glanced at Judy, and then said lightly. You, a child, can be so powerful. Just after Judy finished speaking, Xiaoai gave a spiral force and made a big tear on the ground. What do you think now? Xiaoai looked at Judy lightly. Looking at the cave, Zhu Ying swallowed her saliva. It seems so powerful. At this time, Judy did not dare to ask for anything to discuss with Xiaoai. As long as it wasn't Yangdan, she was not Xiaoai's opponent. I didn't expect a little girl to be so powerful. Now you follow me to practice, if you're not serious. Don't blame me for punishing you. Xiaoai said lightly. Chedi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. If it was before, Judy might still feel disdain, but now Judy won't. Although Xiaoai is young, her strength is really strong. The screen came out. The strength is much stronger than her. The unknown light ball hit her, and she could kill her with a book. Judy was a little more afraid of Xiao Ai. The corners of Xiao Ai's mouth were slightly raised, and she felt in her heart. The face is very satisfied, and now Judy is intimidated. Also, you will call me teacher in the future. Xiao Ai said to Judy. Judy was stunned and called teacher Xiao Ai. Although she thought she was not Xiao Ai's opponent, she was far inferior to her, but if she were to be called teacher Xiao Ai, Judy couldn't be called out. 3 inches if you don't call, then don't blame me for hiding from you. You'll never be able to buy that Belmotter girl for revenge. Looking at Xiao Ai, Yang Dai finally reluctantly shouted, Hai Yuan is a teacher. Chen stood beside him and couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? She is your teacher. Now I'm my disciple, what do you think you should call me? The corners of Xiao Ai's mouth twitched slightly, her expression towards Chen stiffened, and then she put a hand on Xiao Ai's head, and said, I think you and me Hao is your brother-in-law. Chen just finished speaking. Mingmei, who just came to the backyard, Yuhi's face suddenly got up, and she almost ran away. In fact, Mingmei appeared at the beginning equals I heard it from the beginning, and now I said this to Xiao Ai on purpose. The face, Haru Mingmei is very beautiful. You want to beat my sister's idea. Xiao Ai looked at Chen angrily. I'll ask your sister if you mind. Zongchen looked at Mingmei. Mingmei lowered her head and didn't speak. Bu Xiao Ai watched this scene and couldn't help but lift her foot and stomped on Chen. Okay, you can teach Judy here, I still have work to do. Chen turned around and left here, leaving all the things that taught Mingmei to Xiao Ai. Is there something to do? What does he have? Judy couldn't help asking. Shang Zichen threw himself to Xiao Ai because of something. Yes, Judy feels a little better. He probably doesn't want to teach you anything about it. And threw you at me. Xiao Ai glanced at Jilan and said. Really? Letty opened her mouth wide, feeling a little angry in her heart. I didn't expect Chen to do this. Do I have to lie to you? Do you still treat him like this? Don't you know enough? Xiao Ai asked Judy. I know, Judy still knows Chen very well. Thinking of his lazy appearance when he was in class, it is probably true. I'll go to him, Judy said angrily. Isn't this cheating her feelings? Anyway, Lot said she couldn't bear it. If you don't go, I can teach you anyway, since Shizuo is here. Just let my sister come over and help Xiao Ai walk over. Give Mingmei to Latuguo too. For teaching this aspect of Leather Li. Xiao Ai is still very serious and can teach Ju Gai things. Xiao Ai will never hide it, because Xiao Ai also has her own plans. Judy and Belmont are enemies, and this is enough. 1. Chapter 1032. It's not easy to see you. You're so stupid. Xiao Ai looked at Zhu Cha and couldn't help but said 3. She felt that she had worked hard, but some of the things Xiao taught her still couldn't be controlled. Now Zhu Kai is suffering. It's not good to lose music. It made Xiao Ai couldn't help saying that Judy was stupid. Actually, Mr. Zhu Kai is probably not used to it. Mingmei said, maybe she couldn't get used to throwing kunai. So it can't be lost. I used to use firearms. Now I'm not used to using cold weapons. Is this thing really comparable to firearms? Yandi expressed doubts about kunai's power. I really don't think kunai's power can be compared to firearms. 1 inch. Don't underestimate Xiao Ai and directly take Jiao Kuwu and fly out. Hit the wall at a distance of 100 meters, and then pierce the boundary. Xiao Ai, you have caused damage to the family again. Mingmei said to Xiao Ai. I didn't mean to. Besides, the guy at 27 wouldn't care. Xiao Ai said. Let's talk about it. That guy gave me this task, would he still complain about me? 3. Mingmei Weiwei is the head, anyway this is not. This is the first time this has happened. Just get someone to fix it. In fact, if you don't repair the 2, it won't have any effect. At most, it will only affect the aesthetics of the rationale. While talking with my sister, Judy looked at kunai who had pierced through the wall, and said with shock in her eyes that the power had surpassed that of a pistol, but it was thrown by someone. In the past, Judy would never have imagined that the kunai thrown by people could have such great power. The learning stage, so you don't put such high requirements on the Yangji teacher. Mingmei said to Xiao Ai. I know, in fact, I'm just a leaf slot. Xiaojia nodded and said, can you please not call me Teacher Judy? This makes me feel a little awkward. Why don't you just call me Zhu too? Yang Di said a little embarrassedly. Speaking of which, Mingmei is still her teacher. Just now, Judy called Teacher Xiaoai. Mingmei nodded to Judy. Xiaoai, if you have something to do it and I'll teach Judy. Mingmei Shangxing Si, then I will give it to my sister. Xiaoai thought about it for a while, then nodded. At the beginning, Xiaoai was actually still a little interested in teaching Judy. But now, Xiaoazi doesn't have any interest anymore. I feel that it is not as interesting as doing drug research. But I'm afraid this will only be interesting to Xiaoai. By ye those professional terms, that kind of complex data. Chen said that he could not read it. In the evening, Judy left here. Although her strength is many times stronger than before, I feel like I can finish my old self. Judy feels worth it. Early the next morning, Gan went to send Xiaoai to school first, and Xiao Izumi Yuhiko also accompanied Chen. Xiaoai, I sent you to school with Chen again. Are you touched? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Xiaoai. I'm not touched at all. Xiaoai glanced at the little Izumi Yuhi, who would let the little Izumi Yuhi come to send her to school. You said that, but it made me very sad. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko showed a sad expression. Cut, your business expression is too fake. Xiaoai glanced at the small table Yuhiko and turned her head. Said, this sad expression, Xiaoai just equals look at it, you can feel the fake. Fake, is my expression really fake? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. Chen nodded lightly. That's right, I feel that little Izumi Yuhiko's expression is really fake. Chen himself can see the falsehood. Hey, Xiaoai. After Bumei saw Xiaoai, she waved to Xiaoai, and then ran over, followed by Bi Yumei and Kun Nan, Yuan Tai and Guang Yi. Three of them. Brother Chen, you are here too, are you going to send Xiaoai to school? Ayumi said to Chen Jian. Well, because she was hurt and lost, I sent her to school. Chen said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Xiaoai couldn't help but cast a glance at Chen. Xiaoai, since we met your classmate, we won't send you away. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko said to Xiaoai. Immediately afterwards, the little Izumi Yuhiko took Chen to leave. Xiaoai glanced at the back of Xiao Izumi Yuhiko ruthlessly, and then went to school with Ayumi. It's not right, is there something wrong with me? Chen, who was pulled away by the little Izumi Yuhiko, looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko suspiciously. There seems to be something wrong with Tien Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. You guessed it. I do have something to ask you for help, it's about magic. Little Izumi Yuhiko took out a thick book from her backpack. This book is an ancestral heirloom of the little Izumi Yuhi family. It is very old, and I don't know how many years old it is. I don't know if it is an antique, it can be sold for a lot of money. Fortunately, little Izumi Yuhiko didn't know what Chen's heart was thinking. If he knew how much Chengen's book was worth, I'm afraid he would have a fight with Chen. The playbook is a family heirloom. Where is the magic aspect that can be measured by money? What's the use of asking me for help? I have no research on this. Izumi Yuhiko first handed Chen the 057_ book that recorded many magics. In fact, Chenji has also read it, but the text on it is similar to the ghost face talisman, so Chen just looked at it, and has no interest. Please help me, little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen. Actually, you should go to see your mod. After all, there is nothing to do at this time, so it would be good for her to help you do some research. Chen said, don't mention it. Although my husband has found Belmod, she can't help me at all, and even made me crooked. Little Izumi Yuhi said sadly. Okay, if the fried fruit is free, I will do some research, but when I have time, forget it now. Chen Xian put away the book and came to the school gate, his eyes fixed then look at a woman. The woman also saw Chen and walked towards Chen. Mr. Hyuga Chen, it's really not easy to meet you. Hattori Shizuka said looking at Chen. That's right, this woman is Hattori Shizuka. Shiji did not see Chen when he came to the door. So Hattori Shizuka thought equals a solution. Then I've been standing here since the early morning, and finally it pays off, I finally saw Hyuga. 9 inches. This is because I have something to do. What can I do to persuade Mrs. Ministry to find me? If it's okay, then I'll go first, otherwise I'll be late. 33 chapters of the first 1000 fog. Congratulations, you have come to the truth. Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen, then at Shizuka Hattori, and said, I won't disturb you. By the way, Chen, please don't forget about me. Little Izumi Yuhi. The thing that Z was referring to was, of course, that she wanted the bureau to help her study magic. Okay, I get it, I'll help you when I'm free. Then I'll have to wait for you to be free. Little Izumi Yuhiko gave Chen an angry look. Chen-tan spread his hands and said, yeah, if I don't have time, how can I help you? Although what you said is very reasonable, I still feel very uncomfortable. Little Izumi Yuhiko walked into the school, leaving Chen and Hattori Shizuka. Oh, and the students who come and go. Those students who go to school, after seeing Chen and Hattori Jinghua standing at the door, their eyes are full of curiosity. People are very 8 trigrams. Famous too. After seeing him, Xiaoli couldn't help but 8 trigrams. Hattori Shizuka felt the crowd, frowned slightly, and said to Chen, let's change the place. There are too many people here, and some things are difficult to say, so Hattori Shizuka plans to change the place to talk to Hyuga Chen. It won't be long before class starts. I am a good student, so I'm afraid I won't have time to talk elsewhere. Chen shrugged at Hattori Shizuka. 3 Hattori Shizuka's face was angry, looking at the people around. Even now, it's not easy to attack. But everyone who went to Hattori has spoken. Then I can't help but give face. Wang Chuang, please take a leave of absence. Chen took out his mobile phone. I called the little Izumi Yuhiko. I asked the little Izumi Yuhiko to help him take a leave, and then followed Hattori Shizuka to a cafe not far away. Why hurt Heiji 9? After sitting down, Hattori Shizuka said he couldn't help but ask Chen, is this? Actually, there are many reasons. The main reason is that your son came to call me to play. This should be considered as a reason, right? Chen shrugged at Hattori Jinghua. Hattori Heiji didn't send him to the door to be beaten. Originally, Chen didn't go to him. He came to him, and he did something to him. He didn't even look at the strength between the two sides. She was about to start, so it was natural to be beaten. Shizuka Hattori couldn't help standing up. At this time, she threw aside all her self-restraint and stared angrily at Chen. Heiji is like a child, right? We'll send the door to let you play. Gongyan, you can tell the truth that he is a fool. No, in fact, I think he is not even a fool, and a fool knows how to move forward and backward, and he doesn't know anything. Chen nodded and said with a smile. Hattori Shizuka, who was already very angry, was even more angry at this time. I believe that no one can tolerate not saying that his son is a fool. Chen can see the anger in Hattori Shizuka's heart. It's really strange to be normal and not angry, but Hattori Shizuka is angry, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. I don't have so much time to waste time with you, so I hope you can understand. Chen said to Bianbu Jinghua indifferently. Listening to Chen's words, Hattori Jinghua's heart was full of anger. Okay, I don't want to waste time, I just want to know, do you have anything to say about Heiji's injury? Hattori Shizuka didn't want to talk about those useless things. Thinking about Hyuga Chen, he asked. 3 inches. Then what do you want? Hattori Shizuka opened his mouth and said that Hattori Shizuka thinks that his condition is not excessive. In fact, it is indeed not excessive, but let Hyuga Chen go to apologize to Hattori Heiji. Will Hyuga Chen go? This is simply impossible. Chen stood up directly, thinking about Shizuka Hattori, waving his hand, and then said, don't talk about this, Mrs. Hattori. I still have something to do now, so I won't go to Hattori to continue chatting. Goodbye. Hyuga Chen stood up and left immediately. Hattori Shizuka actually wanted to stop him. But Hyuga Chen didn't give Hattori Shizuka a chance to speak at all, and turned around and opened his mouth. She can't fight with Hyuga Chen. Let's avenge her Heiji later, but Shizuka Hattori's strength is really strong. Her swordsmanship is very strong, and her attainment in kendo is very high, but compared to Hyuga-chen, that one is in the sky. The other is in the ground. The two of them are not of the same order of magnitude. Of course, Hyuga-chen also does not need to compare with Shizuka Hattori, it is unnecessary. But Shizuka Hattori can't be so easy. She has not given up and decided to wait for Laowei to look for Hyuga-chen. After Shi-chen returned to school, she has not been in class yet, but it is not long before class. Soon, a male teacher walked in. He said, "Students, today's English class is temporarily changed to math class. Your English teacher has asked for leave." "Ah, have you asked for leave? Rondi-sensei should go to Mingmei to study and sleep now," little Izumi Yuhiko said with a smile. "The only one who can teach Yandi now seems to be Akemi. Others probably won't teach Judy." However, little Izumi Yuhiko really guessed wrongly. Now it is not Mingmei who is teaching Judy, but Belmod to teach Judy, which is very unexpected. Of course, the current Chen and the little Izumi Yuhiko don't know. "Do you know why Midi-sensei didn't come?" Sonoko asked as she turned her head and thought about Tatsu and little Izumi Yuhiko. The voice between Mingmingchen and the little Izumi Yuhiko was not very loud, but Sonoko could hear it, and the water showed how smart Sonoko's ears were. "Yuanzi, your ears are really sensitive." Chen looked at Yuanzi and said, "That Jiao Hao is of course. As long as there is a little movement, I can hear it," Yuanzi said proudly. "But Sonoko, can you not eavesdrop on other people's speech?" N.A.L. "I didn't eavesdrop." Sonoko said. How could she have eavesdropped? She was clearly listening openly. "Okay." Yichen didn't say anything, and then said to Yuanzi, "I want to hear this, but I can't say this." "Why?" Batongzi continued to ask without giving up. "There are many reasons, but the main reason is that I don't want to tell you." Chen smiled lightly and said, "I know what is going to happen." Sonoko stopped asking. However, this does not mean that the garden has given up. At this time, Yuanzi was asking Shaolin to ask her, but Shaolin refused Yuanzi one, so Yuanzi was constantly persuading Shaolin, and of course Yuanzi's behavior Shop found out. CA and help feeling funny female Ibanette. Chapter 1034. Why haven't you left yet? What is Hattori's mother, Hattori Shizuka, looking for you? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. What else can happen? You can't guess this, right? Chen glanced at the little Izumi Yuhiko, and didn't believe that the little Izumi Yuhiko couldn't even guess this. It must be because of Hattori Heiji. Playing little Izumi Yuhi, the child guessed that it must be because of Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji was bullied and even went to live in the hospital. Hattori Jinghua would definitely not ignore it. Chen nodded to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Hattori Jinghua came here because of this. Otherwise why did she look for him? Then how did you answer? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen curiously. How can I answer this, if there is no answer? Chen shrugged and said, yes, it is estimated that she will definitely ask you to apologize, and with your character, this is almost impossible. Little Izumi Yuhiko nodded and said. What is an almost impossible thing? It's an impossible thing at all, okay. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Don't say it's so absolutely. What is the exception of Wan? Jizo 2-0, so it's better not to say it's so dead. 3 Little Izumi Yuhiko said, cut. Ui shook his head. Anyway, going to apologize to Hattori Heiji. This is never going to happen, but it's not easy to understand that Father Hattori Jinghua will definitely not be so easy, but it doesn't matter, just see what she will do. It just happened to be a little boring. So Chen is still looking forward to it now. Xiaolan, look at the two of them, they are mumbling and don't know what they are talking about. They don't tell us at all, and we are excluded from the outside. 3 Sonoko thought about Xiaolan in dissatisfaction and said, Sonoko, they must have a secret thing to talk to. I know you want me to ask, but I'll tell you. Don't even think about this. Brown Xiaolan shook her head towards Yuanzi, which made Yuanzi very disappointed. Don't ask, anyway, even if I rely on myself, I can dig out some secrets. Sonoko clenched his fists. Very persistent, Xiaolan looked at Yuanzi speechless. To be honest, she didn't know why Yuanzi was so persistent. If Yuanzi took half of the dedication on 8 trigrams to study, Xiaolin felt that Yuanzi's grades might be better than her, so she said that Yuanzi is not doing her job properly. Xiaolin secretly sighed in a calm voice. Looking at the sigh paired with Xiaolin, Yuanzi said that the grass name is wonderful, Xiaolin. What were you sighing just now? Suizi asked Xiaolin. It's nothing, I'm going to study hard. Sonoko, don't disturb me. Xiaolan said to the garden. Oh, then I won't bother you. 3 Yuanzi turned her head and started chatting with Yi, but although she was chatting with Yi, Qiaguang kept thinking about it and forgot to look at it. Chen Yi, I feel that Chen also understands why Sonoko is looking at him, just because he wants to know some 8 trigrams. However, Tatsu and Izumi Yuhiko's voices were very low, so Sonoko couldn't hear them either. One day at school, Chen seemed bored and learned some knowledge. After school, of course, he went to pick up Xiaoai first. Because I promised Xiaoai to pick her up from school, I forgot it once. Now of course it is impossible to forget again. So Chen and the others walked towards the school. Deaton Elementary School was not far away, and it took 10 minutes to arrive. 8 Chen they went to the direction of Dili Elementary School. But Hattori Shizuka, who had been waiting for Chen, was left empty, and she didn't wait for Chen at all. That's right, Hattori Shizuka didn't give up, and was waiting for him not far from the school. It was also the only way for Chen to go home after school. It's just that Chen didn't go home at all. Instead, he went to pick up Xiaoai. Of course, this also caused Shizuka Hattori to lose all of a sudden, and did not see Chen at all. Chen didn't know this at all. After all, Chen didn't really pay attention to the issue of Hattori Shizuka. She didn't know if she was waiting for her. Chen didn't know. When he came to Deaton Elementary School, Chen discovered that it was not only Xiaoai herself. And Ayumi is also waiting here. Big brother. Ayumi called to Chen. Didn't you notice me? The little Izumi Yuhiko who followed Chen shrugged, and said that Ayumi knew her too, but what happened to saying hello to Chen but not saying hello to her? But little Izumi Yuhiko didn't either. Angry, she, too, won't be angry with a child who is one step behind for such a trivial matter. Bume, why are things here? Chen asked Yume suspiciously. It was really strange that Bu Zhang was still here. Because it takes 20 minutes for their elementary school to learn sensitively. Now if the order goes home, it can go home. It's such a big brother. I told Xiaoai that I'm going to my big brother to stay at your house for one night. My parents are not at home. Ayumi said to Chen. Originally, Bume's mother wanted to let Bume's relatives live for a day, but Bume wanted to go back with Xiaoai. After asking Xiaoai, Xiaoai did not reject Ayumi's request, but Xiaoai also told Aimei that she needed to inquire for a while. Is it okay, big brother? Ayumi asked back to Chen expectantly. Since Xiaoai has agreed. Of course it's okay, and Ayumi is also very likable. Chen didn't reject Ayumi. Agreed. Great, thank you, big brother. Ayumi said happily. Let's go back first. Chen said. When I got home, it was still early, but Mingmei was already preparing dinner. 0 inches. Ayumi is here too. Mingmei looked at Ayumi with a slight smile. Well, Mingmei's sister who? I'm going to stay here for one night today. What a disturbance. Ayumi said politely to Mingmei. Welcome. Mingmei was stunned for a moment and then said, for Ayumi, Mingmei's senses are very good because Ayumi should be regarded as Xiaoai's friend. Since it is her sister's friend, Mingmei's senses are impossible. Difference. Mingmei knows. Xiaoai doesn't have many friends at all. Where can I make friends with farmers in the organization? See, Ayumi, you can tell your sister what you want to eat, and I will cook it for you. Mingmei said to Ayumi. I can eat anything, but I'm not a picky eater. Ayumi said happily. When she came to the living room and saw Judy, Chen was stunned for a moment, and then asked, why haven't you left yet? Judy raised her head and asked a little uncomfortably, you don't want to see me so much? ? No, it's just an accident. Chen said. Of course he couldn't help seeing Judy. Before, Chen Yu told Judy that she could stay here, but at that time Judy insisted on leaving, but she didn't leave today, so Chen was surprised. 1. Chapter 1035. I believe that Chen didn't mean it. Chen looked at Belmod and Judy in a strange way because of what Maud taught, and it was strange that, of course, Belmod and Judy were enemies. Helping one's own enemy with one hand is really excellent. Even Xiao couldn't help watching Zulmod's eyes show. Is there any problem? Belmod shrugged and asked. No, there is absolutely no problem. Chen shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to worry about it anymore. This is Belmod's choice. Maybe it's what Belmod has planned, but Judy really dares to learn from Belmod. Early the next day, Tatsu and Izumi Yuhiko went to school. Rondi was with them too. Yesterday, she took a leave of absence. Today, Judy can't take any more leave. I didn't go to send Xiaoyi to school first. Xiaoyi and Ayumi went to school together, and the school also. No need for Chen to send her. Go. X up, can we go back and meet Hattori Shizuka? Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen, then I guess. Chen smiled and asked little Izumi Yuhiko one said. Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen, and then simply ignored him. It doesn't take much time, I'll find out after school. Chen said. If he still comes, he will definitely meet Ma Buchan at the school gate. He estimates that Hattori Jinghua will not give up so easily. Speaking of the current service Heiji, he should be discharged soon. After all, the injury is not that much. Heavy, just looking scary. What are you going to do with it? Judy asked Chen. Hattori Jinghua's identity is not ordinary, and it's not easy to offend him. Anyway, Rondi didn't dare to provoke Hattori Jinghua, because Hattori Jinghua Pingzhou, who would dare not to give Hattori Jinghua face. After coming to the school gate, Chen really saw Hattori Jinghua. Because Hattori Jinghua is too conspicuous here, a classmate who didn't know, thought it was what about the new teacher? Hey, it's not what I expected. Chen nodded lightly. What are you going to do? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. What should I do? Don't pay attention to her at all, just go indirectly. Chen said, and walked directly into the school. Hattori Shizuka looked at Hyuga Chen who didn't even pay attention to her, and his expression froze. At first, Hattori Shizuka thought Chen would walk over, but guessed that it was wrong. Ban it. Hey, Aunt Jinghua, why are you here? A surprised voice. Rang Chen turned his head and saw Bidang and Hiyi, and even Yuanzi was with them. Toki and Yi are looking at Hattori Jinghua in surprise. To be honest, seeing Hattori Jinghua here, Hiyi was very surprised. But then Hiyi understood that it should be to see Hattori Heiji, but Hattori Heiji has been here for several days. I didn't come. When I heard that it was a leave of absence. San, Kazuya, I didn't expect to meet you. Hattori Shizuka was in a bad mood, so he went straight back to Kazuya. In the play yesterday, Jinghua Hattori didn't see Hiyi, because Jinghua Hattori didn't come too early yesterday, and Hiyi had already arrived at school. But today, Hattori Shizuka came a little early on purpose, but met Kazuha. Aunt Jinghua, are you here to see Hattori Heiji? Hiyi asked Hattori Jinghua about Hattori Jinghua's expression stagnant. In the past, Hiyi called Heiji directly. But now it is Heiji Hattori, which is obviously a lot farther. No, if I have other things here. Hattori Jinghua glanced at Chen. Following Shizuka Hattori's gaze, Hiyi, Shaolin, Sonoko and the others saw Chen. Sonoko's expression was full of surprise. No, at this time, I saw Chen in the school. Is this the sun rising from the west? Sonoko immediately looked to the west. The sun did not rise. The sun was still in the east, but why did Chen come like this? Morning. It's the first time I saw you come so early, what's the matter? Sonoko asked Chen in surprise, can't I come earlier? Chen said that there was nothing abnormal about it. There is a reason for the lateness. Because I want to send Xiaoai to school. When I send Xiaoai to school, then I come to Deaton High School. It will definitely take time, so I come so late every time. But today is not the case. It's the same, I didn't send Xiaoai to school today. Aunt Jinghua Sheng, what are you doing here? I can help you. Yuan Shan and Yi said to Hattori Shizuka. I'm here to find Shang Chen. Hattori Jinghua looked at Chen indifferently. He looked puzzled why Aunt Jinghua came to find Chen. This he really didn't understand. Excuse me, Aunt Jinghua, you came to see Chenyu. What's the matter? He asked Hattori Jinghua doubtfully. Hattori Jinghua glanced at Hee and decided not to tell the story of Hattori Heiji being injured by Chen because Hattori repeatedly said that he would not let him. She told this matter. If she did, Heiji would probably be angry. She knew so much about Heiji that after he was angry, she really didn't know what to do. So Hattori Shizuka decided not to talk about it. There are some important things to talk to him about, but he doesn't seem to want to talk to me. Hattori Shizuka looked at Chen expressionlessly. That's because it doesn't make sense to me. Chen walked out of the school gate and said. At this time, Sonoko realized that Teacher Judy was next to Chen and immediately got up to 8 trigrams. Mr. Letty, why did you ask for leave yesterday? Sonoko asked Judy. Student Yuanzi, some things are secrets and can't be told to you. Judy shook her head at Yuanzi, obviously not wanting to answer this question. Mr. Judy, can you just tell me? Yuanzi looked at Yandi expectantly, but Judy shook her head in fear. Yuanzi, you don't make it difficult for Teacher Judy. After the elementary school pulled Sonoko, he said to Sonoko. 3 inches. Oh, I know that. Sonoko nodded. 2, Chen. What is Aunt Jinghua going to talk to you about? Shangshan asked in a low voice. If I say I hit Hattori Heiji, do you know now? Chen said to Hee. Hee looked at Chen in surprise. At this time Hee probably knew why Hattori Heiji asked for leave. She was beaten. Hattori Shizuka looked at Hyuga Chen. Her brows furrowed. Hattori Shizuka didn't expect Hyuga Chen to say this, which was a bit unexpected. That, Aunt Jinghua, I believe Chen didn't mean it. He said to Hattori Jinghua. Hattori Jinghua's expression was a little bad when she heard the words, and she didn't even know Hai at this time. She actually helped Hyuga Chen to speak, and Hattori Jinghua's expression was good-looking. Chapter 1036. At the gate of the Kendo Teten High School, Chen's expression was half-smiling, while Hattori's expressionless expression seemed to be angry. Yu looked at Hattori Jinghua in a panic, and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything, just now, and he just subconsciously wanted to explain to Chen, but he didn't expect it would make Hattori Jinghua angry. Now he is with Yi also don't know what to do. The eyes for help were placed on Shaolin and Yuanzi, but Shaolin and Yuanzi were also spreading their hands at this time. Saying that there is nothing they can do, now they can't interject, because they are not familiar with Shizuka Hattori. Even Shaolin doesn't know how to open C and then look at Shangshan with Heiyu's eyes. Fukiki, it is useless to convince Mrs. Bu that you are looking for me now. Chen Qing coughed, and then said, 010, to Jinghua of the Competition Service Department. 3 inches. Your son really came here to be beaten. If you don't believe it, you can ask Hattori Heiji, but I believe that with his self-esteem, he won't tell you. Chen said lightly, and, you know my son very well. Hattori Shizuka looked at Chen A with a blank expression. I understand, I see A and talk about understanding, can I convince someone to leave now? Of course, if you want to avenge Hattori Heiji, you can. I heard that your kendo is very good. Chen Yi was full and then walked into the school with little Izumi Yuhiko. Hattori Shizuka read the words with awe. Her purpose in kendo is really not weak. Okay. When Shizaichin stepped into the school gate, Hattori Shizuka said aloud. It seems that it is impossible to ask Hyuga Chen to apologize. So we can only take some force measures. Yuenshin and Yi are standing here very confused. Why? A fight is about to begin. What the hell is going on? 3 inches. Aunt Jinghua. In fact, everything can be discussed. He said to Hattori Jinghua. Needless to say, Kazuya, I just don't know if you dare or not challenge to. Hattori Jinghua stared at Chen and asked. You are serious? 2 inches. Chen turned to look at Shizuka Hattori and asked. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid, but Mrs. Hattori has to think about it. If you get hurt, it won't be worth it. To be honest, I really have no interest in fighting with you. I just said play. Chen looked at Hattori Jinghua. Although Hattori Jinghua's force is not strong, but there is no way to compare with him. In fact, there are quite a few women in the world of Conan who are very powerful, such as Shaolin, who can beat and eat solid wood boards with one punch. If this fist hits a person, at least a few bones will be broken. Since we are going to fight, then I am not afraid of getting hurt, and I hope you are not afraid either. Hattori Shizuka looked at Chen sharply. But Yi didn't dare to speak at this time. To be honest, this is Yi. This is the first time I see such a fierce Hattori Shizuka. It is completely different from the usual gentleness. 3. I didn't expect Aunt Jinghua to have such a face. No wonder Hattori Heiji was so afraid of her. Okay, you can decide the time and place. Come to me when you have decided. Remember to contact the medical cow in advance. Ignoring Shizuka Hattori, he opened it up. Speaking of Mr. Judy, when you see this kind of scene, don't you want to stop it? Shaolin looked at Judy who was watching the show next to her. Looking at Judy Shaolin, she couldn't leave the slot, and the garden next to her seemed very interested. Shaolin didn't know what to say. Hattori Shizuka's shoulders wrinkled. She wanted to say something, but now Hyuga Chen has left. The original conditions are temporarily placed in Shaoli, ready to be mentioned next time. Hee, I'm leaving. Hattori Shizuka said to Hee and then left. What should I do now? Shaolin, Sonoko, you two won't help to persuade them, and Mr. Judy, you are the teacher. Are you just watching? Hee looked at Judy who was watching the play with some resentment. No, I just don't understand what you are talking about. Yan Che. The first face pretended to be stupid. Watching Judy pretend to be stupid. Hee was also speechless. As long as Chen didn't suffer, Judy would be fine. Of course, she wouldn't say, no, I'm going to talk to He Chen. He quickly ran into the campus and chased after Chen. However, after arriving in the classroom, he caught up with Chen, walked over with Yi, and asked Chen, shouldn't you really be going to fight against Aunt Jinghua in Kendo? Yes, didn't you have it before? Do you see it? Chen nodded towards He and said, but, Aunt Jinghua is very powerful, you will definitely suffer a loss, or reject it. He said concernedly. He has also seen the swordsmanship of Hattori Jinghua, and the level is very high, which can definitely reach the level of a first-class Taishi, and He has no confidence in Chen. He, are you caring about me or looking down on me? Chen smiled and said to He Jian. I'm caring about you, why don't you understand? Don't look down on Aunt Jinghua just because she's a woman. She's really amazing. I learned from Aunt Jinghua, but every time I look down on her. Aunt Hua is no match for Yi Xuan at all. He told Yi Shangchen about the power of Hattori Jinghua 3 times, and let Chen understand the seriousness, but Chen didn't understand it at all. No, it shouldn't be said that he doesn't understand at all, but in Chen's eyes, it doesn't matter to him. You're relieved, He. Instead of worrying about Chen here, it's better to worry about your Aunt Hattori Shizuka. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to He. Yeah, you don't know. Chen's strength is very powerful. Shaolin said to He after entering the classroom. Even if the fists and feet are powerful, it doesn't mean that the kendo is very powerful. This is completely a matter of the West. Even if Hu Ping uses a sword, it is far from being a match for Aunt Jinghua. He was very helpless. Shaolin and Yuanzi, who were not very nervous at first, immediately became nervous, and Guang stared at Chen with a question in their eyes. They know that Chen is very powerful, but they don't know how Chen's kendo is. After all, Chen hasn't shown it in front of them since 4.6. My kendo is very powerful, and the kind of door that can destroy the sky and destroy the earth can be easily swiped. It can cut open a city, Chen said to them with a smile. After Mtan and Chen finished speaking, Shaolin and the others gave Chen a Byakugan. How could they believe this? But they didn't know that what Chen said was the truth. It's a pity that this year is telling the truth. No one believes it, but after all, they don't know what real strength is. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just like Izumi Yuhiko said, you should worry about Hattori Shizuka, not here. Me. Chen waited a little, then said towards He, and Yi gave Chen an annoyed look. Forget it, don't care, Aunt Jinghua shouldn't be too hard at that time. Chapter 1037. After school in the afternoon, Chen left the school gate and saw Shizuka Hattori. At this time, Shizuka Hattori was still holding a wooden knife in his hand. Master, you won't come right now, will you? Chen froze for a moment and then said. If you are afraid, you can leave, but you have to apologize to Heiji. Hattori Shizuka said lightly. Now, I don't have much time. Chen thought that he had to pick up Xiao Ai. Between Shizuka Hattori and Xiao Ai, do you still need to choose? Of course, Xiao Ai is the most important. Didn't you say I'll set the time and place? Hattori Shizuka frowned. Did he want to avoid the fight? Then you also want to challenge me to have free time, otherwise you think I will settle for this trivial matter. Are you wasting your time? Chen's 10-day trivial matter annoyed Hattori Shizuka, but he valued this fat Shizuka. Otherwise, Hattori Shizuka wouldn't have waited here early. Then when are you going to be? Time. Hattori Shizuka held back the anger in his heart and asked 27 Zuchin lightly. Is this, just like this weekend? Chen replied to Hattori Jinghua, I hope you won't run away again. Hattori Jinghua left directly. She took Chen's rejection as an escape. Escape from school, hee. Chen hee laughed and then got up with Xiao Izumi and Yuhiko to pick up Xiao Yuan. This time only Xiao Ai herself. Ayumi has already been picked up by her mother. Time passed by in a hurry, and it was the weekend again. On this day, Shizuka Hattori came directly to Chen's house and let Chen know what it means to be persistent. She didn't eat behind closed doors. This time Akemi directly let Hattori Shizuka come in. Hattori Shizuka held a wooden sword in his hand. The purpose is self-evident. Speaking of which, it's only in the morning. The people coming from Hattori stink. Are you afraid that I will run away? Chen asked Hattori Jinghua. I'm really afraid of you running away. Hattori Shizuka said lightly. Okay. Since Mrs. Hattori is so persistent, I can't stand it. Chen said lightly to Hattori Jinghua. The location is up to you, but when you go to Hattori, you have to be prepared to get hurt. Chen gave Hattori Shizuka a reminder to Belmont and they watched Chen and Hattori Shizuka with interest, and they were very interested in the kendo duel between them. The matter, Belmont and the others already know. However, in the eyes of Belmont and the others, it was Shizuka Hattori who was beyond his own power. Although they don't know how Chen's kendo is, they also understand the principle of breaking all laws with one force. A single knife can slash through a building, no matter how strong your creation is. How can you resist it? You don't have to go anywhere else, just in your home. Hattori Shizuka said to Chen. It doesn't matter. It's fine if you decide anyway. I shrugged and said, it doesn't matter where the battlefield is. When they came to the yard, Belmont and the others ran over curiously to watch. For Belmont, who was watching, she chose Jinghua from the low service department. Ignore them. And Guang didn't look at them, so I just ignored them. Since we want to fight, Hattori Shizuka can let himself be dedicated. The play is more cautious than Hattori Shizuka's. Chen's performance is a little dull. There are 2 wooden knives in it. This is not a real killing, so the weapon used is naturally impossible to be a real knife, but the power of the wooden knife is not small. If it is hit by a wooden knife, the power is strong enough to break bones. Are you sure you don't have any armor? Hattori Shizuka asked Chen. Yes, I'm sure you don't have any armor, but don't you prepare armor? I won't be merciful. Chen plainly asked Hattori Shizuka. 1. Fengxian is just tired, it will affect my performance. Hattori Shizuka swiftly waved the knife and hit Chen. Bang! Chen calmly used the knife to block Hattori Jinghua's attack. With just one hand, he blocked Hattori Jinghua's two-handed slash. Is an attack that doesn't say hello, is it a sneak attack? Chen smiled and asked Daoko 3. Hattori Jinghua became more serious. Ignore Kuo Chen's words, and then continued the attack. So Hattori Shizuka has such a side. Said Belmont. That's amazing, but I feel like I can't even beat it. Yukiko said, and I don't know if Yukiko is praising Hattori Shizuka, or praising herself in disguise, or both. 3 inches. Don't compare the current you, the previous you, I'm afraid you can't even stop it. Belmont took a look at Yukiko, and then said, how do you know that it's better for the 2 of us to fight? You know how powerful I am. Yuchizi said unconvincingly, Yushi, don't be indifferent, your strength is the weakest. Kuroba Chikage pulled Yukiko by the side and said, Mrs. Hattori, if you only have this level, it's too bad. I was so disappointed. Chen said to Hattori Jinghua. 3. No matter how fast Hattori Jinghua attacks, it can be easily blocked by Chen. Hattori Jinghua didn't expect Chen's strength to be so powerful, and Kaiyu frowned. Looking at Chen, you're not my opponent, it doesn't make sense at all. Chen put away the wooden knife board. Are you looking down on me? Chen's action made Hattori Shizuka angry, and Chen couldn't help sighing secretly, I just didn't want to seriously hurt you. Hattori Shizuowa didn't understand. The wooden 260 knives slashed towards Chen. Looking at the wooden knives, Chen felt that he had to teach her a lesson. Chen, who didn't intend to take a shot, slashed at Hattori Jinghua. Hua's sword broke directly, then her body flew 3 meters away and fell to the ground. Wow, you actually shot. Yuchizi looked at Chen in surprise. She thought that Chen would not shoot, but the truth turned out. It exceeded her expectations. As you can see, I actually wanted to keep my hands, but she didn't cherish this opportunity, so there's nothing I can do now. Chen shrugged and said, she seems to have passed out. Akemi looked at Shizuka Hattori for a while, and then said, don't worry, I didn't suffer any serious injuries. It's just an exaggeration. I still have a hand. Chen said to them, if you don't have a hand, now Hattori Shizuka has turned into dust. I wanted to ask you to discuss it, but now I have deeply dispelled this idea. Kushina said, well, I don't have this idea anymore, it's too hard to shoot. Chikage Kuroba nodded along. Chen was very helpless, even though Shizuka Hattori flew out 3 meters away, but in fact she wasn't injured at all, it seemed like he really shot a lot. Escape. Am I escaping? Chapter 1038. Would you like to discuss with me? You're awake. Here is it. Hattori Shizuka looked at Akemi, and Nishiri was a little wary. Subconsciously, she wanted to hold the wooden knife she was carrying. Have you forgotten what happened before? Mingmei looked at Shizuka Hattori puzzled. Could it be that she lost her memory? However, at this time, Shizuka Hattori was in a trance. When she remembered that she was fighting against Hyuga Chen in Kendo, she was slashed by a sword and flew out. Then she didn't know anything. I didn't make a big shot. Madame Hattori should be fine. Chen looked at Hattori Jinghua and asked. Road. At this time, Hattori Shizuka's eyes turned to Chen. Look slightly sideways. Heart. Speaking of which, Hattori lost this time. Chen smiled and Hattori Jinghua looked at each other. That's right, I lost. Hattori Shizuka admitted frankly, having never experienced such a big failure before. But this time, Shizuka Hattori was not convinced. Because she is indeed not an opponent, far from an opponent. Hattori Shizuka didn't have any injuries, so he got up and grabbed his wooden sword, and then left Chen's house. After losing to Hara, Hattori Shizuka didn't have the face to say anything to apologize to Hattori Heiji, and left directly with brittle hands. Shortly after Jinghua's high opening of the Ministry of Industry and Service, Shaolin and Yi came to Chen's house together to find Chen. K.S. Of course, it's for Chen and Hattori Shizuka's swordsmanship. He is still not optimistic about Chen, Sashong wants to beg Chen for mercy. If it's because of this, then you are late, and everything is over. Chen shrugged and said to the two of them, it's over. You are not injured. 3 and Yi circled around the bottom. I didn't find the slightest injury, so I looked at the bottom in confusion. Something is wrong. Why is there no injury at all? Could it be that there is no injury at all? He is so powerful. In your eyes, I feel a deep look of contempt. Why do you think that the injured person must be me? Along tilde, Chen said with some dissatisfaction, I think your strength in kendo is incomparable. Aunt Jinghua, after all, you don't know Aunt Jinghua's strength. Right. What about Aunt Jinghua? Is it not here yet? And Yi doesn't believe it's over. She thinks it hasn't started yet. Really, it has ended. Why don't you believe it? Chen Jian spread his hands with Yi Tan, and then said to Yi, if you don't believe me, you can ask Yuhizi. Hiyi's moonlight looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko. Then the little Izumi Yuhiko nodded slightly towards Hii. At this time Hii believed that it was really tied. You really won. Hii looked at Chene in disbelief. So how is Aunt Jinghua now? 3 inches they already woken up, and it's not been long since I left, if you come early for the meeting. Maybe even meet Shizuka Hattori. Chen said to Hii. 3. Aunt Jinghua is wealthy or injured? Hii asked Shang Chen. This is what Hii is most concerned about now. Although the relationship with Heiji of the service department is not very good now, but the relationship between Shizuka and Hattori is still very good. I didn't make a big shot, so she's fine. Chen he said to Hii worriedly. Yeah, there's nothing but flying 3 meters away from a wall. It's nothing, the little Izumi Yuhiko said suddenly. Chen glanced at the little Izumi Yuhiko and felt that the little Izumi Yuhizi was doing it on purpose. Although it was indeed a sword that slashed 3 meters away, Chen used his skillful strength, and Hattori Jinghua was not injured at all. But Yi didn't know about this, and Yi looked at Chen with worry in his eyes. This is a danai to Hattori Shizuka, and Yi, I said it's okay if it's straight. Do you believe it? If you don't believe it, you can make a phone call to confirm. Chen reminded Hii, and immediately made Hii realize that there was still a phone call. He immediately called Hattori Jinghua in a panic, and the call was quickly connected. Hey, what is the matter with Hii? Is it? Hattori Jinghua's voice came. Hearing the voice and Yi probably determined that Hattori Jinghua was probably okay. And in my heart, I was relieved. It's okay. I'm just a little worried about Aunt Jinghua. How are you doing now, Auntie? ? Hii asked Shizuka Hattori. It seems that you know, Hii. I'm fine now. Hattori Shizuka said to Hii. He said that it was good to deceive Hii, because Hattori Shizuka is in a really bad mood right now. Originally, Hattori Shizuka planned to defeat Hyuga Chen, and then let him go. Oppo Tatsu and his son Hattori Heiji apologized. But now, the defeated Hattori Shizuka said that he was too embarrassed to speak, and even now he was embarrassed to go to Hyuga Chen again. Let it be. After that, Hii just hung up the phone, and then looked at Chen in surprise. Yutan looked at me like a monster. I'm not used to it. Chen found that Hii was using looking at me like a monster. I feel a little uncomfortable. What kind of Moon 6 is this? You're actually able to beat Aunt Jinghua. That's what surprised you. Chen glanced at Hii. Did he need to make such a fuss? He was surprised because of this. Isn't it worth being surprised? I saw it with my own eyes. Through the swordsmanship of Aunt Jinghua, 3 and Yi think about the swordsmanship of Hattori Jinghua. Now he also expresses his lingering fears. Even a wooden knife can break a person's bones with one slash. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Would you like to learn from me? Chen asked Hii, who had practiced Aikido and was not weak. As for who is more powerful than Yi and Shaolin, Chen really wanted to know, but Chen thought that Shaolin should be more powerful. Forget it. Since Aunt Jinghua is not your opponent, then I don't think Zhao may be your opponent. Hii shook his head and said. Even Hattori Shizuka is no match, and Kazuya said that he is not looking for falsa. That really disappoints me. Chen shook his head. What are you disappointed about? Could it be that disappointment can't teach me a lesson? Hee, you actually saw it through. Chen laughs, and didn't deny it. He already had such an idea. Because before, Hee's suspicion of him made Chen a little dissatisfied. I'm going to teach Hee a little lesson when we learn from each other. HMPH, Wang Ran is all right, then let's go. Hu Qing snorted, and then pulled Xiaolan to prepare the fragrance. Let's leave in a hurry, stay here and play. Chen held back the two of them, then Shaolin and Yi Zhen stayed, and Yi Shangchen glared at Chen, then ran to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's side, know what to whisper to little Izumi Yuhiko. Chapter 1039. You don't understand Mom, I don't think I have anything to do anymore, I can be discharged now. Hattori Heiji said to Hattori Shizuka. After being defeated, Hattori Shizukan came to the hospital to see how Heiji recovered. What's the matter? But Hattori Shizuka just came here, and Hattori Heiji wanted to be discharged from the hospital. Hattori Heiji said that he really didn't want to stay here. almost suffocated to death without. No. Hattori Shizuka directly refused. I'm really fine. Even the doctor can say that I'm discharged. If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctor. Hattori Heiji said. Really? Hattori Shizuka looked at Hattori Heiji suspiciously. Could it be that he was about to be discharged from the hospital, so he persuaded the Dr. Lee, the more rude the more likely it was it's time to leave the hospital. Hattori Heiji wanted to jump up and celebrate now. Don't be too happy, go back with me after you leave the hospital. Hattori Shizuka said to Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji 900 feet's expression was slightly stiff, looking at Hattori Shizuka and wanted to say something, but Hattori Shizuka turned his head directly, not giving Hattori Heiji a chance to speak. 3 inches anyway, I won't go back now, I still have things to do. Hattori Heiji shook his head and said 0 inches. What are you going to do? Do you go to Hyuga-chen again, and then go to the hospital? Hattori Shizuowa frowned and looked at Heiji. I won't be looking for him for the time being. Hattori Heiji said. After suffering several losses, Hattori Heiji also learned to be smart. He decided not to settle accounts with Hyuga-chen for the time being. Hold back for a while. When you seize the opportunity, go to Hyuga-chen. San, do you think he'll believe you? Hattori Shizuka glanced at Hattori Heiji, although he said so, but he definitely won't let it go. Even she is not even a match for Shanchan, even I don't know how powerful Haruma-gen is. If her stupid son goes up again, he will definitely be sent to the hospital. So for the sake of safety, Hattori Shizuka thinks it's better to take him away and leave here. Yes, Hattori Shizuka wanted to take Hattori Heiji away, but Hattori Heiji was not reconciled. He was really unwilling to suffer in the hands of Hyuga-chen, but the most important thing for Hattori Heiji was Heiji and Yi. As long as he was here with Yi, then Heiji Hattori will never open high. And he still has to investigate the matter of the black organization. For Masaru Hattori, this is even more important than the feeling of Hyuga. No, according to Conan. Hyuga-chen and Black Clothes, the organization seems to be related, so these two are equally important. In short, Hattori Heiji will not go back, and even if it is Hattori Shizuka, don't take him back. The stubborn Hattori Heiji. Even Hattori Haizang I can't even persuade me to come here, let alone Hattori Shizuka. Hattori Heiji is determined to not want to leave, even if it is his legs or Jinghua to use Hattori Hiyazaka to come to Shanwaki. There is no pressure and the Conan gang is heavy. After a while, Hattori Shizuka agreed to let Hoshiki Heiji stay here, and promised Hattori Heiji to keep him a secret. When he was injured this time, he would not let Hattori Heizo know, but if it happens, he asks Hattori Heiji to have it report to her. For this, Hattori Heiji is naturally full of promises. After Hattori Heiji agreed, Hattori Shizuka left no matter if it was perfunctory or not. After sending Hattori Shizuka away, Hattori Heiji breathed a sigh of relief and finally gave up. What are your plans now? Conan replied to Hattori Heiji. What are your plans? Hattori Heiji looked at Conan suspiciously. Of course it's for Hyuga-chen. Are you giving up? Conan was speechless, and then said. Hattori Heiji's expression froze, and the original good mood almost disappeared. As long as Hyuga-chen is mentioned, Hattori Heiji's heart is very special. Uncomfortable. There is no way. You won't let me go to Hyuga-chen now. I don't have this plan. Hattori Heiji waved his hand and said, should we go to Hyuga-chen to fight again? Hattori Heiji is not that stupid, he will definitely not do such a thing. 4 inches. I think we should think about a plan, knowing Hyuga-chen and Hai the organization has something to do with it. I think if you want to deal with the black organization, you must start with Hyuga-chen. Conan said. Conan is now eager to get the antidote and change himself back, otherwise. He suspects that Shaolin will be deceived by that guy Hyuga-chen. 3 inches. I have nothing to do at the moment. Is there any way you can? Hattori Heiji thought about it a lot, but he didn't think of any solution. 3 inches. If I have a story, why don't I just say it directly, and I still have to discuss it with you? Conan said gloomily. Let's go back first. Heiji Hattori said. Now they are at the train station. Of course, they came here to send Shizuka Hattori away. By the way, I have something to tell you. Auntie Shizuka Hattori seems to have gone to see Hyuga-chen. Conan thought of something and told Hattori Kaji. What to? Hattori Heiji stared at Conan. How did you know? Of course I saw it with my own eyes. I saw that Aunt Hattori Shizuka had missed Hyuga-chen's house and met him once. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Hattori Heiji was a little angry. Why did he tell him now? Why didn't he tell him before about such an important matter? Master, when I saw you, I wanted to say something, but I didn't have a chance. You didn't even give me a chance to speak, so let me help you convince Hattori Shizuka's Aunt Conan to complain and watch Hattori Heiji. At a glance, Conan also lost a lot of energy to help Hattori Heiji stay here. Then my mother should be fine. Hattori Heiji said worriedly. Look at Aunt Hattori Shizuka, it seems that something has happened. Human. Conan was stunned for a moment, and then said. It's not like Hattori Heiji didn't see Hattori Shizuka just now. Nothing happened. You don't understand. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan, and said lively. Aiken said, what, why don't I understand? Conan said somewhat inexplicably. Hattori Heiji doesn't count what he said to Conan. He understands his fucking character. Even if he really suffered a loss, he would definitely not tell him. It is precisely because of this that Hattori Heiji is very I am worried. Let's go back and talk about it. I really should plan how to deal with Hyuga-chen. Hattori Heiji bit Kiba and said. Conan nodded, and he was sure to deal with Hyuga-chen. It was because of Shaolan that Conan would not let Hyuga-chen go. Chapter 1040. Do you have a face? Chen didn't know that Conan and Hattori Heiji were planning how to deal with him, but it didn't matter even if he knew. Can the two of them pose any threat to him? It's impossible. Chen K has never put Conan and Hattori Heiji and the others at this moment. Chen is being pulled by little Izumi Yuhiko to study magic. Take a look at this thick book. In the magic book, Chen said that he really had no interest in officialdom. Because of these words, Chen couldn't understand it, and he didn't know what was written on it. Forget it. I don't think I'm suitable to study these things, you can study it yourself. I don't even know the words. The ghost drawing talisman on it, Chen said that it is more complicated than ninjutsu, and Chen also has no interest. Naturally, it is very repulsive. By the way, I remember that I still have important things to do. After finishing speaking, Chen Zhen opened the room of the little Izumi Yuhiko, ignoring the expression on the face of the little Izumi Yuhiko. Damn, after I finish the magic. Be the first to experiment with you. Little Izumi Yuhiko said angrily. She had promised her that she wanted to study magic together, but she slipped away. Of course, little Izumi Yuhiko was not happy. Chen walked out of little Izumi Yuhiko's room. Shaolin and the others were in the living room. Chatting. Yuanzi is here now. The three gardens just called Shaolin and invited Shaolin to play at Lidi's house, but when they learned that Shaolin and Yi were both at Chen's house, they rushed back, mysteriously ran into the room. Did you do something bad? Yuan Shan and Yi stared at Chen and asked. I will do bad things. Chen looked at Yuan Shan and Yi speechlessly. Besides, you didn't see it either. So it's better not to slander people. Chen raised his hand and tapped Yuanshan and Yi on the heads, and then said. When did I still despise people? I don't think you are in a hurry. If there is really nothing, what do you do? Why are you so nervous? He rubbed his head and stared at Chen angrily. The tap just now was really painful. I'm nervous. When did I get nervous? Zuo Hee. Then why are you hitting me? Do you want to use force to oppress me? I tell you, I will not give in. Hee, that's because you suffered too lightly. I think if I beat you hard, you will know what it means to be convinced. Chen Haoling laughed. What are you doing? You shouldn't really want to do it. He immediately backed away and looked at Chen A with vigilant eyes. If I do something to you, then I don't want my face. Chen pouted and said, do you have a face? Shall I suddenly uttered a voice from the soul, making Chen's expression froze. After the other girls heard it, they restrained themselves and laughed. Look, the laughing girls Chen's expressions became darker and darker. It seems that I'm really not dignified anymore. I have to let you guys see how powerful I am. Chen Dug raised his head and said, no, this kind of thing. We don't matter, it's what Xiao-ai said. Look, Xiao-ai was pushed out and said with a smile, yes, it has nothing to do with us. Yuchizi also hurriedly followed and said that Xiao-ai stared too much and looked at her sister. Is this really her sister? Xiao-ai wondered if her sister had been ripped off. What do you see? Xiao-ai said, isn't it true? Ching spray, at the critical moment. Xiao-ai, you were sold. Xiao-ai, what should I do? Chen grabbed Xiao-ai and said, how do you want to force? Xiao-ai's expression was stiff. Shang Chen asked Chen, of course I taught you a good lesson. Chen took Xiao-ai directly and left, and Xiao-ai Shang couldn't break free even if she struggled. You just sold your sister like this. Don't you have any guilt? Belmod asked Mingmei. What does it matter? Chen won't really hurt Xiao-ai. Mingmei said with a slight smile. 3 inches. I guess Xiao-ai will be full of resentment towards you. I think she will definitely be mad at you and maybe ignore you in the future. Yukiko looked at Mingmei and said, Brown, it shouldn't be. Mingmei with uncertainty on her face. When Xiao-ai looked at her just now, she seemed really resentful. Yuchizi, don't be too happy too soon. Maybe Xiao-ai has hated you before. Belmod said after shifting his gaze to Yuchizi. No, I'm usually so nice to Xiao-ai, she definitely won't hate me. Yukiko shook her head. 3 inches. Hee, that little girl is very vengeful. I don't ask for flowers. Belmod smiled lightly. With Belmod's understanding of Xiao-ai, if I can find an opportunity, I definitely don't mind mocking Yukiko for a meal. Here you go. Yukiko, who is ridiculed at times, should be very depressed. I believe that Xiao-ai will not be like this. Speaking of Belmod, why are you not in harmony with Xiao-ai? Yukiko asked Belmod curiously. It's a lot better now than before. But Bel Yuan and Xiao-ai Yuri are often bickering. Even if Chen is here, they will fight. I can't answer you this question. Maybe you can ask Xiao-ai for a while. Of course. You can ask Mingmei to find out. Belmod's Qiguang looked at Mingmei on the side. Compared with the relationship between her and Xiao-ai, the relationship with Mingmei was obviously repaired better. This may be because of Mingmei's character. She has a gentler personality, similar to Shaolin. Even after seeing Mode, it is difficult to have any hostility towards Mingmei. And Mingmei has no hostility towards seeing Mode for a long time. X County has not been hostile to Xiao-ai and Belmod now. The hostility between them has almost disappeared. Maybe the reason is because she is not a good person. Judy said after glancing at Belmod. Although Belmod said that she taught her to improve her strength. But this does not mean that Judy is grateful to Belmod, and Judy still hates Belmod very much. 3 Yuchizi looked at Belmod and Judy. 3 eyes, they had a grudge between them. But Yuchizi from the county body didn't know. After a while, Xiao-ai, who was taken away by Chenji, fled back. Hanging equals layer of ice, sitting coldly on the sofa, Xiao-ai. Don't hate me. You brought it on yourself. Chen shrugged, then came over and sat next to Xiao-ai. Don't sit here with me. Xiao-ai said with a light snort. Then Xiao-ai glanced at Mingmei and ignored Mingmei with a cold snort. Even though Mingmei looked at her with a smile on her face, Xiao-ai still ignored her because it made her so angry. As her film crew, she actually pushed herself out, and Xiao-ai expressed her anger. She will ignore her for the next 3 days. This is Xiao-ai's decision now. As for how long she can hold on, it is uncertain. Female.